Chapter 1. After an eternity of monotony, Feng Xuan finally rose from his seat in the Grand Hall, enlivened by a newfound purpose. It appears, Your Majesty, that a monkey has been subdued by the three burial masters. In the primordial world, beyond the 33 layers of heaven, amidst the chaos, stood a magnificent hall, exuding an aura of profound purple, unmatched in its nobility. This hall, suffused with boundless Tao rhythm, proclaimed its supremacy amidst the void. That moment, a resplendent palace gate swung wide, unleashing a multitude of beings of various forms. Upon counting, there were 3,000 in total. At the forefront stood 5 men and 1 woman, their presence particularly formidable, ranking among the elite of the 3,000. Eldest brother, I cannot shake this ominous premonition, voiced a middle-aged man in white robes, his eyes filled with confusion. Do you feel it too, second brother? I share this unsettling sensation. I wonder what event could evoke such disquiet within us, replied a young man in green robes, his expression equally perplexed. The elder man, stroking his beard with calm deliberation, replied, There is no need for concern, let events unfold as they are meant to. The 3 companions then journeyed forth, traversing the tumultuous chaotic winds under the protection of a 33-layered Xianhuang pagoda, returning to the primordial realm. Upon entering this world, they immediately noticed a dazzling rainbow light emanating from the central Mount Buzhou, soaring towards the heavens. Surely, a rare treasure was revealing itself. They each felt a profound connection to this artifact. Without hesitation, they summoned clouds and swiftly flew towards Mount Buzhou. In a secluded gorge at the mountain's waist, what initially appeared mundane soon trembled violently at their arrival. The gorge collapsed as if erased by an overwhelming force, unveiling a peculiar and extraordinary miniature world. This miniature realm retained the essence of creation's dawn, filled with raw, untamed spiritual energy. A verdant, innate gourd vine was extending its tendrils, adorned with 7 gourds of varying hues, arranged like the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. The radiant light they had witnessed was emanating from these 7 gourds. The 3 stood outside this miniature world, instantly comprehending the significance of the scene before them. The innate gourd vine, one of the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots, was bearing fruit in the form of 7 exquisite innate spiritual treasures. With proper refinement, these could become invaluable artifacts. However, the innate being was not yet fully mature, so the 3 settled in to patiently await its completion. After a considerable time, several figures hastily approached. 1 pair, brothers Dijun and Tai Yi, arrived through the endless realms, having traversed time and space in their innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. Another pair, the divine couple Fuxi and Yuhua, approached riding on clouds. Lastly, 2 friends, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, arrived upon crimson clouds. The final figure was a colossal rock, descending upon this realm with an astonishing velocity. This individual was none other than the North Sea Kunlun. A tense atmosphere enveloped the gathering as glances were exchanged among the various factions. The allure of treasures is undeniable, and this was no ordinary prize. As time progressed, the radiance of the 7 gourds intensified, nearing ripeness. Every individual present was aflame with excitement. Such a rare treasure was nearly impossible to find elsewhere. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. Everyone looked upward to see a massive chaotic stone hurtling into the primordial world, breaking through the clouds and descending with the power to obliterate mountains and earth. At this moment, the Kunlun exhibited a hint of schadenfreude. Esteemed friends, I observe that the chaotic stone is heading towards Kunlun Mountain. Will you continue to wait here? Upon hearing this, the 3 individuals quickly calculated, their expressions shifting dramatically. Just as the Kunlun indicated, the stone was indeed on a path towards Kunlun. This is bad, we have lost our home. Though their hearts were heavy with reluctance and regret for the impending loss of the nearly ripe primordial gourds, the trio swiftly conjured clouds beneath them and sped towards Kunlun Mountain. Treasures may be sought again, but a home lost is irretrievably gone. As the 3 departed, the Kunlun felt a surge of delight within. With 3 formidable competitors out of the way, he might secure one of the primordial gourds for himself. At that moment, a consciousness suddenly awakened within the plummeting chaotic stone. Where am I? Wasn't I in my bedroom? Feng Xuan was perplexed. He had merely stayed up late reading a novel, and now he found himself airborne. Quickly, through a peculiar perspective, he glimpsed the outside world, and his expression morphed into one of sheer terror. And oh, this can't be right. I'm actually flying, and am plummeting, heading straight for that mountain. This is disastrous. If this continues, I shall be reduced to nothing. Heavens! Grandmaster 3 Clear, please save me. Feng Xuan felt despondent. He had barely closed his eyes, only to awaken to impending doom. He vowed never to stay up late again. As the ground drew nearer, he instinctively shut his eyes, bracing for obliteration. Freeze! Land! Two resounding commands echoed, and Feng Xuan felt himself gently cradled by a warm force, gradually being lowered. Brother, it is this wretched stone that has cost us 3 primordial gourds. Let me strike it down. The young Taoist, with a fiery temper, promptly drew a celestial sword to cleave the chaotic stone. The sharp sword aura soared into the sky, its chilling murderous intent palpable even through a barrier. In that instant, Feng Xuan felt dread wash over him. Though he had narrowly escaped disintegration, he now faced the prospect of being cleaved in two. Who could endure such a fate? He exerted all his strength to plead for mercy, but as a mere stone, he could not articulate his cries, awaiting his demise. Please no, I do not wish to die. At the critical moment, a voice resonated within Feng Xuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for traversing the primordial world. System binding in progress. Bound successfully, the infinite selection system has been activated. It has been detected that the host is facing a life and death crisis. Please make the following choice. Option 1. Remain in your original form. How could a human become a stone spirit? The reward will be instant death at the hands of the Qingyi Taoist. Option 2. I choose option 2. Feng Xuan exclaimed fervently in his heart, never having felt such urgency before. Ding. The host has selected option 2, to transform and emerge into the world, receiving as a reward a mid-grade innate divine foot. As the transcendent sword was about to descend, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and white lightning flickered amidst the clouds. This is not good. It seems the chaotic stubborn stone is about to transform. We must retreat. The three immediately withdrew several thousand miles, watching from a distance as the chaotic stubborn stone underwent its tribulation. As the tribulation clouds reached a certain intensity, countless stark white bolts of lightning fell, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle with formidable power. However, the chaotic stubborn stone had been able to exist even amidst chaos. The chaotic wind, capable of injuring a grand Luo golden immortal, could not harm its stone body. The mere transformation lightning was nothing more than a tickle. Though the thunder was deafening, it caused no harm whatsoever. 81 bolts of lightning struck down, and ultimately, the tribulation dissipated, leaving a vast pit where the chaotic stubborn stone once lay. At the bottom of the pit, the chaotic stubborn stone rested, its surface showing no signs of having been struck. Moments later, the chaotic stubborn stone began to tremble, emitting a brilliant white light, and before the astonished eyes of the three, it transformed into a youthful man, dressed in a white robe, with an ethereal presence, sword-like brows, starry eyes, and a face as exquisite as jade. What a splendid visage! Yet the three were not preoccupied with his appearance. Instead, they engaged in incredulous discussion. Second brother, I must be seeing things. That chaotic stubborn stone is actually a mid-grade innate divine foot. You are not mistaken. It truly is a mid-grade innate divine foot. It is well known that only a select few beings possess innate divine feet, each one blessed with great fortune, profound potential, and deep blessings. Even among the 3,000 guests of Zixiao, not all possess innate divine feet. This seemingly ordinary chaotic stubborn stone turned out to be endowed with innate divine feet. It was utterly absurd. One could only call for their mother to open the door, for the absurdity had reached new heights. Ahem, I feel a connection with this stone. I wish to take him as my disciple. The old one immediately cleared his throat and stepped forward. Yuan Shi and Tongtian, seeing this, followed suit. Such talent was too appealing for them to ignore. Eldest brother, please allow me a chance. I feel a stronger bond with this youth. Eldest brother, second brother, grant me the opportunity. One believe my connection with him is even greater. The three continued to discuss as they approached. Noticing his two younger brothers' desires to take on a disciple, the old one sighed. Very well, let him choose for himself. The trio soon stood before Feng Xuan, their expressions warm as they spoke. We three wish to take you as our disciple. Under whose tutelage would you prefer be? Feng Xuan, still dazed, found it hard to comprehend the very beings who had sought to strike him down were now offering to accept him as a disciple. What was happening here? Ding! It has been detected that the three pure ones wish to take the host as their disciple. Please make a choice. I.B. Why becoming a disciple of Laozi? One becomes the sole favored pupil of the human education, bestowed with unparalleled enlightenment. 2. By apprenticing under Yuan Shi, your extraordinary lineage is recognized, and Yuan Shi is exceedingly pleased with you, granting you an enhancement of your innate foundation. Laozi? Yuan Shi? Tongtian? Isn't this the three pure ones? It suddenly dawned on Feng Xuan that he had traversed into the primordial world. Moreover, it appeared that the three pure ones had taken a liking to him and wished to accept him as their disciple. How shall he choose? System. Only children make choices, adults take them all. I choose all three. As a modern young man, who still engages in mere choices. Having made his decision in his heart, Feng Xuan directly approached the three and humbly knelt before them. Disciple feels a profound connection with all three masters and wishes to enter their teachings. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three pure ones drastically changed. What does it mean that they have a connection with him? This was utterly outrageous. The decorum and order-loving Yuanshi prepared to leave in indignation, thinking, if such a disciple does not desire them, then let it be. Yet at that moment, the winds shifted dramatically and auspicious clouds filled the sky, accompanied by celestial music. An indescribable and unfathomable supreme will descended upon the primordial realm, startling Hong Jun in the Zhixiao Palace, nearly causing him to tumble from his seat. How can this be? Shouldn't the great Tao have already retreated? The great Tao arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly before Hong Jun could ponder further. It bestowed blessings and retreated once more. Ding! The host has chosen all, granting unparalleled enlightenment, an enhancement of innate foundation, and the blessings of the great Tao. This is the blessing of the great Tao. Even the normally composed Laozi was taken aback, his eyes wide in disbelief as he beheld the scene. This child's foundation has suddenly transformed into a superior, innate, holy foundation. It is simply astounding. Tongtian's gaze grew increasingly fervent, as if he had laid eyes upon a rare treasure. While innate, holy foundations may be found in the world, none have been blessed by the great Tao. Such a foundation, such fortune. There is none other like it in the entire primordial realm. Haha, since second brother does not contest with us, why not let first brother yield to me? Tongtian spoke excitedly, envisioning a future where Feng Xuan would join his ranks and enhance his prestige. Ahem, I believe that sometimes decorum and order are not of utmost importance, wouldn't you agree? Third brother? Yuanshi immediately turned around, his gaze towards Feng Xuan now much kinder, entirely devoid of the disdain he had shown moments earlier. Tongtian was left speechless. How could second brother change his demeanor so effortlessly? To this, Yuanshi could only remark, "Ah, the art of changing faces, dear brother, you must practice more." Seeing his two brothers react thus, Laozi was equally unwilling to relent. Anything could be compromised, but if this disciple were not his, he would feel an insatiable itch. At this moment, after receiving the three system rewards, Feng Xuan felt invigorated, as if the myriad of heaven and earth had become transparent to him. The unparalleled enlightenment allowed him to grasp the laws of heaven and earth effortlessly, with his cultivation facing virtually no bottlenecks. The inherent divine nature of the supreme quality, coupled with his remarkable potential, grant him the semblance of a Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. The blessings bestowed by the Tao endow him with profound fortune and kinship with myriad paths, rendering him a figure whom few would dare to harm under ordinary circumstances. He possesses a veritable iron certificate of immunity from death in the primordial realm, and it is eternal. These three rewards have transformed Feng Xuan into an almost flawless being. At this moment, the three pure ones gazed at Feng Xuan with intense fervor, eager to whisk him away in a sack. Are you truly intent on becoming our disciple? Indeed, I feel an immense affinity for the three masters. I absolutely adore you all. However, you must understand that our teachings differ in focus. I am well versed in the art of alchemy. My second brother specializes in weapon forging, and my third brother excels in the formation of arrays. Should you choose to join us, the knowledge you will acquire will be vast, leaving you with little time to spare. I am willing to learn. What a jest could these challenges truly confound him. With his extraordinary comprehension, the trifling paths of knowledge were hardly daunting. Seeing his unwavering determination, Laozi ceased his objections and addressed his two brothers. Since this child is so earnest, why not welcome him into our fold and teach him? Collectively, Yuanshi and Tongtian, witnessing the circumstances, no longer insisted and acquiesced. Disciple pays respects to the master, second master, and third master. Feng Xuan, filled with excitement, immediately bowed once more. He understood clearly that to navigate this world, one must possess a formidable background. Now, as the co-principal disciple of the three pure ones, he was likely the only one who could rival his lineage. Once the three pure ones attained sainthood, he would undoubtedly stride through the primordial realm with confidence. Prior to that, he merely needed to remain discreetly at Kunlun Mountain, and once the calamity of the Wu and Yao concluded, he would rightfully claim the title of the eldest. brother among the three teachings, the foremost individual beneath the true saints. Seeing his understanding and maturity, the three pure ones were greatly pleased and promptly assisted him to his feet. Dear disciple, having just taken form, allow me to present you with a token of our first meeting. With that, Laozi retrieved from his sleeve a gourd exuding a faint spiritual resonance, its body a lustrous white jade, radiating the aura of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Feng Xuan, puzzled, wondered why the master did not present the famed purple gold gourd, but rather this white jade one. Laozi uncorked the gourd, from which emerged 3 golden elixirs, swirling with an enchanting fragrance and adorned with intricate inscriptions. This is a 5-turn golden elixir I have refined, perfectly suited for your current realm. It will solidify your foundation and aid in your breakthroughs. Thank you, Master. Feng Xuan joyfully accepted the golden elixir, curious about its flavor, whether it bore bitterness, sweetness, saltiness, or a hint of sulfur. At this moment, Yuan Shi produced a long sword from the sleeve of his Dao robe, its blade honed to an extraordinary sharpness, exuding an aura of invincibility. This is a mid-grade, postnatal spiritual treasure, the sword of divine slaughter, forged over millennia. I present it to you for your protection. Thank you, second master. Feng Xuan accepted the long sword and playfully attempted an awkward flourish, marveling at the fact that it was indeed a genuine celestial sword. He had never even played with an ordinary iron sword before, yet now he possessed a celestial blade. What a remarkable turn of events! At this moment, Tongtian gazed at the sword of divine slaying with a contemplative expression, secretly communicating with Yuan Shi. Brother, this sword. What is it? It wouldn't happen to be the one you intended to gift me, would it? Indeed it was, but it is no longer available. He thought as long as he understood his brother's intentions, it mattered little about the sword. He was not in need of it. Tongtian then produced a formation plate from his robe, upon which stood the 4 sacred spirits, majestic and divine. This is the 4 spirits guardian formation, created by my master to protect the primordial realm with the combined might of the 4 sacred beasts. Once this formation is activated, it can harness the power of the 4 sacred beasts to withstand attacks of the great Luo Jingxian level. Thank you, Master San. Feng Xuan accepted the array plate with a beaming countenance. In this vast universe, life is of paramount importance, and existence itself is the greatest virtue. With this array plate in his possession, he could withstand the overwhelming majority of adversarial assaults, ensuring his safety and security. Upon witnessing him receive their respective tokens of apprenticeship, the 3 pure ones exchanged amiable smiles. Subsequently, with a mere gesture, they directed 3 beams of white light straight into his mind. These represent our individual methods of cultivation, encompassing the paths of alchemy, artifact forging, and array formation. The initial teachings serve as reference. You, being endowed with innate divinity, possess a unique cultivation approach that harmonizes with your essence. Merely draw inspiration from it. As for the subsequent 3 teachings, you must dedicate yourself to their study. Neglecting them will incur penalties. Laozi elucidated the essence of the 3 beams of light to Feng Xuan. The disciple comprehended the gravity of the teachings and vowed not to disappoint his esteemed masters. Feng Xuan nodded solemnly, filled with a surge of ambition. Soon after, the 3 pure ones prepared to lead him back to the Taoist temple, casting a wistful glance towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. 3 innate gourds were destined to have a fateful connection with them, but regrettably, after such a lengthy passage of time, they had surely been completely divided among others. What a pity! Wait, brothers, why do I have the impression that the innate gourds might still remain? Tongtian, unwilling to resign himself, sensed the situation and was instantly perplexed. Could it be that those individuals were so benevolent as to leave some behind? Laozi and Yuan Shi, upon hearing this, also carefully sensed the surroundings. Revealing expressions of astonishment, there truly were still some present. The 3 promptly decided to summon clouds and rush towards Buzhou Mountain. At the waist of Buzhou Mountain, outside a peculiar little world, several individuals stared at each other with wide eyes, helplessly observing the innate gourds approaching maturity. When they had arrived, the gourds were already 90% mature, and now, after such an extensive period, they had matured further, though only from 90% to 99%. That final sliver seemed insurmountable. Their patience frayed, they lamented. Are you just going to leave it be? I cannot wait any longer. Kunlun's endurance had been entirely exhausted. Even if the gourds were not fully matured, he felt compelled to seize them, lest the 3 pure ones return and claim them all for themselves. The others, witnessing this, did not intervene. It was an opportune moment for Kunlun to test the waters, and with their prowess, they would surely obtain their rightful share. Kunlun reached out, aiming directly for the foremost purple-golden gourd. At that moment, an innate great formation rose beside the gourd vine, obstructing Kunlun's grasp. Treasures of fated destiny are governed by their own laws. Those without fate cannot lay claim to them. I refuse to believe that I cannot breach this trivial formation, Kunlun declared, channeling his mystical powers into his hands, launching an assault on the innate great formation. The formation vibrated momentarily before crumbling under the pressure. Following Hongjuan's first sermon, the foremost echelon of the Hongwang beings had already ascended to the level of the Luo Jinstian. Coincidentally, Kunlun belonged to this elite tier. Elated, Kunlun reached for the leading purple-golden gourd while casting a furtive glance at the remaining gourds, his countenance betraying a greedy expression. "You dare!" A clear, melodious female voice rang out, brimming with indignation. The elegant young man beside her reacted instantly, summoning an ancient zither, his fingers deftly plucking the strings, producing melodies in an attempt to detain Kunlun. It was no mere coincidence. Kunlun had seized a purple-blue gourd while they were distracted. This particular gourd was intricately linked to Nuwa. How could she not be enraged? Nuwa, fellow Taoist, Fuxi, fellow Taoist, we shall meet again in the future. Even though Nuwa's timely discovery and Fuxi's swift reaction were commendable, they proved futile. The sound of Fuxi's zither fell empty, shooting into the sky, vanishing without a trace. Kunlun's innate mastery of the wind was not to be underestimated, earning him the title of the swiftest in the Hongwang. Under immense pressure, he swiftly escaped the confines of Mount Buzhou. Once he reached the North Sea, he would be safe. It was his stronghold, after all. If he could not defeat them, he could certainly evade them. Feeling the two precious gourds nestled in his embrace, Kunlun was overwhelmed with exhilaration. He was now the possessor of spiritual treasures. Each encounter with the artifacts in the hands of others had ignited a spark of envy within him. Yet now, he was on the verge of acquiring two exceptionally refined spiritual treasures. What ecstasy! However, as he turned to continue his flight, a towering tower-shaped spiritual treasure suddenly appeared before him, growing larger by the moment. It's over. Bang! Kunlun was knocked unconscious and fell to the ground. This creature, clad in fur and armor, dared to seize his elder brother's spiritual treasure. How audacious! Yuan Shi disdainfully remarked from the sky, preparing to end Kunlun's life on the spot. Hold on, it would be wise to refrain from further bloodshed. The old one intervened, then gestured with his hand, summoning the purple-golden gourd, the exquisite treasure tower of heaven and earth, and the azure-green gourd into his grasp. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Kunlun regained consciousness and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan remained silent, now comprehending the scope of time. The first sermon of Hongjun had concluded, and the innate gourd of Mount Buzhou had emerged. What Master held was indeed the purple-golden gourd, one of his destined spiritual treasures. It had the ability to preserve the potency of elixirs and enhance their effects, serving as a vessel for the 9-turn golden elixir in the future. Additionally, it could absorb all things, also known as the soul-summoning gourd, which would later be used by the golden-horned and silver-horned demons during the calamity of the journey to the west to contend with Sun Wukong. The exquisite treasure tower that Master had hurled at Kunlun was his accompanying spiritual treasure, the Heaven and Earth Exquisite Treasure Tower, a culmination of the merits of creation and a wisp of the primal yellow chi. Once summoned, it could render one undefeated by innate forces, serving as a top-tier defensive treasure in the primordial realm. As for the azure-green gourd, it was likely the soul-summoning gourd, belonging to Nuwa, which contained a small flag capable of commanding the demon race, an unparalleled treasure among demons. Gratitude to the four friends for intercepting Kunlun, Fuxi expressed his heartfelt thanks. Just then, Fuxi and Nuwa arrived, instantly grasping the situation upon seeing the spiritual treasures in Taishang's hands. The two offered a respectful bow and expressed their gratitude. Since it is a fellow Taoist's possession, I shall return it to you. The old one, understanding their intent, handed over the soul-summoning gourd, which Nuwa accepted with delight and offered her thanks once more. The 6 of them returned together to Mount Buzhou. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun and Tai took the opportunity to seize the purple-white immortal slaying gourd, the purple-yellow water and fire gourd, and the purple-black chaos gourd. Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun claimed the red gourd, and the two ascended on clouds, departing. How bold of Emperor Jun and Tai to dare take our possessions. As Tongtian witnessed the confiscation of his and his elder brother's gourds, he erupted in furious exclamation, brandishing the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Kunwu sword, and lunged at the two assailants. In the realm of society, Tongtian was a fierce individual, sparing no words. An encounter meant an immediate strike. With a melodious chime, Tongtian's assault was thwarted by the chaos bell. Tongtian, do you dare to ambush us? Thundered Tai Yi and Di Jun in unison. What audacity! Two thieves still dare to speak so brazenly here. Despite being propelled away by the chaos bell, Tongtian's momentum remained unyielding. He could not afford to lose face. Well done. Their brother. These shameless creatures, clad in fur and armor, must surrender the gourds if they wish to spare their lives. Yuan Shi stepped forward, aligning himself with Tongtian to exert pressure upon the pair. You are deluded. The innate gourds are ours now that they are in our possession. Surrender them? Impossible. Di Jun and Tai Yi could hardly contain their laughter. With the chaos bell in their grasp, they felt confident of retreating unscathed, even against the combined might of the three pure ones. Seeing their obstinacy, Yuan Shi and Tongtian engaged in combat with the two at the waist of Mount Buzhou. Fortunately, the stones of Mount Buzhou were indestructible, impervious even to mere great Luo golden immortals. Otherwise, the heavenly pillar would have surely fractured prematurely. After exchanging blows for dozens of rounds, despite Yuan Shi and Tongtian's superior realms over Di Jun and Tai Yi, they could not breach the defense of the chaos bell, rendering them impotent against their foes. Observing his two brothers in distress, Laozi promptly joined the fray. You possess the chaos bell, but I wield the heavenly, earthly, and mystical yellow Linglong pagoda. With Laozi's entrance, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Tai Yi and Di Jun had underestimated the strength of the three pure ones while overestimating the might of the chaos bell. Within mere rounds of Laozi's involvement, they found themselves bloodied, the chaos bell ringing in disarray, while the three pure ones remained unscathed. Divided, the three pure ones were invincible. United, they were unparalleled in the world. Mere Di Jun and Tai Yi stood no chance against them. Alas, brother, I cannot hold on any longer. Tai Yi gasped, straining to muster every ounce of his magical energy to fend off the onslaught from the three pure ones. But his aura was dwindling, and his power was on the verge of depletion. The chaos bell, compromised by incomplete innate restrictions and the formidable force of the heavenly, earthly, and mystical yellow Linglong pagoda, was nearing its limit. Let us flee. Returning to the Sunstar will ensure our safety, Di Jun managed to utter, indicating the direction for their escape. At this moment, Feng Xuan was applauding the three masters when suddenly, a voice from the system echoed in his ear. Ding! Detection of Di Jun and Tai Yi attempting to escape from the host. Please make the following choices. 1. Foolishly attempt to obstruct Di Jun and Tai Yi. As the foremost disciple of the three pure ones, how could you let the enemy slip away? Reward: instant demise at the hands of Di Jun and Tai Yi. 2. Request Niwa to intervene and delay the two for a moment. Your great path bestows blessings that draw all beings closer to you. Go forth, young one. Reward: a vial of 3 radiance divine water. 3. Do nothing and allow Di Jun and Tai Yi to flee. Reward: the system's disdain. There was no need for contemplation. He would undoubtedly choose the second option. He had no desire for death, nor did he wish to let them escape with their treasures. Feng Xuan turned to the indifferently observing Inwa, displaying a pitiful expression as he implored, Sister Inwa, could you please help me momentarily restrain Di Jun and Tai Yi? I beg of you. Inwa hesitated internally, reluctant to forge enmity with Di Jun and Tai Yi, whose formidable powers made it unwise to cultivate such animosity. Yet, the fact that he addressed her as sister struck a chord. She had always been the one to refer to her elder brother, and never had anyone called her sister before. Beside her, Fushi silently gestured for her to acquiesce, reminding her that previously, Laozi had returned the demon-summoning gourd for a reason, presenting a perfect opportunity to repay that debt. However, if the two were to break free from us, I would naturally intervene. Upon receiving Inwa's affirmation, Feng Xuan felt a sense of calm. With Inwa's intervention, it seemed unlikely that Di Jun and Tai Yi could escape unscathed. Congratulations, host, for selecting option 2. A vial of Sanguang divine water has been distributed. Following his choice, the system rewarded him accordingly, presenting a full vial of Sanguang divine water, at least several hundred drops. This divine water, a synthesis of golden sunlight, silver moonlight, and purple starlight, was the foremost healing elixir of the primordial world, capable of neutralizing all poisons and remedying ailments deemed incurable. It could even mend broken bones and revive the deceased, making it an essential item for any journey. With the Sanguang divine water at his disposal, Feng Xuan's life gained an additional layer of assurance. By the way, dear brother, how is it that you are with the 3 clear ones? I did not see you at Zishu Palace before, Inwa inquired, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity, her voice flowing like a clear stream. melodious and enchanting. Sister In-Hua, I am a newly accepted disciple of the three masters, known as Feng Xuan, and this is my first outing. Feng Xuan responded with sincerity, understanding that in order to cultivate a favorable image before the future foremost sage, it would be prudent to align himself closely with her. Such an alliance would ensure his safety within the primordial realm. With the backing of the four sages, who would dare to harm him? Who could possibly succeed in such an endeavor? In-Hua's enchanting eyes glimmered as she pondered this notion, nodding thoughtfully. At that moment, the severely injured Dijuan and Tai seized their opportunity, exerting all their strength to activate the chaos bell, momentarily immobilizing the three pure ones, and subsequently employing the Golden Crow's rainbow technique to break free. The chaos bell wielded the power to suppress the Hongming world, to manipulate the forces of heavenly time and space, and to unravel the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, refining the energies of earth, water, fire, and wind. However, in Tai's hands at that moment, its full might could not be unleashed. He could only manage to hold the three pure ones in place for a fleeting instant. Hold on. Do not take what does not belong to you, the innate gourd. In-Hua waved her delicate hand, conjuring a colossal barrier that sealed off the space before the two, completely isolating that area. Fuxi also raised the Fuxi Qin, adopting a stance of obstruction, as a chilling aura gradually intensified, preventing their escape. You too. Dijuan and Tai were seething with rage, utterly taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. However, they were loath to surrender the innate gourd. Having already endured blows and established enmity, if they were to relinquish the gourd, would they not be left empty-handed? Their efforts in vain? Are you truly intent on making enemies of us? The two queried through gritted teeth, their tone laden with menace. Feng Xuan found amusement in the situation, perceiving their inability to grasp the gravity of the circumstances. Even in the face of impending doom, they remained arrogantly defiant. Akin to fools. How dare such insignificant beings mock them, inviting their own demise? Tai, upon noticing Feng Xuan's laughter, was instantly filled with fury. How could such mere ants dare to ridicule them? A breath of solar divine fire erupted forth, its scorching essence spreading, aimed directly at Feng Xuan's life. However, undeterred by the impending attack, Feng Xuan calmly produced the four spirits' protective formation gifted by his master. The ethereal figures of the four sacred beasts materialized at the cardinal points surrounding Feng Xuan. Sacred and inviolable, the searing solar divine fire struck the formation, only to be completely neutralized, vanishing without a trace. Feng Xuan gazed upward at a 45-degree angle, his demeanor radiating an air of invincibility. I want you dead. Tai bellowed in fury, poised to unleash a formidable assault. The two scruffy chickens, do not flee. At that moment, the three pure ones, previously ensnared by the chaos bell, broke free and surrounded them, encircling them from all sides. Dijun and Tai, realizing the gravity of their predicament, swiftly regained their composure. They understood that without surrendering the primordial gourd today, escape was futile. Very well, we concede for now. Rest assured, we shall repay this debt 100-fold in the future. The two then cast the water and fire gourds and the chaos gourd in different directions, seizing the opportunity to flee as Tongtian and Yuan Shi rushed to retrieve them. Upon acquiring their respective gourds, Yuan Shi and Tongtian rejoiced, paying no heed to Dijun and Tai's escape. Their intent had never been to eliminate them. The cost of slaying the two celestial beings, who govern the supreme stars of the sun, would be far too great, a loss not worth the gain. Our sincere gratitude to Taoist Nuwa and Taoist Fuxi for their assistance. I humbly thank you, the three pure ones proclaimed, bowing in appreciation for their support. Thank you, Sister Nuwa. Feng Xuan gracefully expressed his gratitude to Nuwa, who acknowledged him with a nod. Subsequently, the group descended towards the gourd vine, where one gourd remained unclaimed, its fate uncertain. Observing the last purple-green gourd, Feng Xuan realized that none of them would possess it, for it was about to be claimed by Hongjun. Just as they were preparing to deliberate on how to share this final gourd, the purple-green gourd unexpectedly soared into the air, gracefully circling before landing in Feng Xuan's embrace. This spectacle astonished all present, for the treasure appeared to possess a spirit of its own, choosing its master. Aha! Indeed, my excellent disciple possesses profound fortune. Yuan Shi could not contain his laughter, for he held a deep admiration for those blessed with such fortune. Feng Xuan's performance elicited a renewed respect from him. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan stood in a state of bewilderment. Convinced that the gourd's flight had no connection to his own fortune, it was a deliberate act by another. With this turn of events, there was no need for discussion. I shall take a few leaves from the vine, and the rest of the treasures may be given to my two fellow Taoists, Laozi interjected. engaging in conversation with Nuwa and Fushi. He collected several primordial gourd vine leaves from a distance for alchemical purposes. Nuwa, on the other hand, reached for the bear gourd vine, sensing an inexplicable importance in it. Having gathered their intentions, the group prepared to part ways and return to their respective sanctuaries. Wait, Sister Nuwa, this soil may prove invaluable to you. As Nuwa turned to leave without a glance back, Feng Xuan could not restrain himself. This is the Nine Heavens breath soil. You cannot simply abandon it. What of creating life? Nuwa halted her departure, turning to follow Feng Xuan's gaze. There lay a patch of soil, distinct from its surroundings, where the primordial gourd vine once took root. Upon closer inspection, the soil emanated an essence brimming with vitality and the laws of earth, immensely beneficial to her cultivation of the path of creation. Without hesitation, she delved 3 feet into the ground, extracting all of the Nine Heavens breath soil, leaving behind a deep pit, ensuring not a speck was wasted. Grateful for the divine bounty, Nuwa regarded Feng Xuan with affection. Thank you so much, dear Feng Xuan. You must visit us at Fengxi Valley sometime. I shall protect you. With that, the siblings departed, and the 3 pure ones prepared to take their leave as well. However, a sudden intuition struck them, sensing an elusive treasure still beckoning to them. There is more treasure. Following this inner call, the 3 ascended to the mid-mountain of Buzhou Mountain, where an unfathomable cave awaited them. Within lay a shimmering spiritual spring, home to a verdant blue lotus, its petals numbering a remarkable 24. With each graceful sway, it seemed to resonate with the fundamental laws of heaven and earth. The 3 pure ones felt their breath quicken, acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of this lotus, as if they were confronting the very essence of the cosmos itself. In terms of rank, it faintly suggested a power surpassing that of the Chaos Bell. This object is indeed destined to be with them. Beside him, Feng Xuan understood that this was the sole mature seed of the Chaos Green Lotus, which had blossomed into the 24th grade of the Creation Green Lotus. Its rank was that of a primordial treasure, yet it lacked the power to create the heavens, rendering it intolerable to the primordial world. Once it matured and emerged, it would inevitably attract divine retribution, leading to its destruction. Fortunately, sensing the aura of the 3 purities, it split into 3, transforming into 3 supreme primordial spiritual treasures, thus allowing it to endure. The 4 waited for a long time, and finally, the 24th grade Creation Green Lotus was on the verge of maturation. The divine retribution also arrived as anticipated. An endless torrent of calamity clouds converging to cast the sky above Mount Buzhou into darkness. Thunder roared, and within the clouds, purple lightning flickered ominously. It was the supreme purple sky divine thunder, a force that spells doom for all existence, leaving no avenue for escape. In the face of this overwhelming celestial might, the Creation Green Lotus trembled incessantly, a sense of reluctance emanating from it, affecting the 4 present. Yet, the cruelty of heaven will persisted. And the order of celestial law dictated that the purple sky divine thunder was about to descend. At that moment, the sensation within the hearts of the 3 purities grew ever stronger, prompting them to shout in unison, red flower, white lotus, green lotus leaf. The 24th grade Creation Green Lotus quivered and then split into 3 spiritual treasures, falling into the hands of the 3. These items would become the instruments of their future enlightenment: the coiling dragon crutch, the 3 treasures jade rui, and the green plover sword. All were ranked among the finest primordial spiritual treasures. Thus, the divine retribution gradually dissipated, and the sky above Mount Buzhou returned to a serene state. Gazing at the tranquil pool, with Feng Xuan leading the way, Laozi waved his hand grandly and transported the entire spiritual spring away. Such a precious item was of little use left here. It was better to bring it back to Kunlun Mountain. Haha, what a stroke of good fortune. Not only gaining an excellent disciple, but also acquiring a magnificent treasure. How delightful. Tongtian let out a long howl towards the heavens, exuberantly expressing his elation. Both Laozi and Yuan sure wore expressions of joy. Soon after, the 3 purities summoned clouds to carry Feng Xuan back to Kunlun Mountain, the true sanctum of the 3 purities. The location where he had previously fallen was merely the periphery. Before them stood a magnificent palace, crafted entirely from primordial white jade, suffused with an ethereal aura. Hanging above the palace was a plaque of purple gold inscribed with the words Yushu Palace. Disciple, you shall cultivate here in the future. You may choose any location you desire, Laozi said kindly. Feng Xuan responded, feeling an invigorating current surging through his body, deepening his comprehension of the Tao. Truly, it is the foremost immortal mountain of the primordial era. Upon entering the Jade Void Palace alongside the three purities, the three settled upon the three highest mats. Disciple. We shall enter seclusion to cultivate. You too should devote yourself to your training. We shall expound the Tao to you upon our emergence. Understood. Feng Xuan departed from the Yusu Palace, seeking a picturesque mountain, slightly inferior only to the central peak, to establish his future sanctuary. He named it Little Shifeng, for he believed that a modest title would safeguard him from the burdens of karma that might arise from ostentation. In this enchanting environment, where ethereal mists danced gracefully, a sense of tranquility gradually enveloped his heart. In a modern world laden with pressure, finding himself in the primordial realm, bolstered by three formidable allies, he felt an immense sense of relief. It was almost as if he could thrive effortlessly. He yearned for a life of simplicity, awaiting the day when his masters would achieve the status of quasi-saint or saint, so that he might bask in the shade of the great tree. It would be even more delightful to seek out a few celestial beings as companions on this journey. With these thoughts in mind, Feng Xuan settled into a meditative posture, absorbing the cultivation techniques imparted by his three masters. While enjoying the shade of the great tree was indeed appealing, he understood that his own strength must not be lacking. Although he possessed a superior innate divine foundation, he lacked the extensive cultivation accumulation of those truly innate divine beings, limiting his transformation to the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. From the Tao comes one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. As the ethereal energies of the universe converged around him, he initiated the Taishang celestial art, achieving a remarkable breakthrough within merely 3 millennia. Ascending into the realm of the golden immortal, he had crossed the threshold of immortality. It is worth noting that his extraordinary comprehension was indeed quite advantageous. Despite his initial ignorance, he effortlessly grasped the profound mysteries of the Taishang celestial art. However, he did not succumb to complacency, for being a golden immortal merely signifies the absence of worries regarding lifespan. Yet one could still be vanquished, leading to the obliteration of both body and soul. Only those who reach the Great Luo possess the true qualification for immortality, unless a sage intervenes or one possesses a unique spiritual treasure. Even a quasi-sage cannot genuinely extinguish a Great Luo's existence. With unwavering determination, he diligently honed his cultivation techniques, advancing to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm over the course of 10 millennia. It was only then that he awakened. It was not due to a lack of desire to continue his practice, but rather a sense of fatigue. The relentless pursuit of cultivation had become rather monotonous, and he sensed a deceleration in his progress. Instead, he yearned to engage in alternative pursuits, to refine his spirit and contemplate the grand principles of the cosmos, perhaps even to attain enlightenment and ascend to sagehood in a single moment of clarity. Fortuitously, he found an opportunity to examine the innate gourd he had previously acquired. Feng Xuan retrieved the enigmatic purple-green innate gourd. This gourd, shrouded in mystery, had remained hidden ever since it was taken by Hongjun, with no trace of it appearing even after the 3 sermons and the subsequent distribution of treasures. Now, to his astonishment, it had been bestowed upon him by Hongjun, inviting him to examine it closely. Feng Xuan delicately touched the innate gourd, attuning himself to its capabilities. As he absorbed the information emanating from the gourd, enlightenment dawned upon him. This innate gourd possessed the extraordinary ability to nurture the world's spiritual treasures, enabling the enhancement of the treasures contained within it by 1 grade. The synergy with the Qian Kuan Ding was nothing short of exquisite. Yet, this was merely one of the gourd's remarkable functions. It also harbored the capacity to generate merit power, a relentless machine of virtue. Traditionally, merit could only be accrued through actions beneficial to the primordial world. Yet this innate gourd defied such a principle, continuously producing and storing merit. It was no wonder that Hongjun Daozu chose to keep this gourd for himself. Who would not cherish the ability to generate merit out of thin air? Moreover, it bore the monumental consequence of having obliterated the Western spiritual veins, rendering it a burden of an entire generation. Such a debt could only be repaid with an immense amount of merit, beyond its unparalleled ability to conjure merit. This innate gourd's final capability lay in its power to store the essence of incense offerings, cleansing the worldly thoughts entwined within them. The divine path thrives on the incense offerings of myriad spirits, forming the essence of true faith. However, the greatest drawback lies in the worldly distractions that can disrupt the divine's tranquility and hinder breakthroughs in their realm. Therefore, this innate gourd is truly a treasure for the divine path. With 3 formidable abilities converged within, it is no wonder that Hongjun chose to safeguard it. Feng Xuan skillfully employed the jade clear refining technique imparted by his second master to forge the innate gourd, transforming it into his exclusive possession. Over the course of several millennia, Feng Xuan delved into the profound teachings of the Supreme Clarity Alchemy, the Jade Clear Refining Art, and the Upper Clarity Array Path residing within his mind. With an extraordinary innate comprehension, he adeptly synthesized these three disparate paths into a cohesive understanding, merely awaiting the opportunity for practical application. At this moment, an astonishing aura erupted from the summit of Kunlun Mountain, heralding the return of the three pure ones from their seclusion. The disciples reverently bowed before their master, second master, and third master. Feng Xuan promptly arrived at the grand entrance of the Yushu Palace to pay his respects. Haha, during this period of seclusion, we have fully comprehended the teachings of the Tao Ancestor. Not only have we refined our previous realms, but we have also ascended to the mid-stage of Deluo. Now, let us impart our insights to you and assist you in achieving your own breakthrough. The three were preparing to convey their wisdom to Feng Xuan. But upon sensing his aura, their eyes widened in astonishment. Disciple, have you attained a breakthrough? They had yet to share their teachings, and Feng Xuan had already advanced. Feng Xuan respectfully responded, Indeed, I have lived up to the expectations of my masters. I have successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. This truly reflects the prowess of my esteemed disciple from the primordial beginning. He is remarkable. Subsequently, the three began to delve into each other's respective areas of expertise in the Tao. Little did they know, their inquiries would yield astonishing revelations. Feng Xuan adeptly answered all questions, exuding an air of mastery. The expressions of the three pure ones were intricate, filled with a myriad of emotions. This was no mere disciple they had acquired. It was a treasure. His future achievements would surely rival their own. Ahem. Given that my disciple possesses such remarkable talent, let us journey together to the Purple Cloud Palace to glean wisdom. With a sweeping gesture, the elder led Feng Xuan towards the outer realms of the 33 heavens. As they soared through the skies, Feng Xuan gazed down upon the vast expanse of the primordial earth, feeling overwhelmed by its enormity. Even with his celestial golden immortal vision, he could not discern its boundaries. Countless extraordinary beings thrived and battled upon the land, where every moment witnessed the collapse of earth, the shattering of mountains, and the extinction of life. The brutal laws of nature brought suffering to all sentient beings. Yet, in the grand scheme of the primordial world, this was but a mere scratch upon the surface, perhaps even less than that. Such a vast primordial realm promised to be exhilarating. Before long, the four traversed the barriers of existence and entered the realm of chaos. Here, they were enveloped by relentless chaotic winds that consumed flesh and bone, dissolving the very essence of souls. Only those of the great Luo golden immortal rank could tread here, and only with innate defensive treasures could one navigate through. Above them stood the resplendent tower of heaven and earth, unwavering against the tumultuous chaos surrounding it. After an extended period, Feng Xuan caught sight of an extraordinary palace, suffused with celestial energy and resonating with the rhythm of Tao, floating amidst the chaos, ethereal and supreme. The four hastened their pace, arriving at the palace's exterior, where numerous beings awaited. Feng Xuan, my dear brother, you have also come. A familiar, melodious voice rang out. Turning, Feng Xuan beheld Nuwa and Fushi approaching, side by side. Nuwa, with her radiant eyes and flawless smile, was resplendent. Yes, my masters brought me here, he replied. Feng Xuan responded with courtesy. At that moment, Nuwa also noticed his current state, and a trace of astonishment appeared on her exquisite face. Your cultivation has transcended. In just a mere 10,000 years, you have ascended through several realms. Such innate talent is truly extraordinary. Indeed, he is our treasured disciple. Yuan sure felt a surge of delight as he observed the astonished expressions on the faces of the two. His dear pupil had brought him immense pride, and he was utterly elated. The onlookers grew curious as they witnessed the amiable exchange between the three pure ones and Yuan. How had their relationship blossomed so remarkably? And who was that feeble individual? Could it be that all sorts of beings were now permitted entry into the Zhixiao Palace? However, they soon dismissed their thoughts, deciding it mattered little to them. Time swiftly passed, and two exquisitely sculpted disciples, one male and one female, emerged from the Zhixiao Palace. The time has come. You may enter, they announced, taking their positions beside the grand entrance to graciously welcome the crowd. Feng Xuan was brought into the grand hall by the three pure ones, and as he passed two individuals, he couldn't help but glance at them, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if they were akin to him. He yearned to draw closer to them. Haotian and Yaoqi, the two attendants of the Tao ancestor Hongjun, were originally chaos ensconced stones. In the future, after the fall of the demon court, They would be appointed by the Tao ancestor as the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, ruling over the myriad heavens together. At this moment, both Haotian and Yao Qi turned their gazes towards the back of Feng Xuan, their expressions filled with curiosity. Upon entering the Zixiao Palace, they beheld an elderly Taoist with an ethereal presence seated atop a meditation cushion in deep contemplation. Everyone quietly settled down in the designated area for the first discourse. Feng Xuan, however, was led by the three pure ones to a position behind them, close to the trio, without a cushion of his own. At this moment, Feng Xuan felt a twinge of anxiety. He was certain that the innate gourd he possessed was a gift from the Tao ancestor Hongjun, who must surely be aware of his existence. Yet, he wondered whether Hongjun was cognizant of his origins as a traveler from the modern world. Seeing the uncertainty in Feng Xuan's gaze, the three pure ones assumed it was his first visit to the Zixiao Palace and sought to reassure him, advising him to remain calm, for the Tao ancestor was benevolent. Meanwhile, the venerable Hongjun, seated upon the high dais, was enveloped in a haze of perplexity. How could he discern nothing at all? They were so close now. From the moment Feng Xuan arrived in the Hongwang world, Hongjun should have been aware of his presence. Initially, he thought Feng Xuan was an ordinary chaos stone, but subsequent events left him astounded. An ordinary chaos stone possessed the lineage of a mid-grade, innate divine being. An ordinary chaos stone had received the blessings of the Tao. An ordinary chaos stone could enhance its lineage after transformation. All signs indicated that this seemingly ordinary chaos stone was anything but. Thus, he began to probe into the origins of this stone, only to encounter a veil of chaos, rendering further insight impossible. However, the fact that it had received the blessings of the Tao indicated it was not an insignificant entity. He decided to bestow the precious innate gourd upon Feng Xuan, hoping to forge a benevolent connection. He had anticipated that upon arriving at the Zixiao Palace, his stronghold, he would unveil Feng Xuan's origins, but once again he was met with impenetrable chaos. This left him in a quandary, his thoughts swirling chaotically, until he finally reached a decision. The time for the discourse soon arrived, and Hongjun opened his eyes, surveying the assembly below. Upon noticing the visibly anxious Feng Xuan, he couldn't help but chuckle, recognizing the youthfulness in his demeanor. Why was there an additional person for this discourse? The members for the Zixiao Palace's teachings were 3,000, harmonizing with the number of the Tao firmly established from the outset. Hearing this, the three pure ones respectfully replied, "Tao ancestor, this is our shared disciple. He possesses remarkable talent and an extraordinary lineage. Thus we have brought him to partake in the teachings." Upon hearing this, Hongjun nodded slightly, and with a wave of his hand, conjured a new cushion on the right side of Taishang. "From now on, you shall sit here and must not move." The three pure ones beamed with joy at this development. The Tao ancestor was indeed valuing their disciple by granting him a separate cushion. Moreover, it is situated at the far right, indicating the profound significance attributed to it by the Tao ancestor. Thus, Feng Xuan, amidst the envious and jealous gazes of over 2,000 beings, took his place upon a new meditation cushion. How delightful it is to be spared from the cold, hard floor. Soon, Hongjun commenced his teachings. Every individual listened intently. The subject of this discourse was the path to breaking through the Great Luo and achieving the status of a saint. The Great Luo Golden Immortal, where the three flowers gather at the crown, attains the Great Luo fruit position, harmonizing past, present, and future into one, existing in eternal freedom and leisure. Mastering the laws of the Great Luo, with a single thought giving rise to the universe, and the true spirit remaining immortal. At that moment, the purple cloud palace was adorned with countless golden lotuses, and myriad miraculous phenomena emerged in succession, accompanied by celestial music. The profound principles of the Tao became vividly discernible, inviting contemplation. The audience was enraptured, swaying their heads, some gazing upwards, others reclining, all enveloped in an atmosphere imbued with ethereal energy, creating a scene that was undeniably surreal. Reminiscent of a grand gathering, Feng Xuan's spirit was profoundly shaken. At the commencement of the sermon, he was able to endure the discourse, but after a while, he succumbed to frustration, allowing the words to flow in one ear and out the other. The reason was simple. He could not comprehend a word of what Hongjun was articulating. The disparity in their realms was insurmountable. A mere golden immortal attempting to grasp the teachings of a great Luo true saint was akin to a first-grade student attempting to tackle advanced calculus. It was utterly incomprehensible. Even with an extraordinary innate understanding, he could merely transcribe the teachings verbatim, intending to contemplate them more deeply when his own realm had ascended to a comparable level. The sound of the Tao resonated continuously within the grand hall, and at that moment, Feng Xuan made a remarkable discovery. The magical power within him was operating autonomously. Engaging in self-cultivation. What a delightful surprise. Was this not the perfect opportunity for a well-deserved rest? While others labored tirelessly in their cultivation, he reveled in the fact that he needed to do nothing yet was cultivating effortlessly. How blissful. As Feng Xuan's spirit began to drift into a languorous slumber, he succumbed to the overwhelming urge to sleep. This peculiar behavior was soon noticed by Hongjun. Countless beings from all corners of the world yearned to enter his Zixiao palace to listen to his teachings. Many had perished, both body and spirit, due to the chaotic winds of the void, yet they bore no regrets. Yet here was Feng Xuan, audaciously dozing off in the midst of a sermon. However, upon observing the automatic flow of magical energy within Feng Xuan, Hongjun could not help but twitch his lips. This lad, let him be. At that moment, a gentle woman clad in a white gown stood behind Feng Xuan, her face etched with sorrow, as she faced the teachings of the Tao ancestor. She grasped only fragments of understanding, unable to delve deeper. The incompleteness of her primordial spirit left her with a vague comprehension of the celestial system expounded by Hongjun, rendering her incapable of cultivation. It was as if only one of her 9 orifices was open. During the first sermon, she and her 11 siblings had excitedly ventured to Zixiao Palace, only to find themselves bewildered, with her siblings soon succumbing to slumber. This time, having learned from their prior experience, they chose not to attend, unwilling to waste their time. Only she felt the teachings of the Tao ancestor were of utmost importance and could not be missed, hence she came alone. Yet, to her dismay, she once again found herself unable to comprehend. What shall I do? The woman murmured softly, her voice laced with grievance. Suddenly, Feng Xuan, who had been sleeping soundly, lost his balance and toppled backward. Seeing this, the woman rushed to catch him, gently resting his head upon her lap so he could rest comfortably. Gazing at Feng Xuan's youthful sleeping visage, she couldn't help but smile. He was just like her brothers, blissfully unaware and foolishly lost in slumber. Adjusting him into a more comfortable position, she resumed her efforts to grasp the esoteric teachings. Yet, a spark of surprise flickered in her eyes. It was as if an impossible miracle had occurred. She could understand, and it was strikingly clear. This was an experience she had never encountered before. As she felt the cool, tranquil aura emanating from her thigh, she realized it was Feng Xuan's influence, and a wave of gratitude surged within her. Tenderly, she cradled his head in her delicate hands, caressing him to ensure he slept soundly. Time flowed like a gentle stream, unmarked by the passage of epochs. 3,000 years swiftly elapsed. Hongjun's teachings had finally concluded, and the assembly awakened from their profound immersion, reflecting upon the treasures of wisdom they had garnered over the millennia. Just then, the rich innate spiritual energy of Zixiao Palace began to converge toward a singular point. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Who among them had such audacity to break through a realm within the confines of Zixiao Palace? As they turned their gaze toward the gathering energy, they felt as though they had squandered countless years. There lay Feng Xuan, peacefully asleep upon the legs of the ancestral deity, his Hutu. Yet his aura exuded an undeniable potency, hinting at a breakthrough. For the golden immortal to transcend was not a rare feat among the 3,000 guests in Zixiao Palace. Who among them was not a great Luo golden immortal? However, what they could not accept was that while they had to toil and endure hardships to achieve their breakthroughs, Feng Xuan had simply drifted into slumber and, in doing so, had transcended. Was there still a sense of cosmic justice? Was there still law upon the throne? Especially Di Jun and Tai Yi, with their murderous gazes fixed upon Feng Xuan, wished fervently to flay him alive and reduce him to ashes with the true fire of the sun. It was this little imp who had initially caused Niwa to intervene, mocking them while they endured a beating and lost 2 innate gourds in the process. They swore that this vendetta would not go unavenged. Kunlun felt similarly. Had it not been for Yuan Shi's remarks about beasts clad in fur and armor, born from the wet, he might not have fallen from his seat. Allowing Zhuan Ti to seize the opportunity, hatred extended even to Yuan Shi's disciples. His student truly possessed a unique character, managing to achieve breakthroughs even in slumber. I, like a benevolent father, gazed at Feng Xuan with a look of kindness and resignation. Ha ha, elder brother, third brother, this is indeed our promising disciple. A talent of celestial proportions. Yuan Shi became increasingly jubilant, declaring that breaking through while asleep was simply extraordinary. At this moment, Feng Xuan felt as if he were resting upon a soft and comfortable cushion, enveloped in a gentle fragrance that wafted around his nose. It was delightful, soothing his spirit. The innate spiritual energy within the hall rushed eagerly into his body. Golden Immortal, late stage. Golden Immortal, peak stage. The 5 energies rose within him, converging towards the source. Tai Golden Immortal achieved. Even as his realm transcended, it did not rouse Feng Xuan from his slumber. A sleep lasting a millennium. Awaken, awaken. At this juncture, Hutui, feeling the weight of so many gazes upon her, felt somewhat embarrassed and gently shook Feng Xuan. Who dares to disturb my beautiful dream? Feng Xuan reluctantly opened his eyes, only to find a gentle and exquisite woman gazing at him with a face full of embarrassment, while he lay across her lap. As he awoke, his vision was still clouded with sleep, and his consciousness remained hazy. He blurted out, "Fair lady, who are you, and how did you come to be in my home?" Hong Jun, unable to bear the scene any longer, discreetly channeled a cool stream of magical energy into Feng Xuan's body. The moment the energy coursed through him, Feng Xuan became instantly alert, rising to offer his sincerest apologies. "I apologize, esteemed friend, it was not my intention. My name is Hutu. You may simply call me Hutu. There is no need for you to apologize for what transpired earlier, as I too have benefited from your kindness." Hutu couldn't help but chuckle lightly at the flustered young man before her. Hutu. Feng Xuan was somewhat astonished, for the woman before him was none other than Hutu, the earth ancestor of the 12 ancestor witches. In the waning days of the war of witches and demons, she had transformed herself into the cycle of rebirth, bestowing the great virtue of allowing all beings in the primordial world to find their place in death. What could she possibly mean by saying she had borne my grace? At that moment, he suddenly felt a multitude of gazes fixated upon him, an unsettling chill creeping down his spine. Turning his head, he discovered that the eyes of the entire assembly were converging upon this very spot. Ah, it seems everyone is present. Feng Xuan found himself somewhat speechless. What was there to behold in merely taking a nap? His disciple had yet to arrive. Tongtian called out, shielding Feng Xuan behind him as he sensed 3 malevolent gazes directed their way. A perilous situation indeed. Now that the primordial chaos has settled, I seek to appoint the foremost male and female immortals to oversee the realm. I wonder who among you is willing to accept this formidable responsibility? At this moment, Hong Jun spoke with an unperturbed demeanor, yet his words reverberated through the crowd like a detonated bomb, leaving everyone astounded. Dao Ancestor, my brother and I are willing to shoulder this weighty duty. Di Jun and Tai Yi immediately stepped forward, brimming with confidence, convinced that the position of the foremost male immortal was theirs for the taking. I too am willing to bear this responsibility. A young Taoist emerged, adorned in an opulent purple robe, exuding an air of nobility. Feng Xuan discerned that this individual must be the Eastern Duke, the foremost male immortal of the day. Although the 3 had initiated the contest, no one else sought to compete thereafter. Those who wished to contend lacked the requisite strength, while those with power were disinclined to engage. As for the female immortals, figures such as Nuwa, Hutu, Zhuangmu, Changxi, and Shiha, all possessing the capability to vie for dominance, were rather reclusive and would certainly not volunteer for such a role. Ding. The system detected that Hong Jun was about to designate the male and female immortals of the highest rank. Please make the following choices. 1. Step forward and contend for the title of Male Immortal Leader. The Male Immortal Leader governs the male immortals of the vast wilderness, an opportunity not to be missed. Reward: a complete funeral dragon. 2. Step forward and assume the title of Female Immortal Leader. Young man, governing the female immortals entails managing countless celestial maidens. How intriguing. Reward: transformation of origin. 3. Remain inconspicuous, without strength. What right does one have to claim the title of male or female immortal leader? Reward: a superior innate spiritual treasure. The Star Essence Wheel. After carefully reviewing these 3 options, Feng Xuan felt a wave of darkness wash over him. What is this? He was no fool. The titles of male and female immortal leaders had always been a ruse. To bear such a heavy responsibility, one must possess the strength to command respect. Otherwise, even if appointed by Hong Jun, no one would willingly submit to another's authority. All were innate sanctities, great Luo golden immortals. Who would choose to be subjugated under someone else's control? Presently, there were already Di Jun and Tai stepping forward. Who knew what else lay ahead? Moreover, the second option, female immortal leader, transformation of origin into female, this was clearly not a viable choice. As a dignified young man of 7 feet, how could he possibly change his gender? System: I choose option 3. Feng Xuan silently made a choice in his heart. Congratulations, host, for selecting option 3. The exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the celestial wheel, has been dispatched. Feng Xuan beheld a spinning wheel floating within his primordial spirit, radiating ethereal starlight, with specks mirroring the constellations above. Fortunately, the system's mechanisms would shield any probing prior to his refining or utilization, alleviating his concerns of being seized by Hong Jun for dissection and study. At that moment, Hong Jun silently observed the fierce contention for the position of the foremost male immortal below, while also noting the quietude among the female immortals, leading him to a resolute decision. East King, as you are the embodiment of the primal essence of the first ray of utmost yang, I hereby appoint you as the foremost male immortal and bestow upon you the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed staff. I trust you shall govern wisely. Upon hearing these words, the tumult below fell instantly silent, and the East King, beaming with pride, cast a triumphant glance at Di Jun and Tai. I shall faithfully adhere to the edicts of the Tao ancestor. With the dragon-headed staff in hand, the East King felt invigorated and brimming with ambition, already scheming on how to dominate the vast expanse of the primordial realm. West Queen, as you are the embodiment of the primal essence of the first ray of utmost een, I hereby appoint you as the foremost female immortal and bestow upon you the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the pure color cloud banner, to govern the myriad female immortals across the cosmos. The West Queen, amidst the crowd, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Hong Jun's decree. Though reluctant, she had no choice but to acquiesce. I shall faithfully adhere to the edicts of the Tao ancestor. I hope you both shall handle your responsibilities impartially and manage the affairs of the myriad immortals in the primordial realm with diligence. With that, Hong Jun vanished from the Zixio Palace, marking the official conclusion of this discourse. Feng Xuan emerged from the Grand Hall under the watchful protection of the three Pure Ones. Upon exiting, he was instantly surrounded by a throng of sycophants drawn to the Eastern King and the Western Queen, all eager to flatter. These were individuals who sought to elevate themselves by associating with powerful figures, destined to become mere cannon fodder when the demon court ultimately overthrew the celestial court. The 3,000 guests of Zixi were not all sagacious, nor did they possess a profound understanding of the celestial order. The truly immortal beings, capable of enduring through the ages, observed with detached indifference, entirely disregarding the leading male and female deities. Esteemed friends of the three Pure Ones, he proclaimed, I wish to establish a celestial court to govern the matters of the primordial world. Might I inquire if the three of you would be willing to join my celestial court? I assure you, I shall reward you with esteemed positions. At this moment, the Eastern King realized that those who approached him were merely ordinary beings. If he desired his celestial court to firmly establish its roots within the primordial realm, he needed the support of genuinely formidable entities. The three Pure Ones, embodiments of the primordial Pangu's essence, represented an excellent choice. The trio was renowned throughout the primordial expanse, their prowess unparalleled. Most crucially, they were incarnations of the divine essence of the great Pangu. Their inclusion in his celestial court would undoubtedly attract a multitude of followers. Thus, he extended an invitation to them, confident that his position as the foremost male deity, as decreed by the Taoist ancestor, would compel them to heed his summons. However, while his intentions were noble, he lacked the requisite stature. Yuan Shi regarded the Eastern King with a cold gaze, while Tongtian remained taciturn. The absence of a dismissive begone was, in itself, a concession of respect. Embarrassed, the Eastern King turned away, nursing a bruised ego, and silently harbored resentment towards the four. Little did the Eastern King realize the grave peril that loomed over him. His ignorance was truly lamentable. Yuan Shi addressed the other three, having discerned the unfolding situation and comprehending the events yet to transpire. The Eastern King sought the allegiance of powerful figures like Zhen Yuanzi, only to be met with rejection. Di Jun and Tai observed him coldly, their expressions betraying disdain and murderous intent. Obstructing their path was tantamount to courting death. The three Pure Ones lingered not, traversing the chaos alongside Feng Xuan. Within the vast chaos, Feng Xuan contemplated the chaotic winds outside the protective Linglong Pagoda of heaven and earth. Could he perhaps cross the chaos in his physical form? Or could he refine his body using the chaotic winds? After all, his true essence was that of a chaos-stubborn stone, inherently born within the chaos itself. Master, I wish to attempt crossing the chaos, he expressed. Feng Xuan articulated his thoughts. Tongtian and Yuan Shi were about to voice their objections, but Laozi silenced them. Well, go ahead and give it a try. Laozi activated the heavenly, earthly, and mysterious yellow Linglong Tower, creating an opening for Feng Xuan to exit. My brother, I am merely a Tai golden immortal now. Is this truly wise? Yuanshi and Tongtian inquired with concern. Laozi, maintaining a stoic expression, replied with an air of nonchalance. Have you forgotten what my disciple's true essence is? Upon hearing this, Yuanshi and Tongtian suddenly comprehended the implication, a chaos primal stone encountering the chaotic gale? It was akin to a fish drowning in water. Was that even conceivable? Absolutely not. Without the protection of the heavenly, earthly, and mysterious yellow Linglong treasure tower. The moment Feng Xuan stepped into the chaos, he was enveloped by countless chaotic gales. These winds, capable of eroding flesh and dissolving the primordial spirit, inflicted no harm upon him whatsoever. He felt neither discomfort nor pain. Instead, he experienced a sense of comfort and familiarity as if he had returned home. A radiant, mysterious light emanated from his skin, a manifestation of the might of the chaos primal stone's skin. Consequently, the anticipated effects of body refinement were absent. Indeed, his true essence had long been battered by the chaotic gales for countless eons, rendering him immune. Understanding this, Feng Xuan accompanied the three pure ones back to Kunlun Mountain for seclusion. Before entering their meditation, the three pure ones cautioned him not to leave the confines of Kunlun, for he had drawn attention and was in danger. However, as long as he remained within the boundaries of Kunlun Mountain, no one would dare to touch him. Feng Xuan thus returned to his own sanctuary to cultivate. Time flowed like water, unmarked by the eons of the primordial chaos. 10,000 years swiftly passed, during which Feng Xuan stabilized his realm and advanced to the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. He had also refined 12 of the innate restrictions of the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Star Essence Wheel, granting him preliminary mastery over it. To his delight, the Star Essence Wheel possessed a full 36 innate restrictions, marking the pinnacle of top-grade innate spiritual treasures. The hierarchy of primordial treasures is categorized as follows: innate supreme treasures, 49 innate restrictions; supreme grade innate spiritual treasures, 37 to 48 innate restrictions; top-grade innate spiritual treasures, 25 to 36 innate restrictions; mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, 13 to 24 innate restrictions; low-grade innate spiritual treasures, 1 to 12 innate restrictions. Thus, it was evident that he had stumbled upon a treasure of immense value. At this very moment, Feng Xuan sensed an extraordinary aura and lifted his gaze toward the eastern reaches of the primordial chaos. By the decree of heaven Tao, I, Dong Wang Gong, appointed by the Tao ancestor as the leader of male immortals, hereby established the celestial court upon the Panlai Immortal Isle to better govern the myriad immortals of the primordial chaos. I shall assume the mantle of celestial emperor, beseeching the approval of heaven's Tao and the sacred ones. As his proclamation echoed, heaven's Tao responded, descending boundless virtue of the Tao. 50% merged into Dong Wanggong's being, 30% infused into the celestial court's destiny, and 20% flowed into the supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, the Dragonhead Staff. Heaven's Tao acknowledged the founding of the celestial court. This event immediately sent shockwaves throughout the primordial chaos. Countless beings who had been observing from the sidelines now flocked to join the celestial court, seeking its protection and sharing in its fortune. Dong Wanggong thus ascended to the zenith of his existence, an era of universal homage from all races. Ding. System detects Dong Wanggong's establishment of the celestial court. Host. Please choose 1. Join the celestial court and assume office. Given your strength and status, you would likely secure a high-ranking position. Reward, ambushed en route. Soul and spirit utterly annihilated. 2. Lay low. Have we not repeatedly cautioned you against leaving Kunlun? Be obedient. Stay put. Reward. Survival itself is the greatest reward. Feng Xuan. Is the system playing tricks on me? The system remained unresponsive. Feng Xuan, rendered speechless, chose option 2. In these times, even the system could no longer afford rewards. What is the purpose of a system that cannot provide incentives? After continuing to cultivate in solitude for several millennia without any elevation in his realm, Feng Xuan grew increasingly restless and began to wander the mountains. My master instructed me to patrol the mountains, he mused, traversing from the southern to the northern peaks while humming a whimsical tune. A clear indication of his deteriorating mental state. He could not fathom how his masters endured their prolonged seclusions lasting tens of thousands of years. It was enough to drive anyone to madness. Suddenly, Feng Xuan sensed a formidable presence approaching, rivaling that of his 3 masters, drawing near to the heart of Kunlun Mountain. Ding. The system detected the arrival of the Queen Mother of the West seeking assistance. It prompted the host to make a choice. Option 1. Do not assist the Queen Mother of the West. What kind of foolishness is this? Such an excellent opportunity before you, and you would squander it? Reward, Ironclad Male Badge. Option 2. Directly assist the Queen Mother of the West. A sycophant's end is never a good one. Reward, Sycophant Badge. Option 3. Indirectly assist the Queen Mother of the West. Dear Queen Mother, you would not wish to be continually troubled by the East King, would you? Reward, Superior Innate Spiritual Root Enlightenment Tree. Upon hearing the long-awaited electronic voice, Feng Xuan felt a surge of excitement. At last, something was happening. However, as he surveyed the 3 options and their respective rewards, he rolled his eyes in disdain. Male Badge, Sycophant Badge, and the third option reeked of triviality. Was he truly the kind of person to be categorized thus? System, I choose option 3. Once he made his selection, he activated the cloud setting technique from the Taiping Celestial Sutra and sped towards the direction of the Queen Mother. At that moment, in the core area of Kunlun Mountain, the portal was graced by the presence of the Queen Mother of the West, acknowledged as the foremost among female immortals by Hongjun, softly calling out, "Can the 3 purities come forth for a meeting? I have urgent matters to discuss." Instead of the 3 purities, it was Feng Xuan, soaring in on the clouds, who arrived at great speed. "You are a disciple of the 3 purities. Could you kindly request them to come forth?" The Queen Mother felt a twinge of disappointment upon seeing Feng Xuan, realizing that her matters were beyond the resolution of a mere Tai golden immortal. "My masters are currently in seclusion. As of now, I am the only one present at Kunlun Mountain. If there is something you wish to discuss, you may speak with me." Feng Xuan responded calmly, neither submissive nor arrogant. Upon entering the Purple Cloud Palace, although he was a disciple of the 3 pure ones, he could also be regarded as a peer among the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud, thus allowing for the use of the term fellow Taoist. Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West hesitated for a moment before revealing her intentions. It turned out that ever since the Tao ancestor Hongjun had designated the Eastern King as the foremost male immortal, he had become increasingly audacious, disregarding all rules. After establishing the heavenly court, he aspired to unify the vast wilderness. He sought to govern both the celestial and terrestrial realms, overseeing both men and women. Consequently, he set his sights on the Queen Mother of the West, wishing to form a Tao partnership with her, thereby securing authority over both male and female immortals within the heavenly court. This would enable him to fulfill his grand ambitions. However, the Queen Mother of the West had no desire for such a union. She yearned to cultivate in her own secluded world, tending to her flowers and herbs, concocting elixirs, and had no intention of entangling herself in this chaotic affair. Moreover, she held no affection for the Eastern King and was unwilling to join the heavenly court. The Eastern King persistently troubled her at her door, and though she could neither best him in combat nor outmaneuver him in words, she could only seek assistance from her neighbor. Although the western Kunlun was somewhat distant, it still lay within the realm of Kunlun Mountain, and surely her fellow Taoists of the 3 pure ones would lend her aid. "I truly wish to cultivate steadily and live my life in peace, without becoming embroiled in the disputes of the vast wilderness." Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Was it possible that the Queen Mother of the West was indeed the true child of destiny, a survivor of the Tao? Who was the protagonist here, she or he? Nevertheless, he had already conceived a solution to her predicament. Since his masters had declared that the central region of Kunlun Mountain was safe, why not have the Queen Mother relocate nearby? In doing so, no matter how audacious the Eastern King became, he would not dare to encroach upon her. With this thought, Feng Xuan spoke directly. "Ahem, dear Taoist Queen Mother, I have a solution." Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West looked at him with the desperation of one clutching a lifeline. Her fair face bore an expression of vulnerability, her bright eyes glimmering, evoking a sense of pity. However, Feng Xuan was not swayed by her act. This woman, who had just regarded him with disdain, now wore such a pitiful guise. Her ability to change her demeanor was remarkable. "Dear Taoist Queen Mother, you must understand that in this world, assistance does not come without a price." "What do you mean?" The Queen Mother's countenance shifted slightly, a sense of foreboding rising within her. "Dear Taoist Queen Mother, surely you do not wish to be constantly troubled by the Eastern King, nor do you desire to endure a life of daily disturbances." Feng Xuan spoke softly, a mischievous smile adorning his youthful and handsome face, his voice reaching the ears of the Queen Mother of the West like a devil's whisper. "What is it that you desire?" she inquired, gritting her teeth, suppressing the urge to slap him into silence. "I wish for you to owe me a significant karmic debt." "Impossible!" the Queen Mother of the West exclaimed, her countenance etched with refusal. "In the primordial chaos, one could not casually incur karmic debts, let alone a significant one. Hence her momentary loss of composure. Then so be it. I shall take my leave. Feng Xuan, without a glance back, turned to leave, devoid of any lingering attachment. As his figure receded into the distance, the Queen Mother of the West felt a surge of urgency and could no longer restrain herself, exclaiming, "Wait. I promise you." In an instant, with a swift whoosh, Feng Xuan appeared before her, disregarding her astonished expression as he commenced his plans. "Very well, let me share my strategy with you. Simply relocate your Taoist sanctuary here." Feng Xuan pointed towards a picturesque valley near the heart of Kunlun Mountain, a place abundant in innate spiritual energy and breathtaking scenery. Renowned even in the primordial era, the Western Queen Mother already resided within the confines of Kunlun. Relocating her slightly closer should pose no significant issue. And surely the masters would understand. Can you take charge of this matter? The Western Queen Mother hesitated, acknowledging that this approach indeed held merit. As residing adjacent to the three pure ones would undoubtedly alleviate many complications. Yet, could a mere disciple truly wield such authority? Rest assured. I guarantee there will be no problems. Feng Xuan resolutely patted his chest, making a solemn promise. Very well, I shall have you accompany me back. The Western Queen Mother, with a woeful expression in her beautiful eyes, felt increasingly disheartened as Feng Xuan's elation grew. Throughout her existence, she had meticulously treaded carefully, never entangling herself with anyone. Yet today, she had unwittingly found herself entangled in a significant karmic bond. How she longed to weep. Afterwards, the two of them proceeded to her Taoist sanctuary, the Jade Void Palace. At that moment, a shimmering screen floated before the three pure ones, portraying the silhouettes of Feng Xuan and the Western Queen Mother. Upon hearing their names called by the Western Queen Mother, they stirred awake, but since her disciple had arrived, they decided to let him handle the matters at hand. To their surprise, there lay an unexpected delight ahead. The three of them wore expressions of joy, akin to watching their own child tenderly tending to a cabbage. I see that the Western Queen Mother understands the times and knows when to advance and retreat. Quite commendable, remarked Yuan Shi. I concur, echoed Tongtian. Everything has its destined timing and laws. Let nature take its course, Laozi said lightly, subsequently closing his eyes. The Western Queen Mother led Feng Xuan to her sanctuary, which, unlike many others, was born from a small world formed at the dawn of creation. All her possessions resided within this small world. Thus she only needed to gather it up. In no time, she had completed her preparations, and the two were ready to return. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the horizon, accompanied by a lascivious and boisterous voice. Where does my Taoist friend wish to go? Have you given any thought to my previous proposition? They halted in their tracks. The Western Queen Mother's face contorting with disdain. The individual was none other than the Eastern King. It is none of your concern. Also, abandon that line of thought. How can it not concern me? I sincerely invite you to join my celestial court and jointly rule over the primordial chaos. As the Eastern King spoke, he could not help but burst into uproarious laughter. For him, not only did he desire the authority she wielded, but he also coveted her very essence. The Western Queen Mother, with her exquisite beauty and remarkable grace, complemented his own innate qualities, rendering her worthy of being his empress. Surely he must be a fool, lost in his own ridiculous mirth. Feng Xuan contemplated. Subsequently, as Dong Wanggong calmed his emotions, he noticed that the small world that had once existed here was no longer visible, and an understanding dawned upon him regarding the unfolding events. His gaze grew increasingly fierce. Shi Wangmu, you must accompany me today. Without hesitation, Dong Wanggong swiftly initiated an attempt to capture Shi Wangmu. Over the millennia, he had successfully persuaded many to join his celestial court, acquiring numerous innate spiritual items. Coupled with the merits awarded by the heavenly path from his previous establishment of the celestial court, his strength had ascended to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, surpassing Shi Wangmu by a whole realm, rendering her unable to resist. As for Feng Xuan, he regarded him with disdain, merely seeing him as a fortunate little ghost. Once he unified the vast wilderness, he would undoubtedly avenge the humiliation inflicted upon him by the three purities. At that time, this little ghost would not escape retribution. Ding. Detection of Dong Wanggong's disregard for the host's existence. Please make the following choice. 1. Allow Shi Wangmu to be captured. You truly are not a person if you do not assist a future beautiful neighbor. Reward, 1 timid turtle. Faced with the options, Feng Xuan immediately chose the second. While he might endure outside, this was Kunlun Mountain. To remain passive at his own doorstep was simply intolerable. My friend, have you forgotten about me? Feng Xuan exuding an aura of dominance, met the palm of Dong Wang Gong with his own, unleashing an immense gust of wind that rustled the trees for countless miles. The earth itself yielded to the force, creating a seemingly bottomless pit. How could this be? Dong Wang Gong's pupils constricted in disbelief. He could not fathom that a mere Tai golden immortal could withstand his assault. Furthermore, a slight numbness coursed through his hand, as though he had encountered an indestructible entity. At this moment, Feng Xuan remained unfazed, for his ability to traverse the chaos signified that his physical prowess had ascended to the Great Luo realm. Faced with the late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal, Dong Wang Gong, he could not claim victory, yet he harbored no fear. A different approach, indeed. Allow me to demonstrate what it means to be an emperor of the celestial court. Having failed in his initial strike, Dong Wang Gong swiftly produced the treasured dragon-headed staff bestowed by Hongjun Laozu, now imbued with the subtle might of heavenly merit. The staff descended upon him with an unstoppable force. In a moment of desperation, Shi Wangmu's eyes widened in alarm as she summoned the Cloud Realm banner to shield Feng Xuan. Yet, Dong Wang Gong had anticipated this move, deploying one of his innate treasures, the pure Yang sword, to intercept the banner. You shall find no salvation now. Despite facing a strike infused with Dong Wang Gong's full power, Feng Xuan remained calm, settling into a meditative posture, adjusting his breath before bellowing, "Master, save me. Your disciple is in peril." His thunderous cry reverberated through the surroundings, swiftly echoing across the entire Kunlun Mountain region. In that instant, a mystical yellow and black pagoda materialized above Feng Xuan's head, the heavenly merit treasure, the earthly yellow Linglong Pagoda. As the dragon-headed staff collided with the pagoda, it was sent flying for millions of miles, firmly embedding itself in a mountain, while the pagoda stood resolute and unmoving. This was the manifestation of being invincible from above, an innate supremacy. Dare to bully my esteemed disciple? You seek death. Concurrently, a brilliant green longsword soared from afar, the pure yang sword known as Qingping. It surged forth, imbued with pure sword intent, threatening to annihilate all in its path. Dong Wang Gong, unable to evade in time, was pierced through, sustaining severe injuries. Those who are ignorant of the heavenly order, be gone. A look of terror gripped Dong Wang Gong as he recalled his dragon-headed staff and staggered away, fleeing into the distance. He had not anticipated that even after breaking through to the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, he would be so easily vanquished from afar by the three pure ones. Let us depart, Taoist friend Shi Wangmu. Feng Xuan strolled over with an impassive demeanor. The Queen Mother of the West replied softly, her perception of Feng Xuan transforming. She could no longer underestimate him. After all, withstanding the attack from the Eastern King demonstrated his remarkable prowess. Simultaneously, a peculiar curiosity towards Feng Xuan began to blossom within her. Throughout their journey, the two remained silent. Yet within Feng Xuan's heart, exhilaration surged. For the first time, since traversing into the primordial world, this was his inaugural encounter in combat. Although he had not fought, he also had not been defeated. However, this only rendered him more cautious. The notion that the primordial realm was filled with treasures was a mere fabrication. It was fraught with dangers instead. The mere presence of the Eastern King had nearly overwhelmed him. Had it not been for the assistance of his masters in Kunlun Mountain, he might have sustained serious injury. Before long, they arrived at the heart of Kunlun Mountain, where the Queen Mother of the West settled into the location Feng Xuan had indicated. Feng Xuan, without a glance back, returned to his own sanctuary. Congratulations to the host for selecting option 3. The reward of a high-grade innate spiritual root and the tree of enlightenment has been issued. Congratulations to the host for selecting option 2. The reward of embodying oneself as a vessel for the Tao has also been dispensed. Both rewards have been successfully delivered. Feng Xuan did not pay heed to the first matter, the Tao enlightenment tree. Its name alone suggested its profound utility. He casually planted it in his own sacred ground. Subsequently, he focused his attention on the technique of forging artifacts with one's own body. This method, which involves transforming oneself into a vessel, allows one to absorb the treasures of heaven and earth, culminating in the attainment of an unparalleled form. It was remarkably suited to him. His true essence was an indestructible chaotic stone, inherently possessing formidable defenses. Acquiring this technique would undoubtedly enhance his capabilities further. He could absorb the energies of the profound yellow, the primordial chaos, the innate golden essence, and the chaotic stone itself. If he were to master this to its fullest extent, would he not achieve a level of defense so formidable that even innate treasures could not breach his barrier? With this thought in mind, he swiftly made his way to a location near the Jade Void Palace. Previously, he had discovered exceptionally high-quality, innate white jade here, an excellent material for forging artifacts. It seemed likely that his second master had sourced materials from this very place in the past. Feng Xuan gazed at the jade mountain before him. Emanating a radiant white light, his heart brimming with excitement, he promptly produced the star essence wheel and carved out a substantial piece from the mountain. As he channeled his own mystical energy, he began to consume the primordial white jade using the method of refining tools with his own body. Time flowed like water, and the primordial chaos knew no years. A millennium swiftly passed, and Feng Xuan completely refined the large piece of primordial white jade, acquiring a newfound grace and warmth within himself. Ready to transform into his true form, he would discover that the originally dark chaotic stone was now interwoven with streaks of white jade. Alas, this pace is far too slow. Feng Xuan gazed at the vacant expanse before him, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, his eyes fixed upon the resplendent white jade mountain, and an idea blossomed in his mind. Why not refine this white jade mountain directly? Without hesitation, he embraced the summit and commenced the refining process. The white jade mountain gradually diminished beneath him, creating the illusion to outsiders that he was gnawing at the mountain itself. That Eastern Prince's offspring is infuriating. Lord Dijun roared in a magnificent palace upon the Sunstar, possessing the supreme destiny of the 99. He was destined to dominate the heavens and could not be suppressed by others. Brother, do not be so enraged. I believe that Eastern Prince won't last much longer. No true power from the primordial chaos has entered his celestial court, consoled Tai. I cannot swallow this indignation. In terms of strength, lineage, and fortune, how can that Eastern Prince compare to me? The Tao ancestor has absurdly declared him the foremost male immortal to govern the primordial universe, and I refuse to accept this. Dijun's fury intensified as he surveyed the Sun Palace. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and a bold thought arose. If he establishes a celestial court, then we shall establish a demon court, with the Sunstar as our core and the ancient starry skies as our foundation, unifying the primordial world. As he spoke, Dijun's eyes gleamed with increasing brightness, convinced of the feasibility of his plan. After contemplation, Tai too found it plausible, as he bore the innate treasure. The chaos spell, believing no one in the primordial realm could rival him aside from his brother, Dijun. Thus, the two began to deliberate the establishment of the demon court. Within the Jade Void Palace, tranquility reigned supreme. The three pure ones simultaneously opened their eyes, radiant divine light shooting forth as their immense power surged, having reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. I wonder how my disciple is faring. Let us go and see. Laozi spoke first, his tone steady yet laced with concern. Yuan Shi and Tongtian nodded in agreement. Thus, the three pure ones transformed into three streams of light and swiftly departed the Jade Void Palace, following the distinct aura emanating from Feng Xuan. Upon their arrival, they were left utterly stunned. Ah, what is this? Tongtian gasped, his mouth agape in disbelief. He recalled this place as a towering, magnificent primordial white jade mountain, which now stood reduced to merely a small hillock. My mountain, Yuan Shi lamented, pounding his chest in anguish, crying out in despair. This mountain was among his most cherished treasures, containing an abundance of invaluable primordial white jade, essential for crafting his magical artifacts. And now, only this scant remnant remained? Hic! Master, you have arrived, he exclaimed, hiccuping in distress. Feng Xuan, upon hearing the voice of the three pure ones, turned around with a dazed expression, his face radiating a sense of blissful intoxication. The act of devouring this innate white jade seemed akin to an addiction. The more he consumed, the more he found himself unable to stop, ascending further into a state of ethereal rapture. Even though the effects had ceased to enhance his abilities, he remained unable to resist. It appeared he was somewhat unwell. Awaken! A resounding celestial voice reverberated in Feng Xuan's ears, jolting him from his stupor. Upon seeing his three masters arrive, he promptly stepped forward to pay his respects. Disciple greets the esteemed masters. However, he soon noticed a hint of sorrow etched upon the face of his second master, prompting his curiosity. What brings you here? Tongtian inquired with intrigue. In response to Master San, I have comprehended a method of absorbing celestial materials and earthly treasures to enhance my own abilities. Thus, I have taken a mere fraction of the innate white jade. A mere fraction? I dare say it amounts to billions, Yuan Shi replied, his tone laden with a sense of lamentation and resignation. Feng Xuan then realized that the once magnificent pre-heaven white jade mountain had now been reduced to merely a protruding hill. He had devoured it entirely. Aha! Observing Feng Xian's feigned ignorance, the Primordial One chose to remain silent. Since the pre-heaven white jade was nearly depleted, it would suffice to seek it out again at a later time. The three Pure Ones subsequently assessed Feng Xian, finding him diligent in his cultivation, which brought forth expressions of satisfaction and delight upon their faces. Seizing the opportunity, the trio engaged in discourse, elucidating the paths of the profound immortal, golden immortal, and Tai golden immortal to him. The atmosphere in Kunlun Mountain was instantly filled with harmonious sounds of teachings. Before long, a millennium had elapsed, and the discourse came to an abrupt end. With the assistance of the three Pure Ones, Feng Xian's cultivation became even more solid and hinted at the potential for a breakthrough. However, there was no time for further cultivation. As the third lecture was about to commence, the three Pure Ones led Feng Xian towards the chaos. Upon exiting, they encountered the West Queen Mother, who was also en route to attend the teachings. Thus, the five of them journeyed together towards the chaos beyond the heavens. Along the way, the West Queen Mother's captivating gaze frequently swept over Feng Xian, as if she were trying to discern something. "What are you staring at?" Feng Xian wore a perplexed expression. "No, it's nothing," the Queen Mother of the West said, her gaze evasive and her cheeks flushed, as she turned her head away in a haughty manner, choosing to remain silent. Soon, the five of them arrived at the entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace. As soon as they landed, Feng Xian felt a sinister gaze fixated upon him. It was undoubtedly that arrogant fellow, the East King. It appeared that his injuries had nearly healed, allowing him to walk without a limp. However, his strength had not significantly improved. He remained at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. After a millennium of stagnation, he must surely harbor intense hatred towards Feng Xian, plotting his revenge. Yet, the current Feng Xian was unafraid of him, having absorbed a significant portion of the primal White Jade Mountain. His physical prowess had reached the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, easily surpassing this fragile foe by an entire realm. I may err countless times, but you can afford to make but a single mistake. Moreover, he was adept in both magical and physical cultivation. Nonetheless, one must concede that he might no longer have the opportunity to deal with the East King. Feng Xian had already observed Di Jun and Tai Yi enticing the formidable demon entities outside the Zixiao Palace, Kuanpeng, Baizhe, Guiche, and Jiuying. It seemed that the demon court was on the verge of establishment. It appeared that the Eastern King could not last much longer, as the demon court was poised to extinguish the celestial court first. In that grand battle, the Eastern King was directly vanquished, his soul scattered, ultimately reincarnating. Let the conflict commence. He harbored grievances against both factions. After a prolonged wait, Hao Yin and Yao Qi emerged from the Zixiao Palace, opening the grand doors and cheerfully announcing, "The Tao ancestor has been awaiting your presence for some time. Please, enter." As Feng Xian passed by them again, a flicker of desire welled up within him. How fragrant! It must be delectable. Yet, he suppressed his inner cravings. Had they not attained sentience, perhaps it would have been a different matter, but they were now living beings. He could take lives, but he would never partake in cannibalism. Stepping into the Zixiao Palace, he realized that this would be the final sermon delivered by the Tao ancestor Hongjun. This occasion would also witness the distribution of the primordial purple energy, establishing the six saints of heaven and igniting the cataclysmic wars of the primordial era. Feng Xian is not particularly concerned with the primordial purple energy. Does becoming a saint of the heavenly Tao bring joy? He does not believe so. The attainment of the heavenly Tao saint status is not only a symbol of strength but also a significant responsibility, one that entails the duty of safeguarding the vast wilderness. Is it not more delightful to be the elder brother of the three teachings, with masters above him providing protection and junior disciples handling the affairs within the sect? He could simply recline in contentment. His current preoccupation lies with the overlooked treasure known as the dividing treasure cliff. This treasure, surely not of low rank, must at the very least be on par with his own essence. Should he swallow it, his defensive capabilities would undoubtedly ascend to a higher echelon. Feng Xian had already envisioned a future where he would strike Tai Yi with his fists and kick Dong Wang Gong, traversing the vast expanse of the primordial land. Feng Xian, dear brother, what are you pondering? A melodious female voice interrupted his reverie as Niwa gazed curiously at the foolish grin adorning Feng Xian's face. In nothing at all. Feng Xian swiftly leaped towards his dedicated mat, feeling utterly embarrassed. Feng Xian, my friend, I trust you are well. At that moment, a gentle feminine voice resonated from behind. Turning around, Feng Xian beheld none other than the ancestral witch, Hutu. Hutu, my friend, I trust you are well. Feng Xian courteously responded. With the seating of Hongjun Laozu, the third sermon officially commenced. Feng Xuan continued to perform normally, but after listening for several years, he began to drift into slumber. Despite the myriad of extraordinary phenomena, countless rhythms could not tether his heart, which yearned for beautiful dreams. Hutu, sensing this, gently embraced him once more, allowing him to rest against her leg. Time flowed like water, and the primal chaos did not mark the years. 2,000 years swiftly passed, and the path to quasi-sainthood had been thoroughly elucidated. Hongjun was prepared to expound upon the method of achieving sanctity. Observing Feng Xuan in his peaceful slumber, he subtly employed a technique to rouse him. There were 3 paths to sanctity. Upon hearing this, all present fixated their attention on the venerable figure of Hongjun Daozu atop the platform, holding their breaths in fear of missing a single word. Why did they seek the teachings? Simply to become saints and stand at the pinnacle of the primordial realm. Was this moment finally at hand? The first method was the 3 corpses verification method, wherein one utilized innate spiritual treasures to sever one's own good corpse, evil corpse, and self-corpse, ultimately merging the 3 into one to attain the fruit of a saint. Upon hearing this, the assembly resolved to embark on a treasure-seeking expedition in the primordial wilderness after the discourse. For even the 3,000 guests of Zixi would find it challenging to procure 3 innate spiritual treasures. The second method was the merit verification method, which involved shaping a golden body of merit through boundless virtue, breaking free from the shackles of quasi-sainthood, and attaining the fruit of a saint. At this revelation, Dijun, Tai Yi, Shi He, and Chang Shi's eyes sparkled with brightness, yet soon returned to a state of calm. They accrued merit with every passing moment. As the sun rose, it garnered merit, and as the moon ascended, it too gathered merit. However, such meager merit was insufficient for their current needs, barely enough to elevate their realms, falling short of the boundless merit required. The third method was the law verification, where one could cultivate one or multiple great laws to their utmost peak, thus proving their path and achieving the status of a Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian, equating them with saints but lacking the saintly fruit. A path that was no longer viable in the current environment. The first 2 paths necessitated the presence of primordial purple energy to attain sanctity, while the last one did not. After expounding upon these 3 paths, Hongjun fell into silence, allowing them to ponder. The assembly below were furrowed brows, contemplating the merits and demerits of the 3 methods to sanctity. A voice inquired, "Might I ask which method Daozu employed to achieve sanctity?" The East King gazed intently at Hongjun Daozu, his heart brimming with desire. He yearned to become a saint. "I achieved sanctity through the 3 corpses verification method, which is the most fitting path for the primordial world," Hongjun replied calmly. "And where might one find the primordial purple energy?" The East King pressed on. Hongjun chuckled inwardly, pleased to finally address the crux of the matter. "The heavenly Tao has its ordained numbers, with 8 positions of saintly fruit. I occupy 1. And the remaining 6 should be my disciples." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Dijun, Tai Yi, and the East King immediately cried out, "Please, Daozu, show mercy and take me as your disciple." The others followed suit, fervently echoing, "Please, Daozu, show mercy and take me as your disciple." Feng Xuan, initially eager to exclaim in response to the infectious enthusiasm of the crowd, suddenly recalled his current status as a disciple of the 3 purities, which rendered him a grand disciple of Hongjun. Witnessing the tumult, Hongjun's divine presence surged forth, enveloping the hall with an overwhelming aura that plunged all into a frigid silence. He then surveyed the assembly and spoke in a measured tone. "Taishang Laozi, you are the embodiment of the primordial spirit of Pangu, endowed with the merits of creation. Do you wish to become my foremost disciple?" Upon hearing this, Laozi's expression brightened, and he bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master. Yuqing Yuanshi and Shangqing Tongtian. You 2 are incarnations of Pangu's primordial spirit, possessing great merits. Are you willing to be my 2nd and 3rd disciples?" "Thank you, Master." Both Yuanshi and Tongtian promptly bowed in acknowledgement. Subsequently, with a casual wave of his hand, 3 divine treasures descended into the hands of the trio. "Laozi, as my foremost disciple, I bestow upon you this innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, born from the primordial treasure, the heaven-opening axe. It possesses the power to harmonize yin and yang, to reshape the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind, and can also be employed to subdue the flow of fate. Yuanshi, as my 2nd disciple, I grant you this innate treasure, the Panga banner, also derived from the primordial treasure, the Pangu axe. This banner wields the might to rend the chaos of the primordial void, shatter the fabric of time and space, and master the profound truths of myriad laws. Capable of forging and governing the cosmos, it is a supreme weapon of destruction, to be wielded with caution, and can also be used to control the flow of fate. Tongtian, as my third disciple, I present to you the four swords of extermination and the extermination array diagram. While they may not be innate treasures and cannot subdue the flow of fate, when the four swords and the array are combined, they can form the extermination sword array, which can only be broken by the four saints. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. With only one saint in the vast wilderness, and the extermination sword array being impervious to any but the four saints, it implied that Tongtian was invincible within the realm. The disciples collectively expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Master, for the bestowed treasures. Hongjun spoke less and quickened his pace. In moi, that you lack the great merits by birth, you possess an extraordinary destiny ahead. Would you like to become my closed-door disciple? Inwa bowed in gratitude, responding, Thank you, Master. I am willing. With another grand gesture, two radiant treasures fell into Inwa's hands. This is the exquisite innate treasure, the red embroidery ball, possessing astounding offensive power. Even a saint struck by it would feel excruciating pain, and it bears three significant merits for your contemplation. This is the exquisite innate treasure, the map of mountains, rivers, and state, which encompasses a remarkable miniature universe akin to the rivers and veins of the wilderness, capable of nurturing all things and imprisoning them as well. Thank you, Master. For the bestowed treasures, Inwa expressed her gratitude once more. Thereafter, Hongjun fell silent, and the Zishu palace was enveloped in tranquility. However, the anxieties of the Jia and Seti were palpable. They had come to realize that these 6 mats represented the 6 sacred positions, the 6 disciples of the Tao ancestor. The preceding 4 had elucidated everything, yet their own turn seemed to have come to an abrupt halt. The 2 individuals suddenly burst into tears, lamenting the destitution of the Western lands, where spiritual entities are elusive and the sacred veins have been ravaged. They pleaded for the ancestral Taoists to show mercy and accept them as disciples, so they might endeavor to rejuvenate the great expanse of the West. As they wept and rolled on the ground, their tears soaked their tattered robes, a scene of utter despair. Upon witnessing the scene, Feng Xuan discreetly took out a jade disc to capture this moment, intending to share it with the disciples of the Western Church in the future. As the saying goes, the child who cries will receive candy, and moreover, Hongjun himself owed a debt of karma to the West, leaving him no choice but to speak. Very well. You two possess great determination and bear significant responsibilities. I shall accept you as registered disciples under my name. Upon hearing these words, though their expressions betrayed discontent, being recognized as disciples sufficed for them, as their desires lay solely in attaining sacred status and spiritual treasures. With another grand gesture, Hongjun sent forth several streams of light that landed in their hands. Among these were the supreme innate spiritual treasures, the 12th grade merit golden lotus, the 8 treasure merit pool, the divine pestle, and the merit gold bowl. Except for the 12th grade merit golden lotus, Hongjun could hardly bring himself to utter the rankings of the others, finding it quite difficult to articulate. However, Zhuanti and Jane were thoroughly satisfied. They had never encountered such an abundance of spiritual treasures in their lives, and their joy knew no bounds. The disciples expressed their gratitude for their master's benevolence, wishing him blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity that rivals the southern mountain. Upon hearing this, the onlookers regarded the two with incredulous expressions, while Hongjun could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Haha, how amusing. Wishing me blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity akin to the southern mountain, are they not casting a curse upon me? At this moment, Feng Xuan was overjoyed, unable to suppress his laughter, nearly losing his grip on the stone of remembrance in his hand. The delight of these two individuals was palpable. Just then, Hongjun cast his gaze upon him, prompting Feng Xuan to immediately sit upright, adopting a serious demeanor as if attentively listening. Feng Xuan, your lineage is remarkable. You possess great virtues and fortune, and as my disciple, I shall bestow upon you the postnatal treasure, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, to serve as your protective instrument. A ruler, approximately 3 feet in length, materialized in Feng Xuan's grasp. The ruler emanated a mist of purple aura intertwined with the radiant glow of virtuous gold, while an intensely pure and formidable aura of killing intent swirled around its surface, instilling a sense of dread. The postnatal treasure, Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. was born from the fusion of the merit of the primordial creation and a fragment of the primordial essence that came into being at the dawn of the wilderness. This weapon of slaughter possessed power rivaling that of the Panga banner, and it bore the unique ability to take lives without incurring karmic retribution, as well as the capacity to obliterate myriad loss. Truly, it was an exceptional treasure for the purposes of killing and plundering. The onlookers cast envious glances, acknowledging that while such treasures were typically reserved for the direct disciples of the Three Pure Ones, it was astonishing that a mere disciple like Feng Xuan could also receive such a magnificent artifact. The envy was palpable. Disciple expresses gratitude to the master. The Three Pure Ones, witnessing the scene, once again conveyed their thanks to the Taoist patriarch Hongjun. Feng Xuan respectfully expressed his gratitude, proclaiming, "Disciple pays homage to the ancestral master." Hongjun nodded in acknowledgement, then retrieved 7 strands of profound purple aura from within his Taoist robe. This was the primordial purple aura, a treasure of immense significance. He urged them to deeply contemplate its mysteries, striving to attain sainthood at the earliest opportunity. The 6 strands of primordial purple aura soared forth, embedding themselves within the spiritual essence of the 6 individuals. The onlookers were filled with envy, particularly Dijuan and Tai, who believed themselves to be on par with those seated upon the lotus mat, yet they found themselves deprived of this exalted artifact. At that moment, the final strand of primordial purple aura captivated the attention of all present, as they realized this was their last chance. "We beseech the Tao ancestor for mercy. Grant us the opportunity to attain sainthood," the crowd called out fervently. However, Hongjun paid them no heed. Instead, he cast a glance at Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan instinctively retracted his head into his neck, daunted by the ominous nature of the last strand of primordial purple energy, which served as a harbinger of doom for its possessor. To seize it would mean a lifetime of confinement within Kunlun Mountain before achieving sanctification, an endeavor fraught with peril and devoid of merit. Moreover, endowed with an extraordinary innate understanding, he remained confident in his ability to manifest his path through sheer strength, rendering the primordial purple energy superfluous to his aspirations. Observing Feng Xuan's hesitation, Hongjun shook his head with a sigh, directing his gaze toward the multitude below. The principle of the Great Tao encompasses 50, with the celestial transformations numbering 49, thus, relinquishing one yields a thread of hope. The final strand of primordial purple energy would select its destined bearer. Upon uttering these words, he released the last vestige of primordial purple energy, which, as if imbued with consciousness, began to swirl within the Zixu Palace. It glided past Dijun, Tai, Minghe, Dong Wang Gong, Shi Wang Mu, and Kuan Ping, ultimately pausing above the head of Hong Yun, before merging seamlessly with his primordial spirit, designating him as its chosen one. "Thank you, Tao ancestor, for your benevolence." Hong Yun joyfully expressed his gratitude to Hongjun. The onlookers, however, glared at him with seething resentment, wishing fervently to consume him alive. This animosity was particularly pronounced in Kuan Ping, who harbored deep-seated grievances against Hong Yun for his previous act of benevolence that had inadvertently led to his own downfall and the loss of his chance at sanctification. The thought that Hong Yun had now secured such an opportunity only intensified his internal turmoil, compelling him to contemplate retribution. Noticing the rising tension, Zhen Yuanzi swiftly drew his friend closer for protection, preparing to flee as soon as the discourse concluded. "Once this teaching session ends, I shall merge with the Tao to rectify the deficiencies of heaven's path." Henceforth, Hongjun embodies the Great Tao, while the Great Tao does not exist for Hongjun. Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell to their knees in reverence, proclaiming the Tao ancestor's righteousness. In that moment, a flicker of relief washed over Hongjun, who then spoke softly. "Since my emergence at the dawn of creation, I have traversed the vast expanse of the primordial world for countless ages, amassing innumerable spiritual treasures. I shall now place them all at the treasure cliff outside the Zixu Palace. You may take as much as fate allows." As his words echoed, the 3 pure ones were the first to react, transforming into a streak of light and darting forth. The others followed suit, expending unprecedented speed, for the prospect of acquiring spiritual treasures for free was too enticing to resist, lest they find themselves lamenting their missed opportunity on the vast primordial earth. Ultimately, only Hongjun, Feng Xuan, and Ho Tu remained within the Zixu Palace. After Feng Xuan paid his respects to Hongjun, he rose and departed. He harbored little interest in the spiritual treasures, as the majority had already been claimed by his masters. The Grand Master had taken dozens of items, The second master had acquired several dozen, and the third master had amassed over 100. The remaining individuals could only scavenge a few scraps. He preferred to await the final collection at the treasure cliff. Feng Xuan strode out of the palace, instantly rousing Haotian and Yao Qi, who had been dozing nearby. The two, filled with curiosity, gazed at Feng Xuan and mustered the courage to inquire, "Are you also a manifestation of the Chaos Stone?" Ding. The system detected that Haotian and Yao Qi wished to befriend you. Please make the following choice. 1. Instantly refine them. Those of the same kin are meant to enhance oneself. Take advantage of Hongjuan's distraction to refine them immediately. Reward. Hongjuan's favor towards you will be reduced to 0. 2. Cultivate a friendship with the two. Possessing the supreme destiny of 99 and the Phoenix fate, they are bound to become your allies in the future. Reward. Supreme destiny of 99. Upon seeing the system's options, Feng Xuan promptly chose the second. Though the two were alluring, they were not enough to compel him to act in such a manner. Feng Xuan turned his head, revealing a warm smile. "Indeed, are you all as well?" The little head of Haotian Yaodi nodded repeatedly, displaying a look of delight. At last, they had encountered kin. Unbeknownst to them, Feng Xuan swallowed hard at that moment, yearning to seize the exquisitely delicate figure before him and refine it instantly. "Oh, this shall serve as a token of our meeting." Feng Xuan presented the 5-turn golden elixir, bestowed upon him by his master for the first time, to the two individuals. Upon receiving it, they were moved to tears. It was the first time anyone, aside from Hongjun, had shown them such kindness. Overwhelmed with emotion, they embraced him, weeping uncontrollably. "Oh, brother, you are too good to us." Congratulations to the host for selecting option 2. The 99 Supreme Fate has been issued. The 99 Supreme Fate rewarded by the system manifests as a swirling essence of purple gold, which can only be integrated, if not fused. It remains confined within the system's space. At present, he lacked the strength to contend in the primordial world. He would wait until the two clans of witch and demon withdrew from the stage, allowing him to seize the opportunity and reap the benefits. After comforting the two, Feng Xuan made his way to the treasure division cliff. Haotian and Yao Qi tightly clutched the 5-turn golden elixir, gazing at his retreating figure with admiration and reverence, silently resolving to take action. Upon arriving at the treasure division cliff, he found that most of the magical artifacts had already been collected, and everyone was preparing to depart. Feng Xuan strode confidently forward, effortlessly lifting the fragmented treasure cliff and, unbeknownst to the onlookers, stowing it away within his own Sumeru space. As they observed the now barren location, realization dawned upon the crowd. How careless! Such a treasure as the fragmented treasure cliff, capable of housing numerous spiritual artifacts, must surely be of remarkable value. Alas, it has already been claimed. The pain of this loss is excruciating. Ha ha ha, my disciple is truly astute. Even I failed to grasp the situation in time. Yuan sure laughed heartily, his voice echoing throughout the chaos, as if to announce Feng Xuan's brilliance to all. Humph. The Eastern King, visibly displeased, departed from the chaos. Dijun and Tai continued their efforts to recruit the formidable Kunping, Bai Zhe, and other powerful beings of the demon clan. "Brother Feng Xuan, why have you not visited me in such a long time? Do you not hold me in favor?" At that moment, Niwa approached Feng Xuan, a trace of melancholy gracing her delicate features, reminiscent of a forlorn woman. As Feng Xuan was about to respond, a notification chimed. It indicated that Inwa wished to invite him to the Phoenix Nest Canyon to express her gratitude. The host was presented with the following choices. Firstly, to accept the invitation. Why not go? Surely she wouldn't harm him. The reward promised was a profound understanding of the 3 portions of the Tao of creation. Was there even a choice? Naturally, the prudent path was to remain cautious. Without reaching the Great Luo, he would not venture forth anywhere. "Sister Inwa, I cannot visit just yet. I shall come to pay my respects once I have transcended to the Great Luo Golden Immortal." Feng Xuan gazed at Niwa, who wore an expression of eager anticipation, and replied in a leisurely manner. "Congratulations, host, on selecting option 2. Please proceed to Kunlun Mountain to claim your reward." Upon hearing this, Niwa did not elaborate further. "Very well, I shall await your arrival." With that, she departed the chaos alongside Fushi. "Disciple, it is time for us to leave as well," Laozi remarked, and together, the 4 traversed the chaos, returning to the primordial world. Within the Jade Void Palace, the 3 pure ones were seated above. "Disciple, we must comprehend the primordial purple energy and elucidate the path of the quasi-saint. For the subsequent millennia, even tens of millennia, we shall be unable to emerge from our seclusion. We understand your impatience and know you will venture to the vast lands of the primordial. Here, take these. Before Feng Xuan appeared the Li Di Yin Guang banner, the 9-dragon Xinxiang palanquin, and 24 sea-calming pearls. You have already received the postnatal merit treasure, the primordial measuring ruler. Bestowed by your teacher, we shall now grant you 3 additional treasures, 1 for defense, 1 for escape, and 1 for ensnaring foes. With these, you shall be free from peril. The 3 pure ones observed him with warm and benevolent expressions. Feng Xuan's eyes involuntarily brimmed with tears. The kindness of his masters overwhelmed him with gratitude. Master, second master, third master, I am profoundly thankful to you all. Drip. The grand hall, crafted from primordial jade, shed glistening droplets as 2 crystalline tears cascaded down from his eyes, unable to contain the surge of emotions within. Haha, dear disciple, this is merely our duty. Your only task is to cultivate diligently. Indeed, I shall, he affirmed. Feng Xuan spoke earnestly, recalling the Tao enlightenment tree he had obtained earlier. Ah, masters, wait a moment. I possess something that may aid in your seclusion. He transformed into a streak of light and soared back to his sanctuary, where he beheld the flourishing Tao enlightenment tree beside the spirit pool. With a swift motion, he plucked the tree bare, gathering thousands of its leaves in his hands, an accumulation of millennia's worth of wisdom. He then hurried back to the Jade Void Palace. Masters, these are the leaves of the exquisite innate spiritual root, the Tao enlightenment tree, which I fortuitously discovered. They possess the ability to assist one in attaining the Tao and should prove beneficial to you. Feng Xuan respectfully presented the leaf of the enlightenment tree. Upon receiving it, the 3 purities were filled with astonishment. Indeed, this leaf of enlightenment proves to be of great utility. With such an aid, we shall undoubtedly surpass others in breaking through. You have shown great thoughtfulness, remarked the 3 purities, their faces adorned with expressions of satisfaction as they gazed gently at Feng Xuan. A worthy disciple indeed. It is reassuring to know it is of use. Now, my disciples shall take their leave and not disturb the masters in their seclusion. Feng Xuan departed from the Jade Void Palace and returned to his own sanctuary for cultivation. Time flows like a river, and the primordial era is devoid of years. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years have swiftly elapsed, during which Feng Xuan's sanctuary has become enveloped in profound Tao essence. Countless innate spiritual energies converge upon a small stone peak, forming a colossal vortex of spiritual power, with the enhancement of a tenfold cultivation speed. Feng Xuan's 10,000 years of practice equates to a staggering 100,000 years. With such a profound accumulation, the great Luo Golden Immortal is tantalizingly within reach. Seated in meditation, Feng Xuan's eyes are gently closed, and with each breath, he draws in spiritual energy that is so dense it nearly condenses into droplets. A misty haze envelopes the surroundings, obscuring clarity. Above him, 3 flowers of varying hues emit an enchanting Tao light, poised to bloom, awaiting the opportune moment. The sky above is a vast expanse of clear blue, devoid of any gathering calamity clouds. Those blessed by the Tao are impervious to heavenly tribulations which, in fact, retreat in their presence. Feng Xuan, entranced and enraptured, comprehended the profound mysteries of the Taishang immortal technique, the Yuqing immortal technique, and the Shanqing immortal technique. He amalgamated these teachings, intertwining them with his own state, and thus forged a unique method known as the Golden Chapter of the Great Tao. This method signifies the pursuit of the Great Tao, the attainment of the Great Tao, and the transcendence of the Great Tao itself. At the moment the Golden Chapter of the Great Tao was born, Feng Xuan's realm ascended to an unprecedented pinnacle. Even the small stone peaks trembled under the immense pressure. In an instant, the world lost its color, as if only the 3 eternal blossoms of the great Luo remained. At that moment, the blossoms of heaven, earth, and humanity unfurled simultaneously. The fruition of the great Luo Golden Immortal Path was achieved. Each blossom radiated with the essence of the 9th grade, embodying the stature of a sage. Feng Xuan gradually opened his eyes, a flash of divine light passing through, intertwining chaotic hues and white jade colors reflecting the myriad of heaven and earth. Having spent nearly 100,000 years in the primordial world, he finally attained the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. This could be considered a modest achievement, granting him a semblance of self-preservation. Strolling upon a small stone peak, Feng Xuan could not help but express endless sentiments. Cultivation is indeed an arduous endeavor. However, now that he has elevated his realm, he must also refine the innate restrictions of numerous spiritual treasures. The primordial measuring ruler, the flame light banner, the 9 dragons agarwood carriage, 24 sea calming pearls, and the star essence wheel. The abundance of spiritual treasures is not necessarily advantageous. Time must be devoted to their ritualistic refinement. Red Cloud, surrender the primordial purple chi, and I shall spare your life. In the vast expanse of the primordial earth, the Kunlun pursued the fleeing Red Cloud with incredible speed. Intent on seizing the primordial purple chi in his possession, Red Cloud fled at an astonishing pace, being the first manifestation of the innate Red Cloud. His speed was naturally formidable, unmatched by most in the primordial realm. Yet, he encountered the Kunlun, born with the mastery of wind and speed. Impossible. Abandon all hope of survival. Red Cloud bellowed, unleashing all his power to escape towards the direction of Wuzhuangwen. His velocity was such that even the Kunlun could only catch a whiff of his residual energy. Jin Yuanzi, I was wrong. I will return soon. Wait for me. Upon reaching Wuzhuangwen, his crisis would be averted. There, the Earth Scroll Great Formation would provide unparalleled protection and safety. Jin Yuanzi, how foolish I was to disobey your advice and venture out. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Red Cloud was making his hasty escape, two swords imbued with boundless killing intent suddenly struck, aiming directly at his vital points. In an instant of life and death, Red Cloud's instinct for survival was ignited, and he narrowly evaded the blades at an inconceivable angle. Though he escaped death, the killing intent had already permeated his being, obstructing the flow of his magical power. Red Cloud was compelled to halt and cleanse himself while scanning the surroundings for his assailant. Who is it? Jia Jia Jia. A chilling laugh echoed as the two swords returned along their original path, gripped tightly by a pair of crimson hands. A figure shrouded in a black robe materialized before Red Cloud. Surrender the primordial purple chi. Taoist friend of the Dark River, I have never wronged you. Why do you obstruct me? Red Cloud gritted his teeth, recognizing the black-clad figure as the ancestor of the Dark River. He could not fathom what enmity existed between them. We bear no grudge. However, you have obtained the primordial purple chi, and I too wish to achieve sainthood. Beneath the robe, the ancestor of the Dark River's scarlet eyes fixated intently on Red Cloud, wielding the dual swords, Yuan Tu and Abi, ready to claim Red Cloud's life. Yuan Tu and Abi, the innate treasures born alongside the ancestor of the Dark River, were exquisite spiritual artifacts of dual birth. The atmosphere was suffused with an air of lethal intent, possessing the ability to kill without incurring karmic retribution. They were ideally suited for eliminating someone as fortunate as Red Cloud. As Yuan Tu and Abi were about to descend, the Kunlun that had been shaken off caught up. Stop! The Kunlun unleashed his self-crafted spiritual treasure, the Demon Master Palace, to block the two lethal swords. This is what I had my eyes on first. The gaze of the Nether River narrowed, and with a humming celestial sword in hand, he showed no signs of retreat. The atmosphere grew icy in an instant. The opportunity to attain sanctity was singular, and neither party was willing to yield. Facing Kunlun, the ancient ancestor of the Nether River wasted no words. He brandished both killing swords and charged forward. An overwhelming force of slaughter erupted, dimming the heavens and earth, rendering even the breaths of Han Yun and Kunlun labored under the tangible pressure of death. Ha ha ha, Kunlun, who grants you the audacity to contest with me? Dominating the boundless sea of blood, accompanied by two supreme innate spiritual treasures, few in the primordial realms could rival the ancient ancestor of the Nether River. As for Kunlun, who possessed not a single usable treasure, he dared to vie for the primordial purple energy. It was preposterous. Kunlun's countenance darkened. He truly dared not engage the Nether River. Against two supreme innate treasures, he found himself utterly defenseless. Thus, he resolved to exert his dominance. To ambush Han Yun is a scheme orchestrated by the Demon Court. Do you intend to oppose them? Upon hearing this, the ancient ancestor of the Nether River's eyes flickered. In the millennium since the conclusion of the third lecture by the Tao ancestor, Dijuan and Tai had nearly unified all demonkind to establish the Demon Court. The Heavenly Tao had also bestowed merits to congratulate them. Within the Demon Court, powerful beings congregated, and with Dijuan and Tai, their strength far surpassed that of the Celestial Court. For a moment, the Celestial Court, founded by Dong Wangon, chose to retreat from the limelight, unwilling to provoke them. The Demon Court does not intimidate me. The Nether River laughed heartily, dismissing the Demon Court entirely. True, he was but one individual. Yet even 10 Demon Courts would pose no threat to him. Below, Hongyan, overhearing the dispute over his rightful claim, felt a blaze of fury and resentment ignite within him. He drew forth his supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 99 soul-dispersing gourd. Zenyuanzi, if there is a next life, I shall heed your counsel. As the gourd stopper was removed, Countless red sands surged forth, cloaking the sky. Seeing this, the Nether River and Kunlun retreated thousands of miles, escaping the range of the red sands' assault. Hongyun, cease your struggles. This vast expanse of soul-dispersing sand cannot protect you. Kunlun transformed into his true form, his wings unfurling to summon a tempest against the swirling red sands. Seizing the opportunity to target Hongyun's life, the Nether River summoned a crimson lotus platform to withstand the enveloping red sands, simultaneously advancing towards Hongyun. Ha ha ha. Even in death, I shall not relinquish this primordial purple energy to you. Hongyun gazed defiantly at the two assailants, his resolve unwavering. He no longer sought to preserve his life. A sense of foreboding arose within the hearts of the Nether River and Kunlun as they beheld Hongyun's imminent state. Their eyes gradually filled with dread. Not good. Both of you, come join me in death. Hongyun extended his hand to grasp the two individuals attempting to flee. His skin cracked and fragile, resembling a shattered porcelain figure. A brilliant crimson light erupted from Hongyun's form, illuminating the heavens and the earth. A thunderous explosion resounded, reverberating across the vast expanse, obliterating all existence. At the epicenter of the explosion, Minghe and Kunlun were engulfed by the cataclysmic force, suffering the greatest harm. At that moment, Kunlun was left bloodied and dazed, his mind clouded, his hands clutching the shattered remnants of the Demon Master's palace. He was teetering on the brink of death. Minghe fared somewhat better. Although his black robe was torn, he remained largely unscathed, thanks to the protective prowess of the 12th grade flame lotus he wielded. Coughing, Hongyun, a figure of significance in his dying moments, still sought to drag others down with him. However, this elder was no easy prey. Rising, he began to collect Hongyun's last relic, the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd. At this juncture, nothing remained of Hongyun, the primordial purple energy surely contained within the gourd. Upon acquiring it, Minghe was overwhelmed with excitement, and without hesitation, he soared toward the boundless sea of blood. Just as he departed, two majestic figures materialized at the site of Hongyun's self-detonation, Dijun and Tai, who had rushed to the scene upon receiving news. Upon witnessing the desolate landscape and the half-dead Kunlun, they quickly grasped the situation. Brother, this overwhelming aura of malevolence belongs to the ancestor Minghe, Tai remarked, after carefully attuning himself to the atmosphere. Pursue. Without a moment's hesitation, the two activated the Golden Crow's radiant technique and hastened towards the endless sea of blood. They soon caught up with Minghe. Observing this, Tai summoned the Chaos Bell to suppress time and space, directing it towards Minghe. Caught off guard, Minghe was struck down to the ground, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Minghe, recalling your past communion with us in the Purple Cloud Palace, surrender the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd, and I shall spare your life. Dijun and Tai declared as they descended before Minghe, the power of the innate treasure evident in their presence. Minghe understood that he could not take the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd today, and, with a sense of regret, conceded, esteemed friends, today I, Minghe, yield. He then presented the gourd, indicating for them to take it. Though Dijun and Tai sensed something amiss, their overwhelming strength and the might of the spiritual treasure instilled no fear in them as they approached to claim the item. Minghe, such perceptiveness. Then Dijun began to ease the tension between the parties, only to suddenly notice a glimmer of cunning laughter rising upon Minghe's previously placid countenance. Not good. Minghe detonated himself, unleashing a tide of blood mist that engulfed the two. Dijun and Tai, caught entirely off guard, were severely injured by the explosion. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the vast area, the ground trembling beneath the force. Although the spectacle was grand, its lethality was significantly inferior to that of Hongyun's self-detonation. What of the Demon Emperor? He had ultimately fallen victim to this elder's scheme. A sudden burst of mocking laughter resonated, causing Emperor Jun and Tai to open their eyes in disbelief. Before them stood the unscathed Minghe, casually toying with the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd, exuding an air of nonchalance as if the previous self-detonation had not involved him at all. Minghe slowly turned his gaze towards the two severely injured figures, his lips curling in hatred. You shall pay with your lives for the loss of my blood-sea avatar that I have nurtured for countless ages. With that, the Mingyuan slaughter and the abyssal twin swords flew forth, poised to eliminate the two and eradicate any future threats. Suddenly, the Chaos Bell proactively shielded its master, protecting the two with unwavering resolve. They seized the opportunity to catch their breath, retrieving celestial treasures from the Shumi space to mend their injuries. Damn it! Minghe cursed under his breath upon witnessing the situation, then swiftly retreated. With the Chaos Bell present, He knew he could not harm them in the short term. After a considerable duration, Emperor Jun and Tai managed to move their bodies with great effort. Their eyes ignited with fury as they gazed in the direction of the boundless blood sea. How dare Ming he scheme against us? He truly does not know the meaning of death. Mobilize our forces. Let us flatten the endless blood sea. They roared in unison, preparing to return to the Sunstar to rally the demon army and suppress Minghe. Thus, beneath the quasi-saint level, I am invincible. On the small stone peak, Feng Xuan let out a long cry towards the heavens as several spiritual treasures floated around him. A profound sense of chaos emanated from his being, signifying the formidable strength of his physical form. The treasure cliff had already been refined by Feng Xuan. His physical power had ascended to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, coupled with numerous spiritual treasures. He felt no fear even at the pinnacle of the great Luo. With my master still in seclusion, I shall embark on my own journey across the vast wilderness. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is not as valuable as traveling thousands of miles. Cultivation is no different, whether one practices the way, the laws, or merits. It ultimately hinges on understanding and perceiving the world and all its phenomena. This understanding forms the essential foundation for rapid cultivation progress. Furthermore, with the demon court, celestial court, and witch clan standing in a stable trinity, it is the perfect time for me to devise some merit and add an extra layer of security to my life. I can also begin searching for my future junior brothers and sisters, leading them into the fold. There are far too few good senior brothers like myself. Masters, I shall take my leave now. Feng Xuan arrived at the grand entrance of Yushu Palace and bowed respectfully, bidding farewell to his masters. Adorned in exquisite gear, he stepped through the core portal of Kunlun. Casting a final glance at the place he had inhabited for countless years, a fleeting sense of nostalgia welled up within him. Yet his gaze swiftly transformed into one of resolute determination. He then summoned a cloud and soared outward. Shortly after his departure, a beautiful celestial maiden emerged from the picturesque canyon, her eyes fixed intently on the retreating figure of Feng Xuan. Decades passed, and the eastern edge of Kunlun Mountain was enveloped by a lush forest. Feng Xuan gracefully mounted a magnificent celestial crane, officially stepping beyond the borders of Kunlun. Xiaobai, you claim to have ventured out from your kin? Indeed, I stealthily escaped. The elders of my clan constantly warn of grave dangers and terrifying perils beyond, urging me to focus solely on my cultivation. However, I remain unconvinced. After all these years in Kunlun, nothing untoward has occurred. How could there possibly be danger outside? Below, the white crane chirped incessantly, lively as a lark. Feng Xuan chuckled. Little Bai was indeed too young. She encountered such a formidable terror as soon as she stepped outside, being directly taken as a mount. Yet, she remained blissfully unaware of her predicament. By the way, who is the strongest in your clan? Feng Xuan gently inquired about the origins of the Baihe clan, pondering how they could establish their residence in Kunlun Mountain. Let me think, he said. Xiaobai, racking her brain for a considerable time, finally spoke up with a charming innocence. Master, it seems to be called Baihe Laozu. I am uncertain of his strength. Baihe Laozu? What an enigma. Does such a figure truly exist in the primordial world? Although his understanding of the vast expanse of this realm was not profound, he was familiar with the key figures within it. When had a Baihe Laozu emerged? He recalled that when his second master established the Lijian sect, there was indeed a Baihe Tongzi among his disciples, though not a direct heir. He often served as a messenger. Could it be that Baihe Laozu is that very individual? As Feng Xuan reflected further, he became increasingly convinced of the possibility. The fact that he originated from Kunlun Mountain indicated a significant fortune. However, observing Xiaobai, who claimed to be a peerless talent from the White Crane lineage with a mere Xianxian cultivation level after 10,000 years, suggested that the potential of the White Crane clan might be rather limited. Thus, taking him as a disciple seemed quite reasonable. Ding. The system has detected that the host is leaving Kunlun Mountain for the first time. Please make the following choices. 1. Fengqi Valley. Niwa has been waiting for you. A visit there would surely result in a warm reception. Reward, 30 comprehension of the Tao of creation. 2. The endless blood sea. A great battle is imminent. Perhaps you could seize an opportunity. Reward, a wisp of primordial purple qi. 3. Wuzhuangguan. Zenyuanzi is currently in deep sorrow and anger. You might take this chance to become his close friend, a cherished companion of the future ancestor of Earth Immortals. Reward, great causal technique friend, please wait. What the heck? In Feng Xuan's eyes, all he could perceive was the phrase fellow Taoist, please hold your steps. This was indeed a divine skill. In the impending calamity of the gods, countless disciples of the Jie Jiao had perished upon the utterance of these words. Truly, it was a harbinger of death for those it named. The foremost causal divine skill of the primordial chaos system, I choose 3. Feng Xuan silently recited. Congratulations to the host for selecting option 3. The reward has been issued. Please exercise caution in your words henceforth. Due to the vastness of the primordial world and its intricate geography, an additional feature, the depraved map, has been activated for the host. What a pleasant surprise. When did the stingy system become so generous? Nevertheless, having the map is indeed advantageous, as it spares him from aimlessly wandering about. Upon opening the map, Feng Xuan was rendered speechless as he beheld the distance between Wuzhuang Temple and his current location. He had departed from the center of Kunlun in the east, yet Wuzhuang Temple lay at the junction of the central and western regions. He would have to retrace his steps. The sensation of having energy yet being unable to utilize it was truly disheartening. Feng Xuan gently patted Xiaobai's head. Xiaobai, let us take flight towards the west. Certainly, master. Xiaobai adjusted its course and soared westward. As they glided through the skies, Feng Xuan marveled at the breathtaking landscapes while reflecting upon the other 2 options he had considered earlier. The first was to venture to Fengqi Gorge, however. It was not due to a lack of desire on Feng Xuan's part, but rather the inopportune timing. Observing his masters in seclusion, immersed in the comprehension of the primordial essence, it was evident that Nuwa was likely engaged in similar pursuits. Disturbing their meditation would undoubtedly be ill-advised, as it could lead to a decline in goodwill rather than the desired outcome. As the second saint of the universe, even one who has attained sanctity through merit should not be underestimated. Their power is surely not as feeble as it may appear. Feng Xuan felt that this individual was at least the foremost among his masters, provided that his third master did not invoke the extermination array. Riding atop Xiaobai, he soon arrived at Wuzhuang Temple, the signs of devastation in the surrounding forest indicating that a fierce battle had once erupted here. Is Taoist Jin Yuan present? This is Feng Xuan, here to pay my respects. Feng Xuan leaped gracefully from the body of the little white creature and bowed reverently before the mountain gate. Jin Yuanzi remains a figure worthy of profound respect. Please enter. A hoarse voice resonated from within the temple, evoking a sense of desolate sorrow. A person and a crane ascended the tiered steps, entering the temple. Upon detecting the host's arrival at the Wuzhuang Temple, the grand causality technique, fellow Taoist, please hold, was initiated. Feng Xuan was overjoyed. Everything was finally stable. He lifted his gaze towards the observation area. There, beneath a fruit tree laden with doll-like fruits, sat a middle-aged Taoist priest in meditation. Before him lay a handful of soil, steeped in blood. A crimson mist enveloped the earth, both mournful and magnificent. The tree was a ginseng fruit, one of the 10 most exquisite innate spiritual roots, and the middle-aged Taoist was none other than Zhen Yuanzi, the master of Wuzhuang Temple. Upon witnessing the situation, Feng Xuan opened his mouth, uncertain of what to say, and could only remain silent. Are the 3 pure ones well? Zhen Yuanzi suddenly inquired. Master and the others are all well. They are currently in seclusion, contemplating the essence of the primordial purple qi. Feng Xuan responded in kind. The primordial purple energy? Zhen Yuanzi trembled as he spoke, gradually raising his palm. Before Feng Xuan's astonished gaze, a wisp of primordial purple energy materialized. It is I who have harmed Hong Yun. As he uttered these words, he intended to disperse the primordial purple energy on the spot, allowing it to dissipate into the cosmos. However, the enigmatic purple energy, once scattered, coalesced again, and despite his efforts to disperse it once more, it perpetually returned to its original form. In exasperation, Jin Yuanzi ultimately cast the primordial purple energy into Feng Xuan's hands. Feng Xuan, where did this primordial purple aura come from? How did it manifest in my hand? I dare not contemplate it at all. Feng Xuan found himself somewhat at a loss while holding this primordial purple energy, feeling an immense pressure. Jin Yuanzi, how has this primordial purple energy found its way back into my hands? He pondered, realizing it was inescapable. Meanwhile, Jin Yuanzi's expression was grave, his eyes filled with sorrow. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the blood-red soil before him, seemingly indifferent to the primordial purple energy, which was so close yet unworthy of his attention. Akin to a piece of worthless dead grass, Jin Yuanzi slowly spoke. Feng Xuan, take this primordial purple energy. Such a perilous object, I shall never utilize. Not even a fraction of it. Even if this means I shall be forever estranged from the path to sanctity in this life, I will hold no regrets. With that, He gently shook his head, a resolute expression gracing his countenance. Upon hearing Jin Yuanzi's words, a surge of genuine admiration welled up within Feng Xuan. Jin Yuanzi was truly a person of deep loyalty and righteousness. No wonder he earned the respect of the celestial deities in later generations. However, how could the Red Cloud, destined to become a quasi-saint, so easily meet its demise? Feng Xuan recalled the legends he had heard in his previous life about the reincarnation of Hong Yun as Yun Zhongzi, a tale of considerable credibility. Although the cycle of reincarnation remains closed in the present era, beings of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm and beyond transcend such cycles. Those who attain the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm unify their past, present, and future selves, achieving eternal freedom and unrestrained existence. They do not perish, merely awaiting the opportune moment to return. Had not the Eastern Prince, for instance, reincarnated as the Emperor Donghuan in the future, and later as the pure young sword immortal El Dabin? With this in mind, Feng Xuan spoke. Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, you may yet see Hong Yun again. At these words, Jin Yuanzi's body trembled violently. He rose swiftly and approached Feng Xuan, his gaze piercing. What do you mean? Could it be that Hong Yun still lives? Feng Xuan sighed softly at the hope brimming in Jin Yuanzi's eyes. Fellow Taoist Hong Yun has perished, but he may have entered. A chilling dread surged through Feng Xuan's heart, rendering him unable to utter the word cycle of reincarnation. Seeing Feng Xuan struggle, Jin Yuanzi, recognizing the unspoken implication, stopped him from continuing. Fellow Taoist Feng Xuan, there is no need. Merely knowing that Hong Yun may yet return is enough for me, even if it is but an illusion. Feng Xuan exhaled sharply. Was the concept of reincarnation truly forbidden to speak aloud now? Or was it simply that Jin Yuanzi must not hear it? It is true. However, I advise you to preserve Hong Yun's relics carefully. They may prove invaluable in the future. Jin Yuanzi nodded solemnly. I shall safeguard them well. With that, he retrieved the clump of blood-stained earth and summoned the earth book before turning to depart. Bewildered, Feng Xuan called out, Fellow Taoist, where are you going? Jin Yuanzi's reply resonated with unyielding resolve. To the endless blood sea, to reclaim the scattered soul gourd. Feng Xuan could only exclaim in astonishment. So abrupt. So reckless. Feng Xuan recalled the system's second option, the endless blood sea. The system had indicated that a great battle would unfold there. It appeared that the Nether River had seized the 9-9 scatter soul gourd from Hong Yun, prompting the demon court to mobilize forces to the endless blood sea. Goodness. This situation seemed perilously precarious. However, observing Jin Yuanzi's unwavering determination, he realized persuasion would be futile. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to follow suit. Suddenly, he considered that with Jin Yuanzi by his side, he seemed to face little danger. The Earthbook formation was no trifling matter. The Earthbook, forged from the membrane of the earth, connected the entire veins of the primordial chaos. Should anyone damage the Earthbook, it would equate to annihilating the very veins of the whole realm, not to mention the boundless karma that could ensnare several saints should it be destroyed. Would the heavenly Tao merely stand by and watch as it neared shattering? Shall by, let us depart. Feng Xuan mounted his steed, the little white horse, and set off in pursuit of Jin Yuanzi. Minghe, surrender the primordial purple chi, and I shall spare your life. On the boundless sea of blood, Di Jun and Tai he commanded with an overwhelming presence. After a millennium of recuperation and reorganization, their injuries had fully healed, and their strength at the initial stage of quasi-saint was unmistakable. Surrounding them were countless demon soldiers and generals. If you do not emerge, I shall ensure you remain eternally trapped in this sea of blood. Di Jun persistently challenged across the blood-soaked expanse, yet received no response. Minghe was now utterly bewildered. He rummaged through the Jiao San Hun gourd again and again, yet the trace of the primordial purple chi eluded him. Where is my primordial purple chi? After another thorough examination, Minghe hurled the gourd away in frustration. He realized he had been deceived, cursed that Hong Yun for playing everyone. Enraged, Minghe found himself empty-handed, having neither acquired the primordial purple chi nor maintained good relations. Now, he faced the relentless harassment from those two pesky birds outside. What a stroke of bad luck. Hong Yun, I curse you. The more Minghe pondered, the angrier he became, but with Hong Yun dead, he had no outlet for his fury and could only swallow his resentment. I must confront those two fools and clarify that I shall not bear this blame. With the Jiao San Hun gourd in hand, Minghe soared towards the sea of blood. Gentlemen, clang. The chaotic bell came crashing down, its terrifying force and resonant chime instantaneously shredding Minghe into a cloud of blood mist. Ming He barely surfaced before being obliterated. Delightful. Dare to deceive us. And this is the consequence. Tai let out a long howl, casting aside the previous gloom and resentment. Di Jun approached to collect the Jiao Sen Hun gourd for a meticulous examination. Is the primordial purple qi within? Tai inquired eagerly. Di Jun shook his head. In a fit of rage, Tai exclaimed, this Ming He is utterly oblivious. My friends. Clang. Tai once again tore through Ming He. My friends. Clang. My friends. Clang. After countless deaths, Ming He had learned to be clever, manifesting dozens of clones all at once. Gentlemen, there is no primordial purple qi within the Jiao Sen Hun gourd. We have been deceived by Hong Yun. At last, Ming He had conveyed his message. Yet he was met with the bewildered gazes of Di Jun and Tai Yi. Do you think we would believe you? The chaotic bell was fully activated, suppressing the primordial world and unleashing the might to alter the celestial realms, obliterating all of Ming He's clones. Following this encounter, Ming He understood that communicating with those two hot-headed youths was futile. Thus, he ceased further explanations and retreated to the depths of the endless sea of blood to cultivate in seclusion. After all, Ming He excelled in survival. He could not believe they would manage to destroy this boundless sea of blood. Outside, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi waited in vain for a long time. Realizing that the river of underworld was indeed reluctant to emerge, they found themselves in a predicament. They could not continue to wait indefinitely. The Celestial Court and the Witch Clan had always been their adversaries, exerting immense pressure on the Demon Court. Mobilizing the main forces of the Demon Court to this place was hardly a prudent decision. It was time for them to retreat. This cowardly turtle was truly beyond their reach. There was no need for concern. Once the grand array of the heavenly stars was fully established, he would face dire consequences. Emperor Jun and Tai Yi prepared to lead the Demon Clan back. Just then, a thunderous shout echoed from afar, brimming with unbridled fury. Leave the 99 scatter soul gourd. The earth-toned, sky-covering array was swiftly established, ensnaring Emperor Jun and Tai Yi within its confines. Zhen Yuanzi calmly stepped into the formation, ready to confront the two demon sovereigns. At that moment, the array was completely sealed. Those inside could not exit, and those outside could not enter. Wait for me. I have yet to enter the formation. Feng Xuan, who had arrived late, gazed at the now-closed array, lowering his raised hand. I have yet to enter the formation. Observing the myriad of demons returning, many of whom were familiar faces from the Purple Cloud Palace, Feng Xuan took a deep breath, striving to steady his fluctuating emotions, and cautiously addressed them. Fellow Taoists, I trust you are all well. The leader, Bai Zhe, spotted Feng Xuan and, with a joyful expression, stepped forth from the throng of demons. Exuding a warm and amicable aura, the presence of this innate auspicious beast was quite comforting. Yet, Feng Xuan felt as though he were facing a formidable adversary. With the odds stacked against him, 1 against billions, the advantage was clearly not in his favor. A mishap was all too easy to occur. Feng Xuan had secretly activated the 9 dragons' Agarwood palanquin, ready to flee at any moment. Feng Xuan, my friend, it brings me joy to see you well, Bai Zhe softly remarked, her tone infused with the delight of an old acquaintance's reunion, a sound that made Feng Xuan shudder. The ambiguity of her gender was indeed peculiar. Are you all right? Observing Feng Xuan's body convulsing, Bai Zhe inquired with genuine concern. As an innate auspicious beast, Bai Zhe possessed the ability to attract fortune and ward off misfortune, and she was quite fond of the unique aura of great blessings that surrounded Feng Xuan. Yearning to draw closer to him, please, do not come near. I assure you, I am fine. Feng Xuan retreated a few steps. The combination of that voice and visage was profoundly lethal. Bai Zhe, witnessing this, ceased his insistence and turned his gaze toward the vast ochre formation that severed all connections. How long could his esteemed companion, Zhen Yuanzi, endure? In Bai Zhe's eyes, even with the assistance of the Earth Book and the formidable Earth formation, he doubted Zhen Yuanzi's ability to contend with 2 sovereigns of the demon realm. As a high-ranking member of the demon court, he was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess possessed by Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, strengths that were beyond the reach of beings of their caliber. I beg to differ. Feng Xuan gazed confidently at the earthly script grand formation, pondering its origins, something others might be oblivious to, but not him. He firmly believed that within it, a duel was taking place rather than a 2 against 1. With the earthly script at his command, Zhen Yuanzi was endowed with an inexhaustible reservoir of earthly spiritual power, facing a quasi-saint being with boundless magical energy. Even if Di Juan and Tai Yi possessed slightly superior realms, they would not hold the advantage. Oh, is that so? Then we shall see. Bai Zhe remarked, astonished. Is it true that Zhen Yuanzi is this formidable? Regardless, any speculation they engage in now is futile. The truth will be revealed once the final outcome is determined. Inside the earthly script grand formation, it unfolded exactly as Feng Xuan had anticipated. The formation was divided into 3 sections, each separated by distinct arrays, with Dijuan, Tai, and Zhen Yuanzi each occupying one part, forming a tripod stance. What are you planning? Zhen Yuanzi? Dijuan observed the surrounding ochre formation, utterly exasperated. He dared not move. I have made myself abundantly clear. Relinquish the 99 scatter soul gourd. Zhen Yuanzi declared with a grave tone, elegantly traversing the array until he stood before Dijuan. Impossible. Dijuan immediately objected. Although the gourd contained no primal purple energy, it was still an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Whether for his own use or to bestow upon his subordinates, it represented a tremendous enhancement of power. In that case, let us engage in a contest, Zhen Yuanzi urged, activating the earthly script. The formation beneath Dijuan shifted, and earth spikes emerged, exuding a chilling aura that instilled dread. The ground became unsteady, compelling Dijuan to ascend into the air, where ochre flying swords materialized, launching a relentless assault upon him. As Dijuan defended himself, evading and depleting his magical energy, the airborne swords seemed infinite, as if they would never run dry. Zhen Yuanzi occasionally unleashed attacks, and despite the protection of the river map and the Luo book, Dijuan soon found himself grievously wounded, golden blood dripping incessantly from his body. What have you done to my brother? If you have the courage, face me. Tai, witnessing his brother's dire plight, erupted in fury, challenging Zhen Yuanzi to a duel. Zhen Yuanzi paid him no heed. With the chaos clock in play, Tai was but a mere turtle, incapable of posing a threat at that moment. After some time, as Dijuan was nearly spent, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes. He prepared to unleash a lethal strike to end Dijuan's life. Had they not previously trapped him in the demon clan within Wuzhuang Temple, Hongyun would not have perished. Hongyun, I will first slay Dijuan, and I shall avenge the others one by one for you. As the fatal blow approached, Dijuan teetered on the brink of demise. At that moment, an invisible and formless force descended, neutralizing Zhen Yuanzi's lethal strike and dismantling the Earthbook formation. Tai reacted swiftly, rushing forward to shield Dijuan. Zhen Yuanzi, momentarily stunned, quickly reached out to retrieve the fallen 99 scatter soul gourd. Zhen Yuanzi, you are formidable. I, from the demon court, vow to be your adversary. By this time, Tai had already taken Dijuan far away, retreating thousands of miles. After casting a harsh remark, he returned to the Sun Star. However, the sight of Dijuan on the brink of death lingered in the eyes of the myriad demons. Observing the fleeing figures of the 2 demon emperors, Baze displayed a look of astonishment. It was utterly astonishing that Zhen Yuanzi had managed to subdue both demon emperors and nearly claimed one of their lives. Fellow Taoist Feng Xuan, the 2 demon emperors have retreated. We too must depart. Until we meet again. Baze, having received news of Tai's withdrawal, clasped his fists in farewell to Feng Xuan before organizing the army to return to the primordial starry sky, leaving only Feng Xuan and the contemplative Zhen Yuanzi behind. At this juncture, Zhen Yuanzi approached Feng Xuan, holding the 99 scatter soul gourd. Fellow Taoist Feng Xuan, I intend to return and enter seclusion for cultivation, aspiring to grasp the ethereal opportunity for sanctification. I hope, as you have said, I shall once again encounter the red cloud. With that, Zhen Yuanzi departed, leaving Feng Xuan with 5 ginseng fruits and numerous leaves from the ginseng fruit tree as tokens of gratitude. High above in the sky, amidst the heavy clouds, a nascent cloud gradually took form. Though the heavenly Tao had manifested, the essence of this cloud remained at the innate level. The cloud, intangible and formless, was indestructible. Master, where shall we go now? Little White inquired, bouncing with excitement after having witnessed so many new wonders and races during this time. Let us wander aimlessly. Oh, Feng Xuan rode on Xiaobai, aimlessly wandering through the vast expanse of the primordial world. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at Mount Buzhou. This mountain, transformed from the spine of the great Pangu, serves as the celestial pillar that supports the heavens and the earth within the primordial realm. Indestructible and formidable, it also nurtures countless treasures. Perhaps he might stumble upon a fortuitous find. The grandeur of Mount Buzhou stretches for thousands of miles, rendering a person standing upon it as insignificant as a drop of water in the ocean. Feng Xuan and Xiaobai found themselves atop an unknown cliff. traversing a rugged path in search of spiritual herbs, ethereal flowers, and precious treasures. The Taishang Dan Dao contained numerous recipe formulas, providing a perfect opportunity to gather raw materials. Suddenly, a voice echoed from ahead, demanding to know who dared to trespass upon the sacred grounds of the witch clan. Before Feng Xuan could turn, an arrow whistled through the air, aimed directly at his vital point. Master, quickly evade. Xiao Bai, ever loyal and protective, unfurled her wings to shield Feng Xuan from behind. As the arrow approached, she instinctively closed her eyes, bracing for the anticipated pain. However, the expected agony did not come. Slowly, she opened her eyes to witness Feng Xuan standing before her, having deftly caught the arrow in one hand and, with a firm grip, snapped it in two. Xiao Bai, all is well now. Feng Xuan calmed the somewhat anxious heart of Xiao Bai, and then directed his gaze towards the source of the incoming arrows. He observed that several more arrows were hurtling towards them, seemingly intent on their annihilation. Feng Xuan erupted in fury, seeking death. The primordial ruler of heaven and earth materialized instantly, its violet radiance spanning the firmament. Pure, unadulterated killing intent coiled around the sacred ruler as it descended with cataclysmic wrath toward the bow-wielding man in the distance. Though he had ventured forth wishing to avoid unnecessary conflict, these fools had dared provoke him. So be it, let them perish. The archer, seeing the impending strike, refused to await his doom. Leaping several paces back, he cried out, Tongtian, save me. No sooner had his plea echoed than a savage brute wielding a colossal axe burst from the earth below, his sheer might fracturing the ground beneath him. The axe clashed against the primordial ruler, yet without hesitation, Tongtian was hurled backward, crashing violently into the earth. His mighty weapon tumbled beside him, its blade now marred by a visible notch. Ding. System detected. Hatred from Great Witch Hui and Tongtian. Please select an action. 1. Dominate with force. They dare provoke me? No words, only annihilation. Reward. 1 block of primordial gun gold. 2. Execute them. They sought my life. I shall take theirs. So what if I offend the witch tribe? Reward. Supreme innate spiritual root. 6 pure bamboo. 3. Flee. Pathetic. Reward. A 10,000-year-old cowardly turtle. Consumed by rage. Feng Xuan chose without hesitation, option 2. The primordial ruler swept downward once more, aimed at the fallen Tongtian. Hui, desperate, loosed arrow after arrow, yet each was effortlessly intercepted by the 24 ocean calming pearls, unable to advance even an inch. You dare. The witch tribe will never let you escape retribution. Hui could only roar in futile defiance. Feng Xuan did not relent. The Hongming measuring ruler fell mercilessly. Tongtian raised his hand in a futile attempt to resist with sheer physical strength, but that was merely a delusion. A mere touch left him bloodied and mangled. With one strike, Tongtian's body was cleaved asunder. No. Hui cried out in anguish, his dear friend lost in an instant. Gazing at the severed form of Tongtian, Feng Xuan pressed on relentlessly. He swung the Hongming measuring ruler once more towards the seemingly lifeless body. Pretending to be dead? Did he truly believe he could go unnoticed? As the blade descended, the once motionless body sprang to life, scrambling away like a headless beast. Yet, it was futile. The Hongming measuring ruler ensured that no matter how far one ran, they remained within its lethal grasp. Such was the might of the measuring ruler. Tongtian was cleaved in two from a distance, now irrevocably dead. Next, it is your turn. Feng Xuan turned his gaze towards the resentful Hui. With a light step, he traversed the fabric of space and time, appearing before him in an instant, raising the primordial measuring ruler to deliver the final blow. Hold it right there. A thunderous roar echoed across the heavens. Feng Xuan sensed a scorching, lethal threat surging from behind. In a flash, he sidestepped, swiftly turning to face the newcomer with guarded vigilance. Dare to slay my great witch of the Wu clan? Not even Hongjun himself could save you today. A towering figure, clad in fiery crimson, materialized where Feng Xuan had stood moments before. His entire being pulsed with a savage, blood-soaked aura so potent that the surrounding space warped under its pressure. There was not a trace of the orthodox immortal cultivation system about him, no discernible realm to gauge his strength. Yet Feng Xuan did not underestimate him. The instinctive, deadly warning in his bones did not lie. Facing this man was like standing before a primordial beast, an innate suppression bearing down upon him. If his deduction was correct, this was none other than Zhurong, the fire ancestral witch of the 12 ancestral witches. The Wu clan could not cultivate nor wield spiritual energy, channeling all their power into their physical forms instead. Thus, their fleshly bodies were terrifyingly formidable. The ancestral witches, further enhanced by the essence of Pangu's blood, surpassed the might of countless beings across the primordial lands. Had it not been for Hutu sacrificing herself to manifest the cycle of reincarnation, the demonic forces would have stood no chance in the great war of Wu and Yao. You dare ignore me? Then die. Zhurong, incensed by Feng Xuan's disregard, exploded with fury. A single step shattered the heavens and earth as he lunged forward, his colossal fist aimed to obliterate the crushing pressure of his bloodlust. Equivalent to a peak saint-level force, ensnared Feng Xuan, rendering him immobile. Facing imminent annihilation, Feng Xuan summoned his treasures without hesitation, the 24 ocean-calming pearls, the earth-sundering flame banner, and the 4 spirits protection array. A dazzling symphony of divine radiance intertwined, forming an impenetrable barrier against the cataclysmic strike. Boom! The heavens trembled faintly as dust surged tens of thousands of feet into the sky from the slopes of Mount Buzhou. When the smoke cleared, Feng Xuan stood unharmed, though now embedded within a massive crater. Zhurong, however, stared in disbelief at the scene before him. How could his attack, his unstoppable might, be blocked by a mere insect? Seizing the moment of Zhurong's stunned hesitation, Feng Xuan swiftly retrieved his treasures and returned to Xiaobai's side, immediately urging the 9-dragon sandalwood chariot into a desperate retreat. Now was not the time for heroics. Boy, don't you dare flee. The earth-shaking roar chased after them, but Feng Xuan paid it no heed. Under Xiaobai's horrified gaze, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black-tinged blood streaked with white. Blocking Zhurong's enraged strike had not been as effortless as it appeared. Even with layers of divine defenses and his own late-stage golden immortal physique, the impact had still wounded him. Master, what's wrong? Don't scare me like this. Xiaobai fretted, her voice trembling with panic as she hopped around anxiously. It's nothing. Don't worry. I'll recover soon. Feng Xuan consoled her with a smile. Then produced a white jade vial containing the premier healing elixir of the primordial era, the 3 Radiance Divine Water. Upon uncorking the vial, a kaleidoscope of colors emerged. Yet it possessed no discernible scent. Feng Xuan slowly drew forth a droplet and swallowed it. An inexhaustible surge of vitality instantly permeated his internal organs, mending his injuries. Marvelous. Moments later, Feng Xuan opened his eyes, fully restored. Master, you are well. Xiaobai gazed at him in astonishment, her dark eyes sparkling with delight. Feng Xuan smiled as he gently ruffled her hair. Having acquired this pet, his journey was not in vain. The system detected that the host had only slain Xing Tian and had not fulfilled the requirements. However, in light of the host's valiant performance, an exception was made to grant a reward. Listening to the voice of the system, Feng Xuan remained unfazed. At that moment, he paid little heed to the system's rewards, driven solely by a desire for vengeance. Yet, these 6 pure bamboo sticks seemed to be treasures belonging to those 2 from the west, now in his possession. He observed a moment of silence for them. As he retrieved the 6 pure bamboo sticks, a unique aura filled the carriage, instilling a sense of tranquility in his heart. The 6 pure bamboo sticks required no cultivation, they could be directly refined. Upon successful refinement, they could seal a person's 6 senses, rendering them as if ensconced in a void, subject to manipulation. They were indeed remarkable artifacts. Master, where shall we go now? Xiaobai, nestled beside Feng Xuan, reveled in the serene atmosphere while curiously observing the shifting landscapes outside. Home. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, Feng Xuan gazed at the ethereal presence of the Jade Void Palace. Its doors firmly shut, understanding that his masters were still in seclusion. With Xiaobai in tow, he returned to the little stone peak. Master, is this your home? Xiaobai fluttered around the little stone peak, admiring its beauty. Indeed, this is my home, and it shall be yours from now on. Feng Xuan smiled in response, then gazed at the way-understanding tree, which had sprouted thousands of new leaves beside the spirit pool. He handed over. He casually plucked half of the leaves and called over Xiaobai. Xiaobai, do you wish to surpass your ancestral elder? Yes. My master, I yearn for it greatly. I dream of showcasing my prowess to that stubborn old fool. Xiaobai nodded eagerly, reminiscent of a chick pecking at grain. Observing her enthusiasm, Feng Xuan immediately imparted the upper portion of the Supreme Clarity Celestial Technique from Master Sand to her for her cultivation. The ability of Master Sand's sect to attract myriad celestial beings was indeed partly due to this technique. He noted that the methods of Master Da and Master Air were heavily restricted, unsuitable for the general populace. Conversely, Master Sand's techniques were remarkably adaptable, allowing many beings to benefit from them. Additionally, Feng Xuan handed her several leaves from the Way Understanding tree. Devote yourself to cultivating beneath this tree, striving to break through to the golden immortal realm and transform into your true form. Master, Xiaobai will diligently cultivate. With that, she settled beneath the way understanding tree, a leaf resting atop her head as she commenced her training. Feng Xuan meticulously refined 6 pure bamboo stalks. Time flowed like a river, and the ancient wilderness bore no witness to the passing years. Before long, Feng Xuan completed the refinement, transforming the 6 bamboo stalks into a singular verdant rod. When infused with magical energy, it emitted a shimmering green light, capable of sealing one's 6 senses and conjuring boundless illusions. A notification chimed, detected an invasion of ferocious beasts attempting to steal treasures from Kunlun Mountain. Please make the following choices. 1. Capture and roast them. Invaders seldom meet a favorable end. Reward: 1 celestial apricot. 2. Intimidate them. Ferocious beasts are timid and will flee at a mere scare. Reward: a piece of innate gung metal. 3. Strike them. How dare they steal on Kunlun Mountain? Do they not know whose territory this is? Reward: a piece of innate red copper. The rewards were equally enticing. However, Feng Xuan was intrigued. Weren't all the ferocious beasts supposed to have perished during the Great Calamity? How could any still reach Kunlun Mountain? Thus, he refrained from making a choice and set off to investigate the matter further. On the outskirts of Kunlun Mountain's core area, a palm-sized golden-furred mouse stealthily entered, resembling a walking gold ingot. I'm rich. I'm rich. I, the Taoist, have struck it lucky. The golden mouse scurried about, weaving between the peaks. With its low-grade innate spiritual root, Feng Xuan marveled at the extraordinary presence in this realm. Within a concealed cavern, the mouse discovered an innate apple tree and uprooted it, stowing it away in its spatial pocket. It then continued its journey, halting at the entrance of another cave. Outside, a primordial great formation stood guard, though weak. It was not something a golden immortal could breach. Feng Xuan quietly observed the performance from the sky. He initially thought it was some ferocious beast, only to discover it was merely a mouse of the golden immortal realm. However, noticing its purposeful navigation through the Kunlun Mountains, he surmised that this mouse possessed a unique talent for treasure hunting. Quite extraordinary indeed. Let me see what treasures lie within, he mused. The mouse extended its claw and gently tore open a rift in space, revealing a majestic pagoda that radiated an impressive aura. A top-grade innate spiritual treasure. What luck I have today, exclaimed the mouse, preparing to seize the pagoda. Unexpectedly, a large hand snatched the treasure before it could reach, inspecting it with delight. Not bad. I hadn't realized there was a top-grade innate spiritual treasure here. Seeing the precious item taken from him, the mouse became frantic, leaping to reclaim it. It's mine. I discovered it first. Observing the mouse's anxious demeanor, coupled with the information emanating from the pagoda, Feng Xuan swiftly identified the creature. It was the rare beast known as the treasure mouse, the eldest disciple of the, and also the future Sun Buddha. How unexpected to encounter him here. I must show him a bit of kindness. System, I choose option 2. The aura of a great Luo golden immortal emerged, plunging the previously irate treasure mouse into despair. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Seizing the opportunity while Feng Xuan was distracted, he extended his claw and activated his innate abilities to tear through space and flee. Feng Xuan chuckled. Did the golden immortal think he could escape before the great Luo golden immortal? What a jest! He extended a colossal hand imbued with magical power and, from a considerable distance, seized Duobao. What, still contemplating an escape? The Duobao mouse struggled incessantly in Feng Xuan's grasp, its limbs thrashing about in a futile attempt to break free. After a prolonged effort with no success, it feigned death, its body going limp. Upon witnessing the scene, Feng Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he seized both of Duobao's feet, flipping him upside down. He casually ignited a pile of dry branches nearby, setting ablaze a roaring fire. After such prolonged cultivation, I have yet to indulge in any culinary delights. Today, I shall roast a rat, he declared, feigning an intent to throw Duobao into the flames. Please, no. I have little meat on my bones. I'm sour and utterly unpalatable, Duobao exclaimed, suddenly animated, pleading for mercy as he realized Feng Xuan was serious. Nevertheless, Feng Xuan proceeded to toss him into the fire. Is this how I shall meet my demise today? Duobao thought to himself, only to discover upon landing in the flames that the fire was but an illusion, devoid of any searing heat. Ha ha ha, how delightful. At that moment, observing Duobao's expression of near-death experience, Feng Xuan could not contain his laughter, for the entire spectacle had been conjured by the 6 pristine bamboo rods he wielded. Truly, He had terrified Duobao to the brink of death. Realizing the truth, Duobao rose, his voice booming with indignation. Do you have any idea who I am? Feng Xuan bore a smile upon his face. Oh, are you merely a little mouse? He queried. Wrong. You have provoked me, and you have truly kicked a steel plate. I am none other than the esteemed disciple of Tongtian, one of the three pure ones, known as Duobao. The Duobao mouse puffed out his chest, radiating an air of arrogance. Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan wore an expression of incredulity. His esteemed disciple was boasting while still present. In truth, if it were anyone else, they might have believed him. Nevertheless, he decided to feign interest, curious to see what antics he would unfold. Ah, you are indeed a disciple of Tongtian, one of the three pure ones. You must be incredibly formidable, Feng Xuan remarked. Indeed, do not be deceived by my mere golden, immortal cultivation. My earlier capture was but an act, a test of your strength. If you doubt me, step back, and I shall reveal my true prowess, Duobao declared with conviction. Feng Xuan complied, retreating a few steps as he observed the unfolding performance. Seeing that Feng Xuan had indeed followed his instructions, Duobao felt a surge of delight within. He discreetly advanced a few steps and began to perform incantations, before suddenly dashing away with a swift whoosh under Feng Xuan's watchful gaze. Huh, you think you can catch me? Not a chance, Duobao boasted, traversing the fabric of space with his innate abilities, covering vast distances in an instant, believing he had successfully evaded danger. However, a voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Oh, is this the prowess of the eldest disciple of the Supreme Pure One? It seems quite impressive. Startled, Duobao turned to see Feng Xuan leisurely strolling beside him, a teasing expression adorning his face. Ghost. In a state of sheer terror, Duobao fainted, plummeting from the skies. Had he truly been scared to death? Feng Xuan gently cradled the falling Duobao and guided him back to the small stone peak. Upon detecting that the host had completed the second option, the innate gung medal was promptly issued. For the time being, Feng Xuan set aside the innate gung medal and channeled his spiritual energy to stimulate Duobao's consciousness. After a brief moment, Duobao gradually regained awareness. Where am I? Am I dead? You have awakened. The surgery was a resounding success. You need not worry about your lower half any longer. Duobao immediately sat upright. Although he was unfamiliar with the concept of surgery, he understood the latter part of the statement, and a wave of dread washed over him. Could it be that his happiness was about to vanish? His gaze fell to his most cherished possession. Phew. Thankfully, it remains intact. Big brother, please spare me. I shall never again dare to venture here in search of treasures. Duobao knelt down, refusing to rise, his eyes resembling two small green beans, brimming with tears as his tiny paws clasped together in a fervent plea for mercy. I may let you go. Feng Xuan spoke softly. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Duobao was filled with joy, his face glowing with gratitude as he began to scamper away. However, are you truly going to leave? A cryptic remark from Feng Xuan halted Duobao in his tracks, prompting him to turn back and inquire, what do you mean? Did you not wish to take Shanqing Tongdian as your master? At this, Duobao's mind raced furiously, and in the astonished gaze of Feng Xuan, he leaped forward, kneeling and bowing his head. Please, master, accept me as your disciple. My admiration for you flows like the unceasing river, and your valiant figure shines upon my heart like the eternal sun. All right. Who told you that I am Shanqing Tongtian? Feng Xuan, feeling helpless, gently lifted the incessantly bowing Duobao. What could possibly be going through this lad's mind? I shall not rise. This must be a test from my teacher. I implore you to accept me. Upon being assisted to his feet, Duobao flailed his limbs, attempting once more to kneel, as if he had irrevocably determined that Feng Xuan was indeed a celestial being. At that moment, three formidable auras surged from the direction of Yushu Palace, their overwhelming presence rendering even the sun in the sky dim and pale. The masters have emerged from their seclusion. Feng Xuan's heart swelled with excitement. It had been far too long since he last saw his masters. Rising to pay his respects, he turned to observe the devoted Duobao Lingji, who wished to continue his worship. With a spontaneous gesture, he decided to bring him along. If he desired to pay homage to the third master, then let it be so, and let him do so in person. However, I must make it clear, one must possess a virtuous heart and adhere to the laws of propriety. Otherwise, the second master will not spare you. Duobao listened, bewildered by Feng Xuan's words. What second master? Does the celestial master of the upper clear have a second master? Could it be the legendary Hongjun Daozu? Before long, The two arrived at the grand entrance of the Yushu Palace, where they fortuitously encountered the three purities emerging from their retreat. I pay my respects to the Grand Master, the Second Master, and the Third Master. Feng Xuan respectfully bowed. Haha, my disciple, please rise. The three pure ones all displayed expressions of joy. How could they not be happy upon seeing their beloved disciple immediately after exiting the realm? Disciple, you have achieved the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. Yuan Shi inquired, sensing the aura with delight. Indeed, I have fortuitously made a breakthrough. What grade has your great Luo blossomed into? Laozi asked with curiosity, stroking his beard. It has blossomed to the 9th grade. The 9th grade? The three pure ones exclaimed in unison, astonished. It is known that they themselves had only reached the 9th grade. Thus, it follows that their disciple truly possesses the potential of a sage. Ha ha ha, truly my excellent disciple, you have given us a tremendous surprise. Yuan Shi laughed heartily, filled with joy. Alas, it is regrettable that the primordial purple chi of the world is so difficult to find. The master has already distributed it all. And without this opportunity to attain sanctity, how can one break through to become a sage? Tongtian, reflecting on the absence of primordial purple chi, wore a sorrowful expression. Sighing repeatedly, Laozi and Yuan Shi shared similar sentiments. Their disciple had the capability to become a sage, yet lacked this most crucial element. It is indeed a challenging predicament. Masters, do not worry, look. Feng Xuan spoke as he produced the Hongmeng purple chi bestowed upon him by Jin Yuanzi. The ethereal violet light enveloped the mountain peak, and a unique Tao rhythm resonated, leaving the three pure ones astounded. Disciple, from whence did you acquire this? They inquired incredulously. For the aura and the Tao rhythm unmistakably belonged to the Hongmeng purple chi. Feng Xuan then recounted the events concerning Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi. Upon hearing this, the three sighed deeply, holding a favorable impression of Red Cloud, the amiable figure he was. It was truly unexpected that he would fall upon emerging from seclusion. Such is the unpredictability of fate. This event, however, intensified their urgency towards achieving sanctification. Ultimately, without attaining such a state, one cannot feel secure. While they lamented the demise of their companion, it inadvertently laid a foundation for the disciple's own path to sanctification. But remember, by taking this Hongmeng purple chi, you have inherited the karmic ties of Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud. In the future, you must avenge Red Cloud, the elder cautioned after gathering his thoughts. I understand. Feng Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Tongtian's gaze fell upon Duobao, who was trembling behind Feng Xuan, evoking an inexplicable feeling within him. This child seems to share a connection with him. Disciple, who is this? Tongtian inquired, pointing at Duobao. Feng Xuan turned to introduce Duobao to Tongtian, saying, This is a primordial beast I recently discovered, the Duobao mouse, endowed with a natural ability to seek treasures. He claims to have come to pay his respects to Master San, so I brought him along. After speaking, he placed Duobao on the ground, allowing him to express himself. Having understood the identities of those present during the earlier conversation, Duobao immediately knelt and began to bow fervently. Master, please accept me as your disciple. I have traveled tirelessly to Kunlun Mountains solely to seek your guidance. The sound of his bows echoed, demonstrating the fervor of his respect. Seeing this, Tongtian's interest and affection for talent were piqued, and he nodded in approval. In that case, I shall accept you. You will be my second disciple. And this individual before you is your senior brother. Thank you, Master. Duobao exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, and bowed several more times before turning to Feng Xuan. Junior brother pays his respects to senior brother. Subsequently, the three pure ones elaborated on the Tao of the great Luo to Feng Xuan. With the enhancement of his extraordinary comprehension, he quickly grasped their teachings. Meanwhile, Tongtian took the opportunity to impart the upper clear immortal scripture and the upper clear formation technique to Duobao. After the teachings concluded, the three pure ones set off together to traverse the primordial wilderness. During their retreat, they cultivated while contemplating the primordial purple energy. However, they soon realized that their understanding of this energy was progressing too slowly, prompting them to prepare for a venture into the primordial realm in search of fortune. Junior brother, it appears we are left with only the two of us now. Feng Xuan gazed at the trembling Duobao with a mischievous grin. Senior brother, what are you planning to do? Duobao's small hands fidgeted restlessly, filled with dread. Of course, it is time to unleash your extraordinary talents. Feng Xuan casually brandished a leather whip, signaling Duobao to lead the way in search of spiritual roots and treasures. Please, senior brother, spare me, he exclaimed. Overwhelmed with excitement, I have struck it rich, far more than my gains on Mount Buzhou, on the small stone peak. Feng Xuan's eyes gleamed with delight as he beheld the abundance of spiritual flora and various innate metals before him. These are splendid materials for alchemy and consumption. He marveled. Duo Bao's abilities are truly remarkable. Is it enough now, senior brother? I genuinely cannot continue, Duo Bao lamented, sprawled on the ground beside him, limbs outstretched, gazing skyward. His eyes devoid of their former sparkle, as if he had relinquished all hope for the world. At that moment, a delicate pagoda materialized before Duo Bao. Here, take this as a token of gratitude for helping me gather all these treasures. Feng Xuan directly presented the exquisite innate spiritual treasure to Duo Bao. Instantly, Duo Bao sat up, eagerly accepting the pagoda, his previous despair vanishing in an instant, replaced by a glimmer of delight in his eyes as he incessantly rubbed the pristine surface of the tower with his paws. What a marvelous treasure, the Duo Bao pagoda. It is truly a perfect match for me, dear Taoist, he exclaimed. Thank you, senior brother. From now on, if you direct me to the north, I shall never venture south. If you instruct me to head east, I shall not stray west. Whatever you command, I shall comply without a hint of complaint. With that, he transformed into human form and began to refine the Duo Bao pagoda. Feng Xuan retreated to a secluded spot to engage in his cultivation. Reflecting upon the teachings imparted by his masters regarding the path of the great Luo Golden Immortal, his extraordinary comprehension surged relentlessly, propelling his cultivation to new heights. Time flowed like a river, and the primordial wilderness was indifferent to the passage of years. Eons drifted by, unhurried and serene. Feng Xuan opened his eyes, emitting a divine radiance as his aura gradually stabilized. He had reached the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Although his progress was not rapid, his foundation was remarkably solid. Despite having acquired the primordial purple chi, he did not wish to ascend to sainthood through it. Instead, he aimed to validate his path through strength or to explore a new route. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his extraordinary comprehension. At that moment, Feng Xuan suddenly sensed a significant event unfolding in the world. After dispelling the formation, he looked up. The starry sky was teeming with countless demon tribes and innumerable war chariots, drawn by colossal beasts from the primordial era, were poised for action. The vast and overwhelming aura rendered the stars dim and lifeless. Among the 10 leaders, 4 were in the early stages of quasi-sainthood, while 6 were at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Baizhe was undeniably one of the 4. These 10 were likely the future 10 demon saints of the demon tribe. Soon, 3 figures stepped forth from the sun, led by none other than the supreme beings of the demon tribe, Dijuan and Tai. Their quasi-saint mid-stage power caused the very stars to tremble. The nearby Kunpeng was no weakling either, having attained the early stage of quasi-sainthood. It seemed that Dijuan issued some command before the myriad demon tribes surged forward, their destination being the East Sea's Penglai, the stronghold of the Celestial Court. A great battle between the demon court and the Celestial Court was imminent. The Celestial Court was bound to face annihilation, and Dong Wang Gong would meet his demise. Ding! A notification indicated that a battle between the demon court and the Celestial Court was about to commence, prompting the host to make the following choices. 1. Stop the war and act as a mediator. Do you believe you are worthy? You would be instantly slain by 100 blades. Reward: a dragon for burial. 2. Infiltrate the Celestial Court to undermine the demon court. Are you truly willing to defy the heavens? Reward: malice of the heavenly Tao. 3. Infiltrate the demon court to sabotage the Celestial Court. You traitor, assisting those you oppose. Reward: a traitor's badge. 4. Watch from the sidelines and reap the benefits. While the Celestial Court may fall, the demon court will not fare much better. There are numerous treasures on Palai Island. Hehe. Reward: guidance to the Abbot's Island. Upon examining the 4 options, Feng Xuan decisively chose the 4th. None of the first 3 offered any advantage, and he harbored grievances against both the Celestial Court and the Demon Court, wishing for their mutual destruction. Why assist them? With that thought, he produced a wealth of innate metals collected from Kunlun Mountain and a piece of innate gung metal previously rewarded by the system. He activated the Tao Gold metal to absorb them, infusing the method of body refining into the Tao Gold metal. Delightful. His power surged and the speed of absorption quickened. Before long, Feng Xuan awakened, his face beaming as he sensed the pinnacle of his physical cultivation as a great Luo Golden Immortal. A breakthrough to quasi-sainthood was imminent, and soon he would be able to traverse the primordial realm with ease, free from the threat of falling. It was time to set off for the East Sea. Feng Xuan observed the still training Xiaobai and Duobao, shaking his head. They should focus on their cultivation, as their current level of power was far too perilous to expose to the outside world. He left a message to reassure them, and then activated the innate grand formation of the little stone peak to safeguard them from any disturbances. Feng Xuan embarked towards the eastern sea in his majestic nine-dragon agarwood chariot. Along the journey, he skillfully obscured the chariot's distinctive form using the unique properties of 6 pristine bamboo stalks, rendering it undetectable even to the most discerning of saints. The chariot's ostentatious appearance was far too conspicuous, and he yearned to bide his time and reap the rewards of others' efforts. As he soared through the skies, Feng Xuan languidly surveyed the breathtaking scenery below. The primordial landscape was a cacophony of extraordinary sights, teeming with bizarre and fantastical creatures. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon 3 breathtakingly beautiful women, their countenances strikingly similar, yet each possessing their own unique traits. However, they appeared to be in dire straits. A sinister Taoist, at the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal level, was in hot pursuit of them. Ding! The system detects that the 3 celestials are being hunted by the blood demon Taoist. Please make the following choices. 1. Remain indifferent and allow the 3 celestials to fall into the clutches of evil. Are you even human? Indeed, you are not. Reward: 10,000 electric shocks. 2. Strike down the blood demon Taoist and save the 3 celestials. Now, this is commendable. Hero rescuing the damsels, especially when they are your future junior sisters. Reward: a wisp of primordial chi. System: I choose option 2. Even without a reward, he would have opted to intervene and save them. Big sister, you go ahead. Our powers are nearly depleted, Bixiao gasped, struggling to maintain her pace. Big sister, please leave us. We can no longer continue, Xiongxiao exclaimed, her face etched with fear, urging Yunxiao to flee. Had it not been for her playful nature, they would not have drawn the attention of the pursuing blood demon Taoist. She felt responsible for their plight. No, I refuse to abandon you. I am your elder sister. The resolute Yunxiao, recognizing the futility of their flight, turned to confront the blood demon Taoist. As an elder sister, it was her duty to protect her younger siblings. Blood demon Taoist, I shall face you, Yunxiao declared, wielding a low-grade innate spiritual treasure in the form of a sword. The blood demon Taoist, undeterred, erupted into maniacal laughter, a depraved ecstasy evident on his grotesque visage. Ha ha ha, cease your futile resistance. I can already scent the sweet aroma of your blood. Obediently submit to be devoured by me. A blood-red chain lashed out, ensnaring Yunxiao's weapon. With a forceful tug, the blood demon Taoist yanked her closer, baring his fangs, eager to savor the sweet nectar of her blood. Don't! Bixiao and Xiongxiao cried out in despair. In that moment, Yunxiao closed her eyes, tears glistening at the corners. Was she truly destined to perish? A thunderous roar resonated through the heavens, and she suddenly felt herself enveloped in a warm embrace. All is well. The blood demon Taoist has been vanquished. Upon hearing these words, Yunxiao could not help but open her eyes. What greeted her was a strikingly handsome face adorned with a warm smile, instantly dispelling the despair and fear that had enveloped her heart. She stared, entranced, at Feng Xuan. Elder sister, are you all right? At that moment, Bixiao and Xiongxiao hurried over, anxiously inquiring. Yunxiao snapped out of her daze, stepping away from Feng Xuan's embrace to respond to them. I am fine. The young lady expressed her gratitude, bowing respectfully. I am deeply thankful for your assistance, esteemed friend. Bixiao and Xiongxiao also bowed in reverence, expressing their thanks. There is no need for such formality. My aid was offered due to the connection I sensed between you and my master. I have come to inquire whether you would be willing to join my master's sect. Feng Xuan accepted their gratitude with a sense of righteousness, and then extended an olive branch. San Zhao's gaze quivered slightly, clearly intrigued. Setting aside the question of her sect, Feng Xuan's status as a great Luo Golden Immortal was already sufficient to take them as disciples. May I inquire which formidable master you are affiliated with? Yunxiao asked, her voice melodious and enchanting, akin to a gentle stream flowing into one's heart. Feng Xuan confidently responded, I have 3 masters, whose names you must be familiar with, the 3 pure ones. I am here to serve as the representative of my master, the most pure. 3 pure ones. The 3 heavens exclaimed in unison, their charming faces reflecting sheer astonishment, completely at a loss. It was not that they lacked experience, rather, the renown of the 3 pure ones was overwhelmingly illustrious. Following the calamity of Dragon and Phoenix, numerous primordial deities emerged, carving out their remarkable legacies across the vast wilderness. Among them, the three pure ones hold the highest acclaim, having left behind countless legends that inspire admiration from countless lesser beings. After their initial excitement, the three heavens showed no hesitation and responded in unison, "We are willing." Feng Xuan let out a light chuckle, fully aware that the three Xiaos would surely acquiesce. He had, after all, gained three charming junior sisters. The host had completed option 2, and the primordial essence had been dispatched. The system's rewards followed suit. The primordial essence, distinct from the primordial purple chi, is one of the essential materials for the creation of the primordial measuring ruler, a premium substance for artifact refinement. It also serves as the optimal item for his consumption, significantly enhancing his physical form. After comprehending the intricacies of the primordial essence, Feng Xuan glanced at the three maidens before him, hesitating. Should he take the three Xiaos back to Kunlun or venture to the Eastern Sea? After much contemplation, he resolved to head to the Eastern Sea first. Opportunities like this are fleeting, and once missed, they do not return. Otherwise, by the time he arrives, the treasures would have already been thoroughly claimed, leaving him with nothing but scraps. Feng Xuan waved his hand, summoning the 9 dragons' agarwood palanquin, and turned to look at the three sisters. "My dear disciples, come with me to witness a grand spectacle. After that, I shall escort you back to Kunlun." The three sisters gracefully entered the palanquin, while Feng Xuan continued to conceal its form with 6 pure bamboo stalks. And the 4 of them set forth towards the Eastern Sea. Along the way, Yunxiao glanced back at their previous location. A deep chasm, stretching thousands of miles, had torn the earth asunder, and the blood demon Taoist lay lifeless, utterly defeated. Wow, this palanquin is truly an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. It's excessively luxurious. Bixiao gently caressed the opulent decorations of the 9 dragons' agarwood palanquin, her eyes brimming with astonishment and envy. The three sisters had yet to possess a single remarkable treasure of their own. Feng Xuan, who had closed his eyes in meditation, couldn't he help but feel a surge of satisfaction upon hearing her words. He had thought that after attaining immortality, he would be free from worldly desires. Yet he found himself stirred by such circumstances. He remained, after all, a mere mortal. Before long, the 4 arrived at the shores of the Eastern Sea. The atmosphere here was exceedingly tense, with the armies of the demon court and the celestial court poised in confrontation. Myriad golden immortals and demon soldiers stood at the ready, commanded by countless Tai golden immortal generals. Above them loomed numerous great Luo demon gods, creating a truly splendid array. In particular, the 13 peak presences at the center of the formation exerted a pressure that shook heaven and earth as endless avenues flowed freely, illuminating the realm with myriad hues and blossoming golden lotuses. In stark contrast, the celestial court appeared solemn, with numerous celestial soldiers, generals, and lords bearing grave expressions. Although their numbers were comparable to those of the demon court, they had merely 3 quasi-saints and 4 great Luo peak beings backing them. Their top-tier combat strength was decidedly inferior to that of the demon court. Nevertheless, the 7 peak powerhouses boldly displayed their own avenues, instantly radiating celestial brilliance. As various phenomena ascended into the sky, though war had yet to erupt, in terms of momentum, the celestial court had already lost. "Senior brother Feng Xuan, are we truly to partake in this great battle?" The three sisters trembled in fear, huddling together as they regarded the formidable aura outside. The strength of even the weakest individual present far surpassed their own. Could they truly bear witness to such a scene? Haha, of course not. We are merely here to enjoy the spectacle and perhaps seize an opportunity. There's no need to be afraid, as long as you remain obedient within the palanquin. Even the likes of Emperor Jun will not easily perceive us. Feng Xuan gently soothed Sanjiao's emotions, for she was still too young and naive, lacking the audacity that once characterized the era of the investiture of the gods. After all, they were the formidable Sanjiao, who dared to challenge even the saints. Upon hearing his comforting words, Sanjiao gradually calmed her heart. Yunxiao, observing the tense atmosphere of the battlefield, curiously inquired, "Brother Feng Xuan, whom do you believe will emerge victorious, the demon court or the celestial court?" Feng Xuan, without the slightest hesitation, exclaimed, "It is, of course, the demon court." "Why is that?" Yunxiao inquired, puzzled. In the eyes of their scattered cultivators, the immortal court was an immense entity, supremely powerful. It seemed illogical that the newly established demon court could possibly triumph. However, as you continue to observe, the reasons will become clear. Feng Xuan smiled silently. Observing the unfolding scene, they could discern the formidable strength of the demon court. Presently, the three great powers were led by the witch clan, followed closely by the demon court, while the celestial court was of little consequence. The gathering of such a formidable army was likely the last flicker of their waning glory. At that moment, two supreme figures emerged from the ranks of the demon army. Countless demons bowed in reverence, their voices united in fervent adulation, echoing across the vast expanse of the wilderness. This overwhelming chorus instilled a sense of trepidation in the hearts of many powerful onlookers. The might of the demon court was indeed overwhelming. "Ha, Eastern King, should you choose to surrender today, I shall grant you mercy." Jun surveyed the celestial court with an imposing gaze, his regal demeanor inciting fear within their ranks. "You must be dreaming." The Eastern King stepped forward, wielding the dragon-headed staff bestowed by the Tao ancestor. The imperial aura cultivated over countless ages rivaled that of Jun. "Our celestial court acts upon the will of the sage, sanctioned by the heavenly Tao. Do the demons dare defy the heavens?" With this declaration, he raised his dragon-headed staff high, seeking to affirm his legitimacy before the heavens. Yet, the heavenly Tao remained unmoved, stubbornly resisting, since he refused to concede. "The celestial court shall brace for annihilation." Jun scoffed, retreating alongside Tai, for the time was not yet ripe for their intervention. Upon their return to formation, Feng soon emerged to orchestrate the strategy. As a demon master, he stood on equal footing with Bai Zhe, the foremost among the 10 demon saints, overseeing all matters concerning the demon clan. Under his command, the demon army surged forth like a dragon, a tidal wave of murderous intent soaring towards the heavens. Countless colossal beasts roared, charging towards the celestial court, while myriad dragons and primordial beasts erupted from within their ranks. The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of collision and the ferocious roars that reverberated over the eastern sea. Multitudes of vividly colored blood spilled forth, staining the vast ocean in a kaleidoscope of hues. The battle raged fiercely, with celestial soldiers clashing against demon warriors, celestial generals confronting demon generals, and celestial lords facing off against demon gods. With each passing moment, countless lives perished, their bodies falling like dumplings into the sea, floating upon the surface. In the midst of the terrifying slaughter, all were blinded by rage. Even the immortal and eternally carefree great Luo golden immortals occasionally fell. The calamity of heaven and earth had commenced. The atmosphere was thick with the formless and intangible aura of tribulation. The celestial mechanisms were thrown into disarray, minds clouded. And even the indestructible faced the risk of demise, as none who fell short of the sage's realm were safe from obliteration. This exemplifies the terror of calamity. It appears that the downfall of the celestial court heralds the onset of the great calamity of witches and demons. Feng Xuan gazed intently at the battle unfolding on the field, murmuring to himself, "Senior brother Feng Xuan, what great calamity?" Yun Xiao furrowed her brow, her bright eyes revealing a deep sense of perplexity. "It is nothing. You need not concern yourselves with such matters at this moment." Feng Xuan began to elucidate, asserting that they need not comprehend these matters just yet. With his presence, neither the junior brothers nor sisters would succumb to calamity. Suddenly, a formidable force erupted from one side of the battlefield, and a colossal golden dragon roared through the heavens, soaring from the rear of the celestial court and plunging into the ranks of the demon army. The dragon's body extended for countless miles, its resplendent golden scales shimmering with an eternal celestial glow. With each roar, countless demons were struck dead, with every twist of its form. Innumerable demons were reduced to mere mist. The assaults from the great Luo golden immortals proved utterly futile against the golden dragon, as its defenses were impenetrable, allowing it to wreak havoc upon the demon horde at will. Kill. Witnessing this turn of events, the morale of the previously disheartened celestial army surged dramatically, and even the celestial lords who had contemplated retreating abandoned such thoughts, charging fiercely at the demons. The celestial court, once in a desperate plight, unexpectedly gained the upper hand. A mere spiritual treasure, daring to defy the heavens. At that moment, a crimson golden disk emerged from behind the demon court, adorned with the sun's divine patterns, delineating its searing laws. The disk hurtled directly towards the golden dragon, evaporating the sea in its path, rendering even the water vapor intangible. Countless celestial soldiers were incinerated to ashes, and even the great Luo celestial lords struggled against the disk's scorching heat, harnessing their powers to withstand the onslaught. The rampaging golden dragon seemed to sense something, lifting its massive head to gaze at the approaching disk. A flicker of rage ignited within its eyes, and it charged at the disk. With its maw agape, it clamped down upon the searing disk, rendering it immobile. for the golden dragon. The temperature capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas appeared inconsequential. It felt no discomfort at all. Instead, it cast a disdainful glance towards the rear of the demon ranks. Humph, fearless and undeterred, with a cold snort. The thick clouds that had gathered in the sky due to the fierce battle split apart as if cleaved by a colossal sword. Radiant sunlight cascaded upon the battlefield, warming all in its embrace, a most pleasant sensation. Suddenly, the once proud golden dragon's expression began to twist in agony. In an instant, its entire head detonated, revealing the continuously rotating solar disk within. Under the sun's radiance, the disk's power intensified, resembling a second sun in the world, releasing its might in full measure. The celestial court found itself suffocated beneath the weight of this artifact. The sun essence wheel, Feng Xuan, seated in the nine dragons' incense carriage, gazed intently at the solar wheel commanding the battlefield. This was none other than the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the sun essence wheel. Born from the supreme star of the celestial heavens, the celestial wheel of the sun harmonizes with the lunar wheel of the moon upon the celestial body of the yin star. However, the golden dragon that just emerged is, in fact, a transformation of the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed staff. In the nascent stages of the celestial court's establishment, this dragon-headed staff was imbued with a vast abundance of heavenly merits, elevating it beyond the realm of ordinary spiritual treasures. It is truly astonishing that the solar wheel could triumph over it. This warrants a closer examination of the celestial wheel he wields. On the battlefield, the celestial army is rendered utterly incapable of combat by the searing flames of the solar wheel. Even when forming battle formations, they cannot withstand the most intense heat emanating from the sun. Witnessing this, the Eastern King could no longer restrain himself and intervened. Amidst the celestial radiance, he manifested at the heart of the battlefield, wielding the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the pure yang sword, aiming to cleave the solar wheel. He then pointed his sword at the demonic forces, unleashing a cataclysmic sword energy, each wave imbued with the power of a mid-stage quasi-saint, capable of dimming the very heavens. His intention was to obliterate the countless demons in one fell swoop. At last, he has chosen to reveal himself. Suddenly, a chaotic-hued great bell appeared, spanning the void, shielding the myriad demons beneath its protection. The Eastern King's sword energy struck against the bell, producing a thunderous resonance, yet it proved utterly ineffective, impenetrable. The imposing figure of Tai emerged, and the chaotic bell obediently returned to his side. When kings confront one another, it is only fitting that they face off directly. The Eastern King's expression grew grave. He could sense the formidable presence of Tai. Though both were mid-stage quasi-saints, he found himself overshadowed by Tai's might. Yet, the pride of the Emperor of the Celestial Court forbade him from retreating. He could only advance unwaveringly. He then soared towards the distant ocean, knowing that their clash would resound with grandeur, shattering the very fabric of space and time around them. Even the aftermath of their battle would lead to the downfall of countless celestial beings. Thus, he chose this location to determine their fates. Tai soon arrived as well, and the two stood face to face, causing the ocean to churn violently. The Eastern King brandished his sword in his left hand while simultaneously invoking the dragon-headed staff to strike at Tai. His great Tao was fully manifested, conjuring a miniature illusion of the celestial court in the heavens, adorned with pavilions and ethereal charm. Countless beams of celestial light cascaded down, enveloping the Eastern King's resplendent robes, elevating his aura to its zenith. Kill. With a swing of his sword, the heavens dimmed, as if the entire celestial court were descending, and the space beneath this strike erupted as though it were a shattered mirror. In the face of such a sword, Tai merely smiled calmly. He released the chaotic bell, and boundless temporal power surged forth. The annihilating sword energy, before it could even touch the bell, was forcefully extinguished, dissipating into the ether. Next, the chaotic bell stirred, its chaotic radiance gleaming, directly ensnaring the Eastern King. Tai then stepped forward, extending his palm, which transformed into the golden claw of the divine crow, aiming for his vital point. With a resounding clang, the bell tolled, sending the Eastern King hurtling thousands of miles away. Tai's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had not sustained serious injury? At that moment, the distant figure of the Eastern King displayed a visage of trepidation as a small bell hovered before him. Had it not been for his other accompanying spiritual treasure, the Jingong bell, serving as his protector, he would have likely perished on the spot. Truly, Tai Chi was an adversary not to be trifled with. Tai Chi, sensing this, allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips as the chaos bell swayed once more, its profound chime resonating again. This time, however, it did not target the Eastern King, but rather aimed directly at the Jingyang bell. Among the treasures of the world, only the chaos bell held supremacy, despite the Jingyang bell's desperate resistance. It was ultimately overwhelmed and struck down by the chaos bell, which Taichi then effortlessly claimed for himself. Shameless. The Eastern King, witnessing his treasured possession so easily seized, succumbed to a fit of rage, momentarily losing his composure. Ignoring the dignity expected of an emperor of the celestial court and the disparity in their strengths, he brandished his pure yang sword and lunged at Taichi. This was precisely what Taichi desired. The radiance of the chaos bell flared brilliantly, enveloping the Eastern King in an eternal celestial light, confining him within the bell and rendering him immobile. In that instant, the Eastern King realized he had fallen into a trap. Yet, it was too late. The chaos bell suppressed the primordial space, its immense power steadily eroding his path, leading to his complete dissolution. Ha ha ha. I have ultimately met my defeat, yet your demonic court shall not fare any better. Your annihilation is inevitable. In his final moments, the Eastern King awakened to the bitter truth, his tone laden with melancholy as he cast a venomous curse toward Taichi, who stood beyond. In response, Taichi dismissed the Eastern King's words with disdain. The destruction of the celestial court stemmed from the Eastern King provoking them, obstructing their path. Meanwhile, the demonic court was destined to reign over the entire primordial realm under the leadership of the two brothers. Within the battlefield where the celestial court and the demonic court clashed, an eerie silence fell, as all held their breath, awaiting the outcome of the distant conflict. In an instant, a beam of eternal celestial light erupted from afar, illuminating all existence, a final glimmer from the Eastern King. The once clear sky gradually morphed into a blood-red hue. Blood rained down from the heavens. Accompanied by a mournful dragon's roar, the auspicious golden dragon of the celestial court appeared as though it had suffered a grievous blow, its vitality waning. The emperor had fallen. This news erupted throughout the celestial camp like wildfire, spreading swiftly, filling every heart with despair. If even the formidable Eastern King had met his demise, was there any necessity for further resistance? In stark contrast, the demonic court erupted in thunderous cheers. What could be more exhilarating than directly slaying the opposing king before their own? The morale of the demonic army surged, their weapons gleaming with a chilling light. And each demon's eyes burned with a bloodthirsty glint. The war had claimed too many lives, leaving each individual on edge. Now, they were in desperate need of a frenzied slaughter. Let us go. The time is right. Upon witnessing the scene, Feng Xuan comprehended that the moment had arrived. Now was the most opportune time to infiltrate the Isle of Palai. The 9 dragons' incense palanquin, concealed beneath the 6 pristine bamboo stalks, approached the periphery of the isle in silence. However, progress was hindered. It was not a matter of desire, but rather a formidable barrier obstructed their path. Feng Xuan, what troubles you? Are we unable to proceed? San Xiao, still recovering from the aftermath of the Eastern Prince's fall, inquired curiously as she noticed Feng Xuan's halt in movement. No worries, please wait a moment. Feng Xuan arrived before the grand formation, a mere array that he found laughable. After all, he had mastered the upper clear array teachings imparted by his third master. This was the perfect opportunity to test the results of his studies. After some clangorous tinkering within the hall, a breach was created in the formation, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. After explaining the situation to the 3 Xiaos, they disembarked from their carriage. To avoid detection, the 4 of them joined hands and slipped through the opening. Once inside, they were met with chaos. Numerous celestial officials, engaged in menial tasks within the celestial court, were scattering in all directions, hastily taking with them a number of valuable items. Witnessing this, Feng Xuan's heart tightened. Surely, his treasures would not be pilfered by those celestial officials. No, those were his prized possessions. Feng Xuan unconsciously quickened his pace, and the strength in his hands inadvertently increased. After circling around, the 4 finally discovered the entrance to the core of the immortal court. Feng Xuan entered alongside the 3 women. The core was guarded by a formidable array, yet it was effortlessly breached in just a few strikes. This spectacle drew the admiring gaze of the 3 sisters, their eyes widening in astonishment. They had not anticipated that their elder brother possessed such formidable strength. And to add to that, he was also well-versed in the art of formations. Truly remarkable. He is indeed worthy of being their elder brother. Feng Xuan could sense the admiring gazes fixed upon him from behind, filling his heart with a delightful joy. Yes, indeed, it was this very sensation. With a heart brimming with excitement, he stepped slowly into the heart of the celestial garden, and what greeted his eyes was not the opulence of pavilions and towers, but the pristine beauty of the mountains and rivers. This place preserved the original essence of Penglai Island. Feng Xuan hastened towards the center, only to be struck by a wave of despair at the sight before him. Despite his hurried efforts, he had not anticipated that someone would arrive before him. Beside a shimmering pool of tricolor spring water stood an individual, diligently collecting the precious liquid in a bottle. This spring water was none other than the invaluable Sanguang divine water. All of this rightfully belonged to him. How it pained his heart. Feng Xuan gently turned to the three shouts behind him, signaling them to remain silent. Then he stealthily approached the man from behind, concealed beneath the 6 pristine bamboos. Escaping detection. In his hand, the Hongming measuring stick was quietly summoned, raised high in preparation to deliver a decisive blow. Just as the Hongming measuring stick was about to descend, the figure before him suddenly turned around. Feng Xuan was taken aback and promptly ceased his actions, obediently placing his hands behind his back. Sister Enhua, what brings you here? It turned out that the one collecting the divine water of the 3 lights was none other than the long-lost Enhua. At this moment, she donned a garb that concealed her form, rendering her unrecognizable to Feng Xuan. You, at first glance, seem quite unruly. Enhua smiled sweetly, lightly raising her jade hand to tap Feng Xuan's forehead. She had witnessed the earlier scene in its entirety. This young lad had intended to deceive her, but fortunately, her reflexes were swift. Feng Xuan chuckled softly, gesturing for the 3 Xiaos to approach. Sister Enhua, what brings you here? Feng Xuan sat nearby, observing Enhua as she collected the divine water of the 3 lights, perplexed by her actions. Did she truly need to fetch it herself? As the sovereign of the demon clan, the spoils of war would naturally be entrusted to her after the battle, rendering her personal involvement unnecessary. Humph. Is this not all you're doing? Upon hearing Feng Xuan's inquiry, Enhua's demeanor soured, as if she harbored grievances against him. Through their ensuing conversation, it became evident that Enhua refrained from joining the demon court, not only due to the enmity stemming from the innate gourd, but also to consider his feelings. Meanwhile, her brother Fuxi and Emperor Juntai had reconciled and taken positions within the demon court, eager to forge their own paths. For countless years, she had resided alone in the Fengqi Valley. Oh, you promised to visit me, yet you never came, leaving me to dwell in solitude. How lonely it has been. As she spoke, Enhua raised her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes, where a glimmer of tears seemed to shimmer. Upon witnessing the situation, Feng Xuan immediately fell into a state of panic. How could he resolve this? Who could possibly offer him guidance? Sister Enhua, I was mistaken. Upon my return, I shall seek you out. No sooner had the words left his lips than his hand was seized. Enhua gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Is that true? You must not go back on your word. Feng Xuan finally comprehended that he had been deceived, manipulated by Enhua as if he were a mere pawn. However, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to acquiesce. This time, for certain, Enhua, satisfied, released her grip on him. Pray tell, what brings you here? Is this not a sacred ground of the celestial court? Of course, I am here for the same purpose as you, dear Sister Enhua. With that, he produced 24 sea stabilizing pearls to gather the divine water of the 3 lights. Each of these 24 pearls encapsulated a vast realm, possessing the power to contain the cosmos and transform the heavens. Collecting this pool of divine water was a trivial task. Enhua, glancing at the robust column of water ascending from Feng Xuan's side, then observing the delicate stream drawn by her own jade bottle, felt a surge of urgency. She swiftly grasped Feng Xuan's arm. Leave some for me. Hiss. Feng Xuan gritted his teeth, drawing in a sharp breath. What kind of divine power could possibly breach his defenses? Nevertheless, he obediently accepted only 40%, leaving the remainder for Enhua. After all, if there were insufficient materials for creating humanity, it would lead to chaos. Although he would not take on human form in this lifetime, he still felt a certain kinship towards the human race compared to other groups. In no time, the entire pool of the 3 light divine water was completely consumed, revealing the pool's bottom to all. A white lotus manifested within the water, emanating a pure aura that cleared the minds of Sanshao and Enhua. As for Feng Xuan, he merely found the fragrance delightful. The blessings of the great Tao rendered calamities ineffective, shielding him from the veils of fate. This is the 12th-grade pure world white lotus, Enhua exclaimed in astonishment, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. Every exquisite innate spiritual treasure is a rare find, and this 12th-grade lotus pedestal is no exception. Apart from Hongjun, No one would deny their desire for it. However, a question now arose. To whom would the pure world White Lotus belong? Upon hearing it was Nuwa, Sanshao huddled together, trembling in fear. Another formidable figure, one to be avoided at all costs. Thus, the ownership rested between Feng Xuan and Nuwa. Ding. The system detected the 12-grade pure world White Lotus. Please choose one of the following options. 1. Bestow it upon Nuwa. As the saying goes, treasures are easy to find, but a worthy companion is rare. This presents a splendid opportunity to enhance rapport. Reward. Celestial Lotus Essence, capable of cultivating a 9-grade Lotus pedestal into a 12-grade Lotus pedestal. 2. Claim it for oneself. Treasures stir the heart, and it is only natural to feel temptation. Reward. A piece of innate green copper. System, I choose option 1. This choice intrigued him, for if his memory served him correctly, there were indeed 2 White Lotuses, one a complete 12-grade, and the other a flawed 9-grade. Feng Xuan extended his hand, presenting the 12th-grade Pure World White Lotus to Nuwa. Sister Nuwa, please take this. Upon hearing his words, Nuwa's expression revealed her surprise. She had intended to offer the Pure World White Lotus to Feng Xuan, yet unexpectedly, he had taken the initiative to present it to her. Her fondness for him deepened in her heart. Unbeknownst to them, their fates became even more intricately entwined. The system detected that the host had completed option 1, and the aura of the Azure Lotus was subsequently released. Following this, Feng Xuan unearthed a budding lotus flower from the corner of the pool, emanating a similar aura to that of the Pure World White Lotus. It was a twin lotus. Indeed, during the growth of the Pure World White Lotus, a second bloom had emerged. Then this one belongs to me. Feng Xuan gazed at the lotus bud in his hand, his heart brimming with excitement. Though it would ultimately blossom into a mere 9th-grade flower, he possessed the ethereal aura of the Azure Lotus granted by the system. Was it not a simple matter to cultivate it to the 12th grade? This not only enhanced Nuwa's favor, but also preserved the precious treasure, an exquisite twofold gain. Congratulations to you, brother Feng Xuan. Upon receiving the Pure World White Lotus, Nuwa felt a swell of joy upon noticing the second White Lotus in Feng Xuan's grasp. Now, neither of them would return empty-handed, offering her a modicum of solace. Suddenly, the entire space trembled, as if on the verge of collapse. What calamity was unfolding? Nuwa extended her jade hand and gently prodded, causing ripples to cascade through the fabric of reality, reflecting the external scene like a mirror of water. The celestial army of the outer realm was being mercilessly slaughtered by the demon court. The crimson tide stained the seas, and a plethora of malevolent energy darkened the skies. All demon clans reveled in this carnage. Above the battlefield, a cataclysmic clash transpired. Kunlun, Bai Zhe, and 3 other early quasi-saints, along with 6 peak Deluo demon saints, encircled the last vestiges of strength from the celestial court. 2 quasi-saints and 4 peak Deluo. Tai constructed the battlefield with the Chaos Bell, shielding the myriad beings below from harm while simultaneously severing their chances of escape, leaving them at the mercy of their assailants. Was the demon court truly intent on annihilation? A quasi-saint of the celestial court roared in despair, celestial light illuminating his form as he conjured a great cauldron to momentarily stave off the onslaught of several demon saints. However, the remaining 4 Deluo golden immortals met a tragic fate. Each was besieged by 2 or 3 adversaries of equal rank or even higher, torn to shreds in mere moments. The blood of the Deluo golden immortals stained the heavens, their corporeal forms devoured entirely, leaving not even a remnant of bone. Subsequently, the 11 assailants directed their full might against the 2 struggling quasi-saints. The celestial light cauldron teetered precariously, on the brink of shattering. Surrender willingly. You have squandered your opportunities, and only annihilation awaits you now. Kunlun mocked loudly as his true form manifested behind him. With a powerful flap of his wings, he unleashed 2 tempestuous gales that hurtled toward the celestial light cauldron, shattering it to pieces. As the cauldron disintegrated, a torrential wave of attacks descended upon the bodies of the 2 quasi-saints. Countless laws of the great Tao intertwined, dismantling their very essence. The 2 quasi-saints were engulfed in a frenzy of bloodshed, their celestial light dimming significantly, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Observing this, Kunlun activated the laws of wind and prepared to charge forth. Perhaps the 2 quasi-saints possessed treasures of considerable rank, spoils that rightfully belonged to him. As the 2 individuals stood before him, Kunlun transformed his claws to grasp their positions within the space of Sumeru. Yet, at that moment, his hands were firmly held by them. A sense of foreboding began to creep into Kunlun's heart. Could it be? The 2 quasi-saints erupted into maniacal laughter. radiating an even more potent celestial light, as if a white sun had manifested in the heavens. They were igniting their own paths. They intended to self-destruct. Even in death, they sought to drag someone down with them. Kunlun's face turned pale with terror, memories flooding back. "Let go. Release me," he cried, frantically swinging his arms in an attempt to shake them off. Alas, their grip was unyielding, their fingers sinking deeply into his flesh, binding him tightly. "Someone, please help me. Save me." Realizing he could not escape, Kunlun turned to the 10 great demonic saints for assistance. However, they had already retreated to a corner, taking refuge within a defensive spiritual treasure at the first signs of the impending explosion. They lacked the courage to aid him. "You all." Kunlun's fear escalated. His arms flailed wildly, and he began to kick the bodies of the 2 quasi-saints with his legs. Yet, it proved utterly futile. A crackling sound echoed, reminiscent of shattering porcelain. Despair consumed Kunlun's mind. "It's over." A thunderous explosion reverberated across the sky, causing the fortunes of the celestial court to plummet to their lowest ebb. At that moment, it could be said that the celestial court had met its demise. Little did he expect such loyalty and valor from its members. Tai, filled with emotion, subsequently retracted the chaos bell, although his expression remained calm. Dijun beside him could sense his brother's blood surging with agitation. It appeared the self-detonation of the 2 quasi-saints held considerable power. But what of Bai Zhe and the others? Dijun's countenance shifted dramatically. They were the elite forces of their demon court. Surely they hadn't been obliterated in an instant. "Cough, cough. Your Majesty, we have returned." The 10 great demonic saints marched back into formation. Observing their demeanor, they appeared largely unscathed, albeit somewhat disheveled. Yet, as the demon emperor, a necessary concern was warranted. "Are you all right?" "We are fine, fulfilling our mission successfully. Both quasi-saints and 4-peak Deluo have perished," Bai Zhe replied respectfully, though his expression soon turned troubled, unsure how to continue. "What troubles you? Speak freely. As long as you are all safe, that is the best outcome," Dijun proclaimed, his royal demeanor evident. "Alas, Your Majesty, you should see for yourself." Bai Zhe stepped aside, and the other 9 demonic saints followed suit, revealing a dark humanoid figure at the center. Dijun burst into laughter, unable to contain himself, while Tai beside him also struggled to suppress his mirth. "What, again, is it Kunlun? This unfortunate soul was grievously injured by the red clouds a millennium ago, and only now has he managed to recover. Yet here he is again. Does he not know how to evade danger?" Below, the 10 great demon saints erupted in laughter, fully aware of the events that transpired with Kunlun ages past. "Ahem, very well, let us escort the demon master back for recuperation. Now, let us seize the celestial court together." Dijun suppressed his mirth, proclaiming with poise. The grand demon army, led by the 10 demon saints, surged forth like an unstoppable tide, charging towards Polai Island. Upon encountering the protective barrier of the island, Tai summoned the chaos bell, obliterating it with a single strike. The true visage of the celestial court was now laid bare. It was devoid of the opulence one might envision, revealing instead only crumbling walls and desolation. With grave expressions, Dijun and Tai split their forces, one venturing into the heart of the celestial court, the other into its treasury. Soon, their thunderous roars echoed. "Minghe, I curse you." Both treasure vaults had been utterly looted, leaving behind the brazen inscription, "Minghe was here." The crimson lettering seemed to mock their intelligence. Arg. Dijun and Tai were once again consumed by impotent fury. From afar, the crowd in the 9 Dragons incense carriage could not help but burst into laughter. Hee. Nua's tinkling laughter resonated, her previously lonely heart now filled with joy. Wen Qian is quite the rascal. He has thoroughly offended Dijun and Tai now. Indeed, senior brother Wen Qian is rather wicked, allowing the demon court to toil in vain. The 3 celestial maidens beamed with delight, their eyes sparkling in amusement. Unable to fathom such antics. "What does it matter to me? It was Minghe who did it. We should seek him out," Wen Qian exclaimed, bursting into hearty laughter. Before the demon clan even invaded the celestial court, he had already swept through it entirely, leaving not a single trace behind, along with that conspicuous inscription. "Though I do feel a tad guilty towards my friend Minghe, but they already have a grudge, deepening it matters little. After all, Minghe cannot kill me." Athaha. Detection complete. The host has fulfilled option 4. The guidance for Fengxian Island has been issued. Guidance for Fengxian Island? Feng Xuan contemplated for a moment. It was not the opportune time to embark on an exploration. The formidable army of the demon court was still present, and should they be discovered, it would be impossible to provide a satisfactory explanation. The 9 dragons' incense palanquin soared swiftly through the skies, soon arriving at the foot of Mount Buzhou. After escorting Nuo back to Fengxi Valley, Feng Xuan returned to Kunlun with the Sanshao. Sensing the absence of familiar presences within the Jade Void Palace, it appeared that his master and the others had yet to return. Thus, he had no choice but to bring the Sanshao back to his territory. Upon arriving at the small stone peak, Feng Xuan dispelled the protective mountain array. Inside, Xiaobai and Duobao were still engrossed in their cultivation, remaining utterly motionless. "Brother Feng Xuan, is this your sacred ground?" the Sanshao inquired, their curiosity piqued as they surveyed the various arrangements of the small stone peak, exclaiming in wonder. As self-cultivators, they had never encountered such a celestial mountain blessed with fortune. "There is no need to envy. Once Master San returns, you too shall possess a sacred ground like this." Feng Xuan chuckled softly. The Kunlun Mountains are replete with numerous celestial peaks, and currently, they remain unclaimed territory where everyone may eventually discover their desired sanctum. Perhaps it cannot rival his own little stone peak, yet it is undoubtedly a rare paradise in the world. Upon hearing his words, the youngest, Bai Shao, slightly shifted her gaze, first observing her elder sister Yun Shao, then Feng Xuan, and finally herself. With a gentle leap, she wrapped her arms around Feng Xuan's neck from behind. "Brother Feng Xuan, let us not seek a sanctum. We wish to stay with you, if that is agreeable." Bai Shao's little head bobbed on Feng Xuan's shoulder, her dark tresses brushing against his nose, tickling him. "Bai Shao, what are you doing? Come down at once." Yun Shao, witnessing this, hurriedly approached to grasp Bai Zhao's arm in an attempt to pull her down, her tone laced with mild reproach. Unfazed, Bai Shao tightened her hold. Crossing her legs around Feng Xuan's waist, their bodies pressed closely together. "Ouch! This cursed softness. All right, you may choose a spot to stay with me, but please, come down." Feng Xuan struggled for a moment, only to realize he could not break free. This young girl possessed considerable strength. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to her request. After all, Little Shifeng was vast enough to accommodate a few more inhabitants. Yea, upon receiving his consent, Bai Shao joyfully leaped down and embraced Yun Shao tightly. "Sister, we can now live with Brother Feng Xuan." It was at that moment that Yun Shao comprehended her sister's intent, and a flicker of anticipation ignited within her heart. Subsequently, Feng Xuan steadied his turbulent qi and led the 3 sisters to a spacious cave dwelling, perfectly suited for their residence. It provided a direct connection to the mountaintop, allowing them to reach it in the blink of an eye. Henceforth, he would be a dweller of the mountaintop, and the 3 sisters would be considered honorary mountaintop dwellers. Once the cave was established, Feng Xuan imparted the upper clear immortal technique to the 3 sisters and left behind several dozen leaves from the enlightenment tree for them to diligently cultivate. He then returned to his personal training area at the mountaintop to enter seclusion. This expedition had indeed yielded a wealth of treasures. First, he retrieved the primordial qi. The moment it manifested, Feng Xuan felt an insatiable yearning within him. The instinctive drive of life urged him to consume it. Feng Xuan hesitated not, channeling the profound essence of the great Tao through the golden insignia, absorbing the primordial energy that lay within his grasp. As the absorption progressed, an enigmatic sensation surged within his heart. Noble violet patterns unfurled across Feng Xuan's entire being, gradually converging upon his forehead to manifest an arcane symbol of mystery. The essence of Feng Xuan flickered in and out behind him. A colossal chaotic stone trembled incessantly, its surface cracking, on the verge of shattering. Time flowed like a river, the primordial world unmeasured by years. 3 millennia passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Feng Xuan radiated a brilliant purple light, drawing close to the heavens and establishing a profound connection with all living things. "Ah!" A resounding cry erupted as the chaotic stone behind him exploded, revealing a resplendent, multicolored core. Under the pull of this vibrant core, it transformed into a stream of light and merged seamlessly into Feng Xuan's being, becoming one with him entirely. Feng Xuan opened his eyes, and a fleeting flash of colorful divine light danced within their depths. A gentle and harmonious aura emanated from him, radiating from within. The efficacy of this primordial energy seemed overwhelmingly potent. Not only had it propelled his physical prowess to the initial stage of quasi-saint, but it also amalgamated the essence of all the celestial materials he had previously consumed, unifying them into a harmonious whole, free from conflict. This resolution addressed a significant obstacle on his path, liberating him from future concerns. Simultaneously, he sensed a slight elevation in his foundational strength. It was minuscule, leaving him uncertain if it was merely an illusion. At last, he truly possessed the opportunity to aspire for the highest esteemed position. Feng Xuan swung his fist, and under the gentle radiance of his jade-like fist light, the very fabric of space trembled and fractured, as if the great Tao itself were on the verge of annihilation. The sheer terror of it was unparalleled. This was the physical prowess of one at the quasi-saint level. Should he encounter Zhu Rong again, he would certainly not find himself in such a dire predicament. Below, Feng Xuan began to devour the numerous innate metals and divine stones he had gathered from the treasure vault of the celestial court. An immense array of spiritual substances entered his body, harmoniously merging under the coordination of the primordial essence. What a delight! Yet, this did not yield any significant enhancement. It was akin to vast oceans merging with mere trickling streams, imperceptibly subtle. Feng Xuan furrowed his brow. It appeared that ordinary innate substances no longer held significant efficacy for him. To enhance his physical prowess, he would at least require items of supreme or even chaotic caliber. This poses quite the challenge. Feng Xuan soon ceased to ponder over this matter. After all, in the aftermath of the primordial era, would he not be free to traverse as he pleased? What could he possibly desire that he could not attain? He retrieved the 9-grade pure world white lotus from the Shumi space. Feng Xuan emerged from the cultivation chamber and approached the spirit pool, gently placing the still immature pure world white lotus into the waters. This spirit pool had nurtured the 24th rank creation green lotus, a gift bestowed by his masters to adorn his barren abode. It was more than sufficient to cultivate a 9th rank white lotus. Concurrently, Feng Xuan retrieved the green lotus essence awarded by the system and infused it into the core of the white lotus. With the assistance of the green lotus essence, the previously wilted white lotus instantly radiated vitality. Its primordial essence amplified several-fold. In terms of its origin, it had already attained the standard of a 12th rank lotus platform. Now, all that remained was to allow it to continue its growth until maturity. Having completed these tasks, Feng Xuan turned to observe Duobao and Xiaobai, who were diligently engaged in their own cultivation. At this moment, their auras had reached the pinnacle of Golden Immortal and the initial stage of Golden Immortal, respectively. It seemed that during his absence, Xiaobai had successfully broken through a barrier. Feng Xuan sat quietly by, patiently awaiting their awakening. A century passed. Bai Xiao was the first to break through to the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal realm and awoke. As she opened her eyes, she beheld Feng Xuan's gaze fixed upon her. "Master, you have finally returned," exclaimed Bai Xiao, fluttering her wings as she approached Feng Xuan. The little crane affectionately rubbed her head against Feng Xuan's cheek, brimming with excitement. All right, Bai Xiao, how do you feel?" Feng Xuan gently caressed the soft feathers of Xiao Bai and inquired with concern. "Master, Xiao Bai feels that its realm is advancing remarkably fast, and it seems that soon it will be able to surpass the ancestor," Xiao Bai declared proudly, raising its head high. "But can you transform your form?" Feng Xuan inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai lowered his head in disappointment, his tone imbued with a sense of despondency. "It's still not enough. I estimate that one must attain the status of a Tai Golden Immortal to transform." Feng Xuan pondered deeply, realizing that the bloodline of the Xiaobai clan was indeed of high caliber, marking them as a formidable race. Unfortunately, they encountered the second master and were promptly incorporated. At that moment, dark clouds began to gather ominously in the sky, casting a vast shadow over the little stone peak. The tribulation was upon them. Observing the situation, Feng Xuan swiftly appeared before Duobao, delivering a forceful blow that sent him flying thousands of miles away. "Ascend to another place to face your tribulation. But do not linger in my domain. What if it wreaks havoc?" After a thunderous roar echoed through the air, Duobao returned to the little stone peak and scathed, muttering incessantly. "Brother, you are too ruthless. What if I were to perish beneath the tribulation?" To this, Feng Xuan could only respond with a chuckle. It would be quite a feat if such a trivial tribulation could vanquish you. This clever lad was indeed quite astute. At that moment, 3 familiar oars approached Kunlun Mountain. Feng Xuan was overjoyed. The masters had returned. Before Feng Xuan could pay his respects at the Yushu Palace, the 3 pure ones had already arrived at his small stone peak. From afar, he could hear Tongtian's voice, brimming with sarcasm. "My dear disciple, where have you been all these millennia?" Feng Xuan was puzzled as to why such a question was posed. Yet in order to maintain his own image, he spoke up. "My disciple has gone in search of treasure." "Search for treasure? Where exactly is he seeking it?" Tongtian inquired once more. Feng Xuan found himself at a loss. Could it be that his illustrious deeds had been uncovered by his masters? He had ventured to a celestial island, abundant with treasures. Upon hearing this, Wanin Tongtian cast a mischievous glance at him, the mockery on his face becoming more pronounced. Leaning closer to Feng Xuan's ear, he whispered, "Mingi, I curse your mother." Feng Xuan's pupils contracted sharply. He had been caught in the act of wrongdoing. Feng Xuan, feeling a surge of tension, cast a glance at his second master. Seeking to discern his reaction, he feared that any misstep on his part might diminish the master's fondness for him. To his surprise, Yuan sure wore a broad smile, his face radiating admiration as he regarded Feng Xuan. This alleviated Feng Xuan's anxiety, allowing him to exhale in relief. It was a relief that he had not incurred his second master's displeasure, since the masters were already aware. There was no point in concealing the truth any longer. He had secretly taken custody of all the treasures from the celestial court. Feng Xuan divulged how he stealthily infiltrated the celestial court and made off with treasures from its vault. Splendidly executed. I have long harbored discontent towards Emperor Jun and Tai. Their experiencing this unexpected setback brings me immense satisfaction. Yuan sure patted Feng Xuan's shoulder with visible approval, his face radiating delight. It seems that while the master espouses reason and order externally, he remains quite tolerant and open-minded internally. At that moment, Feng Xuan noticed several figures behind his masters and inquired with curiosity, "Master, who are they?" In response, Yuan sure brought Feng Xuan closer to the individuals and introduced. "These are my disciples whom I gathered during my travels through the primordial chaos. This one is named Nanji, and he shall henceforth be my second disciple." Feng Xuan gazed intently at the venerable old man before him, with a large head and a prominent forehead. His long white beard framed a face adorned with a warm smile. Is this old immortal truly accepted as a disciple by the second master? It appears that the ranking of the 12 golden immortals is not determined by time. "Nanji, this is your senior brother, and also the esteemed first disciple we share among the three of us. You must learn diligently from him." Upon hearing that he was the senior brother, Nanji immediately bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to my senior brother." Feng Xuan gently assisted him to rise. "There is no need for formality, henceforth. We shall be his family." With that, he casually retrieved a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure from the Shumi space and presented it to Nanji. "Let this serve as a token of our first meeting." Nanji joyfully accepted it. Though it was of lower grade, it was an innate spiritual treasure. Such treasures are exceedingly rare in the primordial world. Yuan sure looked upon this scene with warmth. At that moment, Tongtian also brought forth several individuals from behind him. "These are my newly accepted disciples, Wudong and Jinling. They shall henceforth be my third and fourth disciples." Feng Xuan gazed at the two enchanting female immortals before him, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He once again produced two inferior, innate spiritual treasures to bestow upon them. At this moment, he found himself in an enviable position, akin to a prosperous magnate. Each individual possessed a wealth accumulated over countless eons within the celestial realm, while perhaps inferior in quality compared to that of his masters. In terms of quantity, he alone could rival the world's third largest treasury, surpassed only by the witch and monster clans. "Thank you, senior brother." Jinling and Wudang politely expressed their gratitude as they reached out to accept the gifts. Subsequently, Feng Xuan summoned the three Xiaos. Before he could utter a word, Tongtian and Yuan Shi's eyes lit up with excitement as they eagerly vied for the opportunity to take Yun Xiao as their disciple. The fortune and potential of Yun Xiao were on par with their most carefully selected Prot-GS, perhaps due to some fortuitous encounter prior to her birth. She manifested an exceptional essence that distinguished her from the other two Xiaos. Feng Xuan found himself in a rather amusing predicament. He had initially believed that allowing the three Xiaos to directly apprentice under their master would suffice, yet unexpectedly, the second master had taken a liking to Yun Xiao. What an unusual turn of events. Nevertheless, Yun Xiao had her own desires. She was reluctant to part from her sisters. The disciple expressed her wish to remain with her two sisters and thus requested that the two Taoists accept them all together. At that moment, Yuan Shi and Tongtian noticed the reverent expressions of Qiang Xiao and Bai Xiao behind them. As the three stood united, Tongtian felt a profound connection. In the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Hunyuan Golden Daodu, which he had acquired in the treasure division cliff, soared forth, circling above the three Xiaos, affirming their bond. "Aha! It appears that these three are fated to be with me." Tongtian laughed heartily and turned to Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi sighed softly, conceding, "Very well. Let it be so." Henceforth, the three Xiaos became disciples of Tongtian, designated as the fifth, sixth, and seventh disciples. Subsequently, The three pure ones held a grand assembly to impart teachings to their numerous disciples, elucidating the methods of cultivation and the truths of the Tao. Meanwhile, in the Blood Sea, the river of souls was engulfed in frustration. He had remained undisturbed in the Blood Sea for millennia, never stepping beyond its depths. Yet, upon the arrival of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, accusations of theft regarding their spoils were swiftly hurled at him. As he stood there, utterly bewildered, they launched an attack without hesitation. Although he had only dispatched a clone, he could not swallow this indignity. He wished to reason with the two. Yet they paid him no heed. A single reveal, and it was over. He had no opportunity for defense. Left with no choice, he bore the unjust blame. He, who is plotting against me? If I find out, I will surely reduce them to fragments. He raged, cursing the two feathered rascals, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Have they lost their wits, blaming everything on me? At that moment, Feng Xuan, having reached the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm, unexpectedly sneezed. Who is thinking of me from behind? He mused. He was currently experimenting with his master's Taisu Dan Dao. As a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure-level alchemical furnace spun vigorously under the refining flames of the Samadhi true fire, Feng Xuan meticulously placed various ingredients into the alchemical furnace according to the prescribed formula. This should suffice, he thought. However, as he observed the cauldron emitting a persistent stream of black smoke, doubts began to creep in. Could it be that the materials had expired? Or perhaps the quality of the furnace was inadequate? Regardless, he was certain that he had followed the procedure correctly. Suddenly, with a thunderous explosion, the furnace erupted, sending the lid soaring far away. Feng Xuan swiftly extended his hand to catch the three completed elixirs that had soared into the air. This was his inaugural achievement in alchemy, and he could not allow it to escape. Gazing at the three dark, unappealing pills in his grasp, which emitted a peculiar odor, Feng Xuan fell into contemplation. Wasn't it supposed to be a golden pill? How did it turn into a black elixir? Is it even safe to consume? Senior brother, we have come to see you. At that moment, from a distance, Duo Bao and his companions approached together. Feng Xuan suddenly had a moment of inspiration. Could it be that the alchemists had arrived? Thus, he stepped forward to greet them. Greetings, senior brother. The others respectfully bowed. What a rare visit. What brings you to my humble Feng? Feng Xuan feigned inquiry with a playful demeanor. My master instructed us to learn from you, senior brother. Hence we ventured here after selecting our dojo. Duo Bao remarked, his eyes continually surveying the treasures within Feng Xuan's domain. His innate abilities hinted at the vast wealth contained therein. Observing this, Feng Xuan swiftly identified his target. It shall be you, Duo Bao, he declared. Ahem, Duo Bao. I have acquired the profound teachings of my esteemed master in the art of alchemy, and, in my leisure, have refined a few golden elixirs. Seeing how perceptive you are, I shall bestow one upon you. Really? Duo Bao's eyes sparkled with delight. The renown of his master's alchemical prowess was well known throughout the land. If senior brother possesses such authentic teachings, then how remarkable. The others present displayed expressions of envy, all yearning for a piece of the bounty. Proceed. Feng Xuan raised his hand and cast forth a pill. As the crowd focused their gaze, their pupils involuntarily constricted. For in Duo Bao's hand lay a black pill emanating a sinister aura. Duo Bao wore a sorrowful expression. Senior brother, is this consumable? Of course it is. This is my refined 5-turn golden pill, which possesses the efficacy of consolidating one's foundation and enhancing cultivation. Feng Xuan spoke softly. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he found himself at a loss for words. Golden elixir, Duo Bao exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at the dark, unassuming pill in his hand. How could something so unremarkable bear the name of a golden elixir? Would consuming it truly not lead to death? Duo Bao, you must eat it. If you do, your senior brother will bestow upon you a precious innate spiritual treasure. Feng Xuan casually brandished a low-grade innate spiritual treasure before Duo Bao, persistently tempting him. As Duo Bao gazed upon the innate treasure, he swallowed hard, his resolve solidifying with unwavering determination. He acted decisively, promptly placing the golden elixir into his mouth. In the southern pole, Jin Ling and the others anxiously observed Duo Bao's reaction after consuming the elixir. Initially, it seemed harmless. However, Duo Bao suddenly convulsed, blood gushing from his nose like a torrential waterfall. Despite his attempts to stem the flow, it was an unrelenting cascade. Senior brother. Duo Bao exclaimed in panic, desperately wiping his arm, only to find the blood continued to pour forth. Oh, it's nothing. We are all Tai golden immortals. Bleeding 1T be our demise. Feng Xuan waved his hand and began documenting the effects of the elixir. The 5-transformation black pill, when consumed, caused a tumultuous surge of vital energy, resulting in a profuse nosebleed. After a brief moment, when the potency of the medicine was entirely expended, the gushing blood from his nose finally ceased. At this juncture, he cast a look of deep resentment towards Feng Xuan. Haha, this is for you. Feng Xuan promptly presented the innate spiritual treasure, and upon receiving it, Duobao's face lit up with joy, his transformation so rapid that it left others in astonishment. After a century, the group engaged in profound discussions, sharing their insights and past experiences, fostering a deeper bond and harmonious camaraderie. Before parting ways, Feng Xuan thoughtfully bestowed upon each person several dozens of enlightenment leaves to aid in their cultivation. Such a life was indeed quite pleasant. Feng Xuan lay upon the verdant grass, gazing up at the sky, his heart enveloped in tranquility. Yet, an unsettling sensation lingered, as if he had forgotten something of significance. Senior brother Feng Xuan, there seems to be an unusual disturbance at the spirit pool. Yun Xiao exclaimed anxiously, approaching Feng Xuan from behind to convey the urgent news. Feng Xuan rose leisurely and made his way forward. For millennia, the 3 celestial maidens had frequently visited his mountain retreat, drawn by its proximity. Bai Xiao and Xiao Bai often frolicked together, playfully darting around the tree of enlightenment, engaging in games of hide and seek. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao diligently managed the affairs of the retreat, meticulously organizing the treasures he had surreptitiously acquired from the celestial court, as well as the wealth amassed over countless ages. The entire retreat now bore little resemblance to its former chaotic state. Upon arriving at the spirit pool, he found Xiong Xiao standing guard beside it, erecting a protective barrier of magical energy to shield the outside world from the turmoil within. Feng Xuan focused his gaze, and to his astonishment, he recognized the 9-petal pure world white lotus. Observing the spiritual tempest within the spiritual pool, it became evident that it was on the verge of evolution. Feng Xuan quietly observed from the sidelines. The evolution of the 9-tiered lotus platform into the 12-tiered lotus platform is a phenomenon that may never be witnessed again throughout the vast expanse of Hongwang. Soon, the storm of spiritual energy subsided. Qiong Xiao withdrew the protective barrier of magic, revealing the 12-tiered pure world white lotus floating upon the surface of the spiritual pool. At that moment, it was continuously emanating a pristine aura, purifying everything in its vicinity. Congratulations, brother Feng Xuan, on acquiring this precious treasure. Yun Xiao and Qiong Xiao expressed their joy, offering their heartfelt congratulations. Feng Xuan felt a jolt within his heart. He realized he had forgotten something important. He had neglected his promise to Nuwa to journey to the Phoenix Nest Valley. After explaining the situation to Yun Xiao and the others, he hurriedly boarded the 9-dragon Agarwood palanquin and set off for the Phoenix Nest Valley. Upon arriving at Mount Buzhou, Feng Xuan followed the guidance Nuwa had previously provided to locate the entrance to the valley. Whoosh! The familiar scene unfolded before him once again. Feng Xuan grasped the arrow that had been shot at him, a surge of anger welling up within. Truly, the witch clan was oblivious to the consequences of their actions. Ding! The system detected that the host had been ambushed again by Hou-Yi. Please make the following choice. 1. Let him go. It would be wise to remain low-key on the witch clan's territory and avoid unnecessary trouble. Reward: a vial of San Guang divine water. 2. Slay him. How much can one endure? Hou-Yi has repeatedly ambushed the host. It is time for him to be more cautious in his next life. Reward: a drop of Pangu's blood. System: I choose option 2. Feng Xuan summoned the Hongming Lia Tian and directed it towards Hou-Yi. Unfortunately, Hou-Yi had anticipated the attack and evaded it with several agile leaps. I have already contacted Lord Ancestor Wu. Today, escape is impossible for you. Hou-Yi continued to flee into the distance, hoping to buy himself some time. However, Feng Xuan had resolved to eradicate him entirely. Time and again, he had provoked him. Even a clay Buddha has its limits. With a single step, Feng Xuan appeared directly behind Hou-Yi, wielding the Hongming Lia Tian with lethal intent, bringing it down upon Hou-Yi. With no means of escape, he was struck by the sharp edge of the, severing his body in two with a horrifying cry. Crimson blood splattered across the rocky terrain as the two halves of his form fell in disparate directions. The wind gently descended before Hou-Yi, revealing a trace of murderous intent beneath his handsome visage. In response to Hou-Yi's terror-stricken expression, a fist was unleashed, utterly shattering his form beyond the realm of mortality. The host's completion of option 2 was detected, and a drop of Panga's essence was bestowed. Suddenly, the wind raised its gaze towards the distant clouds of dust that ascended. Beneath the tumultuous veil lay two colossal figures, akin to mountains. 2 ancestral witches. How remarkably overconfident they were, dispatching 2 ancestral witches at once. It seemed the witch clan was intent on his demise. To avoid implicating Nuwa, the wind swiftly turned and began to flee. Unexpectedly, a jade hand emerged from the void, drawing him into an unknown realm. By the time the 2 great ancestral witches arrived, all that remained was the lifeless form of Ho-E amidst the desolate mountains and stones. Zhurong, you have quite the audacity, under your orchestration. Our witch clan has lost yet another powerful witch. Just wait until I recount this to our elder brother, a giant, with the head of a python and draped in black scales, treading upon a dark dragon and entwined with a green python, issued a mocking taunt. It was none other than the ancestral witch of water, Gonggong. Upon hearing this, Zhurong, the ancestral witch of fire, let out a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens, an eruption of boundless fury akin to a volcanic explosion. Twice now, he had been made a fool of on 2 occasions, and this time, it was in the presence of his arch-nemesis, Gonggong, caught in a compromising position. Damn it, if I ever cross paths with you again, I will rend you to pieces. Zhurong, in a fit of rage, incinerated everything within miles. The mountains and stones melted, coalescing into forms of glass-like beauty. The intense heat cast the sky into a fiery crimson hue. However, aside from the spatial ancestral witch, Taishang, those ancestral witches devoid of magical prowess could not penetrate the spatial barriers and thus were unable to locate the wind. Ultimately, Zhurong and Gonggong were left with no choice but to retreat, taking with them the remnants of Ho-E. As for the wind, it found itself in a fragrant realm alive with the melodies of birds. The abundant, innate spiritual energy rivaled that of Kunlun Mountain, and the ground beneath was rich with the essence of creation, as if the path of transformation had manifested in the world. Where's this place? Feng Xuan expressed his bewilderment. You have finally arrived, and you have already caused such a commotion. A familiar voice reached his ears from behind, prompting Feng Xuan to turn around. There stood Nuwa, her face adorned with a radiant smile as she gazed at him. Sister Nuwa, where are we? He inquired. We are in the Phoenix Nest Valley. Fear not, the ancestral witches cannot enter here, Nuwa explained. Feng Xuan finally felt a sense of relief, but soon thereafter, embarrassment washed over him. To be rescued during his very first visit to this place. How humiliating. However, Nuwa did not dwell on such trivialities. Having lived in solitude for so long, she was on the verge of madness. She took Feng Xuan by the hand and led him through the Fengxi Valley, engaging in lively conversation. Before they knew it, a century had slipped by. Their bond had deepened significantly. Observing that Feng Xuan was on the brink of breaking through to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, Nuwa decided to impart her teachings to him, hoping that the collision of their distinct paths would facilitate his breakthrough. Feng Xuan was utterly entranced. In the unique environment of the Phoenix Nest Valley, he unexpectedly grasped a fragment of the profound truth of the Tao of creation. Although his realm had not yet transcended, his strength had significantly improved. Thank you, Sister Nuwa, for imparting your wisdom. Upon awakening, Feng Xuan displayed a look of heartfelt gratitude. She had guided him onto a new path, and he could rightfully consider her mentor. Must we be so formal? It feels a bit distant between us, Nuwa chuckled, extending her hand to gently tap Feng Xuan's forehead. The two then engaged in a lively exchange of thoughts and ideas. Just as Feng Xuan felt it was time to take his leave, a solemn proclamation echoed from the heavens beyond the valley. In a century's time, on the sun star, I, Emperor Jun, shall host a grand banquet for the celestial beings to celebrate the prosperity of the demon court. A banquet for the celestial beings? What on earth is Emperor Jun planning? Feng Xuan, filled with perplexity, discerned that the current banquet held for the myriad heaven surely concealed ulterior motives. He resolved to return and confer with his masters. Sister Nuwa, he said, the demon court is hosting a feast. I must discuss this with my masters and shall not linger any longer. Feng Xuan resigned. Upon witnessing this, Nuwa felt it was inappropriate to persuade him to stay and instead guided him on his way out. After exiting, Feng Xuan swiftly piloted the 9 dragons of agarwood carriage back to Kunlun Mountain. Upon arriving at the grand entrance of the Yushu Palace, he proclaimed, Disciple Feng Xuan requests an audience. Feng Xuan respectfully saluted as the grand door opened automatically, inviting him inside. Upon entering, he lifted his gaze to find 3 masters waiting patiently. Ah, my disciple, the aura emanating from you resonates with the Tao of creation. The old master gazed at him in astonishment, his eyes brimming with profound curiosity. How could it be that within a mere 1,000 years, My disciple has stepped onto the threshold of the Tao of creation? Could it be that he has encountered some extraordinary fortune? The Great Luo cultivates the principles of the Great Luo, rather than the true laws of the Tao. Only by ascending to a higher realm can one truly engage with the laws of the Tao. Indeed, it is with the aid of Sister Nuwa that my disciple has embarked upon the path of the Tao of creation. Feng Xuan responded, elucidating his whereabouts over the past millennium. Upon hearing his words, the three pure ones exchanged glances, a shared thought emerging in their minds. Could it be? Yet, they were hesitant to fully embrace this notion, opting instead to set it aside for the moment. What is your perspective on Emperor Jun's invitation to the celestial banquet? Yuan Shi inquired from his elevated platform. What is there to consider? We merely observe, he replied. I suspect there may be a grand conspiracy at play. Or perhaps the demon court seeks to attract more followers. Feng Xuan articulated his perspective, prompting the three purities to fall into deep contemplation. After a brief interval, Laozi spoke. We have decided to appoint you as our representative to attend this banquet at Kunlun. What say you? Feng Xuan pondered for a moment before acquiescing. He was confident that with the masters present, he would face no worries. Do not fret. We shall stand behind you in support. Even if you find yourself riding upon the neck of Emperor Jun, Tongtian declared, his tone brimming with pride. Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan playfully replied, since the masters have spoken thus, I must indeed desire to ride upon this supreme being of the demon court and experience the sensation for myself. The three pure ones erupted into hearty laughter, thoroughly amused by his words. A joyous atmosphere enveloped the Jade Void Palace. After departing the Jade Void Palace, Feng Xuan held a gourd of golden elixir and 2 celestial apricots in his hands, which served as gifts for the banquet. Time was of the essence, for he had but a century to prepare for his departure. Once he left, Tongtian casually remarked within the Jade Void Palace, elder brother, second brother. Do you think our disciple might truly dare to ride atop Emperor Jun's head? Surely not. He cannot be so audacious yet, Yuan Shi replied uncertainly. Given their observations over the millennia, their disciple often engaged in actions that defied expectations, leaving him uncertain whether Feng Xuan would indeed take such a bold step. As for Laozi, he remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. Outside the core region of Kunlun, Feng Xuan summoned the 9 dragons incense sedan, preparing to set forth for the Sun Star. This time he need not conceal his presence. He could traverse boldly, showcasing his opulent carriage. Wait a moment. Just as he was about to embark, a gentle and melodious female voice called from behind. A chill aura approached, and there stood the Queen Mother of the West beside him. Are you also heading to the demon court for the banquet, Taoist friend? She inquired. Indeed. Could it be that you are going as well? Feng Xuan was perplexed. Wasn't the Queen Mother of the West a reclusive maiden for millennia? How could she possibly attend such a banquet? I too wish to partake in this feast. I wonder if my friend might escort me. The Queen Mother of the West gazed at him with her enchanting eyes, awaiting his response. Feng Xuan pondered for a moment and then consented. Bringing along an additional companion posed no inconvenience, especially when that individual was a formidable quasi-saint. In the event of an unforeseen predicament, having an ally would be advantageous. Thus, it was a decision fraught with merit. Consequently, the two set off together towards the Sun Star to attend the banquet. The atmosphere within the vehicle was decidedly peculiar. Feng Xuan leisurely reclined in repose, while the Queen Mother of the West gazed at him intently, her eyes unwavering. It was as if she had something to convey but remained silent, embodying an air of unspoken words. Feng Xuan could no longer endure the piercing gaze and rose to meet the eyes of the Queen Mother of the West. My friend, if you have something to say, please speak freely. Your unwavering stare makes me quite uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks. Yet she remained silent. Feng Xuan was taken aback. Why are you blushing? He hasn't done anything. After calming herself, the Queen Mother of the West took a deep breath and softly expressed her request. Feng Xuan, I would like to invite you to my Taoist temple after this banquet. Sure, just speak your mind. It's nothing of great consequence. Feng Xuan had anticipated something more significant, but it turned out to be such a trivial matter. Residing in Kunlun Mountain, they were neighbors after all, and it was no trouble to exchange visits. It was truly perplexing. Upon receiving an affirmative response, the Queen Mother of the West beamed with joy, her gentle smile illuminating the interior of the palanquin. Soon, the fragrant palanquin adorned with 9 dragons soared into the starry sky, arriving outside the Sun Star. At that moment, a multitude of beings had gathered there. Some of the esteemed guests from the 3,000 of the purple clouds had come in person, while others sent their disciples or apprentices in their stead. Most of the attendees were beings who, during the preaching period, lacked the strength to reach the Purple Cloud's palace, but had only recently managed to catch up in power. The crowd swelled to an impressive million. It was bustling and vibrant, a veritable sea of souls. Almost all beings capable of attending were present at this grand banquet. The arrival of Feng Xuan compelled the assembled crowd to part ways, creating a clear path. It was no surprise. A formidable being traveling in an exquisite innate spiritual treasure undoubtedly commanded respect. Many among the 3,000 guests of Zixiao recognized the nine-dragon agarwood carriage. This remarkable artifact had been claimed by one of the three pure ones, Yuqing Yuanshi, during the division of treasures at Balya Cliff. Could it be that the three pure ones themselves were attending this gathering? Please halt. The carriage is not permitted to enter. Two sentinels from the demon clan positioned themselves to obstruct the vehicle, courteously requesting the travelers to disembark. Upon witnessing this, Feng Xuan adhered to the established customs and descended from the carriage alongside the Queen Mother of the West, retracting the nine-dragon agarwood palanquin. He was not one of the three purities, but rather a disciple of theirs. The 3,000 guests of Zixiao all recognized Feng Xuan, their hearts filled with astonishment. In such a brief period, he had ascended from a golden immortal to a great Luo golden immortal. It is worth noting that they had all undergone countless epochs to attain their current realms. Truly, it is said that comparison breeds envy. Esteemed ones, please wait here. The time has not yet come. The two demon generals respectfully addressed the pair. Feng Xuan waved his hand to indicate his understanding, yet internally he couldn't help but grumble. He never anticipated that the primordial world would mirror his previous life, with so many protocols surrounding the hosting of a banquet. After a lengthy wait, the sun's rays blazed brilliantly, and countless golden staircases manifested from the void, stretching beneath the feet of all present beings. It appeared rather splendid. Feng Xuan and the Western Mother ascended together, entering the realm of the Sunstar. Upon stepping into the heart of the celestial body, Feng Xuan was profoundly awestruck by the spectacle before him. Countless palatial structures adorned with gold and jade floated serenely in the void, radiating brilliant golden light that dazzled the senses. Golden clouds intertwined among the palaces, while numerous enchanting, draped in diaphanous veils, flitted gracefully between the grand halls, preparing for the forthcoming banquet. Contrary to expectations, the surrounding atmosphere was not oppressive but rather exceedingly comfortable. Dijun and Tai have indeed achieved something remarkable here. This sun star is splendidly constructed. It surpasses even the grandeur of the celestial court from years past. How splendid it would be if the two could join us here. A maid, with a charming smile, approached the two and guided them towards the banquet. The esteemed master of White Jade Mountain arrived at the feast, presenting a gift of innate white jade worth 10,000. The venerable master of Green Cloud Mountain followed suit, offering 10,000 innate bronze. The Lord of the Night Waves from Baipapul also graced the banquet, gifting 10 beads of water-evading essence. Once seated, Feng Xuan listened to the names being announced, feeling a tinge of disappointment as they seemed rather trivial. Clearly, they had reserved the main events for later. Then came the old ancestor of the endless blood sea and the underworld river, who offered a stone as a gift. Upon hearing this, Dijun, seated in the uppermost position, opened his eyes and instructed the maid reading the names. Wait, play the stone. The maid complied, activating the stone. I curse you, Dijun and Tai. If you dare to provoke me again, I shall smite you. A profound silence enveloped the Golden Crow Great Hall. Dijun's expression darkened to an inky hue. He had been utterly humiliated. Ming He, I, Dijun, vow that we shall be eternal adversaries. Tai, maintaining composure, signaled the maid to skip this incident and continue with the announcements. Master of 5, Zhen Yuanzi, is here to attend the banquet, gifting a stone. Having learned from earlier, the maid hurriedly stowed away the stone. However, unbeknownst to her, Zhen Yuanzi had already tampered with it. As soon as the maid touched it, the stone flew to the center of the hall, and the recording began to play automatically. Dijun, I curse your mother. Tai, I curse your mother. This taunt echoed repeatedly, and, crucially, Zhen Yuanzi's stone amplified the sound, resonating far louder than the previous recording from Ming He. Feng Xuan could not suppress his laughter. How can one evade such a cunning strike? Twice over, Ming He and Zhen Yuanzi were truly ingenious. The other attendees in the hall also stifled their laughter, unable to contain themselves. Above, Tai Yi's expression darkened further, and with a swift strike, he shattered the central stone. Proceed. The maid trembled in fear but continued to read the list. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred thereafter, allowing the banquet to proceed normally. The guests reveled in the enchanting dance of the alluring maiden at the center of the grand hall, sipping wine and savoring fruits while engaging in philosophical discussions. How delightful it was! After several rounds of wine, Emperor Juntai, having composed himself, rose to toast the assembly. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for attending our celebration at the Demon Court. I express my thanks once more. Upon finishing his drink in a grand manner, the attendees followed suit in a gesture of respect. At that moment, the Kunlun stood up to voice his thoughts. Esteemed demon emperors, with the celestial court now fallen, it is time for the demon court to rise. We ought to expand our ranks to maintain stability across the realms. Upon hearing these words, many powerful beings finally grasped the true purpose of the banquet. It was indeed a call to bolster the strength of the demon court. On the high platform, Emperor Jun feigned hesitation, stating, in light of this, for the sake of the primordial world, we have no choice. He then surveyed the crowd below, randomly selecting several guests from the 3,000 of Zixiao to inquire if they were willing to join the demon court. All responded affirmatively. Noticing this, Feng Xuan's mouth twitched slightly. Clearly, this was a ruse. Did they think him a fool? Soon after, Emperor Jun turned his attention to the Queen Mother of the West beside Feng Xuan. Friend, would you be willing to serve in my demon court? I shall treat you with the utmost respect. The Queen Mother pretended to ponder before responding, I appreciate your kind offer, but I wish to devote myself to cultivation and refrain from the conflicts of the primordial world. I hope for your understanding. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun no longer pressed the matter. Her response was clear. She did not wish to oppose the demon court. Emperor Jun then shifted his gaze to Feng Xuan. Speaking casually, I wonder if you, Feng Xuan, would consider joining my demon court? At this utterance, the atmosphere fell silent, the tension palpable. The guests understood that Emperor Jun was not inquiring about Feng Xuan himself, but rather about the three pure ones. Did the demon court truly intend to oppose the three pure ones? At that moment, Feng Xuan could not help but smirk inwardly. How dare Emperor Jun pose such a question? He was well aware of their enmity, yet still asked if he would join the demon court. Such delusions. The mere fact that he had come to the banquet today was already a concession to the demon court. All eyes in the hall turned to Feng Xuan, eagerly awaiting his response. Feng Xuan leisurely set down his wine cup. The Kunlun lineage shall never enter the realm of demons. The meaning was quite clear. There was animosity between us, and such fanciful thoughts are futile. However, it seemed that Emperor Jun did not grasp the gravity of his words and inquired once more, Oh, do you truly mean it? At that moment, the atmosphere grew tense, and it was evident to all present that this was a direct challenge aimed at Feng Xuan. Indeed, I do, Feng Xuan replied, his tone crisp and decisive. No sooner had his words fallen than figures began to stealthily encircle him. It appeared their intent was not to admit him into the demon court, but rather to make an example of him, a warning underscored by the demise of the foremost disciple of the three purities, thereby establishing the demon court's formidable reputation. Sensing the precariousness of his surroundings, Feng Xuan chose not to endure in silence. He slammed his hand on the table and rose. Di Jun, have I been overly accommodating? Do you fail to comprehend my words? If you wish to target me, you ought to consider who stands behind me. Do you think you can toy with the celestial court and remain unscathed? Disrespect towards the demon's sovereign merits a grave consequence. At that moment, one individual beside him launched an attack, their weapon aimed directly at Feng Xuan's vital points. Feng Xuan leaped nimbly to evade the attack. Casting a cold gaze upward at Emperor Jun, is your demon court truly intent on proceeding in this manner? Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun's expression darkened. With a wave of his hand, he declared, For your disrespect towards me, I shall take it upon myself to educate you on behalf of the three purities. With that, he signaled Kunlun to take action. Kunlun, having long coveted Feng Xuan's possessions, did not hesitate. He deemed it entirely reasonable to seize a few items amidst the chaos of battle. Thus, he channeled his own profound principles, conjuring a tempest that surged toward Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan felt a surge of rage within, and instead of defending against the impending assault, he transformed his form and appeared before Emperor Jun. A resounding crash echoed as a figure was hurled through the air, forcefully colliding with the golden, jade, and glass wall, embedding their body within it. Unexpectedly, Feng Xuan unleashed a powerful punch that sent Di Jun flying. Even Tai Yi, who stood nearby, was caught off guard. Below, Kunlun, witnessing the duck he had been anticipating soaring away, immediately sought to pursue it. However, a simple, unadorned flag obstructed his path. If you wish to harm my friend Feng Xuan, you must first seek my permission, declared the West Queen Mother, wielding the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the plain cloud banner, which barred Kunlun's advance. Simultaneously, the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Kunlun mirror, materialized before her. The mirror's surface shimmered with the brilliance of the Tao, emanating a terrifying aura of lethal intent that ensnared Kunlun, rendering him immobile. Within the grand hall, Dijun broke through the wall, unleashing a furious roar. Cough, cough. Feng Xuan, today you shall meet your demise. As he spoke, the 10 great demon saints encircled him, trapping him within their midst. I strike you because you deserve it. Cease your resistance now, and there may yet be a chance for reconciliation. Feng Xuan disregarded the 10 great demon saints surrounding him and spoke lightly to Emperor Jun, betraying not a trace of fear in his tone. However, faced with such a situation, Emperor Jun, his countenance marred by rage, was impervious to reason, consumed only by the desire to eliminate Feng Xuan. At his command, the 10 demon saints wielded their spiritual treasures and launched a barrage of attacks against Feng Xuan. An innumerable array of formidable techniques descended upon him, yet Feng Xuan summoned the pure world White Lotus to counteract the onslaught, barely withstanding the initial wave of aggression. At that moment, Bai Zhe subtly gestured to him, signaling Feng Xuan to break through from his position. As the winds of fate stirred and intentions began to take form, the grand dome of the Golden Crow Palace was suddenly rent by a massive skylight. A small banner of chaotic, deep yellow descended, emanating a fierce aura of divine wrath that shattered the surrounding space, extinguishing even the primal paths. Impudent! How dare you defy my disciple? A chilling voice resonated from the void, followed by the banner illuminating the heavens. Instantly, resplendent rays of light and auspicious colors flooded the scene, causing all present to feel a profound sense of trepidation. With a resounding clang, 10 beams of black axe light, imbued with the true essence of creation, surged forth from the banner, throwing the elemental forces of the solar star into disarray. The ground fissured, and the very essence of the stars trembled in fear. The 10 great demon saints exerted all their strength to resist, yet they were no match for this formidable force. They were effortlessly cast away, vanishing into the distance. Their fates uncertain. Such was the might of the innate treasure, the Panga banner. It was not to be trifled with. Its mere activation could shake the heavens. As a manifestation of the celestial acts of creation, it possessed unparalleled offensive power. When fully unleashed, it could rend the primordial chaos, shatter the celestial realms, and dominate the mysteries of the universe, creating worlds anew. Upon witnessing this, Emperor Jun's rage flared, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. Could the 10 demon saints truly be defeated in a single strike? In a fit of wrath, he summoned the river map and Luo book to assail Feng Xuan. The Panga banner sensed his intentions, unleashing its divine light of creation to thwart his advance, rendering the entire palace a scene of devastation, on the verge of collapse. Tai Yi, emerging from his stupor, gazed at the Pangu banner that dominated the battlefield and invoked the Chaos Bell in an attempt to halt its indiscriminate assault. Just as the Chaos Bell was about to strike the Panga banner, Yin-Yang Taiji diagram materialized above the heavens, the innate treasure known as the Taiji diagram. The Yin and Yang, represented by the 8 trigrams, spun continuously, effortlessly blocking the attack of the Chaos Bell and ensnaring it alongside the Panga banner, rendering Tai Yi temporarily unable to reclaim it. All present marveled at the power of these 2 treasures. Even before their arrival, one artifact alone possessed the ability to govern the heavens. However, with the constraints of the Panga banner momentarily lifted, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi turned their gaze towards Feng Xuan, unleashing the Golden Crow's Radiance technique in a furious charge. Feng Xuan once again summoned the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus to defend against his foes. Possessing a corporeal form at the nascent saint stage, he was capable of engaging in combat with those at the mid-nascent saint level, yet he could not claim victory. Confronted by 2 formidable mid-nascent saints, he was compelled to exercise utmost caution. However, Feng Xuan may have underestimated the extent of his connections. Suddenly, a delicate red embroidered ball materialized in the void, hurtling directly toward Tai Yi. This was none other than the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the red embroidered ball, belonging to Nu Hua. Caught unawares, Tai Yi was struck and rendered unconscious, a sizable bump swelling upon his head, temporarily incapacitating him for battle. Meanwhile, Dijun found himself encircled by 4 celestial swords radiating overwhelming malevolence. This was the legendary extermination sword array, said to be impervious to all but the 4 saints. Within the array, a palpable killing intent surged, with sword energies intermittently assailing him. Dijun was left with no choice but to transform into his true form. The golden crow of the great sun, adopting his most formidable defensive posture. Yet, it proved futile. His body was riddled with wounds, and the blood of the golden crow flowed freely, a scene of utter devastation. Thus, the pinnacle of the demon court's combat prowess lay either severely injured or ensnared, leaving only one, the Emperor of Xia, Fuxi. Upon the appearance of the red embroidered ball, he instinctively understood his sister's intentions and quietly remained seated below, patiently awaiting the conclusion of this farcical spectacle. Feng Xuan approached the exterior of the Zhuxian sword array, arms crossed, gazing at the pitifully wretched Di Jun within. Coldly, he taunted, "You aspire to use me as a pawn? Who granted you the audacity and strength for such an endeavor?" Suddenly, a playful jest from earlier, within the Yusu palace, surfaced in his mind. Feng Xuan chuckled lightly, astonished that the prophecy had indeed come to pass. Ding! The system detected that Emperor Jun was now powerless to resist, prompting the host to make the following choices. Firstly, to mount him. The words from long ago echoed in his mind. "Young man, ride this supreme being of the demon race. The reward would be the 9 turns profound art." Secondly, to grant him some dignity. As the supreme being of the demon race and a future protagonist of the impending catastrophe, perhaps it would be wise to show him a modicum of respect. The reward would be the spirit coffin lantern. There was no need to deliberate at this moment. Emperor Jun was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, ripe for the taking. As for showing him respect, he had already lost his dignity entirely. So what merit was there in extending him any courtesy? System, I choose the first option. Feng Xuan stepped into the sword array of the exquisite immortal, where the killing intent parted willingly, and the 4 swords adhered to his command. Soon, he stood before Di Jun. At that moment, Di Jun was utterly exhausted, his magical energy nearly depleted by the sword's aura. The colossal body of the golden crow lay prostrate on the ground, its head lifted slightly, glaring at Feng Xuan with a look of resentment. Feng Xuan remained silent, contemplating as he gazed at Emperor Jun's back, deliberating on where to alight. "What are you planning to do?" Emperor Jun, noticing this, widened his eyes and spoke with a trembling voice. "It's nothing. Do not be afraid." Feng Xuan chuckled as he spoke. Selecting an appropriate landing spot, he leaped onto the back of Di Jun, his feet resting upon the golden fur still stained with crimson. As he caressed the golden feathers, he mused that the sensation was rather lackluster, far inferior to that of my little Bai. After experiencing the sensations, Feng Xuan offered his evaluation. The completion of Option 1 was detected, and the 9 transformations of mysterious arts has been bestowed. The 9 transformations of mysterious arts, an exclusive technique of the witch clan, represents the supreme method of physical cultivation, coupled with the Pango blood essence previously acquired. He might elevate his physical prowess without the need to consume rare celestial treasures. With this thought, Feng Xuan instinctively tightened his grip, pulling several feathers from Di Jun's neck. At that moment, Di Jun felt an overwhelming humiliation. He had been mounted. Furthermore, his feathers had been plucked. To be subjected to such indignity by an adversary in this manner was more unbearable than death itself. "Feng Xuan, I will ensure your demise. I shall make certain of it." A continuous howl of rage erupted from Di Jun, his immense resentment swirling around him like a tangible force. Feng Xuan furrowed his brow. He had completely offended them. Should he eradicate them to the root? This thought sprouted in his mind and swiftly spread like rampant weeds throughout his entire consciousness. The Hongming measuring ruler was effortlessly summoned by him. Feng Xuan moved with a graceful swiftness, striking directly at Di Jun's neck, intent on severing his head. However, when the primordial measuring ruler reached within 3 inches of Di Jun's throat, it was thwarted by an enigmatic force, rendering it powerless to advance any further. Simultaneously, a sense of foreboding surged within Feng Xuan's heart, warning him against proceeding with his lethal intent. Feng Xuan, feeling helpless, had no choice but to retract the Hongming measurement ruler. Indeed, as one of the key figures in the calamity, Di Jun's time had not yet come. He was not meant to perish just yet. Gazing down at Di Jun, whose resentment soared to the heavens, Feng Xuan contemplated the situation. With a single punch, Feng Xuan struck his adversary on the head, rendering him unconscious. Was he forbidden to kill, yet could not even indulge in a bit of venting his frustrations? After satisfying his urge, Feng Xuan exited the sword array of extermination. Upon his emergence, the Queen Mother of the West swiftly evaded Kunlun and approached him. Meanwhile, Kunlun remained frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. With a significant portion of the demon court's powerful beings diminished, he dreaded that he would be next. Without Tai's restraint, the Panga banner in the Taiji diagram loomed ominously over the gathered crowd. "Esteemed guests, the banquet shall continue. I must take my leave." Feng Xuan addressed the multitude below. And then, with a single step, he departed alongside the Queen Mother of the West, emerging into the vast expanse of the primordial cosmos. Dear friend, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. My appreciation knows no bounds. Feng Xuan bowed in gratitude, acknowledging the West Queen Mother's benevolent assistance. He had not anticipated that she, with her reclusive nature, would extend a helping hand. In doing so, she had positioned herself against the demon court, and in the impending calamity of the witch and demon conflict, the court would undoubtedly target her. This would inevitably embroil her in peril, exposing her to the risk of demise. It was he who had inadvertently placed her in danger. There is no need for thanks. You have saved me as well. So it is of little consequence, the West Queen Mother replied, helping him to his feet. A smile graced her delicate features, blooming with an unparalleled splendor amidst the desolate starry sky. Feng Xuan's heart was subtly stirred. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed earnestly into the eyes of the West Queen Mother and declared, My friend, I vow to protect you with unwavering dedication. Upon hearing this, the West Queen Mother's face instantly flushed crimson, rendered momentarily speechless by Feng Xuan's words. They exchanged a silent glance, words escaping them. After a brief interlude, Feng Xuan bowed towards the void and implored, Master, I beseech you to escort the West Queen Mother safely back to Kunlun Mountain. Suddenly, the exquisite Xianyuan pagoda materialized above their heads, radiating an aura of profound yellow. The golden light of virtue enveloped them, providing a formidable shield against all worldly assaults, instilling a profound sense of security. Dear friend, the West Queen Mother replied softly, I have matters to attend to. I shall return to Kunlun Mountain with Master's protection. Her eyes flickered with understanding as she acquiesced. As she vanished from sight, Feng Xuan turned his gaze towards the sun, reflecting on the events that had transpired. He could not help but sigh. His power remained insufficient. Had it not been for the assistance of his masters in Yuan, he would have faced near-certain demise today. Furthermore, he felt a deep-seated resentment towards the predetermined course of heavenly fate. Dijun's incessant humiliation and threats against him raised a burning desire for defiance. Must he truly wait until the calamity of the Wu and Yao had concluded? This tribulation spanned numerous epochs, perhaps even several decades. Was he expected to remain passive for such an interminable duration? And what of the impending calamity of the deification? Feng Xuan surveyed his surroundings. Gazing down at the vast primordial earth and up at the boundless starry sky, he felt an urgent need to seek a path to resolve his predicament. To uncover the essence of the heavenly Tao, only then could he aspire to attain a flawless future. Initially, he had aspired to be a carefree wanderer, enjoying the shade of a great tree. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had become entangled in a monumental calamity. Although his life was not in peril, his heart's desires remained unfulfilled, and he found himself constrained at every turn. This was not the life he wished for. To break free from this entrapment, indeed, he realized he must await the ascension of his masters to sainthood. For now, his sole focus should be on diligent cultivation, striving to reach the pinnacle of quasi-saintship, or even the grand realm of the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. By achieving this, he would stand on equal footing against the likes of Dijun and Tai Yi, able to partake in the grand game of chess. With such strength, he could act openly in future endeavors, rather than resorting to clandestine methods. With this resolution, Feng Xuan solidified his future course, to cultivate discreetly while accruing merits, and gradually explore the workings of the heavenly Tao, preparing for a time when he could act boldly. Thus, he resolved to proceed accordingly. Having made up his mind, Feng Xuan produced the Star Essence Wheel. He had allowed the Queen Mother of the West to depart first, intending to unravel the secrets of this mysterious artifact. Since his arrival in the starry expanse, the wheel had been restless, almost eager to leap from his grasp. Now, he was determined to unveil the hidden truths of the Star Essence Wheel. As it emerged, it surged forth like a wild stallion, racing away into the distance. Feng Xuan, with a face of astonishment, exclaimed, My dear, where are you headed? The Sun Star and the shattered Golden Crow Palace lay before him. After Feng Xuan departed, the Panga banner, the Taiji diagram, the Excalibur array, and the red embroidered ball retreated, vanishing into the void. Only the guests remained, and at this moment, the fate of Emperor Jun was uncertain. Tai lay in a stupor, and the 10 great demon saints were nowhere to be found. Only Kuanping and Fuxi remained unharmed. Among the attendees, not all bore good intentions. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, some were consumed by greed, eager to seize the opportunity for plunder. Kuanping, though outwardly composed, felt a surge of restlessness within. The chaos bell lay before him, and with his capabilities, none present could catch him. Would he dare to act? Fuxi sensed the discordant atmosphere and, as the emperor of the demon court, he was bound to uphold its integrity. Thus, he ascended the high platform to oversee the proceedings, using innate healing artifacts to tend to Emperor Jun and awaken Tai. Soon, Tai regained consciousness. His heart swelled with fury upon witnessing the ravaged palace and his brother's grievous state, accompanied by an overwhelming chill. The three purities had grown so formidable. With merely 2 innate treasures, they had subdued the entire demon court, rendering even the combined fortune of the demon court insufficient against them. Truly, a formidable presence. Your Majesty, please take charge, Fuxi interjected, breaking Tai's reverie and indicating the need to maintain order at the banquet. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Tai glanced at the crowd below. With a cold snort, he summoned the Chaos Bell, revealing his mid-stage quasi-saint realm without reservation. His authoritative voice resonated throughout the hall, striking the hearts of all like a heavy hammer. The banquet shall proceed. I implore you all to refrain from overreaching. I am the supreme of the demon race. If I cannot contend with the 3 purities, how could I not handle you? The agitated crowd fell silent in an instant. Kunlun dismissed his thoughts of seizing treasures and fleeing. He was still too timid. As long as Tai lived, he dared not entertain any rebellious notions. The Golden Crow Palace regained its tranquility as everyone consumed the spiritual fruits before them and savored the finest spiritual wine. After all, they had not come in vain. It was akin to paying an entrance fee for a grand spectacle. Kunlun, go and locate the 10 great demon saints. They must be found alive or dead. Tai commanded while using his Golden Crow power to heal his brother, Emperor Jun. Kunlun, obeying the order, activated the wind-walking law and soared through the newly opened skylight of the Golden Crow Palace in search of the 10 great demon saints. With astonishing speed, Kunlun soon gathered them all. Although their vitality appeared faint, a glimmer of hope remained. They could still be saved. Seeing this, Kunlun felt a surge of satisfaction. Previously, he had suffered grievously, but now he reveled in witnessing the injuries of others. It was a small delight. Subsequently, he levitated the 10 demon saints back to the Golden Crow Palace using his magical powers. Along the way, the other 9 demon saints appeared to be in a state of feeble vitality, while only Baizé was drenched in sweat, clearly distressed. Baizé was in a state of panic. Observing the Kunlun that was supporting him from below, he felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim, "Brother, I am unscathed." However, such a declaration would inevitably raise questions about how he had emerged entirely unscathed. Feng Xuan, Yuan Shi, I genuinely wish you would intervene. It would certainly ease my explanation. Baizé sighed, ultimately deciding to feign death and take each step as it came. The starry sky was resplendent, with countless stars radiating a myriad of hues, intertwining to create a breathtaking celestial panorama. Yet, amidst this vast expanse, there was an utter lack of life. A profound silence reigned. At that moment, a disk emanating infinite starlight traversed the stars with remarkable swiftness, so fast that even Feng Xuan, who was piloting the 9-dragon Agarwood palanquin, could not keep pace. Wait. My treasure, hold on a moment. Soon, the star spirit will vanish into the depths of a colossal star before Feng Xuan's eyes. Upon witnessing this, Feng Xuan also followed, guided by the resonance of his heart and the spiritual treasure, entering the interior of the stars. Feng Xuan sensed that the star essence will seem to have halted its flight. Is this a sign guiding him? Feng Xuan arrived at the location of the star essence wheel without much contemplation. Before him lay a desolate expanse of ancient, purple earth, stark in its barrenness. Beneath the star essence wheel was a colossal pit, measuring 1,000 miles in circumference and plunging 10,000 miles deep. It was evident that something had been excavated from this celestial body. Feng Xuan gazed down at the desaturated, withered leaves beneath his feet, coming to the realization that what had been excavated was likely a towering giant tree. Stars? A colossal tree? The combination of the two led Feng Xuan to ponder a possibility. Could it be the Tree of Stars? Before he could contemplate further, the celestial wheel above suddenly erupted with an infinite radiance, the disk's surface adorned with sparkling starlight, corresponding to the celestial constellations. Under the illumination of this brilliance, the once barren earth beside Feng Xuan underwent a profound transformation, revealing a resplendent palace. Constructed entirely of starry crystal, it emanated a faint purple glow, exuding an air of nobility that enveloped the surroundings. Feng Xuan was somewhat taken aback. To his astonishment, there existed a primordial concealment array in this place, one that even he had failed to perceive. Given this revelation, he felt no need for restraint. It is well known that where a primordial array stands guard, There must also be a high-grade primordial spiritual treasure. At this moment, the star essence will seem to have fulfilled its purpose, returning to Feng Xuan's hand, remaining perfectly still. Feng Xuan entered the Hall of Stars, holding it in his hand. The only items in sight were a table and, upon it, a map accompanied by a small seal. Feng Xuan first grasped the small seal, attuning himself to its essence. It was a superior innate spiritual treasure, the star seal. One of the 3 precious artifacts birthed from the endless epochs of the purple tenuity star. This remarkable item possessed the power to subdue adversaries by harnessing the primordial strength of the stars. Furthermore, its bearer would ascend to the status of the sovereign of the purple tenuity star, endowed with an imperial destiny. Could this be the will of heaven? An imperial destiny. Within his system space, he also possessed a supreme destiny of the utmost caliber. Was he destined to tread the path of the supreme of the primordial era? Feng Xuan momentarily suppressed his thoughts and turned his gaze toward the second item, a map. He sensed its profound information. The supreme innate spiritual treasure. The chart of the celestial stars. It inscribes the primordial essence of the myriad stars, enabling one to manipulate their essence, awaken their intelligence, and even use their power to decree the fates of living beings. Those thus ordained may harness the celestial forces for defense and cultivation. Moreover, the ordained individual is granted 2 lives, one of their original essence and another as a star spirit. Most crucially, the chart of the celestial stars, when fused with the star essence wheel and the star seal, can transform into an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Should it be further combined with the solar essence wheel and the lunar essence wheel, it could become a treasure of the highest order. Although this revelation astonished Feng Xuan, who already possessed a treasure of great worth, he found himself less concerned. His greater astonishment lay in the ability of the chart of the celestial stars to decree the fates of beings. Was this not a superior version of the divine list? With no adverse effects, it could directly bestow upon a being the power equivalent to that of the Tai or even a quasi-saint. Furthermore, these beings would not be constrained, free to strive for even loftier realms. A perfected divine list. As he contemplated the 2 items before him and the star essence wheel in his hand, a path of supremacy over the celestial stars unfolded before Feng Xuan. Dijun, Tai, you cannot hold me accountable. It was you who first provoked my ire. The celestial star array of the demon court can only unleash its full might by harnessing the primordial essence of the stars, whereas my chart of the celestial stars is its antithesis. Feng Xuan accepted the celestial map and the star seal from Zhou Tian. At this moment, a nascent idea began to take shape within his heart. He envisioned relying on his masters as a formidable foundation, with the 3 teachings serving as his bedrock. He intended to confer the title of Star Lord upon numerous disciples, thereby establishing a powerful faction. Once the calamity of the wraiths and liches reached its conclusion, he would reap the benefits as a bystander, ultimately achieving the status of the supreme being of the primordial world. Bearing the imperial mandate of the Ziwei Emperor and the prestigious decree of the 99 Supreme, he was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for the role of the primordial supreme. Concurrently, he contemplated the missing sun essence wheel and moon essence wheel that were required for the celestial treasures. In Feng Xuan's mind emerged the images of the 2 lunar goddesses. He chuckled, Dijun, you need not covet the merits of this celestial marriage any longer. He then departed from the starry hall. Feng Xuan meticulously packed the entire grand hall into his own shumi space. He was a frugal individual, unwilling to waste even a single grain of rice that fell to the ground. How could he possibly disregard this magnificent starry glazed palace? He had long coveted the jade void palace of his masters, regardless of how splendidly his own little stone peak was constructed. It could not compare to the innate white jade from which the jade void palace was fashioned. At last, he possessed a premier palace of his own. Gazing at the desolate and barren land surrounding him, he felt a profound sense of solitude. Feng Xuan wielded the star seal, channeling the primordial power of the Ziwei star. The vast celestial energies enveloped him, rendering him terrifyingly formidable. The Ziwei star, the Sun star, and the Taishang star currently possessed quasi-saint level celestial primal forces. With the passage of time and gradual accumulation, they would ascend to the saintly level. Whoever holds the title of Star Master shall command this power. Feng Xuan wielded the authority of the Lord of the Ziwei star, erasing all traces of his presence and concealing the intricate ties between himself and the Ziwei star. He ensured that beings beneath the sanctified realm could not discern the connection he shared with the celestial body. Within the realm of the demon court, the formidable practitioners of the formation arts, Emperor Jun and Fushi, compelled him to shroud his identity for the time being, allowing for the unfolding of his subsequent schemes. Subsequently, Under the veiled auspices of the 6 roots of purity bamboo, Feng Xuan quietly departed from the Ziwei star, piloting the 9 dragons of agarwood carriage towards the supreme celestial body known as the Taishang star. His intent was to first forge a rapport with the 2 Taishang goddesses, thereby establishing a foundation to persuade them to stand against Emperor Jun and Tai. Before long, Feng Xuan arrived at the periphery of the Taishang star. Disembarking from his carriage and courteously addressing fellow Taoists, Shi He and Chang Shi, I, Feng Xuan, come to pay my respects. At that moment, the 2 ethereal maidens, engaged in tranquil meditation within the Taishang star, abruptly opened their eyes, exchanging a glance laden with profound bewilderment upon their emotionless, frigid visages. What purpose do Feng Xuan and her companions from the Taishang star serve? It seems they have no connection with him. Could it be that their attendance at the Sun Star's Demon Court banquet is the reason? It is time for reckoning. The thought of the tragic fates of the 10 demon saints, including Di Jun and Tai Yi, atop the Jinwu Great Hall sent shivers down her spine. She glanced at their own slender arms and legs, and the fear-overwhelmed Changshi, nearly bringing her to tears. Her delicate form trembled slightly as she inched closer to Shiha, seeking solace. Sister, I am so scared. Shiha, though equally terrified, concealed her fear out of sisterly duty and gently reassured Changshi. Do not be afraid, dear sister. We possess no strength, have not provoked him, and lack any high-level treasures. He should not harm us. As she spoke, Shia felt tears welling in her eyes. Suddenly, it struck her just how wretched their situation was. Shia, fellow Taoist Changshi, are you there? The voice of Feng Xuan reverberated once more, entering the ears of the 2 women like a demonic whisper. Sister, should we respond to him? Changshi gazed at her sister with tear-filled eyes. If we don't respond, he will surely break in. Shia felt a flutter of anxiety in her heart. After a moment of contemplation, she made a decision. She instructed her sister to sit upright, maintaining their previous icy demeanor, while simultaneously activating the primordial formation of the Moon Palace, preparing to resist or flee at any moment. Let the Taishang star come and go as it pleases. After ensuring everything was in order, Shia took a deep breath, steadied her mind, and calmly spoke. Feng Xuan, my friend, what matters compel you to seek an audience with us? Is it not something that can be discussed outside? I have pressing matters to discuss, and I kindly ask for your convenience. Feng Xuan insisted on entering. Shi He and Chang Shi, with tearful expressions, allowed him to proceed. You may enter. Shi permitted in a trembling voice. Upon receiving permission, Feng Xuan stepped into the Taishang star and arrived at the Moon Palace. As soon as he entered, he noticed the 2 women above regarding him with grave expressions. Feng Xuan was perplexed. It seemed they had no connection. So why did they gaze at him with such intensity? Nevertheless, he articulated his intentions. I have come to forge a friendship with the 2 of you, while also presenting you with a significant opportunity. Forge a friendship? A significant opportunity? Shihi and Changshi could not help but exclaim, as they had braced themselves to flee, only to discover that he had not come to settle scores with them. Indeed, a momentous opportunity awaited. Feng Xuan, brimming with confidence, spoke with conviction, believing that the opportunity he presented would firmly bind the 2 lunar goddesses to him, united in both fortune and adversity, leaving Emperor Jun with no further chances. Feng Xuan, my friend, we are not relatives. Why would you offer us such a fortune? Shiha, ever the rational one, recognized that opportunities do not simply fall from the sky, and that there is no such thing as a free gift. She was certain that he harbored ulterior motives regarding them. Yet, what could he possibly desire from them? As the foremost disciple of the 3 purities, he lacked nothing, be it treasures, mystical arts, or spiritual roots. Could it be? Shiha's gaze drifted toward the alluring forms of herself and her sister, their unparalleled beauty and ethereal grace. Instantly, she voiced her refusal. No, we do not wish for your grand opportunity. Feng Xuan was bewildered. He had yet to utter a single word. Ahem, I believe both esteemed friends may have misunderstood. I merely wish to cultivate a friendship with you both. Feng Xuan elucidated. Yet, Shihi wore an expression that conveyed she had seen through him, her entire demeanor exuding a sense of rejection. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Feng Xuan resolved to first reveal the opportunity at hand. He was confident that once they comprehended the significance of this chance, they would undoubtedly acquiesce to his proposition. The celestial map of the cosmos was summoned forth, casting a hazy radiance of stars that adorned the entire Moon Palace, enhancing its ethereal beauty. Shihi and Changshi, believing that Feng Xuan intended to take action, summoned the Moon Essence Wheel and the Wangshu Sword, directing their focus upon him. Are you, my friend, intending to insult us? Shihi inquired, her voice trembling with apprehension. Feng Xuan remained silent, skillfully manipulating the celestial diagram of the stars, harnessing the profound primordial power of the moonstar. At that moment, the moonstar trembled violently, causing the entire lunar palace to sway precariously. The two women, sensing the impending danger, prepared to flee. However, under Feng Xuan's control, the primordial power of the moonstar was directly bestowed upon the two moon goddesses. In an instant, they halted their escape, their beautiful eyes filled with astonishment, murmuring, "What is this? Ladies, this is the grand opportunity one wished to present to you. What say you?" Feng Xuan opened her mouth. At this moment, He and Chang Shi were so astonished that they were rendered speechless. They had never experienced such a sensation before. The overwhelming power, the feeling of mastering everything, and the warm, intimate connection with the celestial force of the stars. Now they truly embodied the essence of the Moonstar Lord. Noticing the two women were unresponsive, Feng Xuan calmly seated herself, awaiting their reaction. After a considerable time, He and Chang Shi emerged from their trance-like state, gazing at Feng Xuan with eyes filled with complexity. Indeed, it was a momentous opportunity, an extraordinary fortune, one grand enough to elevate them to sainthood. Without a trace of hesitation, Shi grasped Chang Shi's hand, gracefully descending before Feng Xuan. "We have comprehended your noble intentions. Dear friend, we kindly request that you select an auspicious day, so that my sister and I may unite with you as partners, binding our fates together for eternity." What? Feng Xuan could hardly believe his ears. What had he just heard? To become Dao partners. He had merely intended to befriend the two women, aligning them with him to disrupt the celestial marriage ordained by Emperor Jun. He never anticipated that the situation would escalate so swiftly to the prospect of forming a Dao partnership. This left him in quite a predicament. How should he respond? Should he agree or decline? Noticing Feng Xuan's prolonged silence, Shi assumed that he was unimpressed by either of them. Yet, for the sake of future enlightenment, Shi clenched her silver teeth, her delicate waist bending slightly, and produced a voice as faint as a whisper. "Master." Upon hearing this, both Chang Shi and Feng Xuan were taken aback. Chang Shi had not expected her sister to go to such lengths. Feng Xuan was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure and extended a hand to assist Shi. With a demeanor of righteous resolve, he inquired, "Why do you act thus, my friend?" "I offer this opportunity solely to foster camaraderie between us, with no ulterior motives." Upon hearing his words, Shi's gaze became unwavering, her tone resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. "No, the ramifications of this opportunity are too profound. My sister and I can only reciprocate with the bond of Dao companions. Should you refuse, we shall recognize you as our master. Our innate heritage contains the record of a supreme fruit position, the Moon Goddess, which is the culmination of the entire star and holds authority equal to that of a sage, capable of commanding the myriad stars of the primordial realm. The path I share with Chang Shi aligns with that of the Moon Goddess. Furthermore, as twin souls, we are of the same root and origin, able to share this fruit position, jointly attaining the Moon Goddess and realizing the great Tao." With unwavering determination, Shi's gaze locked with Feng Xuan's. "Now do you comprehend the significance of the opportunity you have just presented to us? We implore you not to decline. Either we shall unite as Dao companions, or Chang Shi and I shall recognize you as our master." As her words hung in the air, the Moon Palace fell silent. Both Shi and Chang Shi regarded Feng Xuan, who was deep in contemplation. Regardless of his choice, they were prepared to accept it. This lifetime presented but one chance to attain the great Tao, and they were unwilling to forfeit it. Thus, dear friends Shi and Chang Shi, I humbly request your guidance in the days to come. Feng Xuan ultimately chose to take a partner in the path of Tao. After all, it would be an egregious waste to allow two lunar goddesses to acknowledge anyone as their master. Moreover, one of his aspirations upon arriving in the Hongwang world was to find several celestial maidens as companions on his journey. Now that the opportunity lay before him, it was imperative to seize it decisively. Opportunities like this are fleeting and once lost, may never return. He received a satisfactory response, as radiant smiles blossomed on the faces of Shiha and Changshi. To become companions in the Tao was undoubtedly preferable to being mere servants. Furthermore, Feng Xuan possessed remarkable lineage, profound cultivation, and numerous allies, making the prospect of uniting with him an enticing affair. "I shall look forward to your guidance, my husband," she has said, gracefully approaching Feng Xuan and seating herself closely beside him. Changshi followed suit, positioning herself on his other side, allowing Feng Xuan to relish the joys of companionship. This truly is the essence of life. Feng Xuan could not help but feel a sense of wonder. To have the two lunar goddesses by his side was indeed a remarkable fortune in life. How exhilarating! However, the primordial power of the lunar star had given rise to the moon god fruit. Surely, the solar star must also harbor the sun god fruit. Dijun and Tai, instead of diligently cultivating and seeking a way to attain the sun god, have instead chosen to establish the demon court. Pursuing the path of fortune and merit, is this not a reversal of priorities? Feng Xuan expressed his doubts to Shi-He, who, with a gentle smile, revealed the truth. Dijun, Tai, and our circumstances differ fundamentally. They are the golden crows of the great sun, a primordial beast born from the solar star, akin to our jade rabbit of the lunar star. However, their innate lineage and fortuitous destiny are remarkably robust. In contrast, we are directly nurtured from the essence of the lunar star. We are the daughters of the lunar star, whereas they can only be regarded as a symbiotic relationship. Hence, it is only natural that their primordial inheritance lacks the legacy of the sun god. Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan comprehended the underlying reason. It turned out to be two insignificant individuals, lacking even the path to ascend to greatness, forced to navigate their journey through trial and error. That day, should he manage to acquire the sun divine fruit position, how amusing it would be to witness the reactions of Dijun and Tai. The mere thought of it brought a smile to his face. "My dear, are you all right?" Shiha, noticing Feng Xuan's solitary laughter, could not help but feel concerned. She extended her delicate, fair hand to rest upon his forehead. "I'm fine, simply reminiscing about something amusing." Feng Xuan regained his composure and shared his thoughts with the two women. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. While even the timid and cold Changshi managed to reveal a charming smile, the Moon Palace was filled with joyous sounds and laughter. Subsequently, Feng Xuan expressed his desire to invite the two women to Kunlun Mountain to meet their master and to select a suitable time for their wedding. However, the two women shook their heads in refusal. "Husband, now is not the right time. If you do not attain the position of the sun deity, we can marry at any moment. Yet, should you wish to achieve the position of the sun deity, the most opportune time for our union would be after we have both attained our respective positions. Our primary objective now is to attain our positions, as that will lead to perfection." After listening, Feng Xuan found it quite reasonable. Currently, the primary figures in the realm are still the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan. They must dedicate themselves to cultivation and the pursuit of their endeavors. When the time comes for them to command the vastness of the primordial universe and govern the myriad realms, they shall hold a grand wedding. Moreover, he aspires not only to attain the position of the sun god but also to achieve the status of the supreme star and the heavenly emperor. He seeks to transcend the realm of the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian and reach even higher planes. With this in mind, he decided to take his leave, assuring that he would frequently visit and accompany the two ladies in the future. As he prepared to return to Kunlun Mountain, he activated the primordial power of the Taishang star through the celestial star chart, bestowing its full strength upon the two women. Consequently, their original mid-stage quasi-saint realm elevated to the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Except for the Taoist ancestor Hongjun, no one in the primordial realm can currently defeat the two ladies on the Taishang star. Feng Xuan had left behind thousands of leaves from the enlightenment tree, gathered over time, to assist the two women in comprehending the path of the moon goddess. "Farewell, my husband." As the two women gazed longingly, Feng Xuan piloted the 9 dragons agarwood chariot away from the Taishang star, returning to Kunlun Mountain. Upon his arrival at Kunlun Mountain, at the very first moment, Feng Xuan first arrived at the Jade Void Palace to express his heartfelt gratitude to his masters for their assistance. Upon seeing the 3 seated figures on the high platform, he immediately bowed respectfully. "Disciple is profoundly grateful for your generous support." The 3 pure ones smiled warmly and helped him to his feet. Tongtian, with an air of authority, spoke boldly, "There is no need for such formality. If anyone dares to bully our esteemed disciple, we shall undoubtedly teach the demon court a profound lesson, so that the Hongwang world comes to recognize the illustrious reputation of our Kunlun lineage. No one is permitted to trample upon us." Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged approving glances with Tongtian, fully endorsing his words. The Kunlun lineage shall not be humiliated. Indeed, the Kunlun lineage shall not be humiliated. Subsequently, Feng Xuan departed from the Jade Void Palace and returned to the Little Stone Peak. His masters were still immersed in the understanding of the primal purple chi, so he chose not to disturb them further. Upon arriving at the Little Stone Peak, Feng Xuan beheld the frolicking antics of Bai Xiao and Xiao Bai, who were merrily cavorting around the Wudao tree. Meanwhile, Yin Xiao and Xiong Xiao were seated in meditation by the spirit pool, engaging in their cultivation. Observing the aura they emanated, It was evident that Yun Xiao had reached the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, while Qiong Xiao had attained the early stage. Their progress was indeed remarkable. Feng Xuan did not disturb them. He arrived alone at his meditation chamber. From the system space, he retrieved the essence of Pangu and the 9 revolutions profound art. It was time to elevate his strength further. Feng Xuan has begun to comprehend the 9 transformations of the mysterious arts. With his extraordinary talent and a millennium of dedication, he has integrated the first 6 transformations into the golden chapter of the Great Tao. However, the latter 3 transformations are exceedingly profound and terrifying, beyond his current grasp. Everything is now in readiness. Feng Xuan swallowed the crimson essence of Pangu, channeling it through the golden seal of the Tao. The terrifying vitality surged through his internal organs, wreaking havoc within his body, shattering his original structure before undergoing a remarkable reformation. The newly formed organs surpassed their predecessors in strength. The once multicolored blood transformed into a vibrant red through the infusion of Pangu's essence. A robust heart pumped vigorously, its powerful beats resonating through the meditation chamber. At that moment, Feng Xuan felt akin to a primordial beast, his strength magnified 100-fold, even 1,000-fold beyond his former self. Moreover, this drop of Pangu's essence not only enhanced his physical form, but also bestowed upon him a principle, the principle of strength. It propelled him, a novice to such concepts, directly into the realm of minor attainment. With the power of this principle alone, he could contend with those at the early stage of quasi-saint. No wonder the witch clan was so formidable. They were naturally endowed with one or even several principles. With mere cultivation of the physical body and enhancement of innate principles, they could augment their strength. His physical cultivation had reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Now it was time to elevate my own realm of cultivation. Time flowed like water, and the primordial world was indifferent to the passage of years. A span of 10,000 years evaporated in an instant. A powerful aura erupted from the little stone peak. Soaring into the heavens, countless golden lotuses of principles ascended from the void, clouds gathered, and celestial music filled the air. Various extraordinary phenomena rose and manifested atop the little stone peak. The 3 pure ones of the Jade Void Palace opened their eyes, a flicker of brilliance igniting within. Instantly comprehending what had transpired, their disciple had broken through to the quasi-saint realm. Joy illuminated their faces. Such an exceptional disciple was a cause for celebration. They each bestowed rewards upon him, which descended onto the little stone peak, before returning to their meditative state to further comprehend the path to sanctity. At this moment, within the meditation chamber, Feng Xuan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air, retracting his realm fluctuations. The celestial phenomena above dissipated in tandem. He had finally stepped into the quasi-saint realm. With my quasi-saint initial stage cultivation, mid-stage physical prowess, alongside numerous spiritual treasures in the primordial measurement caliber, I now stand among the elite in this primordial world. I fear not a duel with either Di Jun or Tai Yi, and I am unperturbed even when facing both simultaneously. Should I wish to depart, they would be unable to detain me. Feng Xuan, exuding an air of confidence, felt a fleeting surge of primal energy coursing through his skin, swiftly concealed within his being. Though he appeared as a young, handsome figure, seemingly unremarkable, his true nature resembled that of a formidable beast from the primordial era, capable of shaking the heavens and the earth with his might. Upon exiting the meditation chamber, he found San Xiao and Xiao Bai waiting eagerly outside. Their faces lit up with joy upon seeing Feng Xuan, and they collectively expressed their congratulations. Congratulations, Senior Brother Feng Xuan, on your cultivation breakthrough. Congratulations, Master, on your cultivation breakthrough. Feng Xuan responded with a smile. Soon after, the group arrived at the pavilion where they usually rested. Once seated, Feng Xuan's attention was drawn to the 3 treasures on the central table. The first was the purple gold 8-trigram furnace, a premier alchemical cauldron. The second was the Wuji Huang flag, one of the innate 5-directional flags. The third was the dragon binding rope, capable of ensnaring all things in heaven and earth. It seemed that the masters were rewarding him for his breakthrough in cultivation. Such generosity was profoundly moving. To have such mentors was indeed a significant blessing in life. Feng Xuan accepted it with composure. However, as she received the dragon binding rope, a thought suddenly struck her. The 24 sea calming pearls and the dragon binding rope had both been bestowed upon her by Master San. What would become of Zhao Gongming? Would he not transform into the second 3 no-realms figure of the Hongwang era? Surely not. It would be dreadful if that were the case. Elder brother, what realm do you currently inhabit? Before her, Bai Xiao, adorned in a delicate green gown, sat gracefully upon a stone bench. Gently swinging her snow-white legs while blinking her lively eyes, her face radiating curiosity as she inquired. Feng Xuan gently tilted his head, his gaze deep and tranquil. He parted his thin lips and softly uttered 2 words, quasi-saint. The voice was not loud, yet the weight of those 2 words was profound. Oh, quasi-saint. Bai Xiao's eyes widened instantly, her small mouth forming an adorable O, her face a canvas of astonishment. For her, still at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, the sheer power of a quasi-saint was almost unimaginable. She merely knew it must be an extraordinarily formidable existence. Did this not imply that her senior brother could now traverse the vast wilderness of the world with ease? Bai Xiao was so exhilarated that she nearly sprang from her stone seat, her hands subconsciously waving as her eyes sparkled with adoration. However, Feng Xuan merely smiled faintly. Extending a finger to gently pinch the delicate tip of Bai Xiao's nose, half serious and half teasing as he chided, "All right, you mustn't keep exclaiming wow incessantly. Quickly focus on your cultivation. Look at Yin Xiao and Qiong Xiao, both have already entered the realm of Tai Golden Immortals, while you remain stagnant at the Golden Immortal stage. You are lagging far behind them." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao showed neither worry nor shame. Instead, she proudly lifted her chin and puffed out her chest, haughtily retorting, "Humph. Master, with my senior brother and sisters possessing such formidable strength, what does it matter if my cultivation is slightly lower? Regardless of the circumstances, I know you will always protect me." After saying this, she playfully made a face at Feng Xuan. The onlookers exchanged helpless glances, shaking their heads and smiling at Bai Xiao's unique thought process, which was both amusing and exasperating. Yin Xiao, witnessing this scene, furrowed her brows in anger, her almond-shaped eyes wide open. She strode up to Bai Xiao in quick strides, seizing her delicate, rosy ear with a firm grip. "How dare you say that? All you do is laugh and play around, neglecting your cultivation. If you continue this way, just wait and see how I will deal with you. From today onwards, you are to remain in the dojo and focus on your training. If you dare to slack off, you will regret it." Yin Xiao scolded fiercely. Bai Xiao winced in pain, baring her teeth as tears welled in her eyes, pleading, "Sister, I understand my mistake. I promise to be obedient and cultivate diligently from now on. I won't dare to play anymore. Please, have mercy this once." As Yin Xiao disciplined Bai Xiao, Feng Xuan turned his attention to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai's feathers fluffed up instantly, her long neck rubbing against Feng Xuan's arm, portraying an image of innocence. As if to say, "I am well behaved, do not scold me." Simultaneously, she chirped in her adorably earnest voice, "Master, Xiao Bai will surely strive to cultivate diligently and soon attain the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. To prove my determination, I shall refrain from playing with Bai Xiao until I break through." "Ha ha, Xiao Bai is truly obedient." Feng Xuan tenderly caressed the little white creature's head. "No, Little White, I cannot bear to be without you." Bai Xiao gazed over with tear-filled eyes, emitting a desperate wail. In the ensuing years, spurred by Feng Xuan's cultivation, both San Xiao and the little white creature diligently pursued their training. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan refined the innate restrictions of his numerous spiritual treasures to the limits attainable by a quasi-saint, significantly enhancing his strength. He continuously engaged in alchemical practices, delving into the Tao of Tai Ching. After countless experiments, he finally succeeded in producing the golden elixir. It was no small feat, indeed. Observing the myriad black, purple, red, and white elixirs contained within the Shumi space, he realized they were not merely remnants of his past failures, but rather the stepping stones of his journey. As for the effects of these numerous elixirs, he would seek someone to test them when the time was right. After completing his alchemical endeavors, Feng Xuan lifted his gaze to the starry sky. Since the last incident, the sun star had remained undisturbed, exhibiting no signs of seeking revenge. Yet, feeling the increasingly potent aura of calamity, Feng Xuan understood that the demon court bore no animosity towards him. Instead, their current primary target was the Witch Clan. The rivalry between the two dominant powers would persist for an eternity, presenting Feng Xuan with an opportune moment for growth. He aimed to leverage his foresight to accumulate sufficient merit in the Heavenly Tao. The bestowal of merit by the Heavenly Tao was fundamentally linked to actions beneficial to the development of the Hong Wang realm, such as creating humanity or establishing written language. The creation of humanity was Nuwa's divine mandate, giving rise to a cascade of immense merit. However, that could be strategized at a later time. Presently, the most substantial opportunity lay in the creation of demonic script. He could gather the languages and writings of countless demon clans, and with his unparalleled comprehension, amalgamate them to forge a perfect demonic script, undoubtedly yielding a wealth of merit from the Heavenly Tao, thus laying the groundwork for his future ascension to supremacy. With this in mind, Feng Xuan resolved to take action. Nevertheless, undertaking this endeavor alone would prove too slow. He needed to enlist a few allies. It seemed that Duo Bao had recently broken through to the Great Luo. He would be the perfect companion. Feng Xuan departed from the Little Stone Peak and arrived at the Duo Bao Taoist Temple. Duo Bao, he began, my esteemed senior brother has an extraordinary opportunity to bestow upon you. Duo Bao emerged from his cave dwelling, filled with skepticism and unease. Whenever his senior brother sought him out, it seldom boded well. Although the rewards promised were immensely appealing and bountiful, the trials he had to endure were often harrowing. He could only wonder what tribulations awaited him this time. Senior brother, what is it this time? Surely you do not intend for me to assist you with alchemy again? Duo Bao inquired, gazing up at Feng Xuan with a look of uncertainty. How could that be? Look at how you speak. Has your senior brother ever led you astray? Feng Xuan, with an air of authority, presented himself as an exemplary senior brother. Upon hearing his words, Duo Bao's round face, plump and cherubic, was suffused with disbelief. The first time he was led around the mountains in search of treasure, he was utterly exhausted. The second time, he was subjected to experimentation with the 5-turn black pill, resulting in a profusion of nosebleeds. These experiences had left him with deep psychological scars. This time, however, the opportunity was truly monumental, should success be achieved. One could attain immeasurable merit, sufficient to forge a body of merit and virtue. Feng Xuan approached Duo Bao with earnestness, his eyes reflecting a sincerity that seemed genuine. Observing this, Duo Bao regarded Feng Xuan with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity. So, what is it that you wish to convey, senior brother? Duo Bao inquired, feeling a flicker of intrigue. Rest assured, my dear brother, your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Feng Xuan gently patted Duo Bao's shoulder and subsequently articulated his thoughts. Upon hearing the details of the task, Duo Bao appeared perplexed. Senior brother, what purpose do you have for the primordial ancestral scripts of the various ancient tribes? It seems of little relevance to our cultivation. Do not concern yourself with the details. Simply proceed as instructed, and you shall not be neglected in the end. Feng Xuan refrained from revealing the truth, believing that once he completed the demonic script, Duo Bao would come to understand his intentions. Subsequently, under Feng Xuan's guidance, Duo Bao set forth to gather resources to the west, using Mount Buzhou as a boundary. The western tribes were few and their strength meager. With Duo Bao's prowess as a great Luo golden immortal, he could effortlessly amass what was needed. As for those tribes that might refuse, Feng Xuan had long devised a strategy. The world is bustling with activity, all driven by self-interest, and the primordial realm is no exception. He presented the majority of low-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures to the Duo Bao fairy court, paving the way with wealth. Although these treasures may seem inferior in their eyes, they are, in fact, rare gems for the myriad demon clans. After all, the mid-tier and high-tier treasures had already been plundered multiple times. The esteemed Hongjun, the ancestral master, first scavenged the most exquisite artifacts, followed by the innate 3 clans and numerous primordial deities. Subsequently, the fairy court, witch clan, and demon court took their turns. After several rounds of extraction, the primordial land now harbors little of value, save for those exceedingly obscure or time-bound treasures. Thus, utilizing wealth to create opportunities is a masterstroke. Exchanging a trove of esoteric primordial symbols, known only to foreign factions, for treasures that promise the advancement of his clan is a no-brainer. Once Duo Bao departed, Feng Xuan prepared to journey eastward into the primordial realm, where numerous clans reside, each possessing formidable strength. Yet, he felt confident in his ability to maintain order. With a candid demeanor, he aimed to engage in rational discourse and trade. Should anyone prove uncooperative, he possessed a modicum of martial prowess to assert his authority. Before long, Feng Xuan, riding upon a cloud, arrived at his first destination, the Fox clan. He chose not to travel in the ostentatious 9-dragon agarwood palanquin. For the reason was simple, it was too conspicuous and would undoubtedly draw attention. Since the Solar Star banquet, capable individuals would likely associate the palanquin with him, complicating his endeavors. To expedite his collection efforts, it was prudent to adopt a more discreet approach. With his quasi-saintly strength, Feng Xuan received a warm welcome from the Fox clan. Revered as a distinguished guest, a plethora of spiritual fruits and celestial brews were presented before him, rivaling the grandeur of the Solar Star Demon Court banquet. The Fox clan's heritage was indeed impressive. Yet, one might wonder why they had not been subsumed by the Demon Court. Does the Celestial One seek our Fox clan's innate legacy and symbols? Inquired a graceful and enchanting fox maiden, seated elegantly before Feng Xuan. Her presence exuded an aura of peak de luo golden immortal, subtly revealing her formidable cultivation. At that moment, she gracefully lifted a wine pot, filling Feng Xuan's cup with exquisite wine, her voice a gentle whisper. As she moved, a delicate fragrance wafted from her, ethereal and alluring, captivating the senses and leaving one in a state of dreamy reverie. Feng Xuan's gaze was as clear as water, and he nodded calmly, "Indeed, my lady. However, I shall not allow the nobility to suffer a loss. I can exchange exquisite treasures of heaven and earth, or even dedicate a century to imparting wisdom to your clan." Upon hearing these words, the Fox clan maiden let out a charming laugh, her voice crisp and melodious, reminiscent of the sweetest silver bells. Yet, she did not provide an immediate response. Instead, she gently pushed a cup filled with divine wine towards Feng Xuan and softly said, "Esteemed immortal, please indulge in the fine wine of my clan. As for this matter, I must first consult with the elders of my clan before reaching a decision." Upon witnessing the scene, Feng Xuan did not hesitate. He reached out to accept the wine cup and tilted his head back, consuming its contents in one swift motion. The rich, intoxicating aroma of the wine instantly enveloped the air, captivating his senses. After observing his unreserved indulgence, the woman gracefully rose and departed, leaving Feng Xuan alone within the grand hall. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed until the woman returned. As she stepped through the doorway, her gaze was immediately drawn to the sight above, a gentle smile gracing her lips in response. At that moment, Feng Xuan lay defenseless upon the expansive, opulent seat, lost in a deep slumber. His steady, soft breaths resonated clearly in the almost silent hall, where even a falling pin could be heard. The woman glided forward, her hands delicately lifting Feng Xuan, and she carefully transported him to the nearby chamber, placing him upon the large, soft bed. With her gentle motion, Feng Xuan descended like a feather, settling comfortably onto the mattress. After ensuring Feng Xuan was comfortably placed, the woman took a seat beside him. Suddenly, 9 pristine, snow-white fox tails emerged behind her. "Oh, my esteemed immortal, please do not blame me. I act for the future of our fox clan," she murmured softly, her tone revealing a blend of resignation and determination. As her words faded, she gently tugged at the pink curtains, which cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping the bed in a secluded and intimate space. Her gaze remained fixed upon Feng Xuan's strikingly handsome visage, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, her eyes betraying an undeniable shyness and longing. Tentatively, she extended a delicate hand, trembling as it approached the sash of his white robe, seemingly intending to loosen it. Simultaneously, her foxtails, seemingly in tune with her thoughts, gracefully undid her own gown, leaving her enveloped in a sheer, translucent garment that accentuated her enchanting figure. With everything in place, she leaned closer, poised to kiss Feng Xuan's lips. "What do you intend to do?" The voice of Feng Xuan startled the woman into opening her eyes. At that moment, she beheld Feng Xuan's bright gaze, devoid of any signs of stupor. In an instant, she comprehended that her scheme had unraveled, her complexion turning as pale as parchment, her delicate form trembling slightly. She promptly knelt beside the bed, pleading for mercy. "Esteemed immortal, I beseech you to spare my clan. This matter was solely my doing, and does not implicate the others of my lineage." Feng Xuan propped himself up, gazing at the woman kneeling before him in supplication. Surprisingly, he felt no anger. Even before he imbibed the celestial brew, he had sensed that he had been drugged. However, having undergone the purification of Pangu's essence, he had become immune to all poisons. The toxic substances of the primordial world posed no threat to him. It was likely that even the adept poison users among the ancestral witches, such as Shibai, could do nothing to harm him. His curiosity was piqued as he wondered what schemes the Fox clan was concocting. To his astonishment, it was not his exceptional treasures that she coveted, but rather his very being. Indeed, it is essential for a young man to safeguard himself in the outside world, a principle that equally applies in the primordial realm. "Now, speak. What is the reason behind your actions?" Feng Xuan spoke softly, devoid of reproach. The woman, trembling and with her head bowed, explained herself. Her name was Jiawei, the chieftain of the Fox clan, her true form being the legendary beast, the nine-tailed fox. Only one such creature could exist in the world. Due to her overly cautious nature, she had refrained from attending the lectures at Zixiao Palace. However, after the subsequent 3 lectures, she sought out the public teachings of the 3,000 guests of Zixiao and ultimately broke through to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, in an era teeming with quasi-saints, being merely at the apex of the great Luo Golden Immortal was woefully insufficient, leaving her vulnerable to the risk of annihilation. Thus, She concealed her true strength through her innate divine abilities, leading the outside world to believe that the strongest among the Fox clan was merely a Tai golden immortal. Coupled with the Fox clan's avoidance of unnecessary strife, they had managed to endure an era of profound tranquility. Today, his arrival ignited a glimmer of hope within her, prompting her desire to ally with him for the eternal safety of herself and her clan, which explained her earlier actions. Upon hearing Jiuwei's narrative, Feng Xuan fell into contemplation. Only one nine-tailed fox could exist in the world, and she had ascended to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal. This implied that the nine-tailed fox who would later possess Daji during the period of deification could very well be her reincarnation. How astonishing! It became clear that the events of the future were already foreshadowed in the present. Noticing Feng Xuan's lack of anger, Jiuwei was suddenly struck by a bold thought. Gradually, she rose and approached Feng Xuan, wrapping her arms around his neck, her delicate form pressing against him. 9 fluffy tails entwined around his waist, back, and neck. Esteemed immortal, please accept this humble girl and be the stronghold of my clan, she cooed, her voice dripping with charm. Feng Xuan felt a shiver as he embraced the warm and delicate figure in his arms. This Nine-Tails was truly remarkable. Ding! The system detected that the Nine-Tails was beseeching its host and requested the following choices. 1. Agree to her. The path should not be so narrow, and companions should not be so few. As a creature of the primordial wilderness, the Nine-Tails possesses unparalleled beauty and fortune. Young man, grant her wish. Reward, the classic of literary Tao. 2. Reject her. Sigma men shall never fall into the traps set by women. Reward, the innate vermilion fruit. Please, immortal, accept me. Accept me. As Feng Xuan remained unmoved, the Nine-Tails continued to act coyly. Sighing, he declared, System, I choose option 1. Feng Xuan has made a choice within his heart. As the system stated, the path of the Tao should not be so narrow, and companions on this journey should not be so few. Moreover, it is not every day one encounters a charming creature that delights in affection. As for protecting the Fox clan, that is a task easily accomplished. With this thought in mind, Feng Xuan extended his hand to caress the supple white tail. Kitsune, I can protect the Fox clan and serve as their stronghold. Upon hearing this, the Nine-Tails raised its head, its eyes shimmering with delight. Thank you, esteemed immortal. Upon detecting the host's selection of option 1, the Wendao Yuan Dian was dispatched. Subsequently, Feng Xuan exerted considerable effort to detach the Nine-Tails from his form, issuing directives for future arrangements. You and the Fox clan shall wait here. I have matters to attend to, and once everything is resolved, I will lead your clan to a place of safety. The Nine-Tails nodded in agreement. After acquiring the innate heritage text of the Fox clan, Feng Xuan soared away towards the next race. The Nine-Tails watched his departure with eyes full of anticipation. In the millennia that followed, Feng Xuan learned from experience. Upon encountering each race, he was direct and unambiguous. There was no hesitation or ambiguity. It was either a swift transaction or a rapid suppression. Consequently, all the myriad demon clans of the East that possessed innate written heritage had been gathered. Feng Xuan retrieved the classic of literary Tao and meticulously began to record its contents. The system-rewarded classic of literary Tao was a precious artifact in its embryonic form. Not yet a complete treasure, but rather a nascent prototype. Its function was to document the celestial scripts and embody the essence of literary Tao. Once it fully encapsulated the literary Tao, it would transform into a true treasure of the Tao, attaining the esteemed status of a supreme artifact. This perfectly aligned with his current endeavors. However, this indicated that his journey could not yet reach its conclusion. In addition to the demonic scripts, the primordial realm also harbored the unique celestial divine writings of the innate sanctified beings, as well as the dragon characters, phoenix seals, and Qilin patterns of the 3 illustrious clans, along with the cultural writings of later generations. The cultural writings were still a distant pursuit. He possessed a portion of the celestial divine writings, and upon his masters attaining the status of heavenly sages, he would gain access to the entirety of their knowledge. At present, he was still lacking the exclusive scripts of the 3 clans. Coincidentally, he had arrived at the Eastern Sea. So he decided to pay a visit to the legendary Dragon Clan and gather the dragon characters along the way. With this thought in mind, Feng Xuan transformed into a radiant streak of light, plunging into the Eastern Sea. Harnessing the formidable power of a quasi-saint's primordial spirit, he sensed everything within a myriad of miles around him. It did not take long before he located the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his way directly to the grand entrance of the palace. Gazing upon the opulent splendor of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Feng Xuan could not help but express his admiration. Even though the Dragon Clan currently faced divine retribution, burdened with immense karmic debt, and their strength diminished compared to the past, their status as one of the ancient three overlords still endowed them with profound foundations. The once neighboring celestial court, where the audacious Eastern prince resided, dared not provoke the Dragon Clan, underscoring the dragon's formidable reputation. As he observed the surrounding shrimp soldiers and crab generals preparing to encircle him, he remained undeterred. The overwhelming might of Feng Xuan surged forth, not specifically targeting the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, but compelling them to retreat. After all, they were merely laborers. Having once been a laborer himself in a past life, he understood their hardships. He had no desire to impose upon them. Feng Xuan had come to Kunlun Mountain to pay his respects to the Dragon Clan and humbly requested an audience with the Dragon King. Feng Xuan shouted loudly, his magical power resonating deep within the Dragon Palace. The East Sea Dragon King, seated majestically upon his throne in the grand hall of the palace, nearly tumbled from his seat upon receiving Feng Xuan's transmission. Though the Dragon Clan had fallen into decline, they remained well informed about the happenings in the primordial world. The Dragon Kings of rivers, lakes, and seas served as the clan's eyes and ears, gathering diverse intelligence about the expansive realm. Feng Xuan has recently emerged as the most significant news. The third generation of the Xiamen, the foremost disciple of the Three Pure Ones, attended a banquet at the Sun Star. This event stirred chaos, with treasures soaring through the skies, injuring the Demon Emperor and nearly annihilating the 10 great demon saints, ultimately allowing him to retreat unscathed. Such matters are beyond the capabilities of a mere Dragon King. The Dragon King of the East Sea promptly commanded the Left Chancellor below, quickly summon our ancestor from seclusion. He then instructed the Right Chancellor, hasten to respectfully welcome Feng Xuan. After both chancellors departed, the East Sea Dragon King suddenly realized, oh no, I should have gone to greet him personally. He immediately rose from his throne and hurriedly rushed out of the grand hall. Wait for me, Your Majesty. Moments after Feng Xuan's voice echoed outside the Dragon Palace, he beheld the East Sea Dragon King approaching to greet him, accompanied by the Turtle Chancellor. Upon reaching Feng Xuan, the East Sea Dragon King scrutinized him closely, confirming that he resembled the portraits that had been circulated. Bowing deeply, he said, I am Aori, the Little King, and I pay my respects to the immortal. Please, allow me to escort you into my Dragon Palace, so that my clan may extend their hospitality. Observing the deep respect shown by Aori, Feng Xuan felt a sense of honor. Feng Xuan returned the courtesy. As the foremost disciple of the Three Pure Ones, he felt compelled to uphold a commendable image before all beings. For every respect bestowed upon him, he reciprocated in kind. After their mutual greetings, Aori warmly invited him to the Dragon Palace for a discussion. Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit, esteemed immortal? I have already arranged a banquet within the palace and hope you will graciously make your way there. Feng Xuan did not decline and, under Aori's guidance, entered the grand hall of the Dragon Palace. The matter of the Dragon chapter pertains to the legacy of the Dragon Clan, and it is best discussed at the banquet table. Upon entering the magnificent hall, a sumptuous feast awaited, ready for the two to take their seats. Once settled, Feng Xuan keenly sensed a formidable presence emanating from the side chamber. It was neither the celestial path system passed down by the venerable Hongjun nor the corporeal system of the Wu clan, but rather a system of proving one's path through strength that has existed since the primordial chaos. It seems the Dragon Clan's profound heritage is indeed remarkable. Amidst stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal was effortlessly invited forth. Who knows how many more lie hidden behind the scenes? After downing the exquisite wine before him, Feng Xuan articulated the purpose of his visit. I wish to borrow the Dragon chapter for a glimpse. I kindly ask the Dragon King to facilitate this request. Of course, this is not without compensation. The Dragon Clan may also present their requests, and anything within my capabilities I shall gladly fulfill. Upon hearing this, Aori found himself in a predicament. The matter of the Dragon chapter is deeply intertwined with the very essence of the Dragon Clan, and it is not within the authority of a mere Dragon King to decide. I beseech you, immortal. The matter of the Dragon chapter is of great significance and not one I can govern, he replied. Seeing Aori in a quandary, Feng Xuan did not press further, but shifted his attention to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Since the Dragon King cannot make decisions, surely there is someone present who can. Upon hearing this, the Hunyuan Golden Immortal in the side chamber ceased to conceal himself and stepped forth with grace. Truly, as the third generation of the Xiamen and the foremost disciple of the Three Pure Ones, his perceptive abilities are admirable. Feng Xuan promptly returned the compliment. Senior, Your strength is unparalleled, having traversed the vast expanses of the primordial world for countless ages. I am merely fortunate. Upon witnessing the clan's elder emerge, Aori immediately offered his seat, allowing the two to engage in conversation. I can take charge of the dragon chapter on your behalf. However, there is but one stipulation. You must select a member of my clan to become a direct disciple under the three pure ones. Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan did not hesitate and readily agreed. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan teaching already had a place for the yellow dragon, so his early acceptance into their ranks posed no significant issue. Upon hearing his assent, the Hunyuan golden immortal's face instantly brightened with joy. He beckoned Aori to bring forth the young prodigies of the dragon clan, presenting them for Feng Xuan's selection. Feng Xuan cast a sweeping glance around the nearly 1,000 dragon clan prodigies, swiftly identifying the yellow dragon at the rear. It must be him. Although puzzled as to why it was the yellow dragon, Aori nonetheless guided the somewhat bewildered yellow dragon before Feng Xuan, quickly address him as senior brother. The yellow dragon appeared utterly confused, failing to comprehend the unfolding events. Observing this, Aori playfully rapped his head a few times, rousing him from his stupor. Only then did the yellow dragon realize he had been chosen. A wave of excitement illuminated his face as he promptly bowed in respect. I pay my respects to you, senior brother. Feng Xuan nodded with a smile. Subsequently, the ancient dragon, a primordial golden immortal, inscribed a peculiar rune into Feng Xuan's mind. The dragon's mark has been granted to you. I hope my friend will refrain from indiscriminate dissemination. Feng Xuan descended, accompanied by the Huanglong. Preparing to return to Kunlun Mountain, the Feng and Qilin clans could visit later. It was indeed inconvenient to carry the Huanglong. Along the way, Feng Xuan pondered the dragon script within his mind, coming to understand the challenges faced by Aori. The dragon script was not merely the exclusive writing of the dragon clan. It also contained numerous secrets and techniques integral to their heritage. It represented one of the very foundations of the dragon clan, transcending the simplicity of mere text. However, I require none of that. I merely need the functional aspect of the dragon script as a writing system. Feng Xuan embedded the dragon seal into the original text of the literary path and turned to gaze at the yellow dragon, who had been observing him intently since his departure. What is it? Do you have something to say? The yellow dragon, taken aback by the inquiry, momentarily faltered. Yet, having regained his composure after a previous encounter, he curiously ventured, Senior brother, why did you choose me? Surely, the other dragons possess greater strength. Feng Xuan smiled and replied, It is because you and I are destined to meet. Destined? Huang Long pondered the meaning of these words, yet found himself engulfed in confusion. In truth, Feng Xuan himself was uncertain of what destiny truly entailed. He had spoken whimsically, as it sounded more profound. He was merely an unremarkable traveler from another realm, possessing a somewhat divine perspective. This was the reason he had chosen Huang Long. However, it could also be attributed to the blessings bestowed by the great Tao. Everything in existence was intertwined with him, rendering him oblivious to the very essence of fate. Their journey led them through the territory of the Fox clan. Feng Xuan communicated with Jiawei, advising her to remain still and ensure the safety of their kin. He then employed his extraordinary powers to uproot the entire territory of the Fox clan, relocating it to a region within Kunlun Mountain. This way, they would be free from future worries. Soon after, Feng Xuan returned to the heart of Kunlun with the Yellow Dragon. After ushering the Yellow Dragon into the Jade Void Palace, he hastily departed. He had already sensed that Duobao had returned, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Now, he was prepared to create the mystical script. Upon reaching the small stone peak, Duobao rushed over, eagerly presenting his accomplishments, tens of thousands of unique characters. Senior brother, I have fulfilled my mission with honor. Feng Xuan meticulously gathered these writings and inscribed them into the original text of the literary path. Addressing Duobao, he said, You may commence your cultivation. Soon, delightful surprises shall befall you. He paid little heed to the remaining treasures he had bestowed, considering them merely as a form of remuneration for Duobao's efforts. It was rather pitiable how much he had been put through. He then entered the meditation chamber. Feng Xuan perused the original texts of the Way of Literature. At this moment, he had gathered all the primordial characters of the ancient demon clan. However, the integration of such a vast array of characters and the act of innovation proved to be an arduous task. Even with the enhancement of his extraordinary comprehension, Feng Xuan expended countless years in his endeavors. Ultimately, he forged the 3,000 demonic characters. Once these 3,000 characters came into existence, they were profoundly inscribed upon the original text of the Way of Literature. although the heavenly Tao had yet to acknowledge them. The way of literature had already embraced their significance. Feng Xuan, in a state of agitation, strode forth from the meditation chamber, raising the wind Dao Yuan Dian to proclaim to the heavenly way. The heavenly way is supreme. I, Feng Xuan, observed that the myriad tribes of the primordial world possess no common language, rendering communication exceedingly difficult. Now, having comprehended the scripts of countless tribes, I have established 3,000 demonic scripts, and with this accomplishment, I humbly submit my report. May the heavenly way bear witness. At the very instant Feng Xuan's words echoed, a magnificent will manifested upon Kunlun Mountain, surveying the 3,000 demonic scripts. In a fleeting moment, supreme power infused these scripts, causing each character to radiate with the golden brilliance of the heavenly way. Through the highest authority of the heavenly way, the 3,000 demonic scripts effortlessly permeated the entire primordial realm, indelibly etched into the minds of every demonic clan. Simultaneously, an overwhelming torrent of celestial merit descended from the heavens, its vastness transforming the entirety of the millions of miles of Kunlun Mountain into a resplendent golden hue. The moment when Feng Xuan proclaims the heavenly Tao has been disseminated across the vast expanse of the primordial world, serving as a message to all beings therein. Engage in virtuous deeds, and the rewards of merit shall be abundant. This act by the heavenly Tao has significantly elevated Feng Xuan's fame throughout the primordial realm. The three pure ones, closest to the scene, are filled with admiration and joy as they marvel from the Yushu Palace. In the Fengxi Valley, Niwa gazes skyward, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. Feng Xuan, her younger brother, has silently accomplished a monumental task. From the banks of the underworld river to Wuzhuang Temple and Shumi Mountain, envious glances are cast in his direction. If only they could claim such immense merit for themselves, their strength would undoubtedly surge, bringing them closer to attaining sainthood. Meanwhile, within the Golden Crow Hall, an atmosphere of stark tension prevails. Emperor Jun, Tai, the 10 great demon saints, Kunping, and Fushi all fix their gazes upon the celestial display. As supreme beings of the demon court, it is a humiliation to witness an outsider creating demonic script. Does this not strike a blow to their dignity? What are your thoughts, everyone? Emperor Jun inquires coolly, surveying those gathered below, ultimately focusing intently on Kunping. When Baizé is scrutinized, he feigns a look of shame, yet internally feels indifferent. After all, the demonic script bears no relevance to him. He merely seeks to navigate the currents of fortune and align with the will of heaven. The other demon saints share his sentiment, believing that as demon saints, their responsibility lies solely in combat, while the matter of script should be left to the demon sages. Isn't that right, Kunping? At this moment, Kunping feels an emptiness within, gazing at the spectacle above, sensing as though something has been stolen from him. It seems the 3,000 demonic scripts ought to have been his creation. Yet, no amount of contemplation can change the reality. He can only watch enviously as the vast flow of heavenly Tao merit tantalizes him. How wonderful it would be if this merit were his. Seeing Kunping in such a foolish state, Emperor Jun dismisses any thoughts of punishment, reasoning that the 2 explosions must have deranged his mind. Even if he were to grasp the concept of creating demonic script, he likely would be incapable of doing so. What is your perspective on the matter of demonic script? Fushi? Emperor Jun queries, for he holds a deep admiration for Fushi. Their shared interests in formations and divination, along with both being great sages, foster a strong bond between them. Moreover, Fushi has a sister destined for sainthood. Thus, despite previous grievances, Emperor Jun has invited Fushi to serve in the demon court as a sovereign, bestowing upon him due honor. Regrettably, he could not persuade Niwa to join. After a moment of contemplation, Fushi responds, "This demonic script is of immense benefit to our kind, enhancing communication among the lower demon clans, strengthening our unity and cohesion, and significantly aiding the future development of the demon court." Upon hearing these words, Emperor Jun cast a glance of approval. Despite his animosity towards Feng Xuan, he recognized, from the perspective of a sovereign, that this demonic script was indeed a treasure of the demon race. He had unified all races of the primordial world, excluding the witch tribe, into the demon clan. Throughout this process, he encountered numerous challenges, one of which was the barrier of language. This lack of communication had led to misunderstandings and conflicts. However, under the duress of the witch tribe, these issues were temporarily set aside. With the emergence of the demonic script, the language barrier would be entirely resolved. Henceforth, the lower echelons of the demon clan would experience greater harmony. In a few yuan meetings, the newly formed demon court army would become a united and indomitable force, fulfilling his aspiration to unify the primordial realm. The only lament was that this demonic script did not originate from the demon court itself. What a pity. Baise. Present. Retrieve 3,000 leaves from the Fusang tree. 10,000 pieces of gold and jade glass, and 1,000 pieces of solar fire essence. Also, gather a selection of spiritual fruits and fine wines to send to Kunlun, as a token of our demon court's gratitude to the creator of the demonic script. Understood. Baise departed the grand hall. Alas, if only he had not made enemies of the three pure ones and Feng Xuan from the outset, he would not find himself in such a passive position now. Emperor Jun was filled with regret, though he did not outwardly express it. As the supreme ruler of the demon race and a born sovereign, he knew he had made no errors. At Kunlun Mountain, on the small stone peak, an immense quantity of celestial merits was gathering overhead, awaiting distribution. At that moment, the heavens trembled, and under the guidance of a towering will, the vast merits were divided into 4 parts. A tenth of the celestial merits was broken into countless shares, nourishing all tribes that exchanged innate characters. Another tenth of the celestial merits soared into the treasure hall, merging into Duobao's being amidst his excited gaze. Though it was merely a tenth, it was sufficient to forge a foundational merit divine wheel. The remaining 80% was split, with 40% flowing into Feng Xuan's body for his unrestricted use, and the other 40% entering the canon of literature, transforming from mere vessel into a superior innate spiritual treasure, a treasure of merit. Simultaneously, the 3,000 demonic characters, enriched by this merit, became even more extraordinary. Evolving special functions, demon law. He could wield these 3,000 merit demonic characters to attack and subdue malevolent demons without invoking his own magical powers. He merely needed to speak. In simpler terms, it meant that his words would manifest power, his mouth bearing celestial decree. Unfortunately, this ability was only effective against demons below the golden immortal realm, proving ineffective against true demon powerhouses. He could only wait for the demonic script to circulate further among the demon race, accumulating even greater strength. At that time, with a mere utterance, he could compel Emperor Jun and Tai to bow in submission. Tai, go and prepare 2 dishes for me. Emperor Jun, transform into your true form and carry me to the Moonstar. With this thought in mind, he proceeded. Feng Xuan carefully stored away the original text of the Way of Literature, awaiting future development. Subsequently, a tremendous amount of celestial merit was extracted. Gazing at the abundant celestial merit before him, Feng Xuan furrowed his brows. It was still a fraction short. Indeed, he was merely a step away from shaping the embryonic form of the merit golden body. If only he could procure a little more, it would suffice. Just then, a thought struck him regarding the innate gourd he had obtained previously from Mount Buzhou. Summoning it forth, he recalled that one of its primary functions was to generate merit. After an eternity of neglect, it should have accumulated a considerable amount by now. He uncorked the innate gourd, drawing forth the merit contained within. Feng Xuan was filled with immense joy. Though it was not a large amount, it was precisely sufficient. Coupled with the 40% of demonic literary merit, it was just enough to mold the most fundamental golden body of merit. Haha, heaven is indeed aiding me. Feng Xuan seamlessly merged 2 portions of merit, meticulously sculpting them into his own likeness through the method of crafting a merit golden body. The result was a majestic form, radiant with divine light. Once the merit golden body was established, it directly integrated into Feng Xuan's primordial spirit. In casual interactions, its presence remained undetectable. However, upon any probing, the overwhelming golden radiance would dazzle the observer's eyes. From that moment forth, anyone in the vast wilderness who contemplated an assault on him would need to weigh their options carefully, considering whether they could endure the retribution of the heavenly Tao. With the merit golden body now complete, it was time to venture forth. It was likely that his junior disciples had been waiting outside for quite some time. He stepped out of the meditation chamber. Feng Xuan was immediately the focus of numerous gazes, particularly from Sanshao, Duobao, and Jinling. The moment Duobao laid eyes on Feng Xuan, he rushed over, throwing himself to the ground and tightly embracing Feng Xuan's thigh. Senior brother, from now on, you shall be my adoptive father. If such fortunate events occur in the future, do not forget to seek me out. I would brave mountains of daggers and seas of flames for you. Observing Duobao's antics, Feng Xuan wore an expression of disdain. How repugnant. You might as well just take flight. Feng Xuan exerted a subtle force in his calf, effortlessly sending Duobao soaring thousands of miles away, leaving no trace behind. Senior brother, in the future, do consider us in such matters. We too desire merit. Indeed, pay more attention to the junior sisters. Jinling and Wudong gathered around. their delicate faces flushed with indignation, their bright and enchanting eyes brimming with longing. Very well, very well. Next time such an event occurs, I shall prioritize you. Feng Xuan made promises to the two women, while also extending commitments to the eagerly watching Nanji and Huanglong. There were numerous plans for meritorious deeds ahead, and he intended to involve them, thereby alleviating his own burdens and saving time, while allowing them to share in the accrued merits. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, a win-win situation. Furthermore, he had aspirations to appoint celestial beings in the future, with his junior disciples being the natural first choices. At that time, upholding the cosmic order and adhering to the celestial movements would yield a substantial amount of merits, akin to a fixed salary. Over endless epochs, these would accumulate significantly, sufficient for his junior disciples to forge their golden bodies. Alas, a brother as commendable as he was truly rare, a treasure hard to find across the annals of time. Just as they were preparing to host a banquet at the small stone peak in celebration, a voice, indistinguishable in gender yet magnetic, resonated forth. I, Baizhe, come on behalf of the demon court and countless spirit beings to express gratitude to my friend Feng Xuan for the creation of the demon text. I bring various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and I hope the three pure ones will permit my entry into Kunlun. Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan could not help but shudder. Baizhe's voice was extraordinarily distinctive and unique. Yet, the demon court was here to thank him? And they had brought heavenly materials and treasures? In an instant, a myriad of questions surged within Feng Xuan's mind. Before he could comprehend the situation, a voice resonated from the Yushu Palace, granting permission. Very well. With the approval secured, Baizhe positioned the surrounding great Luo demon gods at a distance, awaiting further instructions. It was widely known that Yuqing Yuanshu of the three pure ones harbored an aversion towards their demon clan. Thus, it was prudent for him to proceed alone. He ventured into the heart of Kunlun Mountain, casting his gaze upon the tallest and most enigmatic peak. Atop this mountain, a celestial palace of primordial white jade, suffused with ethereal mist and resonating with the rhythm of the Tao, stood majestically. It was a tangible presence in this world yet seemed elusive and intangible. Baizhe reminisced about the formidable aura of the Panga banner within the Golden Crow Palace, a wave of gratitude and admiration swelling in his heart. He clasped his hands in reverence, expressing his gratitude for the mercy shown to him in the past. After offering his thanks, Baizhe followed the guidance to a small rocky peak, where he beheld a gathering of individuals. Feng Xuan, my friend, he proclaimed, I have come on behalf of the demon court to express our heartfelt appreciation for your contributions to the creation of the demon script. Please accept this modest gift as a token of our esteem. With a flourish of his hand, he unveiled an array of heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and exquisite spiritual fruits, which filled the small rocky peak. He regarded the numerous spiritual items before him. Feng Xuan was taken aback. The leaves of the Fusang tree, along with the treasures of gold, jade, and crystal, were unique products of the Sun Star. Even if he were to pilfer the entire treasury of the celestial court, it would not amount to much. Was the demon court truly so generous? Feng Xuan, my friend, this gift was personally selected by the demon emperor Dijuan. As a token of gratitude for your contributions to the development of the demon race through your creation of demon script, Baizhe said with a beaming smile. His eyes filled with warmth as he regarded Feng Xuan. The aura of the golden body of merit was exceedingly alluring to the innate auspicious beasts. How he longed to draw closer. Sensing Baizhe's gaze, Feng Xuan felt a chill run down his spine. This Baizhe, why did he seem increasingly peculiar? Casually stowing away numerous innate spiritual treasures, Feng Xuan pointed towards the vast array of celestial brew unique to the demon race. It wasn't merely the brew that was remarkable, it was the sheer quantity. Even if consumed daily, it would take several yuan meetings to deplete it. Was this also an order from Dijuan? Baizhe chuckled softly and replied nonchalantly, Lord Dijuan instructed me to procure a substantial amount of celestial brew. However, the exact quantity remains unclear to me. I simply took the majority of what was stored in the treasury. Feng Xuan could only exclaim, impressive. With such commendable subordinates, it is indeed a blessing for Emperor Jun and the demon court. Beside them, the three Shaos and Jin Ling were also amused by Baizhe's remarks, their laughter ringing like silver bells. One can only imagine Emperor Jun's bewilderment upon returning to the treasury. How could it be that, despite the abundance of celestial brews, only a mere fraction remains? Baizhe, my friend, this is rather excessive. Feng Xuan, feeling helpless, accepted all the celestial brews. He would distribute them to others later, as he could not possibly consume them all by himself. Continuously indulging in the fairy wines from the demon court was truly overwhelming. since the gifts had already been presented. He decided to return and report back. Bai Zhe offered a respectful gesture before preparing to leave. Feng Xuan, upon noticing the situation, gestured for his junior disciples to depart. As he had matters to discuss with Bai Zhe, "My dear friend Bai Zhe, I kindly request your presence for a moment longer, as I have matters of importance to confer with you." They proceeded to a pavilion, a place of leisure, where the two sat facing each other. Feng Xuan spoke first. Expressing his gratitude, "I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to you, esteemed friend, for the mercy shown by the Golden Crow Palace." As he spoke, he produced a bottle of celestial brew from the demon court and pushed it forward. "Drink. Indulge." Bai Zhe accepted the wine bottle, poured a cup of fine spirits, and consumed it in one go. "There is no need for such gratitude, my friend. I am well aware that you are a person of great fortune. Even the current demon emperor, who presides over the demon race, pales in comparison to your auspicious destiny. It is indeed because of you that I have been spared from the torment of flesh and the wounds of murderous intent." Feng Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "This is a matter of a different nature." Bai Zhe's initial restraint was an act of kindness, a cause. The mercy shown later by the second master was the result. Also a cause. Yet, this interplay of cause and effect concerns only the two of them and holds little relevance to him. His decision to spare Bai Zhe today is merely to balance this cause and effect, allowing him to endure less suffering in the future. Moreover, aside from his voice, Bai Zhe possesses commendable qualities that merit a deeper friendship. "What are your thoughts on the future of the demon court?" Feng Xuan inquired, eager to discern the foremost of the 10 great demon saints' perspective on the future of the demon court. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Zhe proffered his answer. "The future of the demon court is destined to be resplendent. Presently, the demon court is in a phase of rapid advancement, buoyed by a profound aura of fortune. The 2 demon emperors are making swift progress in their capabilities, and among the 10 great demon saints, 8 have already transcended to the quasi-saint level. After a period of development, they will assuredly eradicate the witch clan, establishing themselves as the true sovereigns of the primordial wilderness, unifying heaven and earth." Upon hearing Bai Zhe's remarks, Feng Xuan chuckled softly, perceiving a certain limitation in his viewpoint. Indeed, even as a divine beast endowed with the power to attract fortune and avert calamity, he could not see beyond the immediate crisis. Eradication of the witch clan? The demon court underestimates the witch clan far too simplistically. They cannot merely presume these are 12 ordinary quasi-saints. It is crucial to remember that during the initial grand conflict between the witches and demons, the 12 ancestors of the witch clan nearly annihilated all of the 10 great demon saints, including Emperor Jun and Tai. Had it not been for the intervention of the Grandmaster Hong Jun, resulting in the demons ruling the heavens and the witches governing the earth, both factions might have faced mutual destruction long ago. In subsequent ultimate confrontations, even with the support of the great array of the celestial stars, the demon court suffered grievous losses. Emperor Jun, Tai, and Fuxi met their demise, while the 10 great demon saints faced death and injury in equal measure. Kuimping retreated to the North Sea, never daring to emerge again. This clearly illustrates that the demon court is far from being a match for the witch clan. Even with additional time for development, as long as no one achieves sainthood, the ambition to dominate the primordial wilderness remains unattainable. "What are you laughing at, my friend?" Bai Zhe observed Feng Xuan's expression, and a terrifying thought blossomed within him. Could it be that the 3 pure ones intend to take action against the demon court? This is dreadful. Is it too late to distance myself from the demon court now? How terrifying. Do not let your thoughts wander. My masters will not intervene against the demon court in the future, rest assured. Feng Xuan cast a helpless glance at Bai Zhe, questioning the credibility of the titled demon sage. Nevertheless, he offered a word of caution during the confrontation between the demon court and the witch clan. It is imperative to remain behind the other demon sages when engaging, avoiding any direct confrontation with the ancestor witches. It would be wise to refrain from clashing with the ancestor witches altogether. Instead, one might consider targeting the lesser and greater witches. Upon hearing that the 3 pure ones would not intervene, Bai Zhe instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, he pondered the implication of Feng Xuan's advice. Did it suggest that the ancestor witches were formidable adversaries? "Your words shall be etched into my heart," Bai Zhe declared, though a sense of confusion lingered within him. Upon witnessing the scene, Feng Xuan refrained from further commentary and bid farewell to Bai Zhe. Words were of little use. It was evident from Bai Zhe's demeanor that he would come to understand after enduring a few blows. He would ultimately be grateful for the guidance offered today. Alas, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the first great war of the Lich would soon commence. Among the 10 great demon saints, 8 had already achieved the status of quasi-saint. Once all 10 had broken through, the true calamity of the ages would descend upon them. Such a tumultuous season it would be. He could simply sit back and watch, reaping the benefits as a passive observer. With these thoughts in mind, Feng Xuan summoned his junior disciples. After much anticipation, they had finally emerged from their secluded training. The music commenced, followed by the dance. In the millennia to come, the 3 Xiaos would also retreat into their own cultivation, leaving Feng Xuan alone atop the small stone peak, idly passing the time. At present, his cultivation had reached the early stage of the primordial golden immortal, achieved through the unique method of infusing Panga's essence blood. To further his breakthrough, he needed to deepen his comprehension of the laws of force. Yet this proved to be an arduous task. Even with his extraordinary aptitude, he found it exceedingly challenging. It was no wonder that Master Hongjun remarked that proving the Tao through force was a lesser choice in the current environment. Unless he possessed a treasure like the creation jade disc that directly imparted the laws of the Tao, it would likely take countless years to make any significant progress. How he longed for Master Hongjun's creation jade disc. If only he could discover the remaining fragments, he would swiftly grasp the laws or pursue the cultivation of other principles. Should the laws of force prove impractical, he could explore alternative laws. Once he perfected the cultivation of these other laws, he could then apply that knowledge to the laws of force, simplifying the process considerably. Moreover, he harbored his own ambitions, aiming to fully cultivate all 3,000 laws. With so many companions by his side, the Tao should not be so limited, should it? In the pavilion, Feng Xuan leisurely savored his wine while simultaneously activating the purple-gold 8 trigrams furnace before him. Indeed, he was once again embarking on the alchemical process. With his cultivation stagnating, he sought to engage in other pursuits, refining elixirs, forging artifacts, and rehearsing formations. These skills are also pathways to the great Tao, each possessing significant utility. Suddenly, a fierce surge of spiritual energy erupted from the small stone peak, accompanied by 2 additional subtle fluctuations amidst the intense energy wave. Feng Xuan's gaze swept over, instantly comprehending the matter at hand. Yun Xiao was on the verge of transcending to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Bai Xiao and Xiao Bai were poised to break through to the Tai E Golden Immortal. Truly, a triple celebration had arrived. The calamity clouds quickly gathered, yet soon dissipated. The 3 individuals were far from ordinary beings. Mere tribulations posed no threat to them. Under Feng Xuan's watchful eyes, Xiao Bai, on the cusp of ascending to the golden immortal realm, began her transformation. Her once snow-white crane form gradually became enveloped in a shimmering layer of light, encasing her completely. As time passed, the luminous glow slowly receded and solidified, ultimately morphing into the delicate figure of a young girl. This little girl donned a charming white dress, the hem fluttering gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a blooming white lotus. Her round, cherubic face was adorned with the softness of baby fat, her skin as smooth and delicate as mutton fat jade, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. Most striking were her large, glistening eyes, akin to 2 black gemstones, now twinkling with mischief and vivacity, exuding an innate charm of whimsicality. It seemed she had been influenced by Bai Xiao, losing her previously naive demeanor. What a pity! Upon catching sight of Feng Xuan, leisurely reclining in a nearby pavilion, her eyes immediately sparkled with undeniable excitement and joy. In an instant, a cheerful exclamation rang out, "Master!" Following this, a petite figure darted toward Feng Xuan like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Bai, akin to a light and airy butterfly, flung herself into Feng Xuan's embrace. She clung tightly to his neck, her little head nuzzling against his broad chest, her voice bubbling with enthusiasm. "Master!" Xiao Bai has finally succeeded in her transformation. Feeling the affectionate display from Xiao Bai, a gentle warmth surged within Feng Xuan's heart. He tenderly stroked her soft hair, softly replying, "Indeed, my little Bai is truly remarkable." Gazing at this innocent and endearing little one in his arms, Feng Xuan couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate he was to have such a caring family member. It was indeed a great blessing in life. After a brief pause, as if a thought had suddenly occurred to him, Feng Xuan playfully teased, "By the way, Xiao Bai, now that you have successfully transformed, have you considered returning to your kin to showcase your newfound prowess to your ancestors and elders, allowing them to witness the might of our Xiao Bai?" As he spoke, Feng Xuan intentionally reached out to pinch Xiao Bai's plump, collagen-rich face, his eyes sparkling with mischief. He recalled how Xiao Bai had sneaked away. Now that she was so powerful, it was time for her to return and flaunt her abilities. Master? I wish to stay with you and do not want to go back." Xiaobai allowed Feng Xuan to play with her delicate face. Responding with indistinct murmurs upon hearing his words, Feng Xuan tenderly stroked her little head and made a decision. Henceforth, you shall be my sole disciple by my side. You will have the authority to manage all matters, great and small, concerning the little stone peak. As he spoke, he affixed a jade pendant, imbued with his essence, to Xiaobai's waist, bestowing upon her the identity of a disciple. In the primordial world, a disciple holds a unique status, regarded as one of the closest companions to the master, tasked with conveying the master's commands, executing his decisions, and managing various daily affairs. Here, there are not many tasks. Xiaobai need only play joyfully and cultivate. Yea, will the master still ride Xiaobai in the future? We haven't gone out in ages. Filled with delight at her new role, Xiaobai's bright, dark eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed up at him. Of course, not only are you my disciple, but you are also my steed. I shall certainly ride you, he replied, eliciting a satisfied grin from Xiaobai, who then nestled comfortably in Feng Xuan's embrace, relishing the rare tranquility. After a considerable time, Yunxiao and Bixiao arrived to consolidate their realms. Greetings, senior brother Feng Xuan, they said. Greetings, senior brother. Xiaobai, come, let us play, Bixiao urged, pulling Xiaobai away to indulge in merriment, leaving Yunxiao alone with Feng Xuan. Yunxiao gently seated herself beside Feng Xuan, exuding an air of grace and warmth. Sister, your progress in cultivation is remarkable. You have ascended to the great Luo Golden Immortal in merely 10,000 years. That is largely due to the guidance of master and senior brother, Yunxiao replied softly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan could certainly perceive the atmosphere, yet he chose not to confront it directly, opting instead to remain in silence for the time being. Thus, the two spent a tranquil, yet unspoken period together. Yunxiao departed to continue her cultivation. Unlike Feng Xuan, she found that seclusion in her training could yield significant advancements. Hence, she prioritized her cultivation above all else. The calamity aura between heaven and earth grew increasingly dense in recent years. The conflicts between the witch clan and the demon clan on the vast primordial land had escalated significantly. It seemed that the first battle between the witches and the demons was imminent. Master Ancestor, are you now the embodiment of the heavenly Tao? Or? Feng Xuan murmured to himself, and within his distinctly black and white pupils shimmered a glimmer of profound wisdom. Seizing this opportunity, he wished to engage in conversation with the venerable Hongjun, seeking to inquire about certain matters. Now, it was time to pay a visit to the Queen Mother of the West, for he had promised her a visit. And so much time had already elapsed. Feng Xuan rose and stretched languidly, producing a series of crisp sounds. His body, continually strengthened by the transformative essence of Pangu, felt an enhancement at every moment, albeit gradual, yet undeniable. In a fleeting motion, he departed from the small stone peak and arrived at the enchanting canyon on the outskirts of the core region of Kunlun Mountain. Dear Taoist Queen Mother of the West, it is I, Feng Xuan, who comes to pay my respects. As soon as his words fell, before Feng Xuan, a luminous portal materialized. The exclusive realm of the Queen Mother of the West unveiled its entrance, graciously inviting him to enter. He stepped into this rare, pristine world, a natural sanctuary seldom seen in the vast wilderness. Feng Xuan was astonished by the environment of this realm. Mountains and rivers, celestial beasts and flying birds. Everything one could imagine was present. Moreover, the vastness of this world exceeded his initial expectations. If one were to categorize the realms by size, the primordial chaos could be considered a half-step into the eternal true realm, while the world created by the saints would be classified as the Great Thousand Worlds. The realm possessed by the Queen Mother of the West could be seen as superior to the Middle Thousand, approaching the Great Thousand Worlds. It was no wonder she remained sequestered within her own domain, rarely venturing out. Had he not initially sought the teachings of the Three Pure Ones, but instead possessed a realm akin to hers, he might have chosen to linger in that world for countless eons, never emerging, unless he achieved the status of a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. At that moment, a strikingly graceful female immortal appeared on the horizon, riding a pure white celestial steed. Under the pounding of its hooves, trails of celestial light extended towards him. A peaked Daluo expert, how formidable! You must be the Taoist Feng Xuan. The master has been awaiting your arrival for some time. The resplendent female immortal elegantly dismounted and, with graceful steps, approached Feng Xuan. She slightly bowed, her demeanor respectful as she performed a standard yet refined gesture of greeting towards him. Upon witnessing this, Feng Xuan gently nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, guided by the celestial maiden, they proceeded forward. Before long, they arrived at the majestic and magnificent mountain range. The mountains were enveloped in swirling mist, exuding an ethereal aura that gracefully ascended, seemingly connecting with the heavens. As one gazed out, countless resplendent palaces were scattered across the vividly colored peaks. These palaces, some soaring into the clouds and others exquisitely designed, exhibited a diverse array of architectural styles. Yet, each one radiated the noble status and exceptional taste of its owner. What captured attention even more were the occasional celestial maidens, adorned in flowing garments, fluttering gracefully between the peaks. In their hands, they either held celestial fruits or rare treasures, adding a touch of vivacious beauty to this mystical realm. It appeared that the Queen Mother of the West was not entirely idle. Though not part of the celestial court, she had gathered a host of celestial maidens, quietly establishing a considerable influence. At that moment, the guiding celestial maiden softly spoke, "The master awaits within the grand hall ahead." As she spoke, she raised her jade hand, pointing towards the most magnificent palace situated at the very heart of the mountain range. Thus, the two continued onward, swiftly entering the imposing hall. Upon stepping through the entrance, the guiding celestial maiden stepped forward and respectfully addressed the Queen Mother of the West, who sat upon her elevated throne. "Master, I have brought the Taoist Feng Xuan. Thank you for your efforts, Xian Nu. You may withdraw for now," came the Queen Mother's tranquil voice, devoid of any discernible emotion, rendering her true feelings elusive. Following the command, Xian Nu complied and slowly exited the grand hall. At this point, the vast hall was left with only the Queen Mother and Feng Xuan. Suddenly, the Queen Mother, who had been seated upon her throne, gracefully rose and floated down to stand before Feng Xuan. Without hesitation, she extended her delicate hand and firmly grasped Feng Xuan's arm, pulling him with strength. In an instant, they found themselves in a leisurely pavilion, surrounded by a myriad of celestial flowers and spiritual herbs. A narrow path wound through the blossoms, leading to a distant tree laden with fruits. This place was evidently the Queen Mother's private garden, and the fruit-bearing tree was likely one of the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots, the Huangjongli. Consuming a single fruit from this tree could elevate one to the status of a great Luo golden immortal, granting eternal freedom and bliss. However, it would be the pinnacle of one's journey, beyond which no further advancement could be achieved. My friend, how forgetful you are. It has been quite some time since our parting on the Sunstar, and only now do you remember my presence. Am I truly so unremarkable in your eyes? A melancholic voice emanated from beside her, and at that moment, the Queen Mother of the West transformed from her previously composed demeanor, exuding an aura of a wronged woman. Her bright, luminous eyes were now fixed upon Feng Xuan's face, filled with profound sorrow. Feng Xuan's heart silently lamented. The demeanor of the Queen Mother of the West betrays a profound emotional entanglement. Their interactions were indeed sparse, perhaps merely twice. How did it come to this? Could it be that the Queen Mother has succumbed to the whims of infatuation? My esteemed friend, as you are aware, I have been preoccupied with the task of collecting the writings of the demon race, which has delayed my endeavors. Since the Queen Mother has inquired thus, I can only deflect with the matter of creating demon scripts, for who in the primordial world is unaware of my contributions in this regard? The heavenly Tao itself has heralded my achievements. That speaks volumes. After the completion of the demon scripts, was there not still a span of tens of thousands of years? Why have you not appeared? The Queen Mother pressed once more, her tone steeped in melancholy. Listening to her, Feng Xuan felt as if he had committed some unforgivable transgression. Were they not merely ordinary friends? Just with a slightly closer bond, that's all. I had an epiphany later on, as you know. Insights in the path of cultivation are rare, thus I withdrew into seclusion for my training. Feng Xuan sighed helplessly, wondering why the Queen Mother of the West was being so clingy and inquisitive. In the boundless primordial chaos where time held no meaning, what were mere tens of thousands of years but the blink of an eye? I don't care, she pouted, her delicate lips pursed in displeasure. You broke your promise. And now I'm angry. With that, she turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. Feng Xuan, shocked expression. My friend, it appears we have not yet reached that level of intimacy, have we? Feng Xuan gazed at the Western Queen Mother, cautiously offering a reminder. Upon hearing his words, the Queen Mother instantly realized their relationship was merely that of ordinary friends. This was not a matter she should inquire about. Oh, Western Queen Mother, how could you have uttered your innermost thoughts? Such a revelation is utterly mortifying. Inwardly lamenting, she swiftly composed herself, turning to Feng Xuan with an air of solemnity, as if the previous words had never escaped her lips. I see now. I had forgotten, she remarked, as she lifted the wine jug to pour for Feng Xuan. Yet, the trembling of the jug betrayed her inner turmoil, revealing the tempest of emotions she struggled to conceal. Feng Xuan drained his cup of wine in one gulp. Since the Queen Mother of the West had expressed her intentions, he decided to tease her a little. In this realm, her demeanor appeared vastly different from that of the outside world. The external realm was cold and indifferent, detached from worldly affairs. In contrast, here she was shy and docile. Her actions somewhat chaotic, yet undeniably charming. Which version of the Queen Mother of the West is the true one? Could it be that her words, spoken to a fellow cultivator, hold a deeper meaning for me? Feng Xuan casually inquired, his gaze slightly askew as he regarded the pensive Zhuangmu beside him. Indeed, ever since my friend rescued me from the hands of Dong Wanggong, I have secretly harbored feelings for him, yearning day and night to share both bed and flight, to forge an unbreakable bond. Zhuangmu spoke these words with effortless fluency, her sentiments flowing from the heart. However, she soon sensed something amiss, abruptly turning her head. She found Feng Xuan regarding her with a playful smile, his expression replete with mockery. It's over. Zhuangmu's eyes glazed over, feeling as though the world had dimmed to shadows. Murmuring to herself, perhaps I should just obliterate the small world of Xikanlan, then no one would know. Ha ha ha, my friend is indeed a remarkable person, displaying an entirely different countenance from his usual self. At this moment, Feng Xuan erupted into laughter, exclaiming how amusing the West Queen Mother was. Upon hearing the sound of laughter close by, the West Queen Mother's gaze sharpened as she turned to regard the mirthful Feng Xuan. With a resolute heart, she closed her eyes and leaped into his embrace, burying her head firmly against his chest, her flowing dark hair cascading around them. Now that you are aware, you shall henceforth belong to me. Do you comprehend? What if I do not understand? Feng Xuan's lips curled into a smirk, evoking an impression of a domineering CEO. A primordial version of a tyrannical ruler, perhaps? No, it should be a petulant little wife. Do you not comprehend? The Queen Mother of the West raised her head, taken aback by the unforeseen outcome, her mind struggling to catch up. Ha ha, how delightful, how amusing. Feng Xuan continued to laugh heartily, finding the Western Queen Mother quite amusing. Observing Feng Xuan's unrestrained mirth, the Western Queen Mother's rationality gradually returned, realizing that he was merely teasing her. Nevertheless, she did not rebuff him, for she must have accepted her feelings deep down. With this thought in mind, the Western Queen Mother rose, her delicate hands resting upon Feng Xuan's chest. Her rosy lips slightly parted. So, dear friend Feng Xuan, do you truly wish to become my companion in the Tao? Faced with this unexpected shift, Feng Xuan ceased his laughter and gazed at the Western Queen Mother. At that moment, she was perched upon his waist, her hands propping herself up. Her liquid gaze filled with determination and resolve, as if she would resort to something outrageous should he decline. Of course, I wish to become your companion in the Tao, he replied. But what? The Western Queen Mother's face lit up with joy upon receiving his response. She settled back into Feng Xuan's embrace, reveling in the fulfillment of her desires. I have already taken Shi and Changshi as my companions in the Tao. Therefore, if you do not mind, we could unite in a bond of mutual devotion, forever intertwined in heart and spirit. Feng Xuan spoke openly about the matters concerning Shiha and Changshi, allowing the Queen Mother of the West to make her own choice. Upon hearing the name Shiha and Changshi, the Queen Mother of the West was genuinely taken aback. In her eyes, these two were exceptionally aloof and difficult to approach celestial maidens. Throughout 3 teachings, she had never witnessed them engage in conversation with others. How could Feng Xuan possibly develop a rapport with them? Yet, with circumstances as they are, what more could she express? It's quite all right. I hold no reservations, spoke the Queen Mother of the West, her gaze devoid of reluctance. She was indeed magnanimous. Moreover, with her proximity to Feng Xuan, it was evident that she had an advantage. As the saying goes, the one who is closest to the water enjoys the first rays of the moon. Very well, henceforth, my dear friend shall be my esteemed wife. Might I inquire, dear wife, what is it that draws you so irresistibly to me? Furthermore, which version of you is the true self, the aloof one or the endearing one? Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West blushed deeply, overcome with shyness, and found herself at a loss for words. Upon witnessing this, Feng Xuan ceased his inquiries. The two indulged in their sweet, intimate world. Time flowed like a river, and the countless years of the primordial chaos swiftly passed. Under Feng Xuan's perception, the aura of calamity had thickened to a perilous degree, signaling that the first war between the witches and the undead was imminent. He could no longer remain lost in the embrace of tenderness. It was time to make preparations. Although meeting the esteemed Hong Jun seemed to require no preparation, for all efforts would be in vain. My lady, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Feng Xuan lowered his gaze upon the West Queen Mother nestled in his embrace. At that moment, she donned a simple yet elegant white gown, emanating an ethereal grace. Her delicate face rested against his chest. Her beautiful eyes gently closed as if she were in a deep slumber. Their fingers intertwined, palms pressed together in perfect harmony. Go, my husband, simply visit me often. She murmured without opening her eyes, wishing to savor this rare moment of warmth in their final time together. Before them on the table lay several ripe yellow plums, accompanied by a few fruit pits, evidence that Feng Xuan had indulged in their taste. However, to them, beings on the brink of sanctity, the minuscule effects of the plums were inconsequential. Eventually, with a heavy heart, the West Queen Mother bid farewell to Feng Xuan, her gaze filled with tender affection. Upon departing from her sanctuary, Feng Xuan quickly returned to the little stone peak, which now lay in a state of tranquility. Nearly devoid of presence, as most had retreated to their cultivation. Such solitude was welcome. After all, strength was of paramount importance. Feng Xuan slowly raised his head, casting his gaze upon the vast and primordial earth. Beneath the towering Mount Buzhou, the throngs of the witch clans surged like a relentless tide, their heads densely packed, extending beyond the horizon. An overwhelming and suffocating aura of malevolence emanated from them, coalescing into a colossal torrent that surged straight towards the heavens, as if intent on tearing the very sky asunder. Simultaneously, amidst the boundless expanse of stars, the resplendent sun star shimmered with dazzling brilliance. Countless figures of the demon clan clustered together, forming an immense army. Lavish war chariots stood in precise formation, resembling slumbering steel beasts, poised to spring forth at a single command, ready to unleash unparalleled might. Compared to their previous campaign against the celestial court, this demon army was evidently more formidable, its strength having surged severfold. If the current trajectory of events continued, a cataclysmic battle was inevitably destined to erupt within a century. Contemplating this, Feng Xuan could not help but silently mourn for the demon court for a fleeting moment. For these demons could scarcely fathom the horrifying existence they were about to confront. The members of the witch clan were relentless, hot-tempered, and rather simple-minded brutes. Particularly, the most powerful of the ancestral witches, save for the Earth Mother, were notoriously tyrannical. As for the slightly less potent great witches, they were reckless and utterly fearless, capable of wreaking havoc when driven to madness. As the saying goes, the reckless fear not the foolish, and the foolish dread not the reckless. When such a collection of headstrong, dauntless beings converged, the destructive power they could unleash was nothing short of cataclysmic. Moreover, as he was aware, aside from the 12 ancestral witches, all other witch clan members could attain a chance of resurrection through the mysterious blood pool within the Panga temple after death. Indeed, with merely a drop of Pangu's essence, even a great witch might evolve within the blood pool, potentially becoming a new generation of ancestral witches. Thus, the witch clan seemed to possess a form of immortality. Regardless of the magnitude of their losses, they could swiftly regain their vitality and return to battle. Hence, Feng Xuan could not help but speculate whether the figures he had previously slain, Xing Tian and Ho Yi, had truly met their demise. He had merely killed them, leaving their bodies intact, without reducing them to ashes. The witch clan must have resurrected them. However, having died once, their grievances had been settled. He harbored no desire to pursue them further, unless they recklessly chose to strike at him. In that case, he could not be blamed for his ruthlessness. He would undoubtedly slay them to the extent that they would have no chance of resurrection. Alas, would they not hasten to engage in battle? He was eagerly awaiting the appearance of his revered ancestor. Hong Jun Feng Xuan reclined leisurely on his handcrafted chair, gazing into the distance. He awaited the eruption of a great battle, anticipating the retreat of the demon clan, at which point Master Hong Jun would emerge to intervene. In the midst of this tranquil waiting, a century slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, a resonant hum echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. One could see the vast army of the demon court commencing its journey from the starry sky, heading towards Mount Buzhou. The first battle between the witch and demon races had begun. Disciple, the calamity has arrived. Do not involve yourself in the worldly affairs. He was warned just as he was preparing to observe the unfolding drama. Feng Xuan received a transmission from his three masters, indicating that they too had sensed the anomaly of the situation. Understood, master. Your disciple shall heed your words. Feng Xuan responded, expressing that the concern of the three masters is indeed commendable. However, it seems they have overlooked the fact that he has been bestowed with the blessings of the great Tao. In later generations, one of the reincarnations of the Red Cloud, known as Yunjiangzi, is regarded as the true immortal of fortune and virtue, yet he remains unscathed by calamities. The blessings he has received from the great Tao surpass even that. Engaging in mere tribulations poses little challenge for him. No one can compel him to face such tribulations. Moreover, considering his current prowess and the configuration of his spiritual treasures, it is more likely that he will cause others to fall rather than himself. Nevertheless, since his masters have offered their counsel as the senior brother, it is his duty to look after his junior brothers and sisters. His own safety does not imply theirs. Feng Xuan formed hand seals. Intricate array patterns materialized in the void before expanding continuously until they enveloped the entire Kunlun Mountain range spanning millions of miles. He deployed the Supreme Purity Array formation to establish a protective barrier, concealing and sealing off the entire Kunlun Mountain. The outside world could neither perceive the interior nor enter normally, while those within found it difficult to leave unless he deliberately opened a passage. You'll all stay put and cultivate obediently, no wandering off. Having completed his preparations, Feng Xuan reclined leisurely with an assortment of spiritual fruits and celestial wines at his side, a perfect setup for spectating the impending conflict. I should find a way to cultivate some spiritual variants of sunflower seeds and peanuts from later eras. That would make the experience truly flawless. Meanwhile, at the Golden Crow Palace upon the Solar Star, the elite of the demon race had gathered. The 2 demon emperors, the heavenly sovereign Fuxi, the demon strategist, the 10 great demon saints, and 365 great Luo golden immortals. This was the might of the demon court. The armies have already set forth. Now, I shall outline our strategy, declared Dijun with fervor. Tai and I will restrain 8 of the 12 ancestral witches. The heavenly sovereign and the demon strategist shall each engage one. The remaining 2 will be confronted by 4 demon saints, while the rest focus on eliminating the great witches and other Wu tribe warriors. With our demon court at the height of its power and the Wu tribe in decline, victory is assured. We shall unify the primordial world in one decisive campaign. His impassioned speech stirred the assembly, who roared in response, one decisive victory. Unify the primordial world. The demon court's prosperity meant their own prosperity, bolstered by its fortune. Who in the primordial world, apart from the sages, could possibly stand against them? None. Though Baizé recalled Feng Xuan's warning, the demon court's current strength seemed undeniable. He couldn't fathom their defeat, nor the possibility of being utterly crushed. Very well, let us depart, Dijun concluded, rallying his forces. Upon our triumph, I shall share dominion over heaven and earth with you all. With that, he and Tai activated the Golden Crow Radiance technique, surging ahead to lead the already advancing army. Standing at the vanguard, they emanated the blazing brilliance of the great sun, resembling second and third suns in the sky. Their overwhelming Tao essence rippled through the world, effortlessly disrupting the natural order. The demon soldiers below gazed upon them with fanatical devotion. These were their demon emperors. With the emperors leading the charge, this battle is already won. In an instant, the demonic army surged forth with fervor, driven by an insatiable desire to expand the dominion of the demon court. Such a formidable display was bound to attract the attention of various factions. In the western wilderness, at the foot of Mount Meru, the figures of the 2 sages, Zhuangti and Jiayin, opened their eyes to behold the advancing forces of the demons, their gazes shimmering with envy. If only such a multitude of exceptional beings belonged to the western realm. They had toiled tirelessly in this barren land for countless epochs, yet had scarcely managed to gather even 1% of the demon court's members. Brother, our plight is so dire. The celestial order is unjust. Why must our western lands be so desolate? In the endless sea of blood, the ancient ancestor of the underworld, Ming He, opened his eyes to survey the vast primordial earth. Upon witnessing the demon court's assault on the witch clan, a peculiar smile crept across his face. He possessed some knowledge of the witch clan's secrets, having mastered the path of slaughter and the path of blood. He could sense the terrifying aura emanating from beneath Mount Buzhou, as well as the cataclysmic blood energy of the 12 ancestor witches. Even if Dijun and Tai were formidable, the demon court's actions would undoubtedly lead to their downfall. Just as I, the ancient ancestor, have asserted, they are but 2 mindless fools awaiting their inevitable retribution. In the Wuzhuang temple, beneath the ginseng fruit tree, Jin Yuanzi cast a fleeting glance at the demonic army, and a tide of resentment surged within him. Jin Yuanzi vowed to eradicate the demon race. However, he was not yet prepared to act. He wished to experiment with the path he had begun to explore. Once he succeeded, he would have his revenge. In the Valley of Phoenix Nest, Nuwa paid no heed to the rise and fall of the demonic forces. Her only concern was the well-being of her foolish elder brother. On the Moonstar, Shihi and Changshi remained immersed in the path of the moon goddess, silent and undisturbed. At the forefront of the battlefield, Dijuan and Tai sensed the gazes of various powers upon them, and they scoffed inwardly. Look closely, everyone. Witness how our demon court will obliterate the witch clan and unify the primordial realm. Let those who previously scorned joining our ranks see just how magnificent our demon court truly is. We shall make them regret their disdain. Once the demon court dominates the primordial world, they will find it increasingly difficult to gain entry. With hearts swelling with excitement, the demonic army swiftly ascended to the skies above Mount Buzhou. Just as they were about to form their battle array, the surrounding space suddenly convulsed violently. The spatial laws above Mount Buzhou were disrupted by an unknown entity, forcing the myriad demonic legions to descend to the ground. Who dares? Roared Dijuan, his expression darkening. Just as they arrived at the battlefield, they were met with such an affront. It was a direct slap to his face. As the words fell, the space before Emperor Jun quivered, and a colossal fist struck directly at his face. Swiftly, he reacted, channeling his magical energy to defend himself. However, the force of the blow was overwhelming, landing squarely on his visage. Under this assault, Emperor Jun's nose crumpled, his eyes darkened with bruises, and blood gushed forth. Who is this, so devoid of martial ethics? Upon witnessing his brother's injury, Tai immediately summoned the Chaos Bell to stabilize the surrounding space-time, rendering any unknown entity incapable of manipulating spatial laws to launch an attack. Ha! Two scruffy birds. Does your grandfather Emperor Zhang's fist taste good? As the spatial assault proved futile, a towering figure, resembling a deity or demon, materialized before the witch clan's forces, exuding a wild and unrestrained aura. Tai's expression shifted to one of grave concern. The terrifying blood energy emanating from the imposing witch figure sent shivers down his spine, and the profound laws of the Tao inscribed within its flesh induced a sense of dread. Is this the foremost of the 12 ancestor witches, Emperor Jiang? Such horror. But does he inherently command the laws of space? Then let us engage. Noticing his elder brother's wounds had mended, Tai brandished the Chaos Bell and charged towards Emperor Jiang. Ding, ding, ding. The three resounding chimes severed the heavens and earth, annihilating countless witch soldiers. What audacity! To slay my kin before me, you shall perish. Seeing this, Emperor Jiang swung his fist, preparing to strike down Tai. Boom. Although the space was restrained, Emperor Jiang shattered it solely through sheer force. Realizing the peril, Tai summoned the Sun Essence Wheel to slash at Emperor Jiang's fist. Observing that Emperor Jiang did not evade, Tai sneered. Who was not aware of the Sun Essence Wheel's brilliance? To confront it with a fist is nothing short of folly. Yet, shock soon overwhelmed Tai. Numerous formidable beings who had been closely watching the battle were equally astonished. As the fist collided with the Sun Essence Wheel, the anticipated scene of flesh and blood did not unfold. Instead, the Sun Essence Wheel was sent flying, and Emperor Jiang retreated a step. Such strength! This physical prowess surpassed all expectations. Nevertheless, the burning fighting spirit within Tai was ignited in an instant. With the Chaos Bell overhead, an invincible pride surged from him, as if striving to pierce the heavens. Come, let us battle once more. Tai roared, his voice reverberating like thunder, shaking the entire battlefield. Simultaneously, the Sun Essence Wheel whistled back into his grasp. In that moment, Tai deftly wielded two formidable spiritual treasures, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Emperor Jiang like a tempest. Unfazed by the onslaught, Emperor Jiang swung his robust fist to meet the challenge head-on. Each collision resonated with earth-shattering might. It seemed as though the entire universe was on the verge of disintegration amidst this fierce collision. The chaotic bell resonated with a thunderous clang, its sound reverberating through the heavens and the earth. With each clear, melodic chime, countless warriors of the witch clan met untimely deaths. In this grand battle, the chaotic bell demonstrated its unparalleled might, truly deserving of its legendary status as a divine artifact. Once Tai plunged into the enemy ranks, the adversaries found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. To resist forcefully would invite the horrifying lethality of the chaotic bell. Yet to refrain from resistance would equally lead to ruin. In essence, no matter how they responded, the outcome would only bring about catastrophic losses. However, at this moment, Emperor Jiang was too preoccupied to contemplate these casualties and losses. Under the relentless and unmatched assaults of Tai, he himself was nearing the brink of collapse. The illustrious reputation of the innate treasure, the chaotic bell, was indeed well-deserved. Just as Emperor Jiang was about to face defeat, A resounding thud echoed. Heavy, heart-stirring footsteps approached, growing clearer as they drew near. Following this, colossal figures descended from the heavens, revealing the remaining 11 ancestral witches. They exuded an overwhelming aura of malevolence, casting a shadow over the sky. Torrential bloodlust surged across the battlefield, roaring as if it aimed to consume everything in its path, instilling fear in countless demonkind. Fear, an instinctual terror, like beings at the bottom of the food chain confronted by apex predators. Should the demon court dare to invade our witch clan, they shall all be left behind. The fiery ancestral witch, Zhu Rong, was immediately incensed, transforming into her true form to strike the chaotic bell, aiding Emperor Jiang in his plight. As all 12 ancestral witches manifested, the atmosphere on the battlefield abruptly intensified. Witnessing this, the demon clan also could not afford to be complacent, revealing their top-tier warriors. Seeing his allies emerge, Dijun, wielding the river map and Luo book, proclaimed with commanding authority, "Witch clan, if you submit today, I shall spare your lives." Upon hearing this, the 10 ancestral witches, who had been momentarily idle, were instantly filled with rage, their eyes widening in fury as they fixed their gaze upon Dijun. The witch clan had always held no reverence for heaven or earth, their sole veneration reserved for the primordial deity Pangu, the creator of the universe. Now, the audacity of someone attempting to compel their surrender was the utmost affront to the witch clan. Without a second thought, the 10 ancestral witches roared in unison, charging towards Dijun without hesitation. 10 enormous fists cleaved through the air, carrying the force to obliterate the heavens and the earth, aimed directly at Dijun. They sought to eliminate this braggart immediately. As those colossal fists approached, Dijun felt an impending sense of doom. It was certain he would perish. "Do not harm my elder brother." In the distance, Tai, witnessing the imminent danger, summoned the chaotic bell to shield Dijun clang. A resonant bell toll echoed, powerful enough to shatter the heavens and the earth, halting the onslaught of the 10 great ancestral witches. Yet, the chaos bell was sent hurtling away, its surface marred by several imprints of fists. The ancestral witches were indeed formidable. Fortunately, the innate treasure possessed a self-repairing ability as long as its innate indestructible spiritual light remained intact. Nevertheless, this was enough to cause a pang of distress in Tai, for it was his lifeblood. Regaining his composure, Emperor Jun calmed himself and communicated telepathically with everyone. "Proceed according to plan." The 10 demon saints, Kunping and Fushi, understood his intent. They were to act as previously strategized. Fushi and Kunping lured forth the weather ancestral witch, Shebi, and the wind ancestral witch, Tianwu, to engage in battle. The 4 great demon saints enticed the lightning ancestral witch, Shizi, and the wood ancestral witch, Jumong. Emperor Jun, employing the river map and Luo book to establish the primordial river Luo formation, faced the earth ancestral witch, Hutu, the rain and ice ancestral witch, Xianming, the water ancestral witch, Gong, and the metal ancestral witch, Rushu, alone. Tai summoned back the chaos bell, wielding the sun essence will against the space speed ancestral witch, Dijiang, the fire ancestral witch, Zhulong, the thunder ancestral witch, Xiangliang, and the time ancestral witch, Zijian. Tai felt a tremendous weight of pressure upon him, a foreboding sense swelling within. Perhaps they could not prevail. Yet, it had come to this, and he had to brace himself. The cataclysmic battle erupted. The 12 ancestral witches transformed into their true forms, various grand laws swirling on the battlefield, colossal fists aimed at the denizens of the demon court. It was a direct confrontation. Haha. Tai's face turned a shade of green. The situation was utterly amusing. On the small stone peak, Feng Xuan laughed heartily, proclaiming the prelude to the battle as nothing short of an epic cinematic experience. At this moment, Emperor Jun likely still harbored thoughts of annihilating the witch clan. However, he would soon come to realize the perilous nature of this endeavor. Their venture was fraught with peril. Both Emperor Jun and Tai were still too young, not yet having reached their zenith. Otherwise, Tai could indeed have stood against 5 or even 7 foes. Emperor Jun, too, could have relied on the profound mysteries of the river map and Luo book to withstand several ancestral witches with the primordial river Luo formation. Alas, they were still too inexperienced. They were met with 2 crushing blows that shattered the dreams of the heavenly emperor, with Emperor Jun exclaiming in pain. As he had anticipated, Xingtian and Hui had indeed been resurrected, engaged in combat with several formidable Deluo demon gods on the battlefield, beneath the unyielding peaks of Buzhou Mountain. Under the relentless assault of the 12 ancestral witches, only Fushi and Kunping could hold their ground. Emperor Jun, Tai. And the four great demon saints found themselves in a dire predicament. Their armor lay in tatters, blood dripping from their bodies amidst their evasive maneuvers. Clearly, they were no match for the ancestral witches. Damn it, the ancestral witches are astonishingly powerful. Emperor Jun presided over the primordial river Luo formation. The light of the river map and Luo book dimming on the brink of collapse. Thus, he had to alter his strategy, lest he risk falling. The remaining demon saints returned swiftly and joined Tai and me in battling the ancestral witches. The 6 demon saints received the command and turned back without hesitation. Baizé pausing momentarily before also retreating, eager to ascertain the true strength of the ancestral witches. As soon as they returned to defense, the ancestor witches swung their fists towards them. The 6 great demon saints, believing they could easily withstand the attack, charged forward to meet the blow. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed. With just one punch, the 10 great demon saints sustained severe injuries. Feng Xuan, I regret not heeding your advice, Baizé cried, clutching his wounded arm as he fled in all directions. If this continues, I will truly perish. While retreating, he urged Emperor Jun, Your Majesty, we must withdraw. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun issued a direct command, retreat. In truth, he had long harbored the intention to retreat but found it difficult to voice. Now, with someone raising the suggestion, he readily seized the opportunity. At the command to retreat, Tai, who had been desperately holding on, fully activated the chaos spell, momentarily imprisoning the 12 ancestor witches. Seizing the opening, he led his elder brother Emperor Jun to escape. Fuxi, Kuenping, and the 10 great demon saints followed closely behind. The demon army dispersed, fleeing back into the starry sky. Want to flee? Not a chance. The ancestor witches, realizing the situation, relentlessly pursued the main force of the demon clan. With the tides of battle shifting, they were determined to annihilate the demon tribe today and unify the primordial realm. Observing the encroaching ancestor witches, Emperor Jun understood that escape was futile. It seemed he would have to unveil his ultimate skills, although not entirely complete. It should suffice to hold them off. Everyone, form ranks. Emperor Jun bellowed, and 365 great Luo demon gods brandished their star banners, corresponding to the number of the central celestial body. Some demon generals produced smaller star banners, totaling 4,800, aligning with the number of some auxiliary stars. Under Emperor Jun's command, the demon gods and generals arranged themselves in a profound formation, harnessing the power of the celestial stars. The once dim sky was suddenly rent asunder by several large openings, as the star banners drew upon the celestial force. The ancestor witches halted their advance, curious to see what the demon court was orchestrating, confident they could handle anything. Rise. The incomplete great formation of the celestial stars was formed. The deep azure formation enveloped the sky entirely. A terrifying killing intent locked onto the 12 ancestor witches as the power of the celestial stars descended from above, carrying the might to obliterate the world upon them. For the first time, the 12 ancestor witches sensed a feeling of crisis and exerted their full strength to counter it. Boom. The earth trembled, mountains crumbled, and thick clouds of dust surged into the sky. A flicker of hope ignited in Emperor Jun's heart. Perhaps they could prevail. However, that hope was swiftly extinguished. Through the dense dust, a towering figure gradually emerged, reaching the heavens. Upon seeing the full form of this figure, Emperor Jun's vision darkened. It was over. The demon court was finished. Everything was doomed. Shock. Horror. At that moment, the hearts of powerful beings from all corners of the primordial world were deeply shaken by the colossal figure that towered above, swallowing the mountains and rivers. What a staggering existence it was. Merely standing there, the once stable laws of the great avenue began to unravel, slipping from their grasp. The heavens and the earth, under the weight of his imposing presence, instinctively recoiled in reverence. With each heavy and resonant breath, the surrounding space reverberated violently, fracturing into chaos. Even the towering, sky-piercing Mount Buzhou appeared insignificant in comparison, akin to a child's fragile toy. This was the mighty Pangu. Nuwa, the 3 pure ones, Zhuanti, Jiayin, Zenyuanzi, and the venerable ancestor of the River of Souls. All the foremost powers were profoundly shaken by this awe-inspiring figure. Who could have foreseen that the reclusive Wu clan could summon the true essence of Pangu to descend upon the world? This supreme being, existing only in primordial lore, had now manifested before the eyes of all. Such a sight was indeed terrifying. As they beheld the unparalleled might of Pangu, everyone understood the implications. With Pangu's true form present, the demon court was destined for annihilation. Simultaneously, the future of the primordial world was fated to be tumultuous. Given the nature of the Wu clan, an unfathomable upheaval was imminent. They would not find respite either. At this moment, on the battlefield, the summoned true form of Pangu gazed down upon the myriad demon clans. Divine light swirled in his eyes, and countless weak demon soldiers were instantly reduced to ashes. The demon army suffered devastating losses, far surpassing those inflicted upon the Wu clan by the chaotic bell, more terrifying still. Emperor Jun and Tai felt their hearts bleed. These were their valiant offspring. Yet now, their utmost priority was survival. Only by enduring could they harbor any hope. However, facing the dense malevolence and murkiness emanating from Pangu's true form, their powers seemed to solidify, quelling any thoughts of resistance. As the golden crows of the sun, they had always perched atop the food chain, never imagining they would encounter a true apex powerhouse today. The profound sense of helplessness was overwhelming. Was this truly the Pangu who split the heavens and the earth? The ancestral which had concealed such a formidable technique. Why had they not revealed it sooner? Had they known, they would have certainly waited until the Zhou-Tian star formation was complete before launching their assault. Now, how could they proceed? Ha ha ha, Emperor Jun, Tai, did you not anticipate this? You possess the Zhou-Tian star formation, while we command the 12 divine fiends of the Dingtian, capable of summoning the true form of our Father God. Today, the demon court shall meet its demise here. The leader of Pangu's true form, Dijiang, let out a hearty roar, and the grievances from being previously suppressed by Tai dissipated in an instant. After all, why hold a grudge against the dead? No, against dead birds. Without the slightest hesitation, the formidable fist capable of reopening chaos and shattering the heavens and earth first struck towards the myriad demonic gods who were commanding the great array of the heavenly stars. Under the might of this fist, the great array was utterly shattered, and the majority of the demonic gods within the main formation suffered grievous losses. Delight, exhilaration. The ancestral witches laughed with abandon. This was the power of the Father God. This was the witch clan. Soon, the fist of Pangu's true form locked onto the figures of Emperor Jun and his cohorts. Another punch was unleashed. The heavens collapsed, the earth quaked, celestial light erupted, and myriad paths retreated in fear. The principal members of the demon court found themselves in grave peril. Stop! A resounding voice echoed throughout the cosmos. The overwhelming malevolence that had engulfed the surroundings was swiftly suppressed by an aura of celestial light, as an ethereal elder appeared before Pangu's true form. A flicker of hope ignited in the hearts of the despairing members of the demon court. The Tao Ancestor. Was the Tao Ancestor coming to their rescue? Yet, the ancestral witches, who had already summoned Pangu's true form through the great array of the 12 divine evils, felt no trepidation. What could a sage do against them? They had battled heaven and earth. Whom had they ever feared? They would first strike with their fist. The chaotic divine fist continued its relentless assault towards Hongjun. Hongjun's expression remained unchanged as his aged hand extended forth, appearing frail yet effortlessly intercepting the chaotic fist capable of annihilating everything. The ancestral witches were astounded. They could hardly believe that anyone could withstand such a blow. How was this even possible? The beings of the primordial world gasped in astonishment. Was this the true extent of the Tao Ancestor's power? He easily blocked a fist that could rival a sage. How strong was he truly? Seeing Hongjun effortlessly deflect Pangu's true form's attack, Emperor Jun felt an immediate sense of relief. It was wonderful not to face death. His ambitions were yet to be fulfilled. However, observing the current situation, it seemed that the Tao Ancestor stood on their side. Should they not seize the opportunity to eliminate the Witch Clan, their formidable foe? With the Tao Ancestor's aid? Tao Ancestor, please subdue these barbarians. They have oppressed our demon race for countless eons, feeding on the lives of our kin. Now they seek to annihilate us. Upon hearing this, Hongjun remained impassive, entirely ignoring Emperor Jun. But the ancestral witches were consumed by fury. These two feathered creatures were at death's door yet dared to utter such words. Did they truly believe they feared Hongjun? Bring forth the axe! The ancestral witches shouted in unison. As their voices fell, the chaos bell, the Taiji diagram, and the Panga banner, 3 innate treasures, sensed the call and sought to break free from their masters. This is not good. Tai, Laozi, and Yuan Shi exclaimed in alarm. This might be a one-way trip. If they fell into the hands of the ancestral witches, would they ever be reclaimed? Thus, they summoned their own powers and breath to call upon the 3 supreme treasures. The true form of Pangu was ultimately not that of the great Pangu himself. After a brief moment, the 3, having long been acquainted with the treasures and refining the primal divine prohibitions, seized the upper hand, rendering the call of the ancestral witches ineffective. If you can quell the hostilities, I shall not pursue the charges against you for the destruction of the primordial realms. Seeing that none of the 3 treasures were summoned, Hongjun breathed a sigh of relief deep within. He then issued a final ultimatum to the 12 ancestral witches before him. In an instant, the ancestral witches erupted in fury. How dare this mere Hongjun command them? Without that axe, we can still annihilate you. As they spoke, the true form of Pangu moved, unleashing an even more formidable chaos divine fist. Before the fist arrived, the heavens and earth resonated with a deafening hum. The ground could no longer withstand the might of the blow and cracked open, spewing forth torrents of molten lava, a scene of utter devastation. Stubborn and unyielding, Hongjun roared in fury, his emotions visibly fluctuating for the first time before the eyes of the world. Faced with the combined might of the 12 ancestral witches' punch, Hongjun closed his eyes, then opened them again, revealing a gaze devoid of any sentiment. Boundless divine light erupted from his eyes, and the mysterious Tao will appeared behind his head. Suddenly, a divine sword coalesced from the heavens, entwined with pure celestial energy and the principles of the Tao, standing in stark contrast to the turbid and malevolent aura of the witch race. As the 2 forces collided, the heavens and earth trembled, an explosion of boundless energy ensued, enveloping the battlefield in a shroud of dust, obscuring the scene of the struggle. Yet all present fervently wished for the Tao ancestor's victory. After all, the Tao ancestor was a being of indifference, while the ancestral witches were unreasonable. How magnificent, the Tao form of the master ancestor! Feng Xuan, who had been watching from the small stone peak, excitedly threw his wine cup aside and clapped in admiration. From this vantage point, he could ascertain that although Master Hongjun had merged with the Tao, he still retained a distinct self, now existing in a state of coexistence with the Tao. This made matters much simpler. As long as communication was possible, his plan was already half accomplished. The rest would depend on his eloquence. At this moment, the battlefield's energy stabilized and the dust settled. The outcome was clear. The true form of Pangu disintegrated, and the 12 ancestral witches lay gravely injured upon the ground. Was this the power of the Tao ancestor? Truly astounding. Tao ancestor, look. Dijun prepared to speak again. Silence. Hongjuan's furious shout dismissed him. He then surveyed the ravaged land of the primordial world and declared loudly, from this moment forth, the demons shall govern the heavens, and the witches shall govern the earth. No conflicts are permitted within Tinyuan meetings. Otherwise, I shall be merciless in punishing the transgressors. As his words echoed, Dijun had no choice but to comply. I shall abide by the Tao ancestor's decree. The 12 ancestral witches, struggling to rise, were naturally indignant at such a conclusion. Though they had been defeated, they remained defiant. Zhu Rong immediately prepared to unleash a tirade. Be silent. A gentle and ethereal voice arose, halting Zhu Rong's actions. We shall certainly adhere to the edicts of the Tao ancestor. Ho Tu bowed deeply, representing the ancestors to acquiesce to Hongjun's decree. Although the other ancestral witches were perplexed, they temporarily refrained from protest out of affection for the younger sister, offering a cold snort in silence. This is splendid. Hongjun nodded in affirmation. With a grand gesture, he summoned the celestial light of the boundless Tao from the heavens. The ravaged earth, nourished by this divine radiance, swiftly rejuvenated. The ground melded together, the lava ceased its tumultuous eruption, verdant flora surged forth, breathing new life into the landscape. Observing this transformation, Feng Xuan atop the small stone peak sensed that the moment was ripe. If he did not hasten to join Hongjun, the venerable master would soon depart. The 9 dragons' fragrant palanquin was driven at full speed, the space around it shifting like a mirage. Yet, Feng Xuan felt it was insufficiently swift. How he wished he could employ nitrogen to boost their speed. Hongjun continuously scattered the celestial light of the Tao, mending the damage inflicted upon the primordial realm. After a brief moment, everything returned to its original state. At this juncture, he prepared to take his leave. Having already achieved unity with the Tao, he had not to interfere in these matters. However, the terrifying true form of the Pangu within the Wu clan was too imposing, capable of shattering the primordial realm. The current state of the primordial world could not bear such an existence. Thus, he could only intervene to mediate. Alas, even in retirement, peace eludes me. Tao friend, please do not depart, Master Ancestor. Wait. Just as Hongjun's figure began to dissipate, Feng Xuan finally caught up. Hearing the call, Hongjun paused momentarily, yet did not halt his process of vanishing. Instead, he began to dissolve alongside Feng Xuan. Wait, did something just flash by? The ancestral Witch Yu Bing, known as Xian Ming, scratched his head in confusion and inquired. It seemed that something had swiftly vanished. The other ancestral witches echoed in response, having not paid close attention. Oh dear, where am I? Feng Xuan felt a sudden shift in space, transporting him from the primordial world to a realm entirely unlike his own. Beneath him lay a mat, providing a sense of comforting familiarity. As he opened his eyes and scrutinized his surroundings, the scene struck him as unmistakably known. The mat. The ambience. It was none other than the Purple Cloud Palace. Could it be that the revered Hong Jun, his grandmaster, was present? Feng Xuan raised his gaze and beheld the venerable Hong Jun, who indeed sat upon a lofty platform, his expression inscrutable as he regarded him. Having encountered the master, the disciple harbored pressing matters he wished to seek counsel on. Feng Xuan bowed respectfully, refraining from attempting to decipher his master's gaze. Such an endeavor was beyond his capacity, and it was not his place to speculate. Given his current strength and status, he was simply not worthy. Feng Xuan, with a mind devoid of distractions, earnestly sought wisdom. Little did he know that at this moment, Hong Jun was rendered speechless by astonishment. Since their parting at the Zixiao Palace, his disciple had merely reached the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. In the brief span of several 100,000 years, he had astonishingly advanced to the early stage of Quasi-Saint, though it was not the path of the three corpses he had recommended. The blessings of the great Tao and such extraordinary comprehension suggested that the method of proving one's path through power might not be unfeasible. Truly, his talent was exceptional, a rarity in the world. With such a disciple in the Xiamen, prosperity was assured. A smile suddenly graced Hong Jun's face, growing increasingly radiant, akin to a grand chrysanthemum. Rise, what matters do you wish to inquire about? As he raised his hand, the bowing Feng Xuan was gently assisted to his feet, settling comfortably upon the meditation cushion. The more he observed this disciple, the more satisfaction he felt, even nurturing the notion of promoting him directly to the status of a disciple. What could the Sanqing impart? Better to have him instead. Yet, this was merely a fleeting thought, for he was now devoid of the time to teach disciples. May I inquire, Master Ancestor? What is the essence of the heavenly Tao? Feng Xuan's approach was nothing short of explosive. Hesitance was not in his nature. In the presence of a venerable figure such as his master, one must be direct and resolute. This. Hong Jun observed the fervent gaze of Feng Xuan, filled with longing, and could not help but feel puzzled within. Why was he asking this? What was the purpose behind such a question? Feng Xuan directly retrieved the star seal and the chart of the zodiac from the shimmy space. The moment these artifacts emerged, Hong Jun's expression changed dramatically. He began to calculate in his mind. This time, he did not directly analyze Feng Xuan, but rather the very fabric of the universe. Upon realizing that Feng Xuan had not only acquired these two spiritual treasures, but also inexplicably obtained the star essence wheel, and had even formed a bond with the two lunar goddesses, he felt as though the world was spinning out of control. Everything had become disordered. Although he had merged with the Tao, he was not omniscient. After failing to discern the fate of Feng Xuan, he ceased to monitor his actions closely. On the surface, the development of the Hong Wang realm did indeed seem to follow the most favorable trajectory. Yet, he was caught off guard, utterly astonished. His disciple had delivered an unexpected blow right from the start. The demon court, now devoid of the support of the Tine Star, would undoubtedly find itself incapable of contending with the 12 divine killers formation. The balance of power in this calamity had been disrupted. A significant blunder. However, this also subtly indicated that his disciple was extraordinary, seemingly aware of the overarching trends of the cosmos. While his disciple harbored countless plans for the future, he remained oblivious to the true essence of the heavenly Tao, and thus he sought enlightenment from his revered master. Feng Xuan continued to inquire. Alas, it has come to this point. I can only observe what my disciple intends to do. The essence of the heavenly Tao is singular, to render the world of Hong Wang more stable and formidable. Hong Jun spoke calmly, awaiting Feng Xuan's response. At this moment, Feng Xuan's mind was a tempest of thoughts. If the essence of the heavenly Tao is indeed to enhance the strength of the world of Hong Wang, does that not imply that the prevailing trends are all aimed at the elevation of this realm? Yet, why does it seem that the world of Hong Wang is growing increasingly feeble? At least that is what I had previously understood. The more I ponder, the more perplexed I become. However, he resolved to first align his words with the essence of the heavenly Tao and contemplate his subsequent doubts later. Master Ancestor, I possess a method to fortify the world of Hong Wang, at the very least, steering it towards a more favorable trajectory than its current course. The wind swirled with eloquence, and his spirit soared with vigor. Indeed, his disciple, unbeknownst to him, had somehow gleaned the future trends of the primordial chaos which explained the premature intervention of the Lady of the Moon. How infuriating. It must be that scoundrel, Yang Mei, at work. Cursed be that wretched Yang Mei. In his heart, Hong Jun noted yet another grievance against Yang Mei. Nevertheless, he was now eager to observe what schemes his disciple would devise. Oh, what plans do you harbor? Pray, reveal them to me. Feng Xuan remained silent and instead turned to Hong Jun, quietly inquiring, Master Ancestor, can you take charge in this matter? If I proceed, will the heavenly Tao take notice? Hong Jun nearly chuckled at the inquiry. It was widely known that he had achieved the Tao. Yet here was his disciple discussing the heavenly Tao in his presence. Did he think that lowering his voice would make a difference? Suddenly, he felt that this disciple of his was somewhat naive. I can indeed take charge. Now, speak your mind. Upon hearing his master ancestor's words, Feng Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Since that was the case, he could begin to weave his plans. Master Ancestor, I have resolved to establish the Xianmin Celestial Court, grounded upon the celestial bodies of the cosmos. I shall confer titles upon the disciples of Xianmin, and I will assume the role of the Celestial Emperor, governing the vast wilderness and ensuring the stability and harmonious development of the primordial world. Feng Xuan spoke in one breath, eagerly awaiting a response from his esteemed master Hong Jun. At this moment, Hong Jun was entirely immersed in his own scheming. The celestial court of the Xianmin. He had long harbored thoughts of it, yet the current protagonists of the calamity were the Wu and Yao clans. During such a catastrophe, he could not intervene excessively. Thus, he had set it aside. However, his disciple's words sparked a sudden clarity within him. He could not intervene, but Feng Xuan could. In the midst of the calamity, anyone could fall, yet Feng Xuan was exempt from that risk. Brilliant, simply brilliant. Nevertheless, he could not yet make a decisive judgment. He required tangible results to substantiate his decision. I can promise you this. However, not at this very moment. I shall grant you 3 yuan wei. As long as you accomplish something comparable to the creation of the Yao texts, I shall endorse your plan. Very well, master. I shall await your approval. Overcome with excitement upon receiving the promise, Feng Xuan bowed deeply and hurriedly exited the Zixiao Palace. Something comparable to the creation of the Yao texts? This should be a piece of cake. As he flew out of the palace, Feng Xuan pondered what actions he could undertake to fulfill his master's requirements. Indeed, there were many endeavors that could rival the creation of the Yao texts, yet most were centered around humanity. In this particular time frame, there were not many options available for intervention. Opening up a new world to expand the Hongwang realm could count as one. However, with his current strength, which had yet to reach the level of a saint, he could not establish a significant world. His contribution to the cosmos would be minimal, and thus, the merit he could acquire would be pitifully scant. Another possibility would be to organize the cosmos and repair the Earth's veins. Yet, in comparison to the Yao texts, he would need to completely restore at least a quarter of the Earth's veins in the West. This was a task only achievable by saints and the esteemed Xinyuanzi. Without the Earth Book, he was unable to accomplish it. Thus, he was left with only a few options. The first was to fill the CI. Within the CI lay an inexhaustible source of calamity from the heavens and earth. Should it erupt, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, to rectify the transgressions of the Dragon Clan during the calamity of the Dragon and Phoenix, the Heavenly Tao commanded them to eternally seal the CI to atone for their sins. However, the Dragon Clan possessed no merits and could only rely on their immense strength and lives to fill it. Yet, this was merely a drop in the bucket, and eventually, their resources would be depleted. Feng Xuan, however, was different. He currently possessed the merit of a golden body, and with the jade-clear refining technique, he could forge the sea god needle. He could indeed suppress the CI, and judging by the accomplishments of his future master, he could maintain this suppression for at least several dozen yuan wei. However, this would mean that his newly established golden body of merit would dissipate. The second option was to establish the natural laws of the universe, which pertain to the sequence of time. In the present era of the primordial chaos, the celestial bodies, including the sun, moon, and stars, exist, yet their movements lack any discernible order. It is as if there is no rhythm to their rising and setting. Day and night do not alternate. In the absence of this cyclical transition, the very concept of time becomes irrelevant. Without the rise of the sun and the fall of the moon, the distinction of seasons dissipates. Time is crucial for the evolution of the primordial realm. With the existence of time comes the limitation of lifespan, transforming the primordial landscape into one where new beings emerge alongside the inevitable aging of the old. As the population base expands, the total number of inhabitants grows at an exponential rate. Both innate deities and primordial beings are largely consumed by their pursuits of cultivation, leaving little room for the formation of partnerships or the birth of progeny, which is nearly negligible. However, the lower echelons of the demon clans differ significantly. Unbound by the constraints of lifespan, their entertainment options remain scarce. Many of those disinterested in the path of the Great Way find themselves perpetually engaged in the act of procreation. Furthermore, certain demon clans produce more than one offspring at a time, leading to an alarming increase in the number of beings born every moment. The consumption of the world's spiritual essence is equally staggering. While the current primordial realm can sustain this growth, what of the future? The rate of population increase will inevitably surpass the world's capacity for expansion. What will become of them then? It is likely that the Heavenly Way has recognized this issue, and the impending calamity involving the witch and demon tribes may bear the hallmarks of a plan for extermination. Aside from direct slaughter, war remains the swiftest method for decimating beings, especially in such a transcendent realm. With a mere chime from the Tai Chaos Bell or a glance from the primordial ancestor Pangu, countless lives may be extinguished in an instant. This is a veritable engine of destruction. The idea of establishing a temporal order seems genuinely feasible. It would foster stable development within the world and promote biological diversity, an endeavor with countless benefits and no drawbacks. A brilliant scheme indeed. Truly, it is deserving of its architect. Ding. The Hongjun decree has detected that the host is poised to undertake a task of comparable significance to the demon scriptures. The host is presented with the following choices. 1. The Eye of the Sea. Suppress the endless ages of the sea with merit. An act surpassing even the demon scriptures. The reward. The postnatal spiritual treasure. The Rui golden hooped rod. 2. Establish temporal order. The importance of time to a world is self-evident. Undertaking this endeavor will earn you the respect of Hongjun, who would serve you tea even after you've chastised the Heavenly Way. The reward, the temporal roulette. This. Just as he contemplated, the system appeared. Truly, a timely intervention. Yet, what is this first option? The Rui golden hooped rod? He recalls it as the postnatal merit treasure. The mystery is solved. The system demands he utilize his own merits to fulfill its requirements. Feng Xuan, I have a rather provocative thought that I am uncertain whether to voice. System, I choose option 2. The decision has been made. Now, I must contemplate how to execute this process. The establishment of the timeline hinges crucially on the sun star and the moon star. The moon star has now become indistinguishable from his household, particularly since the 2 moon goddesses have become his companions. He is not yet free to come and go as he pleases. The focal point remains the sun star. Although he possesses the celestial map of the zodiac to harness the primordial essence of the stars, the sun star is currently under the dominion of Emperor Jun and Tai. The sun essence wheel remains in their possession, which will inevitably disrupt his plans. It is necessary to negotiate. If negotiations fail, what would prevent him from causing a stir at the Jinwu Great Hall? The demon court has already become mortal enemies with the Wu clan. Do they still dare to escalate tensions with his Kunlun lineage? Emperor Jun, you surely do not wish to see the demon court you established face annihilation, do you? Without hesitation, Feng Xuan traversed the chaos and first arrived at the Moonstar. He needed to inform his 2 wives of his intentions, even his spouses. Such significant matters as altering the trajectory of the stars and endowing them with new responsibilities must be communicated in advance. One cannot act with unilateral authority. Moreover, it had been a long time since he last saw his 2 ladies, and he felt a certain longing. As he stepped onto the Moonstar, it remained as cold and serene as ever. Only a few moon stars' signature jade rabbits frolicked beneath the laurel tree, one of the 10 most exquisite innate spiritual roots. Upon seeing them, Feng Xuan couldn't help but salivate with desire. It had been ages since he savored spicy rabbit heads. My husband, you have arrived. At that moment, 2 radiant figures gracefully emerged from the moon palace and landed before Feng Xuan, extending their delicate hands to guide him inside. Along the way, he glanced at the area Feng Xuan had previously focused on and curiously inquired, My husband, is there something special about the moon jade rabbits? Nay, nothing special. Just rather adorable. Upon entering the moon palace, it appeared unchanged from his first visit. The 3 settled closely together. My husband, allow us to showcase the fruits of our labor during this time. As she spoke, he and Changshi revealed their auras, midway to becoming a sage. Concurrently, 4 figures emerged from the bodies of the 2 women, representing their benevolent and malevolent forms. Gulping, Feng Xuan was captivated by the diverse and vibrant scene before him. Who could withstand such allure? If the essence of she, he, and Chang, she embodied the primordial style, then the benevolent form was the innocent sweetheart, while the malevolent form was the rebellious girl, the little rascal, the mischievous imp. Goodness gracious! I can hardly fathom how joyful the future may be. My ladies, what is this? He. Of course, it's to motivate you. Hurry and cultivate, so you may attain the position of sun deity, and then we can wed. He smiled gracefully, summoning the two souls of good and evil back amidst Feng Xuan's lingering gaze filled with reluctance. Her husband had certainly kept them waiting for far too long. Humph. Once her emotions settled, Feng Xuan addressed the two women with utmost seriousness. Ladies, we have come to discuss a matter of great significance concerning the Hongwang world. As your sisters, we shall undoubtedly support you, my husband, they replied. She gazed intently into Feng Xuan's solemn face, fully aware that his gravity indicated the importance of the matter at hand. As companions of the Tao, her husband's affairs were intrinsically linked to their own, and they were resolute in their commitment to assist him wholeheartedly. Feng Xuan took a deep breath and began to narrate the matters concerning the establishment of the temporal order. As he spoke, the focus of the two women intensified, their expressions growing more solemn. Despite their usual reticence and somewhat reclusive nature, being quasi-saint powerhouses and sovereigns of the Taishang, they were not entirely oblivious to the myriad affairs of the primordial world, particularly regarding matters of such paramount importance as the temporal order. A mere hint was sufficient for them to immediately grasp its immense ramifications. This was indeed an affair of significance that rivaled the most arcane of texts. Nay, it surpassed them. The two women understood that upon the successful completion of this endeavor, their beloved husband would undoubtedly become the greatest benefactor of the entire primordial realm. Henceforth, no one would ever be able to threaten him. Moreover, they themselves would seize the opportunity to accrue substantial merits, greatly aiding their cultivation. Husband, you are truly remarkable. She could not help but exclaim softly, a radiant smile gracing her face. Before her words could fully dissipate into the air, she unexpectedly leaned forward and gently pressed her lips against the side of Feng Xuan's face, leaving a faint blush upon his cheek. Observing this, Changshi, spurred on by her sister's encouragement, mimicked the earlier gesture and playfully bestowed a kiss upon the other side of Feng Xuan's face, exclaiming mischievously, "This is a reward for you, my dear husband." After this exchange, the two women felt their earlobes flush with a hint of crimson. Such audacious actions were indeed a first for them. However, Feng Xuan, being rather greedy, remarked with a playful smirk, I still find myself unsatisfied." Feng Xuan extended his hand, and the two women gracefully settled upon his lap, their curvaceous forms nestled against his embrace. Soft and fragrant, they reveled in the intimacy of their connection, hearts drawing near to one another. Time flowed like a gentle stream, oblivious to the passage of years. A century slipped by, during which the trio shared a blissful existence together. Feng Xuan was ready to depart. There could be no further delay. In the previous clash between witches and demons, the elite forces of the demon court had perished or suffered grievous wounds, losses not easily recovered within a mere century. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. Now was the most opportune moment. What did it matter if he had to coerce Di Jun and Tai? The ends justified the means. Feng Xuan drove the resplendent nine-dragon agarwood palanquin to the outskirts of the Sunstar. The demon gods stationed outside caught sight of the magnificent carriage from afar and hurriedly scrambled towards the Golden Crow Palace. Feng Xuan has arrived at the Sunstar in the nine-dragon agarwood palanquin. Upon hearing this, Di Jun and Tai, who were meditating with their eyes closed in the palace, suddenly opened their eyes wide, a sense of foreboding rising within them. What brings Feng Xuan to their Sunstar at this moment? Is it to take advantage of their vulnerability and oppress them? Have you discerned the truth? Di Jun inquired, his supreme authority manifesting without anger. Indeed, it is undoubtedly the nine dragons incense palanquin. The nameless demon god replied. He could see it all too clearly. It was he who had intercepted Feng Xuan at the first banquet. There, seated at the edge of the grand hall, he witnessed the demon emperor being mercilessly beaten, with the fates of the 10 demon saints hanging in the balance. He could not forget, nor would he allow himself to forget. Elder brother, if it is indeed true, then let him come. The Tao ancestor has proclaimed that the demons hold dominion over the heavens, solidifying our current status. He would not dare defy the Tao ancestor's command. Moreover, with my strength, I can surely subdue him. As long as I do not harm him, the 3 pure ones will have no reason to intervene. Tai, looking at his elder brother with concern, spoke with unwavering confidence. Dijun pondered for a moment before asking with genuine concern, "Are your injuries manageable?" Each punch from the ancestral witches contained their own grand Tao principles. When struck, these principles invade the body, disrupting the flow of magical power and inflicting catastrophic damage. Otherwise, their injuries would have healed long ago. After all, they had spent considerable time erasing the invading principles from their bodies. They had endured the worst of the assault. "I'm fine, elder brother, have no worries. Amir Feng Xuan, I still have confidence in subduing him." "That is reassuring." Dijun, having received the assurance, commanded the demon gods below, "Let him enter." The demon gods were taken aback, their expressions reflecting shock. Did the demon emperor believe they would stop him? They dared not intervene. "No need for that, esteemed friends. I have already arrived." A voice called from outside the grand hall as Feng Xuan leisurely strode into the Golden Crow Hall, gazing up at the two with an air of composure. Though Dijun felt some resentment towards this uninvited entrance, he needed to ascertain the purpose of Feng Xuan's visit. "What brings you here, my friend? What is it?" "For the Hongwang world, for all living beings, I have come to discuss a significant matter with you both." Dijun remained perplexed, wondering what this matter could possibly be. "I seek to borrow the authority over the operation of the Sun Star. Once the matter is accomplished, I can bestow upon you both a portion of the merits." Feng Xuan spoke lightly, withholding the matter of the temporal sequence. "Absolutely not." Dijun rejected the notion without a second thought. The authority over the Sun Star was the very foundation for the two brothers. Even the mere right to its operation was not to be trifled with. Should Feng Xuan acquire it, the consequences could be dire. For instance, he could alter the Sun Star's trajectory, causing it to collide with other celestial bodies. "What if I insist on borrowing it?" Feng Xuan continued to press further. "Then let us engage in a contest. If you triumph, we shall borrow. But if you are defeated, you shall depart." At that moment, Tai stepped forward, his golden eyes fixed intently upon Feng Xuan, brimming with the fervor of battle. He desperately craved a conflict to release the pent-up dissatisfaction within his heart. "Huh, I shall not fight you." Feng Xuan declined Tai's proposition. If they wished to fight, he would deliberately refuse, for he had no need to lift a finger. "I am here upon the ancestral Taoist will to borrow the authority over the movement of the Sun Star. I implore both of you not to obstruct me." With that, Feng Xuan produced a jade talisman, bestowed upon him by his master upon leaving the Violet Heaven Palace, as a symbol of his mandate. Possessing this token, all beings of the primordial chaos ought to grant him, the Tao Ancestor's envoy, due respect. At the mention of the Tao Ancestor and the sight of the jade talisman representing his will, Dijun and Tai's expressions shifted briefly before swiftly regaining composure. "What of the Tao Ancestor? Does the Tao Ancestor have the right to decide the authority over the Sun Star?" The brothers were the undisputed masters of the Sun Star and immutable truth. Not even the Tao Ancestor's personal presence could alter that. "The Tao Ancestor is worthy of our reverence. But the authority over the Sun Star concerns the very foundation of our celestial court. I cannot grant your request." Dijun remained resolute in his refusal. Alas, Feng Xuan had long anticipated this situation. In light of this, he would not hesitate to wield his trump card. "I implore you all to vacate my Sun Star." Feng Xuan spoke loudly, his voice resonating throughout the grand hall. Dijun and Tai were taken aback. Kunlun and Fushi were astonished. The 10 great demon saints were left in disbelief. What kind of absurdity is this? Can it be that the Sun Star belongs to him? Ha. Has your mind gone awry? The Sun Star has always belonged to the two of us, a truth known to all beings of the primordial world. Why do you utter such reckless words? Dijun laughed heartily, declaring that the Sun Star was his in front of the majestic golden crows. It was utterly ludicrous. Call upon the Sun Star by its original name and see if it responds to you. Feng Xuan remained unfazed, dismissing Dijun's taunts with indifference. "Laugh? You truly amuse me. Soon, it shall be you who weeps. Very well, I shall demonstrate what it means to be the master of the Sun Star." After mocking, Dijun began to summon the celestial power of the Sun Star. A resplendent golden radiance enveloped him, illuminating the entire Golden Crow Hall in a dazzling brilliance, nearly blinding the myriad demon maidens and guards below. A tremendous surge of celestial energy erupted from the depths of the earth, responding to Dijun's call. Dijun, with a smug expression, gazed at Feng Xuan as the foundational power of the Sun Star coalesced around him. What words could Feng Xuan utter then? Would he still dare to claim the Sun Star as his own? How laughable! He was eager to deliver a resounding slap to Feng Xuan's face. Ha. Observing Dijun's smug demeanor, Feng Xuan remained neither joyful nor sorrowful. Secretly, He activated the might of the celestial star chart, commanding the sun star to serve him. For the foundational celestial power would not manifest without his decree. In an instant, the very celestial essence that had answered Dijuan's summons retreated, no longer responding to his call. Dijuan, what is happening? Tai, what is going on? Below, Fushi, Kuanpeng, and the 10 great demon saints. What is the meaning of this? Dijuan's countenance darkened as he, ever defiant, attempted once more to channel the celestial power. The divine light of the sun intensified, further accentuating his grim expression. Yet, after a moment, he received no response at all. The celestial essence utterly disregarded him. Tai, sensing the anomaly, hurriedly joined in, calling upon the celestial power alongside his brother Dijuan. Yet, even as the two exerted their combined might, desperately imploring the familiar celestial essence, they were met with silence. It seemed as though the sun star had cast them aside. How could they claim dominion over the sun star when they could not even summon its foundational power? At this moment, Feng Xuan delivered a critical blow, piercing the hearts of the two. Emperor Jun exclaimed in fury, "If we cannot mobilize it, how can you?" This statement struck a chord with Feng Xuan. "Of course I can, for I have proclaimed that this is my sun star." As soon as the words left his lips, the once quiet essence of the sun star erupted like a volcano, surging forth uncontrollably. The entire sun star quivered as if to welcome its rightful master. "This is impossible." Emperor Jun and Tai stumbled, nearly falling over. They could hardly believe what lay before them. The essence of the sun star was responding to Feng Xuan's summons, yielding to his command. How could they accept such a reality? The illustrious Golden Crow, unable to manipulate the essence of the stars, yet an outsider could do so. Was this not a source of mockery for all beings? Could it truly be that this sun star belonged to him? Were they merely tenants? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This sun star was theirs. It had always been theirs, and no one could alter that truth. Observing the bewildered crowd below, Emperor Jun realized he must act decisively. Otherwise, the sun star might truly change hands. He scoffed. "A mere trickster dares to show off his skills, so it was all your doing." Raising his hand, he conjured a blazing true fire of the sun, intent on interrupting Feng Xuan's manipulation of the star essence. He could not allow him to succeed, even if it meant resorting to a futile effort. However, Feng Xuan would not permit him to have his way. Just as the sunfire was about to make contact, a pure aura manifested above the grand hall. It was the 12-petal pure world white lotus that Feng Xuan possessed, seated upon its lotus platform, impervious to harm. The trivial sunfire could not breach its defenses. Seeing this, Emperor Jun immediately commanded the 10 great demon saints to take action. The 10 great demon saints exchanged glances, pondering who would step forward. The dome of the Golden Crow Palace had only just been repaired. Who knew how sturdy it truly was? Would it suddenly give way to an unexpected calamity? "Gentlemen, the Demon Emperor's command is not to be defied. We should act swiftly." Ying Zhao, feeling apprehensive, remarked that as a subordinate, obedience to orders was of paramount importance. The remaining 9, witnessing this, hesitated no longer and unleashed their powers against Feng Xuan. At that moment, amidst the entangled laws of the great Tao and the intricate interplay of light and shadow, Baizhe gradually retreated behind the other demon saints. From both historical and rational perspectives, he found himself unable to intervene. He could only feign a display of strength. Indeed, just as the 9 demon saints' attacks were about to land, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The previously inert Saint Jade talisman suddenly soared above Feng Xuan's head. In an instant, the talisman emitted an extraordinarily brilliant white light, resembling a resplendent sun illuminating the skies. Boundless celestial light surged forth, coalescing into a colossal beam that pierced the heavens. The terrifying energy contained within this celestial beam was beyond imagination, as if a saint had descended. The 9 demon saints had no time to react, and were instantly propelled away by this overwhelming force. They soared through the air like kites severed from their strings, crashing violently into the sturdy wall crafted from gold, jade, and glass. Accompanied by a resounding crash, the 9 demon saints were embedded deeply into the wall, their fates uncertain. The recently restored dome of the Great Hall was breached further, creating an even larger hole. Observing this, Baizhe, under the incredulous gaze of Fushi, forcefully reversed his magical energy and feigned unconsciousness, his vitality in turmoil. As he succumbed to darkness, Baizhe felt a sense of relief. How fortunate he was for his cunning. Otherwise, it would have been he, embedded within the wall with an uncertain fate. Have they not yet learned their lesson? To overpower the few without considering who stands behind me. Feng Xuan cast a disdainful glance at Emperor Jun and Tai. He had already presented the saints' jade talisman to them in advance. He represented the saints in seeking development for the Honghuang world. If you show disrespect to the saints, then the saints may have no choice but to intervene personally to uphold their dignity. In light of this situation, both Emperor Jun and Tai Yi felt a deep sorrow within. It had happened twice. They had been bullied by Feng Xuan on 2 occasions, each time facing an existence they could not afford to provoke. Must they endure Feng Xuan's tyranny for the rest of their lives? At this moment, the celestial energies of the sun and stars were fully mobilized, enhanced by the power of the stars. Feng Xuan's strength has surged dramatically, now rivaling the pinnacle of quasi-saint power within the solar star. The overwhelming pressure, akin to that of an abyss unleashed, instills fear in all present. I trust that the lords of the solar star have no further objections to this assertion. As the Wind Xian's divine eyes opened and closed, boundless rays of sunlight erupted forth, transforming his once ebony locks into a cascade of golden brilliance, imbued with the essence of the stars. The originally simple and elegant white robe now bore magnificent and noble golden patterns, each glimmering point of light enhancing its grandeur. Coupled with his already strikingly handsome visage, he resembled a deity of the sun descended upon the world. Gazing upward at the formidable presence of Wind Xian, both Di Jun and Tai Yi felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. How could they possibly engage in battle? Above them loomed the sacred talisman of the sage, while below stood Wind Xian, whose strength was unfathomable. Even Tai Yi, in all his pride, found himself incapable of seeking conflict at this moment. Reluctantly, he uttered words that would bring them lifelong humiliation. No objections. This is as it should be. Why did we not act sooner? He began to sincerely negotiate. But with their refusal, his only recourse was to impose his will through force. Indeed, might prove effective. Now, he would not share any merits with them. I, Wind Xian, am not devoid of reason, the Tao ancestor proclaimed. Demons govern the heavens. Since the demon court has been established upon my solar star, I shall not expel you all. However, it must be understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Henceforth, each meeting of the demon court shall require a tribute in rent. As for what to offer, I do not impose strict demands. Simply provide something worthy of your esteemed status within the demon court. Feng Xuan retracted the essence of the sun and the stars, returning to his usual form. Yet, none present dared to harbor animosity towards him, at least not within the confines of the sun star. Di Jun felt a flicker of surprise. There was no need to be expelled from the sun star. Paying rent each year was not an insurmountable task, after all. The sun star held immense significance for their demon court, serving as the most conducive environment for their cultivation and one of the crucial focal points of the grand celestial array. Losing the sun star was simply not an option for them. In this light, it seemed they ought to express gratitude towards Feng Xuan. However, as this thought crossed their minds, Di Jun and Tai Yi were engulfed in sorrow once more. What a predicament! This had once been their home, and now it had transformed into another's dominion. They were compelled to cheerfully pay rent while simultaneously feeling indebted. Such a tragic fate. Then I shall extend my heartfelt gratitude to fellow Taoist Feng Xuan for his great kindness, Di Jun managed to utter with difficulty in response. Feng Xuan chose not to pursue the matter further. Perhaps he had indeed been somewhat overbearing. Yet what of it? When paths diverge, collaboration becomes futile. He wields the stellar seal and governs the celestial star chart, rightfully embodying the sovereign of stars. He is merely safeguarding his own interests. With that said, I shall take my leave, and I hope that both of you, my esteemed companions, will refrain from interfering with my subsequent endeavors. Feng Xuan proclaimed with a resonant voice, then leapt through the gaping hole in the dome, leaving the members of the demon court exchanging glances with one another. They had finally managed to rid themselves of this calamity. You all, swiftly detain the demon saints and escort them below for proper healing, ordered Emperor Jun, striving to stabilize the situation and address the aftermath. He then collapsed onto his throne, reflecting on the arduous path of supremacy, fraught with misfortune and trials. He felt utterly overwhelmed, yearning for the simplicity of his early days, when he and his brother lived carefree on the solar star. How splendid those times had been. Unlike the present, beset by attacks from the witch clan and oppression from Feng Xuan, this was not the life he had envisioned. Having departed from the solar star, Feng Xuan had already completed the most pivotal step in establishing the temporal order. What remained was to orchestrate the celestial bodies and arrange a rational trajectory for their movements. This too demanded considerable effort. Alas, it was time to engage the mind. Feng Xuan did not return to Kunlun Mountain. Instead, he proceeded directly to the Ziwei star. Now that he had comprehended the essence of the heavenly way, and with his venerable ancestors' protection, he had no need to conceal his identity. He summoned the celestial temple and restored it to its original position. Feng Xuan meticulously devised a celestial chart, orchestrating the movements of the stars and plotting their rational trajectories. Utilizing the knowledge of the heavenly stems and earthly branches, as well as the division of time into hours, he adeptly adapted these concepts to the unique circumstances of the primordial world. After expending countless years, Feng Xuan ultimately established a temporal framework suitable for the present state of the primordial realm. This framework still adhered to the heavenly stems and earthly branches, the 12 hours, the 4 seasons, and the 24 solar terms, yet it was intricately aligned with the temporal dynamics of the primordial world. In summary, 1 year in the past life equated to a single day in the primordial realm, a reflection of its current condition. After all, if one were to adhere to the true measurement of a day, even ordinary immortals would merely perceive the transition from dawn to dusk without having accomplished anything substantial, leading to a day that seemed wholly unreasonable. Consequently, he decreed that a year in the future would correspond to a day in the current timeline of the primordial world, harmonizing with the environmental conditions and the sentiments of all living beings, rendering it both rational and justifiable. Upon detecting that the host had successfully completed the comprehensive temporal planning, the timing wheel was dispatched. The system's voice captured Feng Xuan's attention as he retrieved the reward, the timing wheel. In that instant, he grasped its essence. It was yet another innate treasure prototype. Once the temporal sequence was perfected and stabilized, it would ascend to become a complete innate treasure, a paragon representing time itself. Surpassing even the chaos bell in terms of temporal mastery, for the timing wheel was specialized in the domain of time. Feng Xuan, filled with delight, channeled his thoughts into the temporal wheel. The wheel underwent a profound transformation. The formerly indistinct face of the wheel became distinctly clear, differentiating into several segments. Each segment recorded the heavenly stems, earthly branches, the 12 hours, the 4 seasons, and the 24 solar terms. Once the matters of time were established, he merely needed to gently rotate the wheel, allowing him to manipulate and alter the flow of time at will. However, such power was not without its price. Should he recklessly reverse time or disrupt the order of the temporal sequence, even as the master of time, he would likely face dire consequences. He could only operate within a certain scope, unless he transcended the entire primordial world or attained a status of equal standing. Only then would he possess the freedom to manipulate time without restraint. With everything now in readiness, it was time for him to proclaim his intentions to the heavenly principles. Feng Xuan adjusted his robes, preparing himself meticulously. He stepped out of the starry divine hall and, utilizing his magical prowess, conjured an opulent table upon which he placed the chrono disc. Bowing deeply towards the heavens, he proclaimed with a resonant voice, "Heavenly Tao above, I, Feng Xuan, observe the chaotic temporal sequence of the primordial world, where time is in disarray, lacking clarity and effective methods of measurement, causing all beings to lead a life of confusion. If this continues, it will hinder the development of the world and the rational propagation of life. Thus, I have created the primordial calendar, establishing a temporal order and clear regulations, ensuring that henceforth the world thrives in harmony and that all beings lead orderly lives. I beseech the heavenly Tao to witness this." As his words resonated, the heavenly Tao responded, imparting the essence of time upon the chrono disc. Perhaps it was merely Feng Xuan's illusion, but he sensed a momentary pause from the heavenly Tao upon its contact with the temporal essence. Was it fear that gripped it? Or was it an overwhelming sense of joy? Thus, upon fully comprehending the temporal essence on the chrono disc, the heavenly Tao reverberated. An imposing will manifested, celebrating this historic moment, generously bestowing merit upon Feng Xuan. The entire cosmos became suffused with the merits of the heavenly Tao, far surpassing the merits dispensed during the birth of the demon script. If one were to compare, it would be by 100-fold. The myriad beings were astounded. Countless powerful entities of the primordial realm were taken aback. Who was this vassal, so formidable and so richly endowed with the merits of the heavenly Tao? Could it be that he was the favored son of the heavenly Tao? With such an abundance of merit, surely he would attain sainthood. Soon, the beings of the primordial world discerned the identity behind these events. The heavenly Tao broadcasting station had disseminated the news of Feng Xuan's establishment of the temporal order across the vastness of the primordial realm. Upon seeing the figure on the luminous screen, the beings were struck with astonishment. How familiar did this person seem? Was he not the one who had created the demon script last time? Goodness, am I imagining things? Is that the merit of the heavenly Tao that blankets the entire cosmos? Qing Tue exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the starry sky. He had never witnessed such a vast quantity of merit in his life. it was enough to make one's offspring weep with desire. Indeed, it was the merit of the heavenly Tao and overwhelming abundance. Jian trembled as he spoke, unable to contain his salivation, while a fervent light sparkled in his eyes. This child was destined for greatness in the west, at Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace. The three pure ones gazed at Feng Xuan in the celestial screen with profound sentiment. Their disciple might surpass them in attaining sainthood sooner than they had anticipated. If such a colossal amount of merit could not fulfill the conditions for achieving sainthood, they could hardly fathom what monumental deeds would be required to tread upon the path of merit and enlightenment. Aha! My disciple truly deserves the blessings of the great Tao, consistently achieving such earth-shattering feats. In a state of awe, Yuan Shi continuously extolled the virtues of this extraordinary feat of creating a new order of time. From this moment forth, the name of Feng Xuan would resonate throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world, becoming well known to all. Moreover, the reputation of his masters would also spread more widely, such as the benefit of acquiring a remarkable disciple. Fortuitously, he had the wisdom to remain and entrusted Feng Xuan to his elder brother and third brother. Otherwise, he would have missed out on the glory of this exceptional student, which would have surely left him in tears. Haha, henceforth, we shall have a sage as our backing. Tongtian laughed heartily, his words laced with jest. Among the three pure ones, only he, with his sincere and straightforward nature, could express such sentiments so openly. Before Laozi, the Taiji diagram rotated, embodying the flow of yin and yang, revealing myriad truths of the world. Laozi, among the three pure ones, was also a master of divination. The prowess of the Taiji diagram in divination was remarkable, rivaling the treasures of the He Tu and Luo Shu. Upon grasping certain hidden truths of the world, Laozi could not help but exclaim, "My disciple's actions are indeed far-reaching." From the information he currently possessed, just the establishment of this new order of time would likely surpass even the achievements of the sages in the future, not to mention the series of causes and effects triggered by this new order. Perhaps, as the third brother said, they would indeed rely on their disciple in the days to come, even after they themselves became sages. Now, it seems Feng Xuan would soon leave him behind. The future would see him as the protector. In the valley of Phoenix Nest, beneath Mount Buzhou, Niwa reclined on a simple bed woven from vines and grass, her exquisite figure accentuated by a flowing crimson dress. With her delicate white hands propping up her chin, her beautiful eyes sparkled with laughter as she gazed at the handsome figure within the luminous screen. Beside her lay several clay figurines, some hastily crafted, while others were exquisitely lifelike. Most striking were two miniature clay figures, meticulously shaped from the essence of the nine heavens, representing herself and Feng Xuan. A faint aura of creation enveloped the clay bodies, revealing the effort Niwa had invested in these two figurines. In the purple cloud palace, Hong Jun, seated upon a mat, widened his eyes in astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. He had known of Feng Xuan's proclamation to the heavenly Tao and had explored the results of his endeavors alongside it. To his surprise, what he discovered was astonishing. He had merely intended for his disciple to undertake a task comparable to the creation of the new order of time, subsequently arranging matters of the Xianmen in the heavenly court for him. He never anticipated his disciple would accomplish such a monumental feat. It was simply unbelievable. Perhaps he should consider passing on the leadership of the Xianmen to this disciple, along with the role of the heavenly Tao's representative. It seemed that under his disciple's leadership, the primordial world might have an even brighter future. He could have completely retired to seek vengeance against that old scoundrel Yang Mei. However, after much contemplation, Hong Jun ultimately resolved to temporarily abandon this notion. He decided it would be prudent to wait until his disciple established the Xianmen heavenly court and governed the realms for a while before revisiting the idea. For now, let me observe what choice you will make. Will you opt for direct merit and sanctification, or will you remain true to your original aspirations? At this moment, Feng Xuan gazed upon the celestial merit permeating the starry expanse. He was somewhat astonished, yet it was also within the realm of expectation. His thoughts wandered extensively, and he was taken aback by the sheer volume. It seemed as though he could attain sanctification through merit with ease. Nevertheless, he had no intention of pursuing the path of merit, nor had he ever considered it. A true man must tread the most formidable path, achieving the highest realm and ascending to the pinnacle of existence, especially for someone like him, who possesses a backing. There was no need to fear oppression due to insufficient strength. With a plethora of options available, naturally, he would select the finest. Even in the worst of scenarios, there would be a safety net, would there not? Just as Feng Xuan was lost in contemplation, the distribution of merit commenced. a magnificent will wielded a blade, dividing the vast amounts of merit into 4 parts. 2 portions soared toward the Moonstar, landing in the hands of the current Moonstar sovereigns, Shihi and Changshi. Another 2 portions transformed into countless golden orbs of light, merging into the primordial essence of the celestial stars, thereby augmenting their power and indirectly enhancing Feng Xuan's strength as the sovereign of this star. 2 portions were absorbed into the temporal wheel, each symbol upon its surface suffused with the golden radiance of merit. The temporal wheel thus became a treasure of merit. Once the authority of time is fully realized, it is poised to become the foremost or second foremost innate treasure of merit in the world. As for why it might not definitively be the first, that is because he possesses another innate treasure, the Wen Dao Yuan Dian. Whether the Wen Dao Yuan Dian will transform into the innate treasure of merit first, or if the temporal wheel will be the first, he was uncertain. Ultimately, for portions of merit directly entered Feng Xuan's being, 2 of which he rightly deserved as the inventor and customizer of time. The remaining 2 portions naturally belonged to him, as he was now the sovereign of the Sun Star. With such a substantial amount of merit acquired, Feng Xuan unhesitatingly invested it in his meritorious golden body, allowing it to reach perfection from its mere embryonic form. With the mere invocation of the primordial purple qi, he could achieve sanctification instantaneously, without needing to cultivate to the peak of quasi-sainthood. Aha! Why does it feel as though I am being a bit extravagant? If this were to fall into the hands of Ming He or Kuan-Ping, they would undoubtedly become saints without a moment's hesitation, without even a thought. Feng Xuan retracted his golden body of merit and prepared to report back to the Zixiao Palace. Now, his venerable master would not obstruct his establishment of the celestial court, would he? The boundless chaos surrounded him, with gusts of wind swirling, yet Feng Xuan traversed effortlessly. Upon arriving at the entrance of Zixiao Palace, he ascended the steps and noticed that the palace gates stood wide open. It seemed his master had been awaiting him. He gradually entered the palace and settled upon his designated meditation cushion, bowing respectfully towards the higher realm. Disciple has fulfilled the mission and met your esteemed requirements, master. Above, Hanjun maintained an impassive demeanor, suppressing a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth. Well, you have managed the matters of timing adequately, though not without some carelessness. I grant you permission regarding the affairs of the Xianmen Celestial Court. Here is the key to the heavenly realm. With it, you may enter. Within, there are 3 treasures that will aid you on your path to becoming the Celestial Emperor. As for the matters of the Celestial Court, you shall manage them yourself. I shall not intervene. Very well, you may depart now. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best to allow this calamity to unfold. Hanjun spoke coolly, gesturing for Feng Xuan to leave. If he lingered any longer, his own uncharacteristic demeanor would surely be unveiled. Feng Xuan heeded the gesture to depart, preparing to return to Kunlun. No sooner had he stepped out of the Zixiao Palace than the grand doors sealed shut behind him. Little could anyone fathom that the revered Dao ancestor lay on the ground, laughing heartily. His boisterous laughter reverberated through the grand hall. Yet, none could perceive the truth of the matter. With such a child, my Xianmen shall flourish for eternity. Luo Ho, in the struggle between immortals and demons, you shall be the only loser. In the vast world of Hongwang, a momentous transformation was unfolding. Following Feng Xuan's establishment of temporal order and the laws of the present, the earth began to experience the cycles of day and night. The temperature and climate of the world ceased to be monotonous, giving rise to the distinctions of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. However, this shift encroached upon the interests of certain beings. Within the Panga Temple, apart from Hutu, the remaining 11 ancestral witches sat immersed in a blood pool, engrossed in their cultivation. Suddenly, those ancestral witches whose laws were intertwined with the seasons and weather opened their eyes in confusion, sensing a faint but ominous threat. In particular, the time witch Zhu Jiuyin, a master of the laws of time, felt an overwhelming sense of peril the moment the temporal order was established. He realized he must swiftly dismantle this order, otherwise it would impede his path to enlightenment. The ancestral witches were born from the essence of Pangu's divine blood combined with the chaotic energy of the world. They naturally wielded one or even multiple laws. Due to the uniqueness of Pangu's blood, no one could surpass them in their exclusive domains of law. Under normal circumstances, they were the sovereigns of their respective laws. Had it not been for the unsuitability of the Hongwang world's environment, each of them could have attained the status of Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian, mastering the complete Dao laws. Yet now, it seemed that some entity or force was vying for dominion over these laws. Damn it! Let us march upon Kunlun Mountain and eradicate Feng Xuan. Zhu Jioyin declared grimly, barely able to contain the fury blazing in his eyes. The blood pool surged in response, crimson liquid pounding against its edges. To obstruct his path to the Tao was to make him sworn enemies with Feng Xuan. The other ancestral witches glanced at him. Although many among them sensed a degree of threat, they paid it little heed. The power regarding the seasons and weather within the temporal order was still too feeble to exert deep influence. Lacking a substantial threat, they remained indifferent. Not a single one heeded Zhu Jioyin's words. In truth, apart from their unified concern for Hutu, the ancestral witches were far from harmonious. Often at odds with one another, vying for superiority, like Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, or Zhu Meng and Ru Shou. Yet, under the suppression of Di Jiang and the mediation of Hutu, they maintained a semblance of harmony, albeit superficial. Privately, hostility lingered. Thus, when their interests were not at stake, none were inclined to aid another. Finding no response to his call, Zhu Jioyin gradually calmed himself. It appeared he would have to resolve this conflict over the Tao on his own. At this moment, Feng Xuan had returned to Kunlun Mountain and entered the Jade Void Palace to pay his respects to his three masters. Disciple pays homage to the masters. The three pure ones nodded in acknowledgement. Tongtian, filled with curiosity, inquired, with such merits, disciple, you are surely on the path to becoming a saint, are you not? Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan articulated his choice to pursue the path of proving one's worth through strength. The three pure ones were taken aback at first, but upon further contemplation, they expressed their understanding. From their promising disciple's actions and demeanor, they realized he had never undertaken endeavors without certainty. Perhaps he truly could traverse this path. In light of this, focus on your cultivation. As your mentors, we find ourselves unable to offer guidance on this journey, and can only allow you to explore at your own pace. The three pure ones sighed, feeling a twinge of shame as masters unable to guide their disciples' path of cultivation. Feng Xuan felt deeply moved. The three pure ones were truly benevolent towards him, dedicating their utmost efforts to both imparting treasures and conveying teachings, providing him with the finest. To have such masters is indeed a stroke of fortune for him. The masters need not feel any remorse, for the disciple has chosen this path willingly, fully prepared and imbued with unwavering conviction for success. Moreover, even if he were to falter, he still has the protection of his masters, and thus he feels untroubled. Feng Xuan earnestly articulated his thoughts, subsequently recounting the matter of Grandmaster Hongjun granting him permission to establish the heavenly court. Upon hearing this, the three pure ones expressed their unwavering support, allowing him to select disciples from among their ranks as he deemed fit. Should any disputes arise with the Wu and Yao clans that prove insurmountable, they assured him that a mere call would summon their assistance, and they would certainly avenge their disciple. The disciple extends his heartfelt gratitude to his esteemed masters. Feng Xuan bowed deeply once more. The three pure ones gazed upon him with gentle smiles, bestowing another round of gracious praises. Thereafter, Feng Xuan withdrew from the Jade Void Palace and returned to Little Stone Peak. Alas, we pale in comparison to our disciple, sighed Laozi with profound melancholy. Feng Xuan, with aspirations to prove his path through strength and to stand alongside his divine father, found that those around him lacked the courage to do so. Upon stepping onto the small stone peak, he was greeted by a petite and adorable figure, reminiscent of a joyous little bird, rushing towards him. In the blink of an eye, this tiny form had leapt into Feng Xuan's embrace. It was none other than Xiaobai. Master, you have finally returned. Xiaobai has nearly missed you to death, she exclaimed, tightly wrapping her arms around Feng Xuan's neck, displaying a childlike affection. Her cherubic face, as rosy as a ripe peach, radiated with an abundance of longing for Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan smiled gently as he reached out, tenderly pinching the soft, plump cheeks of little Bai, his eyes brimming with affection and curiosity. Oh, just how much do you miss me? He inquired. Little Bai blinked her large, sparkling eyes, tilting her head in contemplation for a moment before replying earnestly, well, I just really miss you. I miss you super duper much. Due to her limited interactions with the outside world, Little Bai's thoughts remained exceptionally pure and untainted, akin to a pristine sheet of paper untouched by the dust of the earthly realm. Furthermore, her modest vocabulary made it challenging for her to articulate the surging emotions dwelling deep within her heart using elaborate phrases. Nonetheless, it is precisely this genuine and unembellished expression that serves as the most heartfelt response. Yes, master, I miss you dearly. Feng Xuan gently pinched the tip of Xiaobai's nose, prompting the little girl to shake her head playfully. Senior brother Feng Xuan, you have returned. At that moment, the three sisters arrived together, extending their warm welcome to him. Feng Xuan smiled in response, only to soon realize the current realms of those present. Yun Xiao remained at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, yet his foundation was solid, with several thousand years of cultivation. He would surely ascend to the next realm. Qiong Xiao was also at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, but his powers seemed somewhat superficial, indicating that he had only recently achieved a breakthrough during Feng Xuan's absence. Bai Xiao, at the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, displayed a weaker strength. Yet it was evident that she had been diligently cultivating. As for Xiao Bai, she shared the same realm as Bai Xiao, suggesting she too had been earnest in her training. Indeed, your progress and strength is commendable and worthy of praise. Feng Xuan responded with admiration. With a casual wave of his hand, a series of exquisite bottles of the Yao Ting brand Celestial Brew, a row of white jade gourds, and several inferior innate spiritual treasures materialized before the crowd. These are your rewards. Accept them graciously. The four women, filled with excitement, eagerly accepted the gifts. While collecting the white jade gourds, Jiang Xiao, curious, uncorked one and peered inside, only to discover a collection of pills radiating a purple glow. Instantly alarmed, she turned anxiously to Feng Xuan, her delicate face marked with concern and fear. Senior brother, are these pills truly safe? Can they be consumed without any peculiar side effects? Upon hearing her words, the other women paused in their actions and shifted their gazes towards Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan felt somewhat uneasy under such scrutiny. With an awkward expression, he confessed, I am uncertain. I do not know the specific effects, as I have yet to test it with anyone. However, it should pose no issues, as I have refined it according to the principles of the Taiji Pill Tao. Yet, Qiong Xiao softly replied, her hand trembling as she held the white jade gourd. But the black pill you previously provided to senior brother Duobao was also refined following the Taiji Pill Tao, and the outcome was, ah well, you can simply have Duobao give it a try, Feng Xuan retorted nonchalantly. Moreover, my responsibility lies solely in alchemy. What emerges from it is beyond my concern. After enjoying some playful moments with the four ladies, Feng Xuan began contemplating the matters concerning the establishment of the Heavenly Court. Aside from himself as the Heavenly Emperor, he required additional personnel, otherwise, it would merely be a hollow force. Given that it is the Heavenly Court of the Xianmen, it is only fitting that disciples of the Xianmen occupy the positions. Since the teachings of the venerable Hongjun, the multitude of beings in the primordial world have predominantly been followers of the Xianmen. Even the Western teachings established by the two Taoists, Jian and Zhuanti, fall within the realm of the Xianmen. It was only later, with the grand aspiration to establish Buddhism, that they diverged from the Xianmen and forged their own path. However, the current predicament lies in the fact that the 12 golden immortals under the tutelage of his second master are not yet complete. Only Nanji and Huanglong are present. Similarly, the disciples of his third master are few, comprising Duobao, Jinling, Wudong, and the three Xiaos, among others, not to mention the absence of even 10 immortals seeking an audience. The question arises, is it due to his presence that the masters have grown complacent in seeking disciples, or is it simply too early in the timeline? It may be necessary to await the sanctification of the three masters before any beings come forth to seek their guidance. Feng Xuan's mind whirled incessantly. Ultimately, he concluded that perhaps both reasons held merit. In light of this, he realized he must venture forth to seek out individuals himself. He would traverse the vast expanse of the primordial land in search of his future disciples, both brothers and sisters. Alas, it would be splendid if there were a way for them to come seeking him instead. The primordial world is so immense. He might as well be searching for them in a time long forgotten. After careful contemplation, Feng Xuan retrieved the celestial key bestowed upon him by his esteemed ancestor, Hongjun, and resolved to venture into the heavenly realm. Perhaps he might uncover that coveted treasure. If it truly existed, his search for future disciples would be remarkably effortless. With this thought in mind, Feng Xuan summoned the 9 dragons of agarwood and set forth towards the heavens. At this moment, he no longer felt the need to conceal his presence, boldly traversing the expanse of the cosmos. Who would dare to challenge him? Who could possibly pose a threat to him? Suddenly, a thunderous sound shattered the air as a massive, obsidian fist, brimming with formidable power, emerged unexpectedly from below. Crashing towards the 9 dragons of agarwood, the winds howled, and the skies darkened ominously. The newcomer bore ill intent. Feng Xuan anticipated the danger with remarkable foresight, executing a flawless drift to evade the colossal fist assault. Cursing under his breath, he descended from his opulent carriage, unleashing a torrent of furious words toward the figure below. Hurting him was one thing, but damaging his prized vehicle? That was unforgivable. Brat, disperse the temporal sequence at once, or I shall show no mercy. At that moment, a towering crimson behemoth, half human, half dragon, emerged from below. Its eyes, one black as the abyss, the other white as pure light, burned with boundless wrath. Upon beholding its full form, Feng Xuan felt a profound sense of bewilderment. The ancestor shaman of time, Zhu Jiuyin. Why did he choose to assail him? Zhu Jiuyin. Have I provoked you in any way? Why do you attack me? Feng Xuan, filled with fury, summoned the Hongmeng measuring ruler. If he could not articulate his thoughts today, he would not be held accountable for his ruthlessness. To encounter an assassination right after leaving his home, who could possibly endure such a fate? You establish the timeline and obstruct my path to the great Tao, and you believe that is justifiable? Upon hearing this, Zhu Jiuyin let out a thunderous roar, causing the surrounding mountains and forests to tremble and the earth to quake. Yet, what of it? Who decrees that only you may cultivate the laws of time and attain the great Tao of time? Feng Xuan was nearly amused to the point of laughter. He had established the timeline for his own sake, yet it also benefited all beings in the vast wilderness. The heavenly Tao did not oppose it, nor did the myriad beings, yet a single ancestral which dared to object. Who could claim he was unreasonable? Throughout the wilderness, who is unaware that the witch clan is the most unreasonable of all? Moreover, in the contest of grand principles, where is the notion of reason? Might makes right. I, an ancestral witch, was born from the divine blood of my father, the embodiment of Pangu, the sovereign of the wilderness. My path is recognized by the divine progenitor. What right does a mere anomaly have to question me? Zhu Jiuyin exuded a powerful aura, emanating from the essence of Pangu, a representation of the great deity's presence that exerted pressure upon heaven and earth. This embodies the faith of the witch clan and is the source of their confidence. The lineage of Pangu, who stands higher than them. The lineage of Pangu? The great Pangu, who transformed the heavens and the earth, who shaped all things from his flesh and blood. All living beings are descendants of Pangu. What audacity do you possess to utter such words? In other words, all beings in the world are but collateral kin of your witch clan, siblings, and brethren. You, who pride yourselves on being the true descendants of Pangu, yet recklessly slaughter the progeny of Pangu, your own brothers and sisters, are nothing short of brutal and heartless. In my view, the most irreverent towards the great Pangu is indeed your witch clan. Feng Xuan eloquently challenged the long-held beliefs of the ancestral shamans, directly subverting their notion of orthodoxy. He simultaneously belittled the shamanic clan as the most irreverent towards Pangu in existence. An uncouth novice dared to engage in discourse with him. A product of 9 years of compulsory education amidst an explosion of information. Do you truly believe you are worthy? Upon hearing such words, Zhu Jiuyin was momentarily rendered speechless. The shamanic clan had never contemplated this perspective. Were they truly the most disrespectful towards the father deity? Such eloquence. We, the shamanic clan, are the most reverent towards the father deity in all the realms, and it is not for you to judge. Regardless, today you must abolish the timeline, or we shall engage in a fierce confrontation. Zhu Jiuyin was perplexed, yet sensed an unsettling discord. In his fury, he chose to dismiss it, focusing instead on the path ahead. You seem agitated. Have I struck a nerve? Observing the enraged Zhu Jiuyin, Feng Xuan continued to provoke. Perish, I implore you. In his fury, Zhu Jiuyin realized he could not argue any further, and thus resorted to action. His eyes opened and closed. The laws of time enveloped his colossal form, merging with the overwhelming surge of his blood essence, exuding an air of intimidation. His massive fists swung like mountains, shattering the very fabric of space, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Feng Xuan. In the face of such an onslaught, Feng Xuan remained undaunted. His physical prowess was no less than that of the ancestral shamans, and moreover, the drop of Pangu's essence coursing through him bestowed the law of strength. Among the myriad paths, strength reigns supreme. This is no mere rhetoric. It is the legacy of the great god Pangu himself. Feng Xuan's blood essence surged throughout his body as he unleashed the full potential of his physical prowess for the first time, revealing the enigmatic purple symbol on his forehead. He directly engaged in a fierce exchange of blows with Zhu Jiuyin. The impact resonated with a thunderous roar. Each punch collided, and despite appearing frail, Feng Xuan showed no signs of retreat. On the contrary, the massive figure of Zhu Jiuyin was sent sprawling to the ground. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you possibly surpass me in physical confrontation? Zhu Jiuyin, lying on the ground and nursing his aching fist, was filled with disbelief. How could anyone possess physical strength that exceeded his own? This defied all logic. That is because you have never encountered someone like me before. Today, I shall enlighten you on the truth that there are always greater powers beyond your understanding. Feng Xuan unleashed a relentless barrage, his fist striking like a tempest upon Zhu Jioyin, who cried out in anguish, utterly wretched. Don't wait for me to rise. I shall make you pay dearly. Zhu Jioyin's body convulsed, wholly unable to withstand Feng Xuan's might, yet he remained defiant in speech. Observing this, Feng Xuan showed no mercy. Harnessing the principles of power, he unleashed a formidable punch towards Zhu Jioyin, rendering him unable to sustain his ancestral witch form, ultimately causing him to lose consciousness. Humph. I had anticipated a greater challenge. He proves to be so easily defeated. Feng Xuan descended beside the unconscious Zhu Jioyin, stretching his body and producing a series of crackling sounds. This was his first exhilarating battle, where he exerted all his physical strength. The sensation was rather pleasant. He had decisively vanquished a formidable ancestor witch. Not too shabby. How long must Hudadao you observe before making an appearance? Feng Xuan slowly turned his head, casting his gaze towards the distant ground. Under his scrutiny, a figure gradually emerged from the earth, a woman of gentle demeanor and exquisite beauty. She was none other than the ancestral goddess of the earth, Hutu. With a graceful float, she approached Feng Xuan, slightly bowing in greeting, and said, "Friend Feng Xuan, indeed. This matter is primarily the fault of my brother, Zhu Jioyin. However, I implore you to show mercy, considering he has already fainted." As she spoke, a profound look of distress crossed Hutu's face. Nevertheless, Feng Xuan resolutely declined, stating, "Absolutely not. He dared to launch a blatant attack against me, clearly harboring murderous intent. Had my strength not been formidable enough, I would have perished by now. Moreover, if I were to be the weaker party, do you truly believe he would have spared me so easily?" Feng Xuan's voice was cold and resolute, exuding an air of undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Hutu couldn't help but feel a pang of regret in her heart. She lamented her failure to arrive at the scene in time to avert the outbreak of this conflict. However, given the circumstances, she could only strive to salvage the situation. Taking a deep breath, Hutu spoke once more. "In that case, I am willing to offer the opportunity to guide my fellow cultivators into our clan's blood pool for training in exchange, merely seeking your forgiveness for the transgressions he has committed this time. I wonder how you feel about this proposal?" As she spoke, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Feng Xuan, filled with determination, confident that her proposition would resonate with him. After all, she had just sensed that familiar and warm feeling. He replied, "Very well, you may take him back. I shall show mercy this time. Should there be a next time, even the ancestral shaman shall not be spared." Feng Xuan acquiesced. It was not that he held no grudges, but rather that the proposal presented by the other party stirred his interest. It is widely known that the ancestral witches cultivate within the sanguine depths of the Panga Temple. It is through the unique properties of this blood pool that they attain the power to dominate the wilderness. As for him, having assimilated a drop of Panga's essence, he could be considered a half-ancestral witch. Perhaps within the blood pool, he might discover an opportunity for breakthrough. By the way, can you assure me that upon my arrival at the Panga Temple, your ancestral witches will not conspire to ambush me?" Feng Xuan retorted. The Panga Temple is the stronghold of the witch clan, which is notoriously unreasonable. Opportunities and crises coexist. He bore the blessings of the great Tao and the golden body of merit, yet the ancestral witch, Tai Lang, was unpredictable. Who could foresee whether they would recklessly provoke the wrath of the heavenly Tao and the disdain of the great Tao against him? 2 or 3 might be manageable. But if 5, 6, or even 7 or 8 were to confront him, he would surely falter. Rest assured, they will remain oblivious to your entry into the blood pool. I have always practiced alone within it, conveniently avoiding their path. Therefore, at that moment, it was only you and me in the blood pool. There is no need for concern. Do you still doubt me?" Hutu responded with a gentle smile, dispelling any sense of wariness from Feng Xuan. After all, he had once rested his head upon her lap in the Zixio Palace. Their bond was undeniable. "Very well, I trust you, my friend. I hope you will not disappoint me." With that, Feng Xuan cast the unconscious Zhu Jioyin towards Hutu. She caught him steadily and then buried him deep within the earth, returning him to the Panga Temple. Having settled that matter, Feng Xuan prepared to resume his journey in his beloved chariot. He had originally intended to visit the heavenly realm when he was interrupted by Zhu Jioyin. Now that the issue was resolved, it was time for him to embark. "Wait, I actually came to apologize to you on behalf of my witch clan." Hutu, sensing Feng Xuan's intention to depart, grew anxious. She reached out her delicate, fair hand to grasp his arm, as her purpose for coming had yet to be fulfilled. How could he leave now? Feng Xuan was enveloped in confusion. What offense? What sin? He continued, Xing Tian and Hou are my great shamans, and I have been in seclusion for some time. I was unaware of their provocations towards you. It was only after the conflict with the demon court that I learned of this matter, and I recognize it as their fault. As their leader, I have come to offer my sincerest apologies, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive them. With words laden with remorse, Ho Tu produced 2 pieces of innate spiritual treasures and a jade tablet from the treasury of the Wu clan, presenting them to Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan accepted the information regarding the 3 treasures with a sense of profound astonishment. 2 of them were spiritual treasures. One was the superior innate spiritual treasure, the splitting heaven sword, and the other, the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the veiling heaven scarf. While they held some utility for him, they paled in comparison to his current possessions, such as the primordial quantity celestial ruler and the 12th rank pure world white lotus. However, what truly astonished him was the seemingly inconspicuous piece of jade. If his senses did not deceive him, it was one of the fragments of the chaotic supreme treasure, the creation jade disc. Although small and likely containing only a few recorded laws, this fragment far surpassed any ordinary superior innate spiritual treasure in value in his eyes. Haha. Since my fellow cultivator is so understanding, I shall forgive their transgressions, and let this matter of causality be wiped clean. Feng Xuan concealed 3 treasures, his heart brimming with joy. Concurrently, a thought began to take shape in his mind. The Witch Clan's treasury holds a plethora of treasures that they cannot utilize. Why not? Given this circumstance, I shall take my leave. This is my abode, and according to the current chronology, I shall enter the Panga blood pool in 30,000 years, cultivating within for the same duration. Afterward, I will wait another 30,000 years, and so forth in this cyclical manner. My friend, you may visit my dwelling at the onset of each cycle, and at that time, I will escort you into the blood pool. Hutta spoke softly, clarifying the timing of the entrance into the blood pool. Feng Xuan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, she turned and departed, vanishing into the depths below. Alas, Hutu is indeed unlike the other ancestral witches. She is wise and gentle, possessing a captivating grace. What a pity, what a pity. Feng Xuan sighed with emotion and summoned the 9-dragon Agarwood Palanquin once more. This time, he could journey to the heavenly realm in peace. If anyone dared to disturb him, he would not hesitate to take action, indifferent to any matters at hand. The seas were calm and the path was unobstructed. Soon, Feng Xuan officially arrived at the celestial realm. The celestial realm consists of 33 heavens. It is said to have been formed by certain formidable entities from an even more ancient era, prior to the emergence of the great innate deities. If it were not for him, the Grand Master would likely have signaled Di Jun to ascend to the heavenly court soon. Feng Xuan's thoughts briefly drifted, and he then produced the key to the celestial realm, unlocking the portal to the heavens. With determined strides, he entered the divine domain, destined to become its master. Without the opportunity to explore the myriad structures of this realm, Feng Xuan soared upward, arriving at the very heart of the celestial realm. His intuition and experience guided him to believe that the 3 treasures lay within this vicinity. As he had anticipated, upon his arrival, he beheld an elevated platform. Upon this platform rested 3 ethereal treasures, a mirror, a scroll, and a seal. With a mere wave of his hand, Feng Xuan effortlessly gathered the 3 spiritual treasures into his grasp. Upon comprehending their profound nature, an overwhelming joy surged within him. To think this legendary artifact truly resides here. The object of his elation was none other than the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Haotian mirror. He had long suspected it lay hidden within the celestial realm, and indeed, his intuition proved correct. Now, traversing the vast primordial world in search of individuals would become effortless. The Haotian mirror, a peerless innate treasure, possessed the divine ability to observe the entire world by merely envisioning the traits or name of the one he sought. The mirror's surface would reveal their form and surroundings, perfectly aligning with his current needs. Though he knew the names of the 3 teachings divine immortals, their origins remained shrouded in mystery. Now, with this treasure in hand, he could swiftly assemble them, laying the foundation of his primordial faction. With a satisfied nod, he stored the Haotian mirror away. Feng Xuan cast his gaze upon the remaining 2 treasures in his possession. One of them was a scroll known as the Heavenly Book, also referred to as the List of Deities. It was classified as a supreme innate spiritual treasure, transformed from one of the 3 large lotus leaves of the chaotic blue lotus. Its purpose was to open the divine path and facilitate the conferral of deification. Only those whose physical forms remained intact and were named by the Heavenly Book could truly enter the divine realm. Otherwise, Even if one were bestowed the title of a righteous deity of the heavenly path, their strength would be unable to advance further, rendering the incense offerings from myriad beings ineffective. Nonetheless, this was the predominant method by which many deities were recorded during the cataclysm of divine conferral in later times. However, now that the heavenly book was in his hands, along with the innate gourd, he held complete authority over the divine path and would naturally not allow those lacking potential to attain deification, though the divine path was limited. Comprising only 365 righteous deities, its potential was immense. Should the world of Hong Wang remain stable rather than collapse, the number of living beings would inevitably increase. As the number of beings grew, so too would the incense offerings. Consequently, the power of the deities would strengthen. Thus, the stronger Hong Wang became, the more formidable the divine path. This encapsulated the potential of the divine realm. While it may not compare to the immortal path, it presented a broad avenue for those with shallow qualifications and no affinity for immortality. Henceforth, the heavenly court he would establish would possess yet another means to attract talent and bolster its foundation. Feng Xuan concealed the celestial tome, believing that it would remain unnecessary for the foreseeable future, even across numerous epochs. In this era, every being possesses an innate brilliance and extraordinary talent. The presence of Deluo is ubiquitous, and the notion that golden immortals are as common as dogs is not mere hyperbole. Who would regard the divine path as worthy? Thus, the divine path appears almost tailor-made for humanity. Excluding the primordial human race of 129,600, the subsequent generations of postnatal humans exhibit a vast disparity in potential. Some rival the most exalted beings, while others fall to unfathomable depths. Comprehension and aptitude do not correlate. The divine path represents the optimal choice for beings of elevated understanding but diminished talent. Nevertheless, their selections bear no consequence, for the authority of choice resides solely with him. His word is law. Feng Xuan directed his gaze upon the final treasure in his possession, the exquisite innate spiritual artifact, the heavenly emperor's seal. The bearer of this artifact is granted the status of the ruler of the celestial realm, enjoying the exalted position of the heavenly emperor and attaining the fruit of divinity. The heavenly emperor, the supreme being among the nine, surpasses even the celestial sovereign represented by the stellar seal he held, who is the master of the constellations. The cosmos is enveloped within the dominion of the heavens. Now, both powers lie firmly within his grasp. Surely, no one in the primordial world holds greater honor than he does, not even Dijuan. Subsequently, Feng Xuan seated himself within the celestial realm, refining the innate restrictions of the three spiritual treasures, completely transforming them into his own possessions. Now, it is time to seek out his disciples. Feng Xuan retrieved the refined Haotian mirror, his heart calling out the name of the person he sought. A radiant light emanated from the mirror, revealing a scene within. There, a young man, exuding righteousness, sat cross-legged at the edge of a vast canyon, deeply immersed in contemplation. The essence of swordsmanship surged around him, sharp and formidable. Could this be Zhao Gongming? Feng Xuan was somewhat taken aback. How had he transitioned to the path of swordsmanship? However, upon carefully observing his surroundings, he comprehended the reason. It was indeed his fault. This vast canyon was precisely cleaved by the Hongming measuring ruler when he had saved the three Xiaos. Though he wielded a ruler, he had also dabbled in the swordsmanship of his three masters. Every movement exuded an unparalleled sword intent. In a fit of anger, he had carved out this canyon imbued with sword essence. At that time, he was merely at the mid-stage of the Deluo realm. Yet for Zhao Gongming, who had only recently attained the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, this was more than sufficient for him to contemplate for tens of thousands of years. Observing this situation, Feng Xuan did not linger. He departed from the heavenly realm, closing the celestial gates behind him, and proceeded to Zhao Gongming's location. Zhao Gongming possessed exceptional character, talent, and comprehension, undoubtedly deserving to enter the fold of the three masters. Not long after Feng Xuan's departure, two ragged, sorrowful-looking figures appeared outside the heavenly realm. Watching his retreating silhouette, one brother inquired, "When shall we take action?" "No rush. We shall wait and observe for a while longer before we act. We must ensure a decisive victory." Having spoken, the two utilized their mystical arts to conceal themselves and followed closely behind. To this, Feng Xuan remained utterly oblivious. "Oh," Zhao Gongming sighed softly, an expression of boundless yearning and regret flickering in his eyes. "How wonderful it would be if I could possess a sword of innate caliber. Perhaps then, my understanding of swordsmanship could reach even greater heights." With that, he slowly opened his eyes. and the sharp sword energy that had enveloped him swiftly retreated into his body like a weary bird returning to its nest. In the blink of an eye, this sword cultivator, who had just radiated an overwhelming presence, reverted to the appearance of an ordinary Tai Golden Immortal. However, if one were to scrutinize him closely, they would be astonished to discover that within this seemingly unremarkable Tai Golden Immortal resided a trace of terrifying sword energy exuding the essence of the Delua realm. Although this sword energy was exceedingly subtle, the power it contained was sufficient to slay a newly ascended Deluo practitioner. The debt of gratitude Zhao Gongming owed to his senior was etched deeply in his heart, bringing him to tears. Should fate allow their paths to cross again, he would undoubtedly devote himself to repaying the profound kindness of his benefactor. With utmost reverence, Zhao Gongming bowed toward the profound canyon before him. It was this very sword energy canyon that had guided him onto the path of swordsmanship, facilitating his breakthroughs and advancements in strength. Even if the elder who had granted him this opportunity remained unaware of these subsequent events, Zhao Gongming's gratitude had not waned in the slightest. At that moment, a clear, resonant laughter echoed. "Oh, if that is the case, why not simply join my master's sect and become my junior brother?" Before his words could fully escape his lips, a figure appeared behind Zhao Gongming like a specter. Startled, Zhao Gongming swiftly turned around, his gaze alertly fixed on the source of the sound. He beheld a young man, grinning amiably, whose tall and handsome frame was adorned in a flowing white robe that danced with the wind, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Zhao Gongming's heart trembled. With his current level of cultivation, he had failed to perceive when this person had approached. Who could this extraordinary individual be? Suddenly, a thread of sword intent, imbued with the essence of the Tao, surged within him, as if recognizing its master. Enlightenment dawned upon Zhao Gongming. This individual was the esteemed predecessor who had cleaved through the canyon. He immediately bowed respectfully. "Esteemed predecessor, I was unaware it was you. My sincerest apologies." "It matters not." The figure replied, "I ask you, would you be willing to join my sect and become my junior disciple?" Feng Xuan assisted him to his feet, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he inquired. He had witnessed the earlier scene in its entirety, filled with admiration for Zhao Gongming. Truly, he is deserving of the title of God of Wealth. Such character is indeed rare. Zhao Gongming was overjoyed. What a delightful turn of events! To be considered a brother disciple alongside a senior was a thought he had never dared to entertain even in his dreams. The junior was willing, the junior was eager. "Very well, after some time, I shall take you back to Kunlun Mountain to study under Master San." Feng Xuan spoke softly, then continued to search for the figures of others. "Kunlun, could it be that I am to become a disciple of the three purities? Good heavens, I, Zhao Gongming, am indeed blessed with such fortune." Zhao Gongming felt as though he might faint. As an ordinary Tai Golden Immortal, he was commonplace upon the vast expanse of the primordial land. Yet now, he was to enter the ranks of the three purities. Such extraordinary luck! "It is all thanks to my senior brother. Had it not been for him, I might never have had this opportunity. I must surely heed my senior brother's words in the future." Zhao Gongming resolved in his heart to repay his senior brother well in the days to come. A millennium passed. Feng Xuan traversed the vast expanse of the primordial lands with Zhao Gongming, journeying from south to north. He sought out the remaining 11 of the 12 golden immortals. "Dear companions, I previously aired, Nanji is not among the 12 golden immortals. They include Guangchengzi, Chijingzi, Jiu Lushan, Tai Jinren, Lingbao Dashi, Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan, Puxian Jinren, Sihong Daoren, Yuding Jinren, Daoxing Tianzuan, and Qingshu Dao Jinjuan. However, at present, they have yet to attain such illustrious titles, and are merely referred to as certain Daoren. When he first encountered them, their faces were filled with trepidation and fear, apprehensive of being annihilated by him. Yet upon hearing his intentions, they were overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly kneeling before him in reverence. This was particularly true for Tai Jinren, who clung to his leg, exclaiming, "Tai has drifted through half a lifetime, lamenting the absence of a wise brother. If you do not forsake me, I, Tai, wish to call you my adoptive father. And henceforth, let us refer to each other as father and son, while addressing others as brothers." Feng Xuan's face darkened, and with a swift kick, he sent Tai Jinren flying thousands of miles away. How dare he curse him? Fortunately, Tai was merely overly agitated and babbling nonsense. Otherwise, Feng Xuan would have seriously considered delivering him to the demon court to see if it might hasten their demise. Some disciples of the had also been located, including one of the 4 closest disciples, the Sacred Mother of Turtle Spirit, along with the celestial beings Wu Yun, Xiu Shou, Jing Guang, Lingya, Jinggu, and Pai Lu. Additionally, there was the flame immortal Luo Xian. He did not recruit the long-eared immortal Ding Guang. Fully aware of his treachery, he was not a fool. Even if it had not yet transpired, perhaps there was still a chance for redemption. Regardless, he chose not to accept him. As for the other disciples of, he had no intention of seeking them out at present. Either they were yet to be born or lacked the necessary character, rendering them unsuitable. Thus, the objective of his journey had been accomplished. A group of naive and simple-minded beings was on the verge of entering Kunlun, with a bit of guidance from their masters. After cultivating for several 100,000 years, they would be ready to serve in his heavenly court as mere beasts of burden, having attained immortality. What was the significance of 996? 700 was only to be expected, just as Feng Xuan was transporting them back to Kunlun upon his cloud. He was unexpectedly intercepted by two Taoists. Feng Xuan's expression subtly shifted upon witnessing the appearance of the two individuals. The Western guides, the esteemed Taoist of Juyan and Juanti. What brings you here, when you should be diligently cultivating in the West? Surely you are not here to pilfer the spiritual roots and plants of this realm. Why do you, esteemed uncles, obstruct my path? Feng Xuan inquired with a slight bow, observing the affinity that all present shared with the West. He declared his intention to guide them. The guiding figure brought his hands together in reverence, emanating a sacred radiance from his being, imbued with profound allure. Upon witnessing the situation, Feng Xuan summoned the 12th grade pure world White Lotus. The purest and most pristine power enveloped the heavens and the earth, directly dispelling the sacred radiance. Still attempting to sow discord? I shall cleanse you forthwith. Why must my disciple struggle? Entering my Western realm is the most favorable outcome. As the Taoist Juanti realized their transformative powers had faltered, he promptly conjured a delicate little tree, renowned as the Seven Treasures Marvelous Tree. Known for its unparalleled ability to cleanse all, he directed it towards Feng Xuan's 12th grade pure world White Lotus and began the purification process. How dare you? Feng Xuan was instantly engulfed in fury. How dare they manipulate his spiritual treasure, especially the 12th rank pure world White Lotus? Such audacity was akin to courting death. The Hongming measuring ruler materialized in his grasp. Are you so adept at manipulation? Can you handle this supreme treasure? An unparalleled surge of pure and fierce murderous intent erupted forth. Under Feng Xuan's command, the Hongming measuring ruler swung towards the Taoist Juanti. The immeasurable killing force caused the heavens and earth to tremble, shattering the seven-colored divine light of the Seven Treasures Miao Tree. Yet, the might of the Hongming measuring ruler remained undiminished as it continued its assault on Taoist Juanti. Such impudence from a disciple warrants a proper lesson from us in the West, remarked the Taoist Jiejing, summoning the 12th rank Merit Golden Lotus to intercept the attack of the Hongming measuring ruler. The two then produced their respective spiritual treasures, encircling Feng Xuan with the intent to subdue him first before converting others. Surely, my senior brother will not come to harm. Gu Ling furrowed her elegant brows, her exquisite countenance now marred by deep concern for her brother's safety. It was well known that Taoists Juanti and Jiejing were entities of equal renown to the three pure ones. Their profound strength and innovative tactics were formidable. The mere thought of this tightened Gu Ling's heart. The others shared in her anxiety. At that moment, Zhao Gongming spoke up with a calm demeanor to reassure everyone. Do not fret, for we are in the Eastern realm. The three pure ones are not far from here, and I trust they will arrive shortly. Once they do, with their vast powers, these two will surely be no match for them, and we will be able to extricate ourselves from this predicament. Zhao Gongming's words resonated powerfully, injecting a much-needed boost of confidence into everyone present, gradually stabilizing the previously chaotic atmosphere. Indeed, no one harbored a desire to venture to that distant and desolate western land. The tales of the West's barrenness and poverty had long circulated throughout the vast expanse of Hongwang, a place devoid of resources and thin on spiritual energy, far from the ideal sanctuary for cultivators. Meanwhile, surrounded by Taoist Juanti and Jiejing, Feng Xuan's heart burned with seething rage. The audacity of these two to openly challenge his lineage from Kunlun was utterly intolerable. It was an egregious affront. Moreover, the notion that they could forcibly convert him to the West was nothing short of a delusion. Feng Xuan gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at the two individuals before him, and coldly inquired, "Do you truly wish to stand against Kunlun?" In response to Feng Xuan's inquiry, the Taoist of guidance maintained a beaming smile, exuding warmth and approachability as he replied, "Why would you say such a thing, dear nephew? It is said that adversaries should seek resolution rather than conflict. You and I share a profound connection with the Western realms. Our visit this time is solely to guide you towards a more suitable place for your cultivation." How could we possibly be enemies? His words, coupled with the Taoist's gaunt and sallow visage, rendered him exceedingly repugnant. Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan stood firm, his internal vitality surging like a tumultuous flood. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of energy erupted skyward, resembling a colossal blood-red dragon ascending into the heavens, stirring up a violent tempest. The howling gale swept through the surroundings, lifting sand and stones, causing the flora to bow in submission. Simultaneously, a chilling light flickered in Feng Xuan's eyes, sharp and piercing, akin to two unparalleled swords drawn from their sheaths, radiating brilliance. The sword intent emanating from him surged like an unrelenting tide, shredding the very air around him into fragments. Since you have acted in such a manner, do not blame me for being merciless, he declared, knowing that the two figures, Jingyin and Zhuanti, were merely at the pinnacle of the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. Even without the backing of his masters, he felt no fear. Observing this scene, Zhuanti displayed a countenance of benevolence, shaking his head with a sigh. Nephew, why cling so stubbornly? Why not accompany us to the western paradise, ascending to bliss together? Would that not be a delightful affair? However, Feng Xuan scoffed at this proposition, retorting with fury, you wretched specter. With that, he blended into the shadows, advancing with uncanny swiftness, his right fist clenched tightly, imbued with overwhelming might as it hurtled towards Zhuanti. This punch contained the full force of Feng Xuan's being, its power utterly terrifying. As his fist traversed the air, the space around it could not withstand such immense force, fracturing into black voids. As the fist was about to strike at Zhuanti's vital point, Zhuanti, sensing the impending danger, hastily raised the Seven Treasures' mysterious tree in defense. This treasure possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, its protective power lying between that of high-grade and top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Yet, when Feng Xuan's formidable strength collided with the Seven Treasures' mysterious tree, a crisp sound rang out, and the once resplendent seven-colored divine light dimmed instantly, dissipating into nothingness. Feng Xuan, having successfully executed his initial strike, did not pause for breath, immediately launching another punch. This blow was even more ferocious and domineering than the last, akin to a mountain pressing down upon an egg, utterly shattering the divine light of defense surrounding the Seven Treasures' mysterious tree. Simultaneously, the residual force of this punch landed heavily upon the chest of the Zhuanti Taoist. How could the Zhuanti Taoist withstand such a devastating blow? He instantly spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye, having traveled several thousand miles. Senior brother, this is not good. We are in trouble. After sending Zhuanti flying, Feng Xuan turned his gaze towards Jieyin, who was being restrained by the Hongmeng measuring ruler. His eyes blazed with intensity, exuding an aura as formidable as the depths of a prison. Jieyin felt an ominous premonition wash over him, his body trembling slightly. 2 punches had sent his junior brother flying. How could it take him any more than 3 punches to deal with the same fate? This narrative was not unfolding as expected. Why is Feng Xuan so formidable? The Wenxian divine fist surged forth, converging the laws of the great Tao, and charged towards the guiding entity with a fierce howl. The primordial measurement, imbued with spirit, radiated a resplendent glow of virtue and primordial purple light, dazzling to behold. Ethereal divine patterns of the great Tao shimmered upon the measuring staff, evoking a fleeting vision of the cosmos being forged anew. In tandem, an immeasurable force of annihilation erupted suddenly, alongside the sword intent of Wenxian, which sought to extinguish the heavens and the earth. A single strike rendered the defensive divine light of the 12th rank virtuous golden lotus significantly dimmed. Following this, the divine fist of the great Tao followed suit, shattering the defenses of the virtuous golden lotus, its residual might sending the guiding entity hurtling for thousands of miles. Accompanied by the figure of Zhuanti, I found myself astonished. How could I not withstand even a single punch? After sending the 2 flying, Wenxian did not pursue. Instead, he stood proudly in the void, gazing down into the distance. 2 esteemed masters, do you dare to battle once more? I am ever ready. No response was forthcoming. They must have fled. Feng Xuan refrained from pursuing, as they were merely 2 individuals. But should he venture after them, there was a risk that one might return and plunder their home. Presently, Gui Ling and Tai Yi were merely at the Tai Yi golden immortal level, incapable of obstructing the transformative power of a quasi-saint. Senior brother, you are truly formidable, Gui Ling exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. The prowess of a quasi-saint was such that figures like the Taoist of progenitor and the Taoist of purity could effortlessly defeat them. Just how powerful is my senior brother? Senior brother, no, adoptive father, why don't I simply become your disciple? Teach me how to effortlessly defeat a quasi-saint. Tai exclaimed, leaping forward to grasp Feng Xuan's thigh. His expression brimming with excitement. He was on the verge of bowing down. There was not a shred of dignity befitting a primordial being left. Get lost. Feng Xuan's expression darkened once more as he delivered another kick, sending the insolent fellow flying. This impudent youth certainly deserved a lesson. Before long, with no further obstructions, Feng Xuan and his companions returned to Kunlun, specifically to the Yusu Palace. Upon their arrival, they respectfully greeted their masters, stating, "During my travels, I encountered numerous beings of exceptional talent and virtuous character. I believe they share a profound connection with our Kunlun lineage. Hence I have brought them back for your esteemed selection." Feng Xuan bowed deeply in the grand hall, recounting the experiences of the recent past. The three pure ones nodded in acknowledgement. They had ascended to the late stage of quasi-sainthood. Yet they found themselves at a loss regarding the comprehension of the primordial purple energy, confronted by the ethereal and exalted realm of the saints. It felt as though a formidable barrier separated them, hindering their understanding. It was an opportune moment to soothe their minds and impart wisdom to their disciples. "You may enter now," Feng Xuan called out to those outside the door. Soon, a multitude of beings respectfully stepped into the grand gates of the Yusu Palace, each face adorned with an expression of trepidation. After all, they were in the presence of the three pure ones, the transformation of the primordial spirit of the great Pangu, a direct disciple of the Taoist patriarch, a figure of immense renown in the primordial chaos. It was only now that they truly believed they were about to enter the ranks of the three purities. It felt surreal, almost dreamlike. Both Yuan Shi and Tongtian were taken aback upon seeing the crowd. There was something remarkable about these individuals. They were not inferior to the previous few they had accepted. After a moment of silent contemplation, their astonishment deepened. Remarkably, each of these individuals shared a connection with them. How outrageous! Yuan Shi and Tongtian exchanged contemplative glances with Feng Xuan, a thought blossoming in their minds. This disciple was indeed a valuable acquisition. Ultimately, after a careful selection process, the future disciples of the Chan school and the GS school each took their rightful places. Master Laozi, however, had yet to accept any disciples. Haha, since you have entered under my tutelage, you must understand one fundamental principle. Learn from your elder brother. Yuan Shi and Tongtian instructed their disciples. It was then they realized that the elder brother was not merely under one's guidance, but rather, he belonged to all three. Indeed, they must learn from their shared elder brother. In unison, they responded, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they gazed at Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan's complexion remained unperturbed. His heart steady. Can one truly learn from him? Do you also possess such burdens? In the primordial beginning, Tongtian bestowed the Tao, and after the spirit treasures. The multitude departed from the Jade Void Palace, each seeking their own sanctuaries. Senior brother, since you are my sibling, why not choose a location that is in close proximity to your own domain? This would greatly facilitate my future learning from you, Tai said with a flattering demeanor. Aware of Feng Xuan's formidable prowess and esteemed status, he understood that his current task was simply to ingratiate himself. An instinctive feeling urged him on. Winning over his senior brother would surely yield immense benefits. Go ahead and find your place to reside. There is another brother nearby with whom you will resonate well. Feng Xuan declined Tai's request, pointing towards the distant Duobao Peak. These two lively spirits stood side by side, each vying to outdo the other in their antics. Understood. I shall proceed at once. Tai, under the impression that Feng Xuan's abode was nearby, darted away with remarkable speed. Observing this, the others followed suit. If they could not choose the closest option, they would settle for one that was relatively near. Feng Xuan remained composed and unruffled. No need to express gratitude, Duobao. Having more people around is indeed beneficial. At that moment, Gui Ling stepped forward and stood alongside Feng Xuan, her bright eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. Senior brother, may I reside beside your dojo for ease of consultation? Yes, that would be fine. Feng Xuan contemplated for a moment and then acquiesced. He summoned a cloud to carry the tortoise spirit, leisurely soaring in the opposite direction of the group they had just encountered. Following closely behind was Zhao Gongming, who exclaimed in surprise, "This is the location of the Master Brothers dojo, and the direction we just came from is. Never mind, I shall just keep up. Here lies my humble dojo on a small stone peak, while the adjacent main peak is available for your selection. Please feel free to choose at your discretion." Feng Xuan escorted Gui Ling to the summit of a small stone peak, where he introduced her to the surrounding mountains. Gui Ling cast a discerning glance and noticed that 4 of the nearby peaks were already inhabited. Consequently, She selected the one that was closest to the ground among the remaining 5. Thank you, senior brother. I have made my choice. I shall return to visit later. Gui Ling said, bowing gracefully before she departed. Senior brother, Zhao Gongming, who was trailing behind, was about to speak. Enough. Choose for yourself. Feng Xuan waved his hand, signaling him to refrain from further elaboration. Zhao Gongming, filled with joy, promptly returned to his abode. At last, they had seemingly embarked on the right path. All that remained was for them to cultivate for a period, and once their powers had reached a certain level, they could proceed with the establishment of the heavenly court. Feng Xuan settled upon a small stone peak, savoring tea and unwinding. He gazed at the distant, lush branches of the enlightenment tree, a subtle furrow forming upon his brow. Before he could initiate any action, the enlightenment tree began to tremble. Almost half of its leaves fluttered directly before Feng Xuan, enticing him to take them willingly. They were perceptive indeed. Feng Xuan gathered the nearly 10,000 leaves before him. For these were divine objects meant to inspire those below. Time flowed like water, and the primordial era has since been recorded. 3 millennia slipped away quietly. Feng Xuan had languished in idleness for 3 millennia. During this time, he remained solitary. After the 3 masters emerged from their seclusion, they expounded upon the profound teachings at the Jade Void Palace, drawing the attention of all who flocked to listen. Only he remained exempt from this pilgrimage, for he had already comprehensively grasped the essence of the great Tao of Tai and Deluo. Listening would yield him no further benefit. Alas, it was time to retreat into seclusion for a spell, to discern what truths were inscribed upon the shards of the creation jade plate. Just as Feng Xuan prepared to enter his meditation chamber, a cataclysmic surge of energy erupted from the direction of the Jade Void Palace. How audacious! The 2, Jian and Zhuti, dared to bully our disciple. They shall pay dearly for this affront. Come forth, talisman. Come forth, banner. Come forth, sword. From that day forth, the West was filled with anguished wails, echoing relentlessly. I cannot help but commend the individual who revealed this news. Well done. Otherwise, he might have forgotten about it entirely. The likes of Jian and Zhuti truly deserve their fate. How could they possibly hope to enlighten him? Such delusions. He enters the meditation chamber. Feng Xuan retrieved the fragment of jade, channeling his mystical energy to comprehend the profound principles inscribed upon it. This emanates the essence of creation. Remarkably, this is a shard imbued with the path of creation. Feng Xuan was astonished. It was truly a case of fate at play. Aside from the small measure of power that the drop of Panga's essence bestowed upon him, he had only just begun to grasp the principles of the Tao of creation. It was indeed a serendipitous moment, as if a pillow were offered to one who had just dozed off. Setting a span of 20,000 years, Feng Xuan utilized the remnants of the creation jade dish to cultivate and comprehend the laws of creation. The ethereal aura of creation emanated from the fragments, enveloping Feng Xuan in waves of Taoist resonance, merging seamlessly into his primordial spirit. With his extraordinary comprehension and the assistance of the creation jade butterfly's enlightening properties, Feng Xuan swiftly elevated his understanding of the laws of creation from a novice level to a small accomplishment, on par with the laws of force. The synergy between these 2 laws propelled Feng Xuan's cultivation to the mid-stage of the primordial golden immortal realm, surpassing the typical capabilities of an ordinary primordial golden immortal. As he embodied the dual laws of existence, Feng Xuan gradually opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him. His handsome visage revealed a hint of a smile. With the fragments of the creation jade dish in his possession, he was already on the path to becoming a supreme golden immortal of the primordial chaos. Given time, he was certain to reach that exalted realm. It was time to emerge. 2 millennia had nearly passed. He would step outside, rest for a while, and then proceed to the realm of the Earth Mother. Feng Xuan opened the door to the meditation room and entered the pavilion to partake in some wine. Upon crossing the threshold, he immediately noticed a small flag resting upon the central table. The flag, a deep azure hue, exuded a calming aura. It was indeed the celestial lotus flag belonging to the 2 individuals from the West. Had his master and the others directly robbed them? They must have forcibly seized a supreme, innate spiritual treasure from those 2 destitute souls. How fiercely had they fought to achieve this? Feng Xuan, with great satisfaction, accepted the Qinglian Bao's flag. Bestowed by his masters, he now possessed the eastern Qinglian Bao's flag, the southern Lidi Huanguang flag, and the central Wuji apricot yellow flag. Coupled with the western Sucai Yunjie flag held by his Tao companion, Zhuangmu, he was but 1 flag away from complete assembly. The only remaining flag was the Xian Yuan Control Water flag, held by the Blood Sea and the Underworld River. The 5 flags, representing 5 directions and 5 attributes, could be arranged to form the grand 5 elements formation of heaven and earth. Within the flowing cycles of the 5 elements, the Tao thrives eternally. This formation stands as the pinnacle of defensive magic, impervious even to the mightiest of sages. He felt the stirrings of a scheme within him. Although the underworld river was formidable and the blood sea loomed, it posed no mortal threat to him. Yet, he could entice with promises of profit. For such a reclusive powerhouse, the ultimate aspiration was to achieve sanctity. With his silver tongue and persuasive prowess, crafting a path to sanctity in exchange for the Xian Yuan control water flag would be a trivial endeavor. Should they refuse, he would await his ascendance to the status of a primordial golden immortal to impart his reasoning. Senior brother, we have arrived. Just as Feng Xuan contemplated the Xian Yuan control water flag in the possession of the underworld river, San Shao, Jin Ling, Wu Dang, Gui Ling, Xiao Bai, and Zhao Gongming came to pay their respects. Master, Xiao Bai, with her tiny, tender legs, leaped into Feng Xuan's embrace. Ha! What brings you all here? Feng Xuan gently caressed Xiao Bai's head while inquiring of the others. After Master and Uncle Shi completed their teachings, they ventured westward to seek an explanation. Upon our emergence from a millennium-long seclusion, we sensed that senior brother had also concluded his retreat, prompting our visit to him. Jin Ling playfully remarked, her light yellow palace gown accentuating her vivacious and radiant demeanor. I see, then let us indulge in merriment and drink together. With a grand gesture, Feng Xuan summoned a myriad of exquisite celestial brews that adorned the table, accompanied by an array of exceptionally high-quality innate spiritual fruits. The intoxicating fragrance of the wine wafted through the air, mingling delightfully with the alluring scent of the fruits, enveloping all in a state of bliss. Then, music began to play, and the drinking commenced. Feng Xuan raised his cup in exuberance, relishing the rare gathering of so many souls in the delightful atmosphere that enveloped them. They engaged in spirited discussions, exchanging thoughts on myriad topics. A millennium later, all had departed to engage in secluded cultivation. Before their departure, Feng Xuan generously bestowed upon them countless bottles of the renowned Yoting brand celestial brew. With the abundance of this divine elixir, there was no fear of it ever being consumed. It is time to set forth, he declared. Within the pavilion, Feng Xuan's formidable magical prowess surged, dissipating the intoxicating effects of the wine and restoring clarity to his mind. With only a fleeting moment remaining in the span of 30,000 years, he knew he must embark on his journey. He produced 6 pristine bamboo stalks to conceal his presence and descended upon the resplendent 9-dragon agarwood palanquin. Making his way toward the domain of the Earth Mother, he pondered whether the blood pool of the Panga Temple would bestow upon him unique advancements. Feng Xuan contemplated, following the direction, and soon arrived at the domain of the Earth Mother. The 12 ancestors of sorcery each possessed their own exclusive territories, with their respective powerful shamans and soldiers at their command. Feng Xuan quietly approached the exclusive palace of Hutu. To call it a palace would be an overstatement. This gathering place of the witch tribe was mostly composed of open-earth pits, hardly deserving the title of a house. Even Hutu's dwelling was merely a stone cave, albeit somewhat intricately crafted. Hutu, my friend, I have arrived, Feng Xuan announced as he entered the cave, dispelling his concealment and standing behind Hutu. Ah, you arrived quite punctually. I was just preparing to set off, Hutu replied, turning to face Feng Xuan, her beautiful eyes appraising him from head to toe. Perhaps it would be better for you to disguise yourself as an object, that way. It would be more convenient for you to make the transition when meeting with the elder brothers. Feng Xuan also comprehended that although the ancestral witches lacked primordial spirits, their mastery over the laws far surpassed that of other beings, particularly the ancestral witch Di Jiang, who governed space and speed. Even if he concealed his form using the 6 pure bamboo, there remained a risk of being detected. It is prudent to exercise caution. What shall he transform into? As Feng Xuan's thoughts stirred gently, he beheld the graceful and enchanting figure of Huda before him, the principles of transformation from the Grand Tao resonating profoundly. He transformed directly into a jade bracelet, adorning Huda's arm. Hee, you truly have a knack for transformation. Huda chuckled softly, covering her mouth in amusement. She delicately raised her arm, scrutinizing the exquisite bracelet on her wrist, a glimmer of affection evident in her eyes. Subsequently, she utilized her escape technique to journey towards the foot of Mount Buzhou, just outside the Panga Shrine. At this moment, the remaining 11 ancestral shaman were already awaiting her arrival. Little sister, you may enter now. We have stabilized our cultivation and should be able to break through after a few more attempts. Hurry and commence your training, boomed the robust voice of Di Jiang. urging Hutu to proceed. "Thank you, brothers. I shall enter now to cultivate." Hutu responded with a nod of gratitude as she stepped into the Panga shrine. Upon entering, she immediately plunged into the surging blood pool and instructed Feng Xuan, "Do not emerge just yet. Wait a few millennia before reverting to your original form. Sister Xianming may enter occasionally, so be cautious not to be discovered." Feng Xuan felt a moment of frustration before obediently resting on the arm of Hutu. As time passed, Xianming did not even catch a glimpse of a shadow. However, Feng Xuan began to sense something amiss. It appeared that Hutu was not utilizing the blood pool to cultivate the laws and flesh. Rather, she was practicing the celestial path system. "I have been deceived." Feng Xuan, disregarding all else, instantly transformed into his true form. He extended a finger, furiously pointing at Hutu, and bellowed, "What do you mean by this? Are you toying with me?" Upon realizing that her trivial intentions had been discerned by him, Hutu felt a twinge of panic. Her originally translucent earlobes flushed slightly, and her expression gradually turned awkward. In response to Feng Xuan's reprimand, she opened her mouth, but ultimately found herself unable to utter a single word. "Humph. Hutu, my dear friend, you have truly disappointed me." Upon witnessing the scene, Feng Xuan understood that further words would be futile. He promptly disregarded the concerns of the Earth Mother and hastily settled into a meditative posture, preparing to immerse himself fully in the profound mysteries contained within the blood pool before him. Time was indeed precious. He had already lingered for several millennia, and merely a little over 20,000 years remained until the deadline. He must seize every fleeting moment. The blood-red waters swiftly enveloped Feng Xuan's lower half, soaking his pristine, snow-white Taoist robe in an instant. As the crimson liquid surged continuously, wisps of sanguine energy began to rise from the pool, coalescing into a delicate veil of blood-hued mist above the water's surface. From a distance, the entire scene exuded an indescribable aura of the uncanny. At that moment, Feng Xuan felt as if every cell in his body was rejoicing with exuberance. An extraordinarily unique and potent force flowed unceasingly from the pool into his being. This power did not bring the anticipated sharp sting. It was devoid of the agony experienced during the initial fusion with the essence of Pangu, where his corporeal form was shattered and reconstituted. On the contrary, it enveloped him in a profound sense of comfort, akin to a mother tenderly caressing her child. The sensation was gentle yet progressive, facilitating a steady enhancement of his physical form that was unmistakably violent in its potency, allowing him to clearly perceive the elevation of his strength. In summary, one word encapsulated the experience: exhilarating. Feng Xuan involuntarily activated the golden chapter of the Great Tao, stirring the primordial blood of Panga within him. The once subtle aura of Panga now manifested unmistakably. In this environment, the previously incomprehensible seventh transformation of the nine turns profound art received divine assistance, resulting in an additional enhancement. It was swiftly understood, comprehended, and seamlessly integrated into the golden chapter of the Great Tao. The seventh transformation of the nine turns profound art corresponds to the grand immortal of Huan. Coupled with the fusion of the three clear immortal scriptures, Feng Xuan crafted a perfectly tailored technique that led directly to the grand immortal of Huan. The waters of the blood pool surged even more violently, and the blood mist thickened, intensifying the Pangu aura around Feng Xuan. This prompted the nearby Hutu to flicker her gaze, confirming her previous conjecture. Feng Xuan, indeed, has received the divine favor of the Father God. Merging a drop of Pangu's essence, she can be regarded as an alternative ancestral shaman, much like him. However, she remains somewhat incomplete, unable to rival his prowess. Contemplating this, Hutu pressed her crimson lips together, steeling her resolve. She approached Feng Xuan, who was immersed in the profound mysteries of the blood pool, and extended her delicate arm to embrace him. Though she felt imperfect, being close to Feng Xuan rendered her whole. Feng Xuan is a gift bestowed upon her by the Father God. Their union is flawless and exquisite, immersed in profound realizations. Feng Xuan remains oblivious to the affectionate embrace of Ho Tuesday. His focus is solely on the enhancement of his strength, entirely unaware of the events unfolding in the external world. As time quietly slips away, a blood-red vortex begins to converge around them. The essence from the entire blood pool flows into this space, absorbed by both Feng Xuan and Ho Tu, significantly augmenting their powers. The time has nearly arrived. It has been 29,999 years, and preparations for departure must commence. Feng Xuan gradually opened his eyes, and a fleeting crimson light flickered within them. The blood pool of the Witch clan proved to be truly extraordinary. It not only solidified his physical cultivation but nearly propelled him to break through to the late quasi-saint stage. This experience validated that. In addition to devouring rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he could also swiftly enhance his physical prowess through other means. Moreover, it significantly augmented his fusion with the essence of Pangu's blood, leading to a marked improvement in his comprehension of the laws of strength. Should he undergo this experience once more, both his physical form and understanding of the laws would surely ascend simultaneously. Alas, it is indeed time for him to depart. At this moment, he finds himself ill-equipped to contend with the 11 ancestral witches. As for his companion, Hutu, it remains as it was at the beginning, parting ways. Feng Xuan opened his mouth, about to inquire about their means of departure. Yet at that very moment, an uncanny sensation abruptly assailed him. He felt a pair of soft yet powerful hands tightly encircling his waist, while his back pressed against a warm, supple form exuding a faint, intoxicating fragrance. This intimate contact momentarily stunned him, sending ripples of emotion through his heart. Hutu was embracing him, clinging to him with startling closeness. Were this merely a simple embrace, it might not have been so remarkable, but they currently found themselves submerged in the blood pool. The crimson waters had thoroughly drenched their garments, the sodden fabric clinging to their skin like translucent gauze. In such proximity, he could distinctly perceive the exquisite contours of her form pressed against him, the silken smoothness of her skin melding with his own, leaving scarcely any space between them. In such circumstances, how different was this from being utterly unclothed? Fellow Taoist Hutu, awaken swiftly. We must depart this place with haste. Feng Xuan steadied his mind, gently swaying the delicate arms that embraced his waist, anxiously calling out for Hutu. Gradually, Hutu awoke from her profound state of meditation in response to his summons. As she opened her eyes, she was taken aback to find herself so intimately entwined with Feng Xuan. Instantly, her face flushed with a deep crimson hue, a blush that was impossible to conceal. She had never before experienced such an extraordinary sensation. Not only had her cultivation in the celestial path progressed at an astonishing pace, but even aspects she had previously overlooked, such as her physical form and understanding of the laws, had also seen remarkable advancements. It could be said that she had achieved significant enhancement in both the celestial and physical realms, as well as in the understanding of the laws. This filled her with immense excitement and exhilaration. All right, let us proceed, Hutu responded shyly in a hushed tone, swiftly releasing her arms from around Feng Xuan's waist, rising to dry her dress with her magical powers. Feng Xuan, too, rose and transformed his damp robe into a bracelet that hung gracefully on Hutu's wrist. Subsequently, Hutu stepped out of the grand hall to meet with the other ancestral witches. Sister, how has your cultivation progressed? Di Jiang inquired with concern. At present, the Wu controlled the earth, while the Yao governed the heavens. After 10 Yuan meetings, a great battle would undoubtedly ensue. Although he held disdain for Dijun, Tai, and their Yao court, he could not deny the formidable strength of the two, which was indeed rare in the world. Moreover, the formation known as the Zhou Tianxing Do was remarkably powerful, compelling them to resort to their deepest secrets. They were, without a doubt, the great adversaries of the Wu clan. Only by enhancing the strength of their siblings could they fortify the might of the father gods summoned by the 12 capital celestial god-slaying formation. Thus, they could stand unafraid. If they could summon even 1/10 of the father's power, then even the venerable Hong Jun would not pose a threat to them. They would surely reclaim the primordial chaos carved out by their father and dominate the realms of heaven and earth. There has been significant improvement, barring unforeseen circumstances. I believe 2 more attempts will lead to a breakthrough, Hutu replied calmly. Indeed, we must hasten our cultivation. Di Jiang remarked appreciatively as he joined the other ancestral witches in the Pangu Divine Hall. Hutu turned and returned to her own domain. Upon entering her exclusive Great Hall, Feng Xuan transformed back into his original form and curiously inquired, Hutu, why do you and the other ancestral witches not cultivate together, but instead choose to practice separately? From my observations, there seems to be no discord among you, and the other ancestral witches seem quite fond of you. Wouldn't it be more efficient to cultivate together, effectively doubling your training time? Do you wish to know? Hutu teased, her enchanting gaze fixed on Feng Xuan, her lips curving into a subtle, enigmatic smile. Then promise me one request, and I shall reveal it to you. With graceful steps, she approached Feng Xuan until they stood face to face. Her exquisite visage drew closer, her breath fragrant as she whispered softly. Yet, Feng Xuan remained unmoved, arching his brow decisively as he replied, very well, I shall not inquire further. With that, he turned without hesitation and departed, leaving Ho-Tu standing in astonishment. Humph. Do you think you can manipulate me? Such delusions are mere fantasies. Feng Xuan could not help but chuckle coldly to himself as he strode forward without looking back. Just then, Ho-Tu furrowed her brows, and with a graceful wave of her jade hand, a magnificent golden-brown light surged forth in an instant. In the blink of an eye, this radiant glow coalesced into a robust and solid earthen wall, standing resolutely in Feng Xuan's path, obstructing his advance. Wait, I shall tell you. Ho-Tu called out helplessly. Upon witnessing the scene, Feng Xuan came to a halt, turned around, and a smug smile graced his face. He leisurely retrieved a chair from the vast expanse of his spatial realm and sat down with an air of tranquility. Then, as if performing a magic trick, he produced a pot of fragrant celestial brew along with an exquisite set of drinking vessels. Feng Xuan gently twisted open the lid of the pot, pouring the crystal-clear fine wine into the cup, instantly releasing an intoxicating aroma that enveloped the senses. He raised the wine glass, taking a delicate sip to savor the exquisite flavor, and languidly remarked, "All right, please proceed." Witnessing Feng Xuan's demeanor, Huda's anger surged, her teeth clenched tightly, her chest rising and falling with agitation. She cast a fierce glare at Feng Xuan, inwardly cursing his utter reprehensibility. Yet, given the circumstances and her dependence on him, she could only swallow her indignation. We, the 12 ancestors of Wu, were born in the Panga Temple, a fusion of a drop of our Father God's essence and the murky energies of the earth, nurtured by malevolent forces. Naturally devoid of primordial spirits, we cultivate our physical forms and adhere to the laws. However, I am an exception. I was bestowed with a fragmented primordial spirit, granting me the eligibility to pursue the path of immortality. The price, however, is that I cannot draw too close to the other ancestors, for their surrounding malevolence and murkiness would corrupt my incomplete spirit, causing me discomfort. Thus, I communicated this to my elder brothers, who understood my predicament, leading to the establishment of this division of cultivation time. Ho-Tu spoke slowly, her gaze fixed on Feng Xuan's expression. Yet, Feng Xuan remained focused on his drink, displaying no sign of disturbance. Nevertheless, this did not significantly affect our cultivation. After all, prolonged immersion in the blood pool would gradually slow our progress to a near standstill. Originally, we intended to alternate our time in the blood pool, and the 30,000-year division merely rendered our cultivation schedule more sensible. So that is the case. Feng Xuan sat there with an air of serene contentment, gently swaying the wine glass in his hand. Now that I have come to understand these circumstances, it is time for me to take my leave. As Feng Xuan spoke, he gradually rose to his feet, tidying up the chairs and table beside him. Wait, are you truly leaving without any acknowledgement? Ho-Tu, noticing Feng Xuan's demeanor suggesting departure, felt a surge of anxiety. She stamped her foot with force, her voice instinctively rising several octaves as she inquired loudly of Feng Xuan. Oh, acknowledgement. Feng Xuan was momentarily taken aback, as if suddenly recollecting something. He filled a cup with wine and offered it to Ho-Tuesday. This is a rare celestial brew from the Yao Court, I assure you. You have never tasted it before. Ho-Tu gazed at the cup in her hand, momentarily caught between laughter and tears. She had anticipated that Feng Xuan would provide the answer she sought, yet this was the outcome. Just as Ho-Tu grasped the wine cup, Feng Xuan swiftly concealed his belongings and fled with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from her sight, leaving her territory. From afar, Feng Xuan's voice echoed, "My friend, I comprehend your request, yet I must deliberate on this matter. I shall offer you a definitive response upon our next encounter." Ho-Tu stood there in a daze, clutching the cup of wine, her teeth clenched in frustration. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure and shouted indignantly in the direction Feng Xuan had departed. "Humph! You infuriate me. I shall ensure you pay for this next time." With that, she tilted her head back and consumed the celestial brew in one gulp. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan hastily retreated to Kunlun Mountain, fully aware of Ho-Tu's intentions. It was merely an attempt to exploit his cultivation of the celestial path. Although he was taken aback by the potential utility she saw in him, he was resolute in refusing to be taken advantage of. If he were to acquiesce now, what would prevent her from excluding him from the blood pool next time? Thus, it was prudent to maintain some distance. As Feng Xuan journeyed back to Kunlun, his gaze swept downward, and he soon spotted an intriguing creature. Its dirty golden fur and frail body were marred by numerous wounds, but what caught his attention most were its extraordinary ears. Instantly, it sparked Feng Xuan's curiosity. Was that not the 6-eared macaque? How remarkable to encounter it here. Feng Xuan murmured softly, The six-eared macaque, one of the four mischievous monkeys, is a fragment of the primordial chaos demon ape, one of the 3,000 chaos demons. Gifted with divine abilities, adept at hearing, capable of discerning principles, understanding the past and future, and possessing clarity about all things. It emerged into existence during the very first sermon delivered by its ancestral master. Lacking the strength and spiritual treasures to traverse the chaos, it resorted to its innate abilities to eavesdrop on the teachings. However, it was discovered by its master, who inflicted injury upon it and uttered the words, "The teachings shall not be passed to the 6 ears." Consequently, after 3 sermons, no great power dared to impart their wisdom to it. It was not until the endless eons of the journey to the West era that it could barely contend with Sun Wukong. Such remarkable innate talents. With even a modicum of guidance, breaking through to the quasi-saint level would pose no challenge. Indeed, it is the kind of talent that the heavenly court yearns for. As for the prohibition against teaching the 6 ears, that matter can be disregarded. If such talent is not recruited under my banner, it would be a travesty. Ding. The system has detected that the host has encountered the 6-eared macaque. Please make the following choices. 1. Recruited under your banner. Such a well-grounded little monkey. A born worker would be a valuable addition. Reward, heart of iron and loyal warriors. 2. Allow it to develop independently. Although its foundation is impressive, you are not in dire need, and it is not of great consequence. Reward, earthly spirit elemental iron. System, I choose option 1. At this moment, the 6-eared macaque is being pursued by 2 golden immortal level beasts. How dare it steal our clan's secret techniques? It deserves punishment. The 6-eared macaque remained silent, merely fleeing. Freeze. A voice resounded. The 2 beasts that had been chasing the 6-eared macaque abruptly halted in their tracks, immobilized by a unique force. The law of immobilization was employed for the first time, proving quite effective. Feng Xuan descended before the 6-eared macaque and the demon beasts, exuding a profound aura of literary Tao. It was the first time he employed the means of literary Tao against these 2 fiends. Depart now, and forget about this matter. With those words, the 2 demon beasts, momentarily dazed, turned and retraced their steps, entirely erasing the incident from their memories. Feng Xuan then turned to face the 6-eared macaque, whose body immediately tensed, eyes filled with wariness. This individual possessed unfathomable strength. Escape was impossible. Little monkey, you and I share a fateful connection. Would you be willing to join my ranks? Upon hearing this, the 6-eared macaque was rendered speechless. The person before him had no intention of killing him. Rather, he sought to take him as a disciple. Since the ancient times, when the Tao ancestor decreed that the teachings would not be passed to the 6 ears, he had traversed the realms seeking great powers, yet none welcomed him, denying him the opportunity to become a disciple. Even public teachings had been forbidden for him to attend. Yet now, someone wished to take him under their wing. The expression of the 6-eared macaque was one of bewilderment, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. Feng Xuan, observing his demeanor, could not help but jest. What? Do you find me unworthy? At that moment, the 6-eared macaque seemed to awaken from a deep slumber. He was utterly oblivious to the wounds adorning his body and the injuries within. Without a hint of hesitation, he knelt upon both knees and forcefully struck his head against the ground, producing a series of dull and heavy thuds. Senior, if you are willing to take me in, your junior shall undoubtedly be grateful. However, the Tao ancestor once stated, the law does not pass to the 6 ears. I fear it may bring repercussions upon you. The voice of the 6-eared macaque resonated with sincerity, imbued with genuine emotion that stirred the hearts of those who heard it. Feng Xuan, upon hearing this, offered a gentle smile and waved his hand lightly, saying, there is no need for concern regarding this matter. I shall explain everything to the Tao ancestor myself. For now, all I require from you is to ascertain whether you are willing to serve under my banner. Upon hearing these words, the 6-eared macaque, who had initially harbored some doubts, felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. He promptly bowed deeply to the ground, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your immense kindness. I am grateful for your favor and promotion. However, in the midst of this torrent of gratitude, the 6-eared macaque suddenly seemed to awaken to a realization. Abruptly raising his head, his expression shifted from sheer elation to a flicker of unease. It dawned on him that Feng Xuan was not offering to accept him as a disciple, but merely inviting him to join his ranks to fulfill tasks. With this understanding, a wave of panic surged within the 6-eared macaque. After enduring countless trials and tribulations over the long years, he had come to grasp a fundamental truth. in this world. There exists no gift or benefit without a corresponding price. Any seemingly enticing offering often conceals hidden costs or risks. The prospect of receiving such an unmerited bestowal of knowledge sent a chill down his spine, for it could herald unimaginable calamity. Esteemed elder, if you would be so kind as to clarify what tasks you wish for me to undertake, I would be most grateful, as I am truly apprehensive. Feng Xuan could hardly overlook his intentions, and a light laugh escaped his lips. Do not worry, this is not a misfortune for you, but rather a tremendous opportunity. Not only will you acquire the orthodox methods of cultivation, but you will also secure a future position. Moreover, do you not recognize who I am? Upon hearing these words, the six-eared macaque discreetly scrutinized Feng Xuan's countenance, only to be taken aback in astonishment. Was this not the esteemed figure from the celestial tapestry? The one who had inscribed the laws of creation and established the order of time? With this revelation, all his apprehensions dissipated. If the elder has intentions, then 6 ears shall obey without hesitation. Feng Xuan nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the emerging semblance of loyal subordinates. The system detected that the host had completed option 1. And the reward, the Heartswell Iron Soldiers, has been issued. The Heartswell Iron Soldiers are renowned alongside the Rui Golden Cudgel, the blood-melting Iron Rod, and the earth-centering Divine Essence Iron as the 4 great stabilizing pillars, crafted during the era of the Great Use Flood Control. They were forged by both humanity and celestial deities. Although they are postnatal treasures, their merits in water management render them as formidable as many innate treasures. The current reward from the system is merely a postnatal treasure, devoid of any merit, which leaves him feeling somewhat inadequate. I shall impart to you half a volume of the Taoist method, enabling you to attain the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon your successful cultivation, come to Kunlun Mountain, and I shall make further arrangements for you then. Feng Xuan is not yet inclined to bestow the Heart's Desire Iron Staff upon him. Instead, he will impart only half of the supreme celestial scripture. Once Luer has achieved a certain level of cultivation, he shall present the meticulously refined Heart's Desire Iron Staff to him. This approach preserves his own status and allows for 2 opportunities for bestowal, ensuring Luer expresses his gratitude on 2 occasions. Kunlun. Luer suppressed the exhilaration within his heart and respectfully performed another bow. I am deeply grateful for the teachings from my esteemed predecessor, and I vow not to disappoint your lofty expectations. Feng Xuan accepted his gestures of courtesy, and with a grand wave of his hand, the injuries on the 6-eared macaque were completely restored. After completing this task, he turned and soared into the distance. The 6-eared macaque watched Feng Xuan's departing figure, feeling the profound Taoist principles resonating in his mind. His gaze gradually solidified with determination. Rising to his feet, he dashed towards the horizon. Upon returning to the little stone peak, Feng Xuan sat gracefully beside the spirit pool and summoned 2 items. One was a primordial gourd, and the other was a mindful iron rod. He intended to use the primordial gourd to elevate the grade of the spiritual treasure, counteracting the innate properties to enhance the quality of the mindful iron rod. This treasure possessed extraordinary materials and exceptional forging techniques, holding the potential of a superior primordial spiritual treasure, yet it lacked the indomitable primordial spiritual light. Feng Xuan unsealed the innate gourd, drawing in the iron soldiers at will. He placed it into the spiritual pool to absorb the essence, seeking to elevate the artifact's grade and condense the indestructible innate spiritual light. This endeavor, however, is no trifling matter. It requires an abundance of primal spiritual energy, lest it inflict damage upon the gourd. Furthermore, the pinnacle of enhancement is merely that of a superior innate spiritual treasure, which is precisely why he has refrained from utilizing this artifact. What is considered the most practical function for others is, for him, rather superfluous. He lacks for high-grade spiritual treasures. Any one of his possessions is a supreme innate treasure, or even a treasured relic. Each bears at least the special attributes of a superior innate spiritual treasure, rendering ordinary spiritual artifacts beneath his notice. After completing this task, Feng Xuan entered a secluded meditation for over 10,000 years. During this period, the temporal order of the Hongwang world became increasingly stable, aligning perfectly with Feng Xuan's design. The power and grade of the temporal wheel were significantly enhanced, ascending to the level of an exceptional innate merit treasure. One day, upon emerging from his retreat, Feng Xuan took a moment to rest and suddenly perceived a formidable intertwining of magical energies in the starry expanse. Countless celestial lights flickered, heralding the onset of a great battle, which swiftly subsided. Curiosity piqued, Feng Xuan summoned the Haotian mirror. The scene from moments ago was vividly displayed upon its surface. there stood Emperor Jun and Tai outside the moon star. Fellow Taoists, Shihi and Changxi, I am Emperor Jun, the sovereign of the demon court, here today to pay my respects. Accompanied by this clear and resonant voice, Emperor Jun smiled graciously and slowly bowed towards the moon star, exuding an air of noble elegance. However, the response he received was a cold, emotionless voice. The moon star does not entertain outsiders. You too may leave. The tone was devoid of warmth, as frigid as the waters of a frozen pond. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun did not display any displeasure. Instead, he maintained his respectful demeanor and replied, My brother Tai and I have come with pressing matters to discuss with you two Taoists. I hope you might show some leniency and facilitate our request. Yet, the only reply was a curt and brusque command, leave. At this, Emperor Jun's expression darkened momentarily. Before he could speak, Tai, standing beside him, could no longer contain his fury. Given their power and status in the vast wilderness, there were scarcely any who dared to show such disrespect. The audacity of the two from the moon star was intolerable to Tai. Brother, why waste words on them? Let us simply barge in, Tai exclaimed, his voice laced with indignation. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, charging directly towards the moon star, disregarding the eviction order issued moments before. At that moment, a disk radiating an icy chill and shimmering with azure light shot forth from the moon palace, hurtling towards Tai. As the disk passed, it seemed to freeze the very air around it. Yet, Tai remained undaunted. A confident smile graced his lips as he summoned the blazing, resplendent sun wheel before him, resembling a sun engulfed in roaring flames, radiating boundless light and warmth. It shot forth to counter the moon wheel. With a thunderous clash, the icy blue disk collided violently with the sun wheel, erupting in a dazzling display of brilliance. The powerful shockwave rippled outward, causing distant stars to tremble. Observing this spectacle, Emperor Jun's expression shifted abruptly, his heart sinking with foreboding. He recognized that the sun wheel was utterly incapable of withstanding the fierce onslaught, being sent hurtling backwards. Tai, taken by surprise and unable to mount an effective defense, was struck and thrown back, a deep gash opening upon his abdomen. You refuse to heed warnings and act recklessly. Consider this sun wheel a minor lesson, a token of our apologies. The lunar essence wheel momentarily ensnared the solar essence wheel, drawing it back into the moon palace. With the power of the lunar stars, Tai found himself unable to summon it back. Witnessing the solar essence wheel being taken away, Tai was immediately filled with urgency. A flash of golden light emanated from his waist, and his injuries healed instantaneously. He brandished the chaos bell, intent on storming the moon palace to demand an explanation. Tai, refrain. Dijun stepped forward to restrain the furious Tai, bowing respectfully to the lunar star. Esteemed ones, we have been discourteous today. Allow us to pay our respects another time. He then grasped the bewildered Tai and sought to depart. That will not be necessary. Our lunar star does not welcome you both, echoed a chilling voice from within the moon palace once more. Dijun paid no heed and returned to the solar star. With that, the scene faded away. Was Dijun intending to undermine his position? He soon found himself at the mercy of his wife's wrath. Feng Xuan stroked his chin, lost in thought. The situation had escalated to a point where they were digging at his foundations. It was imperative to teach them a severe lesson. However, both the solar and lunar essence wheels were now in the hands of the lady. The celestial treasures had been fully assembled. First, he would investigate the true purpose of these celestial treasures. Feng Xuan drove directly to the moon star. Tai, filled with fury, was forcefully dragged back to the sun star by Dijun. Yet, even after distancing himself from the battlefield, his rage remained unabated. Once a formidable figure, Tai had commanded respect and instilled fear in the celestial court, vanquishing the Eastern king as easily as one would slay a mere dog. Now, he had first been humiliated by the three pure ones, followed by the oppression from the Wu clan. Even Feng Xuan had managed to subdue him. Today, a seemingly inconspicuous, she had the audacity to inflict injury upon him. The more Tai pondered, the more incensed he became. Even directing his ire at his elder brother, Dijun, who had been attempting to restrain him. Brother, shall we simply let this slide? I refuse to accept it. In the face of his younger brother's agitation, Dijun wore a benevolent expression. He understood Tai's pride and his combative nature, which rendered him intolerant of repeated setbacks, making rational analysis difficult. Thus, Dijun spoke with earnestness. Brother, I certainly comprehend the resentment that resides within you, but we must not act impulsively. This concerns our grand ambitions for the future. Therefore, we must deliberate carefully on this matter. Upon hearing these words, Tai furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired, "Brother, what do you mean?" "In my view, we should directly lead our forces into the Moonstar, compelling those two to surrender their authority over it through sheer military might. We could then promptly forge the banner required for the great array of the celestial stars, achieving our objective without such convoluted planning." Observing Tai Yi's eager and confident demeanor, Dijun couldn't help but chuckle softly, then gently patted his brother's shoulder, asking in a calm tone, "Brother, did you not just engage in a brief skirmish with Shihi? What do you truly think of her strength? Shihi is formidable. Within the entire demon court, aside from the two of us, it would be nearly impossible to find anyone capable of defeating her," Tai stated with an expression of calm certainty. Despite harboring deep-seated resentment over Shihi's acquisition of his treasured artifact, he could not deny her astonishing power. "Precisely, we are all born of the vast cosmos, the innate divine beings, and should not harbor enmity towards one another. Rather, we ought to seek peaceful coexistence. The Wu clan poses a significant threat, and thus our immediate priority must be to devise a strategy to win those two on the Moon Star over to our side. If we succeed in integrating them into our demon court, not only will it greatly enhance our strength, but it may also pave the way for two joyful unions." Dijun's face radiated with confidence. As the ruler of the demon court, he was known for his far-sighted vision and strategic foresight. Upon hearing this, Tai suddenly experienced an epiphany. "Indeed, brother, your insight is remarkable. I am truly humbled and deeply admire your wisdom." At this moment, Tai Yi's previously pent-up frustrations and anger dissipated in an instant. It suffices that you grasp the profound meaning within. Henceforth, every millennium, we shall personally visit the Moonstar. With our heartfelt sincerity, I am confident that it will not be long before those two will be moved by our genuine intentions." Dijun stated with unwavering resolve. "As you command, elder brother." Tai responded with a respectful bow, his eyes shimmering with determination. Just as he was about to turn and depart for his cultivation, a flash of divine light crossed his gaze, and his pupils constricted suddenly. "Elder brother, look." Dijun turned to see. There, Feng Xuan rode the 9 dragons of Agarwood, entering the Moonstar without hindrance. He made no greeting and faced no obstruction. Dijun's fury erupted instantaneously. This Feng Xuan, time and again, thwarting his plans, was utterly intolerable. He prepared to confront the Moonstar to demand an explanation. "Elder brother, do not be hasty. Perhaps Daoist Shihi and Daoist Changxi merely allowed him entry out of respect for the Sanqing. Moreover, we may not necessarily prevail against Feng Xuan at this moment." Tai hastily restrained the enraged Dijun. His demeanor was chillingly composed. Within the Moon Palace, Feng Xuan found himself surrounded by a flurry of lively maidens. Shihi, Changxi, and their ethereal attendants encircled him, offering gentle massages or playfully teasing. Fragrant aromas wafted through the air as delicate arms intertwined. "My dear husband, did you come for this?" She spoke, her lips parting like the petals of a blossoming flower, her voice as melodious as a golden oriole's song. She extended her jade-like hand, and with a gentle flick, a golden yellow wheel materialized before them. The wheel trembled violently, as if imbued with sentience, yearning to break free and return to its original master. Yet, it remained firmly restrained by Shihi, unable to escape in the slightest. "Madam, what are you saying? I came simply because I missed you all." Feng Xuan's gaze did not drift towards the sun wheel. Instead, it was filled with profound affection as he looked at Shihi and Changxi. He reached out, gently caressing their silky strands of hair. In such circumstances, it was imperative to approach the matter with subtlety and finesse. Consider this a pass, he thought. Shihi's eyes sparkled with endless charm and playfulness. Her hand, which had been reaching for Feng Xuan's waist, gradually descended. Simultaneously, she extended the sun wheel from her other hand towards him, saying, "Here, this is your reward." Truly, my lady understands me." Feng Xuan received the sun essence wheel, his heart brimming with sentiment. Shihi, truly, was the one who understood him best in this world. However, his aspirations remained unfulfilled, as he still lacked the moon essence wheel. With this thought in mind, Feng Xuan gazed eagerly at Shihi, his eyes filled with anticipation. All right, here you go." Upon witnessing his expression, Shihi could not help but stifle a laugh, and with a graceful gesture, the moon essence wheel materialized, placing it gently into Feng Xuan's hands. Feng Xuan steadily received the moon essence wheel, his heart surging with excitement. At this moment, he had successfully gathered all 5 spiritual treasures required for the synthesis of the celestial treasure. The birth of the celestial treasure was now within reach. By the way, my lady, did you originally use the moon essence wheel to slay the corpse? Feng Xuan suddenly pondered this pivotal issue. If he were to utilize the moon's essence wheel to sever the dead, the synthesis of the celestial treasures might indeed influence her cultivation. This is no trifling matter. It warrants careful contemplation. No need, he replied. We shall directly employ the lunar star to sever the dead, without reliance on other spiritual treasures. She gently leaned against his shoulder, her tone soft and serene. I see, then all is well. In an instant, Feng Xuan's concerns dissipated. No longer hesitating, he presented before he and Chang, the star chart of the cosmos. The star seal, the wheel of star essence, the wheel of sun essence, and the wheel of moon essence, one by one. In that moment, an endless cascade of stellar radiance surged forth, flooding the entire moon palace. The resplendent brilliance refracted through the crystal hall, casting a dreamlike array of exquisite colors. The enchanting eyes of he and Chang sparkled with wonder, for with their keen perception, they discerned the intricate and profound connections among these 5 divine treasures. What, one might ponder, is the true intent behind her husband's actions? Ladies, behold. The 4th innate supreme treasure of this world is on the verge of manifesting. Feng Xuan's gaze burned with intensity, and his aura surged as he activated the celestial star map. The brilliance of the stars, already resplendent, suddenly erupted into a blinding radiance that captivated all. The other 4 magical treasures, seemingly drawn by an unseen force, transformed into 4 dazzling streaks of light, swiftly darting towards the 3 pivotal positions on the celestial star map representing the sun star, the moon star, and the Z-Way star. As these 4 beams of light were precisely embedded, the long-standing voids on the celestial star map were flawlessly restored. At the very moment of completion, the vast expanse of the primordial cosmos erupted like a tranquil lake disturbed by a colossal stone, unleashing tumultuous waves of transformation. Countless stars, compelled by an invisible call, exuberantly radiated their most brilliant glimmers, illuminating the heavens with their celestial splendor. Particularly, the sun star and the moon star shone with an unparalleled brilliance, surpassing all previous displays. Since Feng Xuan established the flow of time, the primordial realm beheld for the very first time the magnificent spectacle of the sun and moon shining together. Moreover, even the celestial bodies became faintly visible during daylight, resembling a dreamlike illusion. This extraordinary phenomenon instantly stirred conjecture among innumerable beings. Within the purple cloud palace, Hongjun slowly opened his eyes, fully aware of the events unfolding in the primordial world. Feng Xuan is fully aware of all that has transpired. In his perspective, the established momentum has been completely disrupted. With Nuwa not entering the demon court, and Shiha unlikely to unite with Dijuan in eternal matrimony, the Kunping, lacking the merits of demonic texts, cannot ascend to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. The Zhou-Tian star formation cannot be completed by the demon court. Given these circumstances, the impending calamity between the Wu and the demons may indeed be rendered unnecessary. No matter how the demon court develops, it cannot withstand the might of the Wu clan. It would be wiser to directly usher in the era of the heavenly court, led by the most esteemed and powerful beings of the Xianmen. They shall dominate the myriad realms and exert pressure upon all celestial races. Since chaos has already ensued, let it spiral further into disarray, with a wave of Hongjuan's hand. The suppression upon the other 2 doctrines of the world diminishes. Nuwa and Hutu, the destined daughters, sense an unusual pull in the depths of their being. On the solar star, Tai suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood. Brother, what has happened? Dijuan rushes forward to support him, aghast at the thought that someone could wound his brother out of thin air. I can no longer sense the sun essence wheel. Tai, unable to wipe the blood from his lips, exclaims in disbelief. How dare Xia? The audacity to entirely seize his spiritual treasure. Dijuan, equally astonished, never anticipated that Shiha would take such a bold step. Does she truly not fear the retaliation from their demon court? Brother, you must avenge me. It is an unpardonable grudge. Tai, unable to maintain his composure, is consumed by the desire for retribution. Very well. We shall mobilize the forces of the demon court and march upon the lunar star. At this moment, Dijuan disregards his previous suggestions. United in purpose, he is determined to seek justice for his brother. Within the Jade Void Palace, the 3 pure ones perceive an odd sensation. Could this be the mischief of their disciple? In this vast wilderness, only he possesses the capacity to incite such monumental events. It is fortuitous that he is currently absent from Kunlun, increasing the likelihood of this occurrence. Meanwhile, within the Moon Palace, The three gaze in awe at the celestial diagram before them, marveling at its grandeur. Is this truly a congenital treasure? The infinite power of the stars swirls around the diagram, as if one were standing face to face with the entire cosmos. Feng Xuan summoned it back through his perception. Upon sensing its effect, he was instantly filled with delight. My lady, perhaps you need not seek the elusive position of the moon goddess any longer. Feng Xuan spoke with a tremor in his voice. Shiha and Changshi were momentarily taken aback, their expressions adorably bewildered, lips slightly parted, unsure of the meaning behind his words. However, it did not take long for them to comprehend. A vast and exalted voice resonated in their ears, swiftly spreading across the celestial expanse and the primordial earth. In the name of the supreme star, I decree Shiha and Changshi as the moon goddesses to preside over the celestial bodies. Upon the utterance of these words, the celestial map erupted with a brilliant ice-blue beam of light, drawing forth the boundless power of the moon star, surging towards the two women in a frenzied rush. In an instant, a mysterious and supreme force began to coalesce within the world. An unparalleled fruit of enlightenment was birthed from this decree, to be shared between the two goddesses. Immediately thereafter, an aura reminiscent of the primordial creation emanated powerfully from the moon star. This presence surged like a tidal wave, exerting pressure across the cosmos, causing all of existence to tremble in its wake. The moon goddess fruit of enlightenment, the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. This formidable aura sent ripples of shock through the hearts of countless mighty beings in the primordial world. They were utterly convinced that, prior to this moment, the two divine maidens on the moon star had not yet reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. After all, even the three pure ones were merely in the later stages of quasi-sainthood. Could it really be that such a simple decree could elevate two moon goddesses to quasi-sainthood, sparing them countless arduous epochs of cultivation? It was astonishing. Such a few words could confer upon them such a monumental achievement. It was a feat that even the Tao ancestor might find challenging. Who, then, was this extraordinary being? The hearts of innumerable powers were tumultuous, akin to a roiling sea. Amidst this shock, they not only grasped the terrifying potential inherent in the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, but also caught a glimpse of an opportunity for sanctification, a path entirely new, transcending the three routes imparted by the Tao ancestor. For now, let the demon court probe into the truth of this matter. They were determined to discern the reality, as their formidable army was already poised menacingly beneath the moon star. Yet, in this moment, Emperor Jun and Tai were engulfed in profound despair, unable to restrain their cries to the heavens. Oh, vast sky, why do you treat us so harshly? How can we contend against two beings at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood? Demon Emperor, should we continue our advance? The demon sage Ing Zhao questioned anxiously, turning to Emperor Jun. With two quasi-sainthood powerhouses guarding the moon star, and perhaps even the mysterious figure behind the decree assisting them, was it wise to proceed with their campaign? Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, and then proclaimed loudly, "All troops, heed my command, retreat." Upon finishing his words, he immediately activated the technique of the Golden Crow and vanished into the distance with great speed. Observing this, countless soldiers of the demon court also unleashed their respective powers, fleeing like startled birds. They had accumulated a comprehensive experience regarding retreat from their previous encounter with the witch clan. Did they truly believe they could depart unscathed? Such fortune is rare in this world. In the realm of the Taishang star, Shiha let out a cold snort, her beautiful eyes gleaming with lethal intent as she waved her hand. In an instant, an endless stream of moonlight surged forth from the moon palace, transforming into a magnificent galaxy stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, reminiscent of a roaring dragon, hurtling towards the fleeing Emperor Jun and Tai. Tai's expression changed dramatically as he hastily summoned the Chaos Bell for defense. The Chaos Bell radiated a mysterious chaotic light, illuminating the heavens in an attempt to suppress the boundless tides of time and space. However, despite being a supreme treasure, the disparity in strength between the two sides proved to be insurmountable. With a resounding boom, the Chaos Bell trembled violently and was directly propelled away by the overwhelming force of moonlight. In the next moment, the distant galaxy descended upon Emperor Jun and Tai like a mountain crashing down, sending them hurtling away like kites severed from their strings, leaving a long trail of blood in the starry sky. The supreme demon emperor, drenched in blood amidst the cosmos. The P quasi-saint, fearsome indeed. Should you dare to encroach upon the Taishang star again, do not blame me for being merciless. With Shia's stern command, the resplendent galaxy gradually faded, restoring silence to the starry expanse. Only a disheveled group of scattered soldiers remained, The 10 great demon saints hastily lifted their severely wounded emperor and scrambled towards the direction of the Sunstar. This time, the demon court faced a tremendous embarrassment. They had come with great fervor to invade the Taishang star, yet they fled in terror without even catching a glimpse of their foe. The 2 demon emperors, even from a distance of billions of miles, had been grievously injured by a single strike. When would the demon court rise again? After this battle, the mighty beings of the heavens were utterly convinced. The 2 figures on the Taishang star were indeed genuine peak quasi-saint powerhouses. Instantly, the great powers across the vast wilderness became frenzied. Prepare offerings. I shall personally visit that esteemed existence. Numerous powerful beings in various sanctuaries urgently commanded their disciples below. They were eager to personally seek an audience with that being, in hopes of uncovering the elusive opportunity for sanctification. At the very least, they aspired to achieve the unparalleled realm of peak quasi-saint. In the Jade Void Palace, the 3 pure ones remained calm and composed, showing no signs of movement. They recognized the voice from earlier. It was undoubtedly their beloved disciple. Though there had been some changes, it could not escape their keen ears. Alas, their disciple truly deserved the blessings of the Tao, consistently accomplishing earth-shattering feats. In the heart of the primordial, admiration blossomed, and a joyful expression graced his face. Yet there lingered a tinge of disappointment. His disciple has likely surpassed them. How shameful. Nevertheless, he is still our disciple. We ought to rejoice on his behalf. Tongtian remarked nonchalantly. After all, they are of the same lineage. It is only fitting that they feel joy. The 3rd brother spoke wisely. And the 2nd brother need not feel ashamed. The ancient sage remained undisturbed. Within the Moon Palace, my husband, I am immensely grateful to you. Shiha and Changshi's fair faces flushed with excitement. Their husbandess words had enabled them to attain enlightenment, freeing them from the burdens of the path. Husband, I wish to. Shiha grasped Feng Xuan's hand, leading him toward the inner chambers. Now that her husband holds the esteemed title of Lord of the Stars. What significance did the gods hold on that day? No matter, they were eager to surrender themselves to their husband. They could hardly wait a moment longer. Feng Xuan offered no resistance and was easily pushed onto the warm, jade-like bed by the 2 maidens. The ice-blue sheer curtains descended, enveloping the scene in a delicate veil. The 2 maidens channeled their magical energies, donning ethereal garments that clung lightly to their forms. Their fair skin shimmered tantalizingly, resembling blooming peach blossoms, with eyes glistening with emotion. My beloved, they whispered, let us unite our hearts today, never to part. She leaned closer to Feng Xuan, their gazes locking, and pressed her soft lips against his. The winds are intoxicating, and such a beauty should not be taken for granted. The 3 of them were entwined in close proximity. When she reached out to touch Feng Xuan's belt, only to be halted by Feng Xuan's hand. My dear, she said, now is not the time. Please wait a little longer. You still bear the fate of an empress, a significant virtue to uphold. Once I declare the primordial chaos and establish the heavenly court. As the celestial emperor, we shall then proclaim our unity in the vastness of the cosmos. Feng Xuan panted as he explained that he was aware of the celestial marriage affair. He lacked no merit, yet they were in dire need of it. He could not act so hastily. Having the opportunity to benefit from the heavenly principles once, he could not simply relinquish it. Upon hearing this, Shihi and Changshi gazed at Feng Xuan with eyes full of melancholy. Very well, they replied, but we can still approach it this way. Hu Shu Tan. Feng Xuan reclined languidly upon the warm bed crafted from exquisite glazed cold jade, a visage of pure contentment and bliss. Beside him, Shihi and Changshi lay in close proximity. At this moment, their starry eyes fluttered half open, and their faces blushed with layers of peachy hues, reminiscent of the resplendent blossoms in spring, vibrant and alluring. The delicate gauze enveloping them transformed into regal attire under the decree of the river crab deity. Their alabaster skin, imbued with subtle shades of enticing pink, echoed the first blooms of red plum after a snowfall. A droplet of crystalline sweat, transparent and fragrant, trickled gently down Shihi's exquisite collarbone, akin to a brilliant pearl rolling upon a jade platter, stirring the heartstrings. Truly, a beauty's waist, akin to a blade that could carve through bone. Fortuitously, his physical prowess was extraordinary. Otherwise, he might need to brace himself against the wall upon rising. My dear husband, if you do not wish to depart, remain here to accompany us, Shihi implored, extending her delicate, warm hand to gently grasp Feng Xuan's larger one. Their fingers entwined, palms pressed closely together, conveying her affection and reluctance to part through this intimate connection, resolutely unwilling to let him go. Changshi, shy and reticent, lowered her gaze, yet reached out to encircle Feng Xuan's neck, her palm tenderly caressing his cheek. "Do not leave, my husband, Chang, she's cool." Gentle voice resonated as her delicate face nestled against Feng Xuan's chest, quietly attuned to the rhythmic thump of his strong heartbeat. Feng Xuan reveled in the embrace and affection of his companion. The joy of this moment was beyond words. After decades of mutual closeness, Feng Xuan gently extricated himself from their intertwined forms. "My lady, I must take my leave. The crowd outside is growing increasingly larger, and it cannot continue like this." Feng Xuan turned to Shihi, who was draped over his arm. Having attained the esteemed position of the supreme moon goddess, the two lunar deities no longer exhibited the fervor for cultivation they once had. They yearned to merge with him, desiring to be in perpetual proximity. "Well, since my husband is so cold-hearted, we have no choice but to comply," Shihi lamented, her expression filled with grievance and sorrow, her eyes brimming with melancholy. "Is it possible to communicate normally?" Feng Xuan gently tapped the delicate nose of Shihi. "Oh, Shihi, you mischievous one. Hihi, my dear husband, you may depart. But you must promise to visit us often, otherwise we shall be quite sorrowful." Shihi, upon receiving his gentle touch, returned to her usual demeanor, her eyes and brows curving gracefully as she conveyed her feelings. "Of course, as we are now companions on this path, I shall certainly come to see you frequently," Feng Xuan solemnly assured them. Having comprehended a portion of the profound principles of yin and yang, he would prefer not to depart, were it not for the numerous plans he still needed to execute. Feng Xuan adjusted his attire and stepped out of his chambers, making his way to the Moon Palace Hall. Through his heightened senses, he discerned the presence of numerous formidable beings congregating at the periphery of the Taishang star. Each of them bore an expression of reverence, yet hesitated to advance, merely standing in quiet anticipation for the arrival of Feng Xuan, the rightful sovereign. At this moment, Shihi and Changshi approached gracefully. "Humph, how I long to send them all flying with a single slap. Their presence truly dampens the spirit." Intruding upon our time with my husband, a cold glimmer shone in Shihi's beautiful eyes, as the azure starry power surged in her grasp, radiating brilliance, with formidable energy directed towards the crowd outside. "Ah, my lady, please refrain from acting impulsively. Let us first compose ourselves." Feng Xuan, witnessing Shihi's demeanor, swiftly reached out to grasp her delicate hand, gently restraining her with a whisper. He understood all too well that should that slap truly land, the myriad joys and boundless possibilities of the primordial world would be greatly diminished. "Rest assured, my love, I still possess reason. Merely a touch of displeasure lingers in my heart," Shihi replied. At Feng Xuan's words, the icy glint in Shihi's eyes gradually softened as she turned her gaze upon him with docility, then withdrew the lethal strike poised to be unleashed. Feng Xuan gazed through the vast barrier of stars, his eyes resting upon the formidable beings beyond, and he comprehended their intentions. These individuals had come in pursuit of celestial bestowals, yearning for the opportunity to attain sanctity. Yet they shared no kinship with him. What right did he have to confer upon them such honors? Shia seemed to perceive Feng Xuan's thoughts and spoke. "My husband, shall we not take direct action and drive them away?" Feng Xuan's countenance remained as tranquil as a placid lake, as he gently waved his hand and remarked, "There is no need for such concern. At present, it is likely that few are aware that I am the Lord of the Stars. Since they merely speculate about the existence of such a being, let them continue their conjectures. Why should I voluntarily reveal myself? Is it not rather intriguing?" As soon as his words fell, the innate treasure, the celestial star chart, materialized in Feng Xuan's grasp. In an instant, an overwhelming tide of starlight surged forth, continuously bestowing the powers of the celestial spheres upon him. A terrifying pressure erupted from the moonstar, sweeping across the myriad realms like a tumultuous wave. Under this immense force, countless celestial bodies trembled, as though they were celebrating the emergence of the Lord of the Stars. "Look, who is that?" An anonymous figure of great renown could not contain his astonishment, his eyes alight with fervent excitement. "He is indeed within the moon star." The previous decree was indeed issued by him. Several quasi-saintly beings gazed solemnly towards the moon star, bowing with profound respect. Could this overwhelming pressure, surpassing even the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, indicate that he is the second saint since the Tao ancestor? Might he be an esteemed companion from the Zixio Palace? Throughout the vast cosmos, myriad beings pondered in secret, attempting to discern his true identity. If he were indeed an ally of the Zixio Palace, it would pose significant complications. After all, they would prefer not to witness a peer possessing an overwhelming superiority over themselves. While it was somewhat acceptable for figures like Dijuan and Tai to be slightly more powerful, The magnitude of his strength was truly disconcerting. Allies may be formidable, but not to such an extent. At this moment, within the Moon Palace, Feng Xuan donned a robe adorned with the celestial constellations, radiating boundless stellar brilliance. His resplendent aura transcended the very heavens. His long, dark hair, now imbued with a deep azure hue, flowed gracefully in the wind. Countless stars, resembling precious gems, adorned him, accentuating his extraordinary handsomeness, while an air of nobility emanated from him, rendering him almost unapproachable. Shihe and Changshi gazed at him with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration and infatuation. At this juncture, my power had indeed surpassed the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, yet I still found myself some distance from the realm of saints. I would likely be classified as a sub-saint. Feng Xuan pondered silently for a moment before turning to bid farewell to Shihe and Changshi. Madam, I shall take my leave now. Indeed, my husband, take care. After their farewell, Feng Xuan unleashed a torrent of energy, an overwhelming aura that enveloped the vastness of the cosmos. The myriad beings in the outer realms dared not gaze directly at the moon star, hastily averting their eyes, fearful of inadvertently incurring the displeasure of that enigmatic and formidable entity. In but an instant, Feng Xuan traversed the expanse of the universe and returned to Kunlun Mountain. Such is the might of a semi-saint. At this moment, Feng Xuan reigned in the divine radiance surrounding him, dispelling the celestial power that had been bestowed upon him. As for the powerful beings still awaiting him beyond the moonstar, let them continue their vigil. Should they wish to serve in his heavenly court in the future, perhaps he might consider bestowing them with titles. But for now, such thoughts are futile. They have no chance. It is time to pay a visit to my master and the others. Feng Xuan contemplated for a moment, then adjusted his Taoist robe. With a swift motion, he soared towards the central Jade Void Palace, exclaiming, "Master, your disciple has arrived." Feng Xuan, with a demeanor of utmost respect, stepped gracefully into the Jade Void Palace, bowing deeply in greeting to his three masters. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Shi's lips moved slightly, as if a torrent of words yearned to escape his mouth, yet he ultimately restrained himself, uttering not a single word. Feng Xuan spoke little, slowly retrieving the chart of the celestial bodies. In an instant, the unique aura of the innate supreme treasure radiated forth, filling the entire Jade Void Palace. Indeed, it was my disciple. I gently stroked my long beard, my expression one of assured certainty, as I recognized that only my own disciple could possess such profound fortune to acquire this innate supreme treasure. Had it been anyone else, there would surely have been some intrigue, my fellow disciples, and I would have to investigate thoroughly. Upon witnessing this scene and looking at my esteemed disciple, the chaotic thoughts that had previously clouded my mind dissipated like mist. Indeed, this was the cherished student we had diligently guided. Why should I feel ashamed? A disciple need not be inferior to his master. I was more than pleased. Meanwhile, Tongtian wore an expression filled with envy. Who would not desire to possess an innate supreme treasure? Although his sword array of the extermination of immortals complemented the extermination array, and in terms of power, perhaps even surpassed an innate supreme treasure, now both of his elder brothers had one, and even his disciple had acquired such a treasure. Only he was left out. Feeling somewhat out of place, I wondered what plans my disciple had upon his return. Was he perhaps preparing to establish the heavenly court? With a calm demeanor, I softly inquired. Indeed, there was such a thought, yet my disciple intended to wait for several more millennia. I have already scanned the peaks of Kunlun with my divine sense, and most of my junior brothers and sisters are nearing the threshold of breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Once the time arrives, I shall establish the heavenly court without delay. Feng Xuan respectfully responded. Prior to this, he had observed that the people on Kunlun Mountain were deeply engrossed in their cultivation. Under such circumstances, barring any unforeseen events, it was likely that within 100,000 years, most of the Kunlun disciples would attain the esteemed position of Great Luo Golden Immortal. This remarkable progress was attributed not only to the leaves of the enlightenment tree he had bestowed upon them, but also to the profound teachings imparted by his three masters on numerous occasions, which had greatly contributed to the current situation. This is indeed splendid, remarked Yuan Shi, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his visage. He reminisced about their last visit to the West, where they had decisively taught Jane and Junti a lesson, and the three brothers had gained considerable insights from the experience. It appeared that in a few more millennia, they might very well reach the pinnacle of quasi-saintship. At that time, they would be able to safeguard their disciple's heavenly domain. However, upon further reflection, considering their disciple's current strength, it seemed they might not need to extend their assistance after all. In light of this, their disciple took his leave. As Feng Xuan perceived that there were no other pressing matters at hand, he respectfully took his leave, preparing to return to his own sanctuary. The time to journey to the realm of the Earth Mother was not far off. After a brief respite, he intended to set forth. Just as Feng Xuan was about to step out of the grand hall, the three purities could no longer restrain themselves and simultaneously advised, "Disciple, if there are no urgent matters, you might consider visiting Sister Nuwa for a while." Feng Xuan's steps abruptly faltered, and he nearly stumbled. What could the master's words possibly imply? Had they already discerned the secret thoughts residing in his heart? The disciple was aware. Feng Xuan hurriedly replied, and, having spoken, swiftly fled from the Jade Void Palace. The three pure ones exchanged knowing glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Within the Golden Crow Hall on the Sunstar, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. At this moment, the two demon emperors, Di Jun and Tai Yi, along with Shi Huang, Kunpeng, and the 10 great demon saints, gathered to deliberate on pressing matters. The celestial sovereign, without a doubt, referred to Feng Xuan. "What are your thoughts on this?" As soon as Di Jun's words escaped his lips, the assembly erupted in turmoil. They were all too familiar with Feng Xuan. Each encounter had left them grievously wounded, casting a long shadow over their hearts. Bai Zhe, feigning concern like the others, secretly reveled in joy. Thankfully, he had the foresight to befriend Feng Xuan early on. Thus, should Feng Xuan turn hostile in the future, he could retreat unscathed. Inside the Golden Crow Hall, a profound silence enveloped the room, with all present wearing expressions of distress. Confronting a sage was a challenge they could not withstand. Moreover, it appeared that their prideful Zhou star formation was rendered ineffective before the celestial sovereign. To wield the power of the stars in the presence of the celestial sovereign seemed utterly implausible. "Since none of you have any opinions, allow me to express mine," Di Jun said, his complexion as pale as parchment. Although she had not delivered a lethal blow, the power of the Yin had entered his body, clashing with their innate attributes, subjecting him to relentless torment akin to being fried in oil. "I have made my decision. I will pledge the strength of the demon court to Feng Xuan. I shall recognize him as the holy emperor of the demon race, with a status above my own." Upon hearing this declaration, the assembly was taken aback. Was this truly the Di Jun they knew? How could he willingly submit to another? Tai Yi's face was one of disbelief, questioning whether his elder brother had been replaced. Kunpeng also wondered if Di Jun had been driven mad by successive blows. There is no need for further persuasion. Possessing lesser strength is not a disgrace. The ability to bend and yield defines a true man. My resolve is firm. I shall promptly announce this matter across the vast wilderness. With that, Di Jun slowly rose, and in an instant, the fortunes of the entire demon court converged upon him like rivers flowing into the sea. His expression solemn, Di Jun proclaimed to the heavens, "Today, I, Di Jun, deeply feel my own inadequacy and strength, unworthy to lead countless demons. Therefore, I appoint Feng Xuan as the holy emperor of our demon court, bestowing upon him all authority over the demon race with a status above my own. Let the heavenly Tao bear witness. Let the demon race bear witness." As soon as these words were uttered, the entire wilderness erupted like boiling water, a cacophony of surprise. The demon emperor Di Jun had voluntarily relinquished the vast foundation of the demon court. What could this possibly signify? Di Jun and Tai Yi, have they lost their senses? To so freely hand over such a grand foundation is akin to gifting it to the ancients. In the sea of blood, the ancestor of the underworld was left bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend Di Jun's intentions. Such a waste. Truly a monumental waste. Yuan-Ti incessantly pounded his chest, consumed by profound sorrow. Such a grand enterprise, if entrusted to us in the West, could perhaps rejuvenate our Western teachings. In his eyes, Di Jun's actions were nothing short of utter folly. Meanwhile, Jie remained silent, a flicker of complex thoughts crossing his gaze as he pondered the underlying significance of Di Jun's maneuver. Upon hearing this, Nuwa gently waved her delicate hand, and a purple-green gourd materialized in an instant. She had refined this object, and its mysteries were well known to her. For the demon clan, it served as a natural nemesis. However, she seemed to suddenly recall something, her beautiful countenance turning cold before she promptly stowed the gourd away. At this moment, atop the small stone peak, Feng Xuan, who had been leisurely reclining, was abruptly jolted upright. The instant Di Jun concluded his proclamation, an immense wave of demonic fortune surged upon him. In that fleeting moment, the heavens and earth illuminated. With the aid of such colossal fortune, he distinctly sensed a remarkable acceleration in his cultivation speed. Even his comprehension of the laws increased inexplicably. Di Jun, indeed. possessed the audacity to conceive and execute such elaborate schemes, there was a certain intrigue to his endeavors. Feng Xuan's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Dijun's actions undoubtedly constituted a masterful scheme. Should he accept the fortune of the demon court and ascend as the holy emperor of the demons, the fates of the demon court would thereafter be inextricably linked to his own. The calamities faced by the demon court would inevitably descend upon him as well. Dijun intended to draw him into the fray, using him as a weapon against the witch clan, and once both sides were mutually devastated, he would reap the benefits as a bystander. Though the plan was ingenious, he was far from a pliable pawn. The most influential figure in the vast wilderness stood firmly behind him, ready to upend the table at any moment. Nevertheless, as Feng Xuan pondered further, he realized he was on the verge of acquiring a significant number of resources. The fundamental personnel and structure required by the heavenly court could be directly replicated from the demon court, thus saving him considerable effort. Dijun, I truly owe you my gratitude. Feng Xuan could not help but chuckle softly. At this moment, the gazes of the myriad realms converged upon Kunlun Mountain. Everyone eagerly awaited a response from Feng Xuan and the Taishang. Amidst the astonishment, those with keen insight had already discerned the exquisite cunning behind Emperor Jun's scheme. Reflecting on the numerous conflicts between Feng Xuan and the demon court, they could not help but secretly admire Emperor Jun's stratagem. Clearly, he aimed to ensnare the treasured disciple, whom the Taishang held in such high regard, into the terrifying calamity of the Great Tribulation. Who among them was unaware of the catastrophic nature of such a tribulation? Recalling the past, the Grand Dragon, the Primordial Phoenix. In the beginning Qilin, three supreme beings who once stood at the pinnacle of the Hongwang world, were all entities far surpassing the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, even they succumbed to a tragic fate of death and dissolution under the ravages of the Great Tribulation. Now, the three clans could only cower in a corner, unable to restore their former glory. This illustrates that notions of eternal freedom and boundless longevity crumble like mere illusions in the face of such a disaster. Within the tribulation, perhaps only those transcendent beings akin to saints could evade the dire calamity of life and death and emerge unscathed. At this moment, within the Yushu Palace, the Taishang sat steadfast as mountains, their countenance as tranquil as ever. Entering a tribulation? What tribulation? Their cherished disciple was under the protection of the Tao's blessings. Even if they were to enter the tribulation, Feng Xuan would remain untouched. Emperor Jun's actions were, in effect, a self-inflicted demise of the formidable foundation the demon court had painstakingly established over countless ages. Yet, so what? Once their disciple's celestial court was established, the demon court would inevitably face the fate of annihilation, ultimately returning to dust and soil. Indeed, the future of the Hongwang world was destined to be dominated by the celestial court. With just a few words, the Taishang had elucidated the future trajectory of the Hongwang world with clarity. After all, the celestial court was a grand endeavor proposed by the Tao ancestor and personally managed by their disciple, with their unwavering support from behind. Who could possibly obstruct it? Let us observe how their disciple employs his talents. With this pronouncement, the Yushu Palace fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan distinctly felt the countless gazes directed towards him, as tangible as substance, and a confident smile curved at the corners of his mouth. He strode boldly, commanding the nine-dragon sandalwood palanquin, soaring toward the direction of the Sunstar. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with three fires. He intended to prepare the structure of the celestial court in advance, while simultaneously vexing Emperor Jun and Tai. Brother, he is coming. In his exclusive palace, Tai, sensing the palanquin traversing between heaven and earth, hastily alerted his elder brother, Emperor Jun. I knew he would be anxious, Emperor Jun replied, brimming with pride and confidence. He neither wished to be embroiled in the great tribulation, nor could he bear to relinquish the vast foundation of the demon race. Apart from softening to us and seeking our cooperation to resist the witch clan, he had no other recourse. We need only bide our time in the shadows, waiting for Feng Xuan to be vanquished by the witch clan. Then we shall reap the rewards of their conflict without lifting a finger. Brilliant strategy, elder brother. Tai's eyes shone with undisguised admiration. The elder brother had single-handedly established the celestial court, secured dominion over the starry heavens, and now masterminded the fate of the cosmos itself. Despite Feng Xuan's formidable prowess, he was still ensnared by his elder brother's cunning schemes. Summon all the significant members of the demon court. We shall collectively welcome this sovereign of the demon race. With that, Emperor Jun rose and strode purposefully towards the Golden Crow Palace. By the time Feng Xuan arrived, the elite forces of the demon race had already gathered in full assembly. Among them were Fushi, Kuanpeng, the 10 great demon saints, and the Deluo demon gods responsible for the grand array of celestial stars. However, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the complete lineup required for the 365 main stars was still lacking, indicating that the strength of the demon court had yet to be fully restored. We pay homage to the Holy Emperor. The demon saints and gods bowed deeply, while the 3 demon emperors performed a respectful prostration. Feng Xuan, with an air of composure, ascended to the highest seat in the grand hall. Under the watchful gaze of those around him, who were either speculating or filled with curiosity, this seat, evidently hastily crafted by the demon court, had not existed prior to Feng Xuan's arrival. Feng Xuan settled himself with poise, with Emperor Jun, Tai, and Fuxi taking their places beside him. Everyone awaited his words in anticipation. Now that I have ascended to the position of Saint Monarch of the Demon Clan, governing all affairs of our kind, I shall hereby decree 3 edicts. Feng Xuan's gaze was like a piercing torch, sharply surveying the multitude within the grand hall. The first decree of the Holy Emperor commanded a reformation of the demon court, establishing 5 sovereigns beneath the Holy Emperor's authority. The demon emperor Jun was designated as the southern sovereign, the demon emperor Tai as the eastern sovereign, and the demon emperor Fuxi as the northern sovereign. While the positions of the remaining 2 sovereigns were to be determined at a later date, the 5 sovereigns would possess the right to participate in discussions, yet lacked the ultimate decision-making power. All matters of the demon court would require my personal review and judgment. Thus proclaimed the Holy Emperor's edict. The assembled demons bowed in respectful obedience, fully aware of the power struggles among the elite, understanding that their only duty was to comply with orders. Only Emperor Jun could not suppress a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He comprehended that Feng Xuan was evidently attempting to fracture the authority they wielded. The power that had previously been concentrated between him and Tai was now being dispersed among 5 sovereigns. Consequently, his influence and voice would undoubtedly be significantly diminished. Fuxi, however, harbored a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Though he had previously held the title of Demon Emperor, his authority had been limited, rendering him unable to take action. With the issuance of this decree, he suddenly found himself endowed with power, a means to realize his ambitions. Feng Xuan paid no heed to Emperor Jun's reaction and promptly issued the second decree. The second decree of the Saint Emperor, to divide the 10 great demon saints into 5 factions, with their respective armies equally partitioned, to be led uniformly by 5 paramount monarchs. The 5 monarchs shall hold equal status and commensurate power, each destined to guard one of the 5 poles of heaven and earth. With this proclamation, the entire structure and distribution of power within the demon court were instantaneously bifurcated, now governed solely by these 5 sovereigns. This marked a true essence of equality. Thus do we adhere to the edict of the Saint Emperor. The assembly of demons once again bowed in unison, each secretly contemplating which sovereign they would serve under. The third decree of the Saint Emperor, in earnest pursuit of the 10 principles of non-aggression posited by the Tao ancestor, to uphold the harmonious relations between the Wu and the Yao clans. As the words escaped his lips, a profound sense of foreboding surged within Emperor Jun and Tai. The East Emperor and South Emperor shall be dispatched, leading their respective demon saints to Mount Buzhou, to cultivate amicable relations with the ancestral shaman, thus fully realizing the Tao ancestor's mandate. Thus do we adhere to the edict of the Saint Emperor. The demons continued to bow respectfully. However, the countenance of Emperor Jun and Tai darkened ominously. To Mount Buzhou? Was this not a blatant push into the inferno? Although their strength had indeed seen some enhancement, the mere thought of the terrifying might of the 12 ancestral shamans sent shivers down their spines. Feng Xuan, Tai, unable to contain his fury, was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of invective. Does the East Emperor harbor any objections? Feng Xuan's gaze narrowed slightly at this moment. As the Holy Emperor of the Demon Clan, his words were akin to law, and how could Tai dare to be so audacious? Wasn't Dijuan attempting to scheme against him? Thus, he could directly command Dijuan to serve as an envoy to the Witch Clan, placing him at the forefront of the impending battle between the witches and the demons. Let us see how he would respond. However, Dong Huang, momentarily agitated, held no further objections. Dijuan hastily reached out to grasp Tai's arm. As long as Feng Xuan acknowledged his identity as the Holy Emperor of the Demon Clan, all his previous machinations would still hold promise. The humiliation they currently endured was merely temporary. For the sake of a brighter future, they could only endure in silence for the time being. However, their strength might not be sufficient to contend with the Witch Clan, and this venture would likely entail considerable peril. Not sufficient? Will you not flee? Feng Xuan admonished without reservation. Moreover, I dispatched you to negotiate, not to instigate conflict. Di Jun, stung by the rebuke, felt his dignity crumble, though seething with anger within. He dared not exhibit the slightest hint of it, and could only respond in a subdued tone. As you command. Very well, let the demon saints begin their selection. Feng Xuan spoke with an air of indifference. At the moment he issued his second decree, the vast army of the demon clan, under the influence of the demon court's fortune, had already divided into 5 factions. There was no discernible difference among these 5 legions. However, fortune alone could not dictate the allegiance of the 10 great demon saints. They would need to choose which sovereign to follow. Upon hearing this, Di Jun's gaze immediately turned to Bai Zhe. Among the 10 great demon saints, Bai Zhe held the highest cultivation level, and his wisdom was unparalleled, making him undoubtedly Di Jun's primary choice. Under the intense scrutiny of such fervent eyes, Bai Zhe felt as if he were sitting on a bed of needles. Reason urged him to refrain from following Di Jun or Tai Yi. The current state of the demon court was dire, beyond redemption. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan possessed a fortune as formidable as a dragon. As a third-generation disciple of the Xianmin, he had the support of the Dao ancestor. It was indeed lamentable that the 2 demon emperors were deeply ensnared in calamity yet remained oblivious. Alas, let me repay the demon emperor's kindness one last time. Bai Zhe sighed inwardly and slowly stepped out of the ranks of the demon saints, quietly positioning himself beside Di Jun. Before long, formidable demon saints such as Ying Zhao, Gu Che, and Fei Lian pledged their allegiance to Di Jun and Tai Yi. They were long-standing followers of the demon emperor, holding profound respect for both. Fei Dan and Jiao Ying, on the other hand, chose to join the camp of Fu Shi. The remaining demon saints remained stationary, awaiting the new emperor's arrangements. With matters settled, Feng Xuan closed his eyes to recuperate. Di Jun and Tai Yi led their respective demon saints to withdraw, taking a moment to rest before preparing to set forth to Mount Buzhou. Observing this, the others instinctively retreated, recognizing that the matter no longer concerned them. The position of the Western Emperor would be assumed by Shi Wangmu. The Central Emperor's seat would be occupied by Nu Hua, thus effectively containing the Northern Emperor. Fu Shi. Feng Xuan secretly plotted in his heart, a satisfied smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his lips. Thus, the demon court would undoubtedly fall completely under my control. It is thanks to this calamity that Di Jun would so easily relinquish the power of the demon court. However, I can no longer venture into the blood pool. The fortunes of the demon clan and the shaman clan are in direct conflict. Should I step in, my identity would inevitably be revealed. Feng Xuan pondered for a moment, his mind already formulating a plan. It appeared that the only course of action was to swiftly bring an end to the Lich War. With this thought in mind, Feng Xuan rose, preparing to pay a visit to Enhua. As the foremost among the 6 saints of the heavenly path, Enhua was a pivotal figure in the resurgence of humanity. To usher in the age of saints, Enhua must first attain sanctity. In the blink of an eye, Feng Xuan ascended the 9-dragon Agarwood Palanquin, navigating through the boundless realms of time and space, arriving at Mount Buzhou. He then proceeded directly into the Fengqi Valley. Sister Enhua, I have arrived. As the words of Feng Xuan resonated, a crimson-embroidered ball hurtled towards him like a shooting star. He made no attempt to evade it, allowing the red orb to strike his forehead with considerable force. Nuwa was evidently displeased with him. However, this could be interpreted as a positive omen, for it at least indicated that Nuwa held some feelings for him. Ouch, that hurts. The power of the red ball was truly astonishing, its unique properties causing Feng Xuan to gasp in pain. He silently vowed to himself that in the future, he must not be so stubborn. What was he doing here? Why not accompany those 2 individuals on the moon? Nuwa's beautiful eyes held a glimmer of frost as she gazed at Feng Xuan, who was nursing his forehead. Although a fleeting look of sympathy crossed her features, it vanished almost instantaneously. Alone in this place, her heart was filled with concern for Feng Xuan, joyful yet anxious for his well-being. Yet, what was the outcome? He had gone off to meet those 2 icy women, which was enough to provoke her ire. I merely wish to visit Sister Nuwa, as it has been quite some time since my last arrival. The ethereal currents of fate unfurl, gently alleviating the pain that lingers upon his forehead, replacing it with a radiant smile as he gazes at Nuwa. I do not require your presence. I can thrive splendidly on my own. Nuwa, unfazed, strides toward her vine-laden bed, turning her back to Feng Xuan, choosing not to cast another glance in his direction. Feng Xuan hastily rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding environment. Upon spotting the 2 exquisitely crafted, diminutive figures resembling miniature beings, a knowing smile crept across his face. If Sister Enhua truly wished to be rid of my presence, then I shall take my leave. Feng Xuan deliberately lowered his voice, feigning an intention to depart. How dare you? Upon hearing Feng Xuan's words, Nuwa furrowed her brow, and the vine in her hand swiftly extended like a serpent, binding Feng Xuan in an instant. For the next 10,000 years, you are forbidden to leave. Observing Nuwa's expression, which was rife with indignation, Feng Xuan obediently reclined, allowing her to vent her emotions. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it the fragrance of blossoms, while the melodious chirping of birds filled the air. Nuwa concentrated on molding the clay figurine in her hands, while Feng Xuan lay quietly, watching. For a moment, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. However, the clay figures Nuwa crafted were bizarre and lacked the ethereal charm that one would expect from such artistry. Feng Xuan could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Sister Enhua, your skill in fabrication appears to require further refinement. Silence. Enhua exclaimed with a delicate yet authoritative tone, hurling the clay figurine in her hand directly at Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan's figure swiftly darted aside, effortlessly evading the grasp of the vines that subsequently fell away from his form. Sister Enhua, I was in the wrong. Please do not ignore me. Feng Xuan hastily implored. Upon hearing these words, Enhua fixed her gaze upon Feng Xuan, her crimson lips parting to inquire, in what regard have you erred? I have erred by failing to express my feelings to Sister Enhua in a timely manner, he confessed. Feng Xuan spoke softly, gently grasping Nuwa's delicate, fair hand, his gaze earnest and profound. Nuwa's charming face instantaneously flushed a deep crimson, akin to the evening glow adorning the horizon, utterly unprepared for such unabashed candor from Feng Xuan. This sudden declaration left her momentarily at a loss. Observing that Nuwa offered no resistance, Feng Xuan's courage swelled. He tenderly encircled her slender waist, cradling her gently in his embrace. Sister Nuwa, can you comprehend my sentiments? Nuwa's reply was as soft as a whisper, yet for beings of their caliber, it resonated with unmistakable clarity. Feng Xuan's heart brimmed with joy, and he unconsciously exerted a bit more strength in his embrace. The two of them nestled together for quite some time, until Nuwa finally spoke, inquiring, what is your relationship with the two on the moon star? Do not dare to deceive me, for I know you are the supreme of the celestials. Just as Sister Nuwa surmised, they are my companions on the path. Feng Xuan candidly expressed that there was no need for concealment regarding the matter. Oh, Nuwa softly replied, falling into a contemplative silence. An undeniable sense of disappointment settled within her. After all, she was the first to encounter Feng Xuan, and their relationship had initially been exceptionally close. How had it come to this? Sister Nuwa, I genuinely cherish you all. Please promise me. Feng Xuan gazed at the somewhat despondent Nuwa, his eyes brimming with earnest supplication. After a prolonged silence, Nuwa ultimately resolved to speak, turning to Feng Xuan and declaring, you must not fail me henceforth. Let us walk the path of the Great Way together, never to part. Indeed, together in the Great Way, never to separate. Feng Xuan tightly clasped Nuwa's delicate hand, his heart brimming with elation. After they exchanged their innermost thoughts, Nuwa produced a purple and azure demon summoning gourd. This is for you. Within it lies a treasure that will greatly assist you in commanding the demon clan. Observing the gourd, Feng Xuan comprehended that the renowned demon summoning banner resided within. It merely required a fusion with the demon clan's fortune and proper consecration to wield control over countless demons. However, he found himself disinterested. Possessing the ability to govern demons through the original texts of the literary path, he could similarly command the myriad demons of the world. Furthermore, this served as a testament to Nuwa's role as the spokesperson for humanity. The path of humanity, also known as the path of all beings, embodies all sentient creatures within the universe. The demon clan, referred to as the spirit clan, represents a collective of all sentient beings in existence, born from the creation of humanity. Thus, the stewardship of the demon summoning banner could only be genuinely aligned with the path of humanity through Nuwa, the mother of humanity. I cannot accept this, dear Sister Nuwa. Instead, why not ascend to the demon court as its sovereign and take command of the demon clan on my behalf? Feng Xuan spoke of the matters concerning the 5 great sovereigns, and Nuwa pondered for a moment before agreeing. Now that the demon court is under the stewardship of her husband, it is only fitting that she alleviates his burdens. Indeed, I shall assume the role of the central sovereign and ensure everything is well taken care of. However, I must say, I am quite surprised that you managed to win over the Queen Mother of the West as well. It appears you possess unexpected charm. Feng Xuan chuckled awkwardly. Suddenly, a surge of energy from the outside world stirred, prompting the two to gaze outward. It was none other than Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, arriving at Mount Buzhou. The southern Emperor Jun and the eastern Emperor Tai Yi, following the edicts of the Holy Emperor, had come to the Wu clan to reinforce the principles laid down by the Dao ancestor, hoping for the ancestral shaman to make an appearance. Behold, the stage is set for a splendid performance. Feng Xuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as the comical image of Emperor Jun leading the battle against the Lich flashed through his mind, evoking a sense of amusement. Ah, how mischievous you are. Emperor Jun has truly met his match in you. Nua's enchanting eyes were intently fixed on the shifting clouds of the outside world. With her presence alone, Emperor Jun's schemes against Feng Xuan would inevitably falter. Moreover, there were still 3 elder brothers to consider. It was not entirely dire. I had no intention of bringing about his downfall, but rather aimed to gradually wear down his supreme energy, ultimately persuading him to willingly serve my purposes. Feng Xuan pondered thoughtfully. When he was at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, Di Jun was undoubtedly unwilling to submit. Even now, as he ascends to the status of a sub-saint, Di Jun remains obstinate, and perhaps even upon reaching the realm of a saint, Hanyuan Daoyuo Jingxian, he might still not yield in true submission. However, his aspiration is to achieve the Great Way and to fulfill the unfinished grandeur of the Panga deity. I am eager to see whether Di Jun dares to defy the Panga deity. The more powerful one becomes, the greater the awe they feel towards this primordial world. The Panga deity, who single-handedly battled 3,000 chaos demons and cleaved the heavens and the earth, possesses a cataclysmic strength that is truly awe-inspiring. Heh. You still claim you are not wicked? Nua chuckled, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons, her laughter ringing like silver bells. At this moment, above Mount Buzhou, Di Jun and Tai Yi wore anxious expressions, as if fearing that a colossal giant might suddenly appear and deliver a crushing blow. Although Hongjun Daozu proclaimed that the Wu and Yao tribes must not engage in conflict, would the inherently combative tribe adhere to such a decree? The answer is evidently in the negative. They are the most unreasonable of all. Why is there not a single sound? We have been waiting here for so long. Tai Yi said, his face filled with confusion. The chaotic bell above him radiated myriad glimmers, as the rhythms of time and space flowed gently, and he was already prepared for battle at any moment. He thought to himself that as soon as the ancestral witches made a move, he would promptly retreat. After all, the current demon court is no longer entirely their domain, and he had no desire to sacrifice himself for it. Oh, Holy Emperor, peace talks. Are you here to humiliate us? Suddenly, a violent fluctuation rippled through the space before the members of the demon court. Following that, 11 figures appeared before them in unison, their blood surging and a fierce combat spirit emanating from them, as if they could hardly wait to engage in a grand battle. No, this is merely the command of our Holy Emperor. We are simply acting under orders, Di Jun said calmly as he looked at the 11 ancestral witches before him. By the way, our Holy Emperor of the Demon Court is Feng Xuan. Holy Emperor? Feng Xuan. Di Jiang slightly furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. He only knew Feng Xuan as a disciple of the 3 Pure Ones. How did he ascend to the position of Holy Emperor of the Yao tribe? However, upon hearing this name, Zhu Rong's fury ignited, and he seethed within. It's him. He dared to slay Xing Tian and Ho Yi before my eyes, causing me to lose face in front of Gong Gong. Such an insult must be avenged. I will certainly slay him to wipe away this humiliation. Thus, he addressed his elder brother, Brother, Feng Xuan has insulted us, so let us directly attack Kunlun. Zhu Rong grew increasingly agitated. The Dao ancestor merely stated that the Wu and Yao tribes must not engage in a grand conflict. But our assault is not aimed at the Yao tribe, rather at that insignificant Kunlun mountain. Hence, we are not violating the Dao ancestors' decree at all. Moreover, the 3 Pure Ones are also vying for the title of Panga's orthodox lineage. It is time to settle this matter once and for all. As soon as Zhu Rong spoke, a significant majority of the 11 ancestral witches expressed their agreement. The ancestral witches, naturally inclined towards conflict, felt stifled by the inability to engage in battle for 10 epochs, driving them nearly to madness. Moreover, as time progressed, some of the ancestral witches began to perceive the potential threat that the flow of time posed to their grand aspirations. Although they were confident in their eventual triumph in the struggle for supremacy, the notion of preemptively eliminating the root cause of their troubles was undeniably appealing. Brother, I am in favor, exclaimed Zhu Jioyin, the first to vocalize his support for Zhu Rong's proposal. Brother, we also concur, followed the declarations of Rushou, Gong Gongs, Tian Wu, Shi Zi, and Shi Bai Shi, all expressing their eagerness for battle. At this moment, 7 ancestral witches had already voiced their support for an assault on Kunlun Mountain, while the remaining witches had yet to openly express their agreement. They also refrained from voicing any opposition. Seeing this, Dijun felt a surge of secret delight. His initial intent was merely to incite discord between the ancestral witches and Feng Xuan. He had not anticipated that they would already harbor grievances among themselves. Now, the situation had swiftly escalated towards an offensive against Kunlun Mountain. His scheme was already half a success. Given this development, he decided to stoke the flames further. Dijun then declared with righteous fervor, "Feng Xuan is the holy emperor of our demon clan. Should you attack Kunlun, you would be making enemies of us. Are you truly prepared to take such a step?" Upon hearing this, the previously hesitant Dijiang made a resolute decision, boldly proclaiming to Dijun, 10,000 years hence, our witch clan shall indeed ascend Kunlun Mountain. Should the demon clan dare to obstruct us, we shall eradicate you as well. Even if it means standing against the entire primordial world, our witch clan knows no fear. At worst, we shall sink Kunlun Mountain and extinguish the sunstar. We shall recreate the heavens and the earth. With the matter now seemingly settled, Dijun did not wish to engage in further dialogue with the ancestral witches, fearing that excessive words might lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, he declared, "Let us return and truthfully report to the Holy Emperor. The actions of the witch clan disrupt the celestial harmony and will surely invoke the wrath of the sages." With that, Dijun hurriedly led everyone back, harboring no thoughts of negotiation. On the journey home, Baizhe hesitated, taken aback by Dijun's actions. This undeniably exacerbated the conflict between him and Feng Xuan. If he were in Feng Xuan's position, he would surely be inclined to confront Dijun with lethal intent. "Demon Emperor, you are indeed treading a path towards self-destruction." Baizhe sighed helplessly, contemplating how to safeguard Dijun's life, even if it meant clinging to a mere thread of hope. "Brother, how shall we explain our return to Feng Xuan?" Tai inquired with a face full of excitement, as the witch clan was poised to assault Kunlun Mountain. In his estimation, the 3 pure ones had yet to attain sainthood, and thus were certainly no match for their adversaries. The might of Pangu's true form was exceedingly formidable. He had witnessed firsthand how even the Tao ancestor had to resort to alternative measures to contend with it. Therefore, the defeat of Kunlun was inevitable. By then, the 3 pure ones at Feng Xuan would surely be gravely injured, if not perish entirely. At that juncture, numerous powerful beings from the primordial world would undoubtedly swarm forth to seize the primordial purple energy held by the 3 pure ones. With their strength, they would assuredly secure the opportunity to attain sainthood and ascend to the realm of the saints. It is a well-known fact within the primordial realm that our demon clan, under the edict of the Tao ancestor, is prohibited from engaging in warfare with the witch clan. Dijun, appearing calm and composed, remarked that Feng Xuan, as a disciple of the Tao ancestor, could not possibly contravene his master's decree. Thus, our demon court need only bide our time. Observing from the sidelines as the 2 factions clash, Dijun was exceedingly pleased with his stratagem, believing the entirety of the primordial realm to be firmly within his grasp. In the Fengxi Valley, Feng Xuan and Yua bore witness to the conversation between Dijun and the ancestors of the witch clan. Yua thought. Dijun is indeed treacherous and cunning, never engaging in virtuous deeds. Her fists clenched tightly in anger, her knuckles turning pale as her fury surged within her. The anticipated spectacle had not unfolded as expected, instead redirecting the enmity of the witch clan toward her husband. It was infuriating. There is no need for such wrath. My lady, all of this was anticipated on my part. Should the witch clan dare to invade Kunlun, it would merely be courting disaster. Feng Xuan nonchalantly remarked. That battle will undoubtedly establish the illustrious reputation of my Kunlun lineage. Feng Xuan paid no heed to Dijun's schemes, no matter his calculations. He believed that he could effortlessly dismantle them. Moreover, his 3 esteemed masters were on the verge of transcending to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. At that time, armed with 2 innate supreme treasures alongside the extermination sword formation, who in this primordial world could withstand their might? I shall also lend my assistance when the moment arrives. Yua remarked. Indeed, I understand, my lady. Feng Xuan smiled in response. Bah, it's utterly ruined. Yua pouted playfully. After a brief bout of laughter and merriment, Feng Xuan suddenly produced a fragment of the creation jade plate. What is this? Upon seeing it, Yua's eyes widened in astonishment, as if an inner voice incessantly beckoned her to draw closer to this object. Even though she was nestled tightly in Feng Xuan's embrace at that moment, it was As you might surmise, a fragment of the primordial treasure, the creation jade plate, which fortuitously contained the essence of the path of creation. Feng Xuan smiled as he spoke. Let us delve into the profound truths together. The day we achieve the Great Way is surely just around the corner. Thank you, my beloved. The passage of 50,000 years seemed but a fleeting moment. Within the valley of Phoenix Nest, the primordial spiritual energy was dense as mist, swirling and enveloping the surroundings. While the brilliance of the Great Way shone resplendently, the intricate threads of the mysterious path of creation intertwined continuously, encircling both Feng Xuan and Yuhua. At that moment, their essences, the remnants of the jade plate of creation, and the energies of the creation gorge resonated harmoniously. In an instant, two immense forces erupted with a thunderous roar, causing the very fabric of this realm to tremble incessantly. The radiant laws of transformation surrounding Feng Xuan have reached their zenith, achieving remarkable completion. His realm has seamlessly transcended, propelling him into the later stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Meanwhile, with multifaceted support, Enhua has also shattered the bottleneck of the late Quasi-Saint stage. Utilizing the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus, she has successfully severed her own corporeal form, resulting in a substantial enhancement of her cultivation and Tao. As the two slowly opened their eyes and their gazes met, the joy in each other's eyes was unmistakable. In a mere 50,000 years, such astonishing progress is indeed nothing short of miraculous. My lady, I must return at once to prepare for the myriad concerns regarding the witch clan. As Feng Xuan spoke, he rose, preparing to depart. Although the witch clan was not particularly fearsome, careful preparation was essential for a flawless outcome. Allow me to accompany you back. Remaining here is exceedingly dull, said Nuwa, reaching out to gently grasp the hem of Feng Xuan's robe. Her demeanor reminiscent of a pouting maiden reluctant to let him leave alone. Feng Xuan pondered for a moment, concluding that it would be beneficial for Nuwa to accompany him on their return. Changxi and Shiha had just attained the status of moon deities and needed to stabilize their realms within the confines of the lunar star. Whereas Nuwa did not share such a necessity. She should venture out into the world, immersing herself in the profound truths of nature and the cosmos, which would undoubtedly aid her journey. Thus, let the lady accompany me back. The two exited the Fengxi Valley, casting a glance at the myriad of witch soldiers gathering at the foot of the unworldly mountain. The overwhelming malevolent aura and murky energy were quite unsettling. Let us depart. With a gentle call from Feng Xuan, the 9 dragons' incense palanquin materialized out of thin air, carrying the two directly back to Kunlun. The moment they stepped onto Kunlun Mountain, the 3 purities awakened from their meditative states, astonished to find that the disciple had brought his junior sister home. Such rapid progress was unexpected. The primordial heavenly sovereign, filled with astonishment, could hardly contain his eagerness and rose to investigate the matter. Hold on, Laozi interjected, raising his hand to stop the primordial sovereign, his expression grave. The situation had not yet settled, and we must not act recklessly. It is prudent to observe discreetly for the time being. Upon hearing this, the primordial sovereign quickly realized his oversight, nearly jeopardizing his disciple's significant affair due to his impatience, and promptly resumed his seat. This place is my small stone peak, the abode of my teachings. Feng Xuan brought Nuwa to the small stone peak and introduced. Not far below lies the abode of my junior sister. We share this sacred ground. Upon hearing this, Nuwa's spirit stirred slightly, swiftly penetrating the intricate barriers of the formation, and beheld the Sanshao in deep meditation. An inexplicable pang of jealousy welled up within her, prompting her to tease with a hint of sarcasm, sharing a sacred ground. And with your junior sister no less. How considerate of you, my dear husband. I stand corrected. Please grant me mercy. Feng Xuan hastily begged for mercy, realizing now that having too many partners could indeed be a source of trouble. Humph, there shall be no other companions in the future. Otherwise, Nuwa declared, extending her jade hand, poised to pinch Feng Xuan at his waist. Hiss. Feng Xuan inhaled sharply, hastily proclaiming, I was wrong. It shall not happen again. You must swear. By the name of the great Tao, I vowed that henceforth, my companions in this journey shall be only you few, never to add another. Upon hearing such a solemn oath, Nuwa's satisfaction blossomed as she withdrew her hand, her face illuminating with a smile once more. After Feng Xuan meticulously detailed the arrangements of the little stone peak, Nuwa's thought shifted, and she turned to inquire, where is Sister Zhuangmu? Take me to her. This. A sudden sense of foreboding surged within Feng Xuan, causing his heart to race. Is that not possible? Nuwa's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, her jade hand rising once again. Very well, I shall escort you at once, my lady. Feng Xuan promptly nodded in agreement. For what was destined to come would inevitably arrive. Delaying would serve no purpose. Feng Xuan accompanied Inhua to the entrance of the Western Queen Mother's realm. Utilizing her inherent authority, she summoned her mystical powers. As her energy surged, a portal shimmering with spatial energy gradually materialized amidst the picturesque valley. Without the slightest hesitation, Inhua stepped forward, leaving only her voice echoing back. "Do not follow me. Attend to the matters of the Witch clan. I wish to have a heartfelt conversation with Sister Shiwangmo. Alas, may they not incite too great a discord." With a resigned sigh, Feng Xuan composed himself and turned toward the Jade Void Palace. "Disciple Feng Xuan seeks an audience with the master," he called. "Enter," came the reply. Feng Xuan stepped into the grand hall, where he was met with the teasing gazes of the three pure ones. Taking a deep breath, he relayed the news of the Wu clan's impending assault on Kunlun Mountain, set to occur in 100,000 years. Upon hearing this, the three pure ones were instantly filled with righteous fury. How audacious of the Wu clan! They had not yet sought retribution for the clan's audacious claim to the title of the true Pangu, and now they dared to provoke them. Such ignorance of their own limitations was astounding. "My sword is already restless with hunger, vowing to let the ancestral sorcerers spill their blood upon Kunlun Mountain." The intent of the heavenly sword surged forth, and the chinkping sword sensed its master's unwavering resolve resonating with a continuous hum. The surrounding void began to crack and heal in an endless cycle. Since its emergence, it had yet to taste blood. Clearly, the Wu clan was oblivious to the divine order. They dared to strike against us, and it is fitting that we be the ones to send them to their doom. Yuan Shi's brow gathered a frosty aura as he wielded the Panga banner, the most formidable weapon among the innate treasures, although he usually appeared ethereal and detached. Devoid of murderous intent, once his killing spirit ignited, the might of the Panga banner could obliterate the heavens and earth. The edge of the heavenly opening axe could annihilate all sentient beings, leaving no chance for resurrection. Laozi maintained a calm demeanor, as steadfast as a mountain. But the dual energies of yin and yang flowed around him, revealing the shadowy forms of the Taiji and Bagua. Regarding this matter, he too held a resolve to fight until the end. "Disciple, you may withdraw for now. In 100,000 years, we shall surely repel those barbarians." Laozi's tone was unyieldingly authoritative. "No, master, I have a thought I hope you will consider." "Oh, pray tell." Yuan Shi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by what novel idea his precious disciple might propose. "In 100,000 years, I request that the three masters hold their positions and allow me, along with my fellow disciples, and the two moon goddesses, Sister Nuwa and the West Queen Mother, to confront the Wu clan's forces first. This will serve not only as a valuable trial for my fellow disciples, but also as an excellent opportunity to showcase the might of the heavenly court in the future. I earnestly seek your approval." The three pure ones pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. "Indeed, our disciples have lacked sufficient experience in these years. They cannot compare to our own legendary exploits in the primordial world. Thus, we shall abide by your words. When you find yourselves in peril, we shall come to your aid." "Thank you, masters." Feng Xuan bowed deeply before exiting the Jade Void Palace. He first returned to the wisdom tree beside the little stone peak, gazing at the tree, now lush and flourishing once more. With sincerity, he spoke, "Old tree, I must borrow your primal power for a time. In 50,000 years, I shall designate you as the divine tree of the heavenly court, allowing you to revel in the offerings of celestial beings and assist you in your ascension." The wisdom tree swayed gently, its response ambiguous, whether in agreement or refusal. Yet, Feng Xuan paid it no heed and directly invoked the perfected laws of creation, an immense force continuously pouring into the wisdom tree. In an instant, an endless emerald divine light erupted from the little stone peak. Under Feng Xuan's guidance, it transformed into dozens of luminous beams, accurately descending upon various peaks of Kunlun, perfectly corresponding to all of Kunlun's disciples. The crowd, bewildered, wondered about their elder brother's intentions. Soon after, Feng Xuan's voice resonated around them. "Dear junior brothers and sisters, cultivate diligently. In 40,000 years, I hope to see you all attain the great Luo realm." Upon hearing this, the disciples ceased their speculations, cherishing this rare opportunity for cultivation, immersing themselves in the comprehension of the laws and the essence of the Tao. Next, it was time to venture into the endless sea of blood. In the endless sea of blood, within the blood god palace, the river of Hades, engrossed in the path of slaughter, slowly opened his eyes. A myriad of crimson light erupted forth, causing the entire innate great hall to tremble violently. Yet no other effects were felt. In the present, the only known being in the sea of blood was the river of Hades. He felt an ominous premonition. as if someone were keeping tabs on him. Could it be those two foolish birds from the Sun Star? Curse be it, they persistently targeted me, the ancestor of Hades. I must devise a way to regain my honor. Otherwise, what would become of my esteemed reputation? Just as the river of Hades contemplated how to retaliate against Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching above the sea of blood, accompanied by a thick presence of the demon race. What the hell is this? Is this never ending? Just because I don't show my might. You think I am a mere plaything? The twin swords, Yuan Tu and Abi, materialized, emanating a chilling aura of slaughter. The murderous intent within the sea of blood surged. Swirling violently, the turbulent blood quickly coalesced into a massive crimson dragon, exuding formidable power. The river of Hades mounted the dragon, breaking through the surface of the sea of blood and soaring into the skies above. You dare to challenge me? River of Hades, I have not provoked you, have I? Feng Xuan appeared utterly perplexed. Although he had deceived the river of darkness on several occasions, he had concealed his actions with great skill, lacking the wisdom of a sage. He was entirely oblivious to this intricate web of cause and effect. My apologies, I mistakenly thought you were referring to those two ruffians from the Sun Star. However, my friend, I am somewhat acquainted with the discord between you and the Southern Emperor and Eastern Emperor of my demon court, so I bear no ill will. Yet, dear friend, will you not invite me inside for a brief respite? Feng Xuan gazed at the visibly remorseful Ming He, a smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing his words, Ming He's blood-red eyes shimmered. He bore no causal enmity with Feng Xuan, yet their interactions had been minimal. What was his purpose for coming to the Blood Sea? After a moment's contemplation, he reached a resolution. Please, do come in. Under the guidance of Ming He, Feng Xuan traversed the Blood Sea and entered the Blood God Palace. After taking their seats, Ming He waved his hand, and a jug emanating pure sanguine essence was placed upon the table. The Blood Sea boasts no other specialties. So I shall offer this wine brewed from the essence of myriad spirits to entertain my esteemed companion. Feng Xuan gazed at the bubbling blood plasma in the goblet before him, a wave of discomfort washing over him. One could only commend the ancient ancestor of the Styx, born from the sea of blood, for possessing such extraordinary taste. Alas, I am not accustomed to the effects of alcohol. I cannot partake in drinking. Feng Xuan declined, finding the blood wine truly difficult to consume. Seeing this, Ming He did not press the matter further, for he understood that few beings in the vast wilderness could endure such a beverage. His refined palate was beyond the comprehension of ordinary souls. After draining the goblet of blood wine, Ming He turned his gaze towards Feng Xuan and inquired, Friend Feng Xuan, may I now inquire the purpose of your visit? Observing the blood-red markings on Ming He's face, Feng Xuan maintained an air of calmness. I have come to discuss the Xian Yuan water-controlling flag in your possession. Might you consider parting with it? Upon hearing the mention of the Xian Yuan water-controlling flag, Ming He felt a surge of astonishment. This artifact had been discovered by him in the Blood Sea many hundreds of thousands of years ago and had never been revealed before any other beings. How could he possibly know of its existence? Feng Xuan discerned the perplexity within Ming He's heart and promptly produced the three flags from his grasp. In an instant, a radiant tricolor brilliance illuminated the surroundings, its splendor immense, causing all laws to recede. To speak candidly, I have already acquired 3 of the innate 5 directions flags, and I aspire to gather them all. Observing the 3 resplendent flags before him, Ming He could not help but express his admiration. Indeed, the 3 pure ones are remarkably affluent, generously bestowing such exquisite, innate spiritual treasures upon their disciples. He felt no envy whatsoever. In light of this, I shall not conceal the truth from you. The Xianyuan water-controlling flag is indeed in my possession. However, my friend, you are aware of its status as a supreme innate spiritual treasure. What do you possess that could possibly serve as a worthy exchange? Ming He spoke with a detached tone. The Xianyuan water-controlling flag held little significance for him. In terms of the path, it was utterly irrelevant to his own path of slaughter. In practical terms, he already possessed the 12th rank fiery red lotus and 2 killing swords, providing him with both offensive and defensive capabilities. He could readily trade it for an item of equivalent value. Feng Xuan, with an air of composure, spoke leisurely. The opportunity to achieve sanctification may very well be a matter imbued with great merit. Upon hearing his words in full, Ming He's pupils constricted sharply, and tumultuous waves surged within his heart. The opportunity for sanctification, is this not what he has long sought? He had once gone so far as to ambush Hong Yun for the primordial purple energy that serves as the foundation for achieving sainthood. Ha ha ha, you deceive this old ancestor. Ming He suddenly erupted into frenzied laughter, unable to fathom that someone would actually offer the chance for sanctification. At the very least, it could not be exchanged for a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. If you are not sincere, then please take your leave. In consideration of our mutual acquaintance with the three pure ones, I shall overlook your foolish actions, Ming-He remarked coldly, a sneer evident on his face as he dismissed the visitor. A mere disciple, who had already been accorded the respect of being called friend, dared to attempt to deceive him? Does he truly believe that this old ancestor, Ming-He, is so easily fooled? Alas, why does my friend not trust me? Feng Xuan sighed softly, without hesitation, as he summoned the primordial treasure, the celestial star chart. The celestial energy preserved upon it shimmered, propelling him into the realm of the sub-saint. The overwhelming pressure that surpassed the quasi-saint level erupted from his being, rendering the tumultuous sea of blood momentarily tranquil. The myriad paths of the universe recoiled in reverence, making way for the sovereign of stars. Now, my esteemed friend, do you believe in me? The supreme sound of the Tao resonated powerfully, echoing like a thunderous bell across the blood sea, leaving the river of Hades, which faced this force directly, in a state of deafening shock. With a resounding crash, the seated form of the river of Hades was utterly shattered. Feng Xuan, astonished, he merely exerted a hint of his imposing aura and employed a slight trickery. My friend, how did you come to be shattered? Ah, ha ha. Truly, Feng Xuan is an exemplar for our kind. Come, let us delve into the intricacies of this opportunity for sanctification. Just then, outside the Blood God Palace, a blood-robed figure sauntered in, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the recently shattered ancestor of the underworld river. With a broad smile adorning his face, there was no trace left of the disdain and mockery he had previously displayed. The gaze of Feng Xuan subtly shifted, instantly discerning that the ancestor of the underworld river was merely a projection, not his true form. This ancestor is indeed a remarkable individual. If one were to consider who embodies the essence of survival in the primordial era, the underworld river would undoubtedly be among the foremost. He rarely presents himself in his true form, and one might even question whether he attended the preaching at Xixia Palace in his actual body. Kindly pardon me, my friend. He began. The projection that just malfunctioned was speaking nonsensically. I am grateful for your intervention in extinguishing it. Please do not take offense. The ancestor of the underworld river, seated before Feng Xuan, diligently cleared away the scattered remnants of the shattered projection, anxious not to irk him. In response, Feng Xuan dismissed the matter, finding the display of such poor acting beneath his notice. With a single step, he traversed the boundless flow of time and space, guiding this projection into the vast expanse of the cosmos, where they stood before a star brimming with lethal power. Herein lay the opportunity for ascendance to sainthood. What is this? The underworld river's eyes were filled with perplexity. Before him stood a star radiating intense murderous energy. However, to him, it seemed entirely unrelated to the path of the saints. Upon closer inspection, the foundational strength of the star barely reached the pinnacle of the great Luo realm, falling short of even the threshold of quasi-sainthood. No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom any connection between this and the opportunity for enlightenment. Nevertheless, out of respect for Feng Xuan's exhibited formidable prowess, the ancestor of the underworld river swallowed his doubts, choosing to keep his thoughts unspoken. Upon witnessing this, Feng Xuan's face broke into a smile imbued with profound significance. He was acutely aware that the seven-killing star was far from possessing the capacity to aid one in achieving sanctity. Within the celestial framework of the Zhou-Tian star system, the seven-killing star merely occupied a position of moderate merit, rendering it utterly incomparable to the likes of the Ziwei, Taiyin, and Sun stars. In truth, from the very outset, Feng Xuan had no intention of granting the esteemed ancestor of the Ming River a genuine opportunity for sanctification. He was merely employing a ruse. Dear friend of the Ming River, you have underestimated the remarkable qualities of this star. Feng Xuan leisurely strolls through the vast expanse of the starry sky, where the celestial brilliance cascades like a resplendent waterfall, continuously flowing into his being, enhancing his strength evermore. What do you mean by that? Inquired the ancient one of the underworld river, unable to restrain his curiosity. Feng Xuan's expression shifted to one of solemnity as he spoke eloquently. The path you cultivate is that of slaughter, yet now, the primordial purple energy has found its respective homes. The avenues of the three corpses and the merits leading to enlightenment are no longer accessible to you. Thus, only the path of strength remains as a viable means to attain Tao. The old ancestor of the underworld river nodded slightly, acknowledging that the primordial purple energy of the world has indeed found its resting places. and the crimson cloud's essence is now lost to the void. Despite his extensive search, he found no fruitful leads, leaving him with no choice but to place his hopes on the path of strength. This star, among the celestial bodies, is the star of slaughter, inherently imbued with the pure essence of killing, capable of aiding you in comprehending the laws of murder. Feng Xuan continued, stating that the Hongwang world is continuously growing stronger and expanding, becoming increasingly stable, and its laws more perfected. Correspondingly, the power of the stars is also on the rise, and the essence of destruction will undoubtedly become more robust. In the long run, it is not entirely impossible to ultimately utilize the 7 killing star to substantiate one's path to enlightenment. Feng Xuan's remarks plunged the ancestor of the underworld river into contemplation, prompting him to meticulously evaluate the feasibility of this method. Indeed, within the perceptions of numerous formidable beings, the primordial world is indeed experiencing continuous growth and expansion. And the power of the stars, as Feng Xuan asserted, exhibits a trend of increasing strength. However, the pace of this enhancement is exceedingly languid, even lagging behind his own cultivation progress. Could it be that Feng Xuan is merely deceiving him? Observing that Ancestor Ming, he still harbored doubts. Feng Xuan offered a faint smile, as the emerald bamboo staff at his waist shimmered with a subtle and enigmatic light. In an instant, the two found themselves before another celestial body, the Watcher Star. This star, also known as the White Tiger Star, symbolizes one of the 4 sacred spirits, the White Tiger. At present, its cultivation level has nearly reached the quasi-saint realm. Feng Xuan expounded that even a seemingly ordinary star possesses the potential to aid beings in transcending to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. The ancient ancestor of the Nether River gazed intently at the sentinel star, his expression grave and contemplative. He was well aware of the formidable reputation of the 4 spirits, particularly the White Tiger, yet this sentinel star appeared to be only marginally stronger than the recently encountered killing star. What Feng Xuan articulated seemed to illuminate a faint glimmer of hope before him. After a prolonged period of contemplation, the venerable ancestor of the underworld finally resolved, "My dear friend, let us return to the Blood Sea. I am willing to exchange, for the mere possibility of achieving sanctity." Relinquishing a supreme innate spiritual treasure did not appear to be an insurmountable sacrifice. "This is splendid." Feng Xuan stifled a smile within. Relying on the formidable power of the semi-saint to return directly to the endless Blood Sea alongside the ancient ancestor of the underworld river, the two once again stepped into the Blood God Palace. There, they beheld the previous avatar of the underworld river still standing silently, exhibiting no signs of movement. Just as Feng Xuan's curiosity began to stir, another ancient ancestor of the underworld river entered the grand hall, conspicuously holding the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner in hand. Feng Xuan felt a deep sense of contemplation. The ancestor of the dark river was indeed excessively cautious in his actions. Soon after, he proceeded to issue a decree of enfeoffment. "In the name of the Supreme Star Sovereign, I hereby appoint the dark river as the Lord of the 7 killing stars, granting dominion over the celestial authority of slaughter and retribution." As Feng Xuan's voice faded, the celestial map of the Zhoutian stars radiated with resplendent light, with the position representing the 7 killing star flickering incessantly. A blinding beam of crimson light shot forth, plunging into the depths of the Blood Sea. Simultaneously, the true 7 killing star in the starry sky emitted an eerie scarlet glow, a robust pillar of light piercing through the Blood Sea like a celestial column. It was a dire situation. They had been exposed. Witnessing this scene, the 2 avatars of the River of Hades instantly altered their expressions. They never anticipated that accepting the decree to become Star Masters would reveal the location of their true selves. In this moment of utmost peril, a resounding explosion echoed twice, as the 2 avatars of the River of Hades resolutely opted for self-detonation, seeking to divert Feng Xuan's attention, if only for a fleeting moment. Feng Xuan gazed at the Xianyuan water-controlling banner that had fallen to the ground, his expression one of utter disbelief. He pondered to himself the absurdity of attempting to conceal oneself, having already ascended to the rank of Star Master. How could one dare to evade the perception of a supreme being of stars? It was nothing short of fanciful delusion. Feng Xuan sheathed the Xianyuan water-controlling banner and serenely emerged from the sea of blood. He glanced back at the crimson expanse, a smile gracing his lips. "Thank you, my friend from the underworld river." With that, he summoned the 9 dragons' incense carriage, stepping inside as it glided toward the Kunlun Mountains. Within the carriage, Feng Xuan grasped the emerald bamboo staff at his waist, a cunning smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This time, He had deftly deceived the old ancestor of the underworld river. Though the 7 killing star indeed aids practitioners in comprehending the path of slaying, to claim that it alone could validate one's enlightenment by force was sheer folly. Otherwise, with the multitude of celestial bodies in the cosmos, one might expect the emergence of hundreds of perfected golden immortals. As for the connection between the guardian star and the white tiger of the 4 spirits, it was the white tiger that actualized the guardian star, not the other way around. This was merely a simple reversal of cause and effect. Yet it had thoroughly convinced the old ancestor of the underworld river. This was largely due to the confounding power of the 6 pure bamboo, which obscured the 6 senses. Now, he intended to retrieve the plain cloud realm banner from the Queen Mother of the West, deep within the Blood Sea, in a dimly lit small palace. There were as many as 48,000 such palaces scattered throughout the Sea of Blood. Inside one of these palaces, a Taoist was intently savoring the extraordinary sensations of becoming a Star Lord. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, brimming with anger and regret. Damn it, I have been deceived. The old ancestor of the underworld river growled softly, consumed by a fury that threatened to engulf him. He realized that the 7 killing star was far from the miraculous entity Feng Xuan had boasted about. It could only enhance his understanding of the laws of killing to a limited extent, and the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood remained an unattainable dream, let alone achieving sainthood. Feng Xuan. I must. The underworld river did not dare to finish his thought. At this moment, Feng Xuan was no longer someone he could afford to underestimate. Rather, he had become a figure to be looked up to. The 7 killing star bore no connection to attaining sainthood, but the sun and moon certainly hinted at possibilities. As they were indeed transformed from the eyes of Pangu, Feng Xuan is destined to attain sainthood in the future. He must merely endure this loss in silence. The expression on Ming He's face darkens, and he subsequently closes his eyes to cultivate the laws of slaughter. At Kunlun Mountain, Feng Xuan anxiously opens the gate to the realm of the West Queen Mother. The moment he steps through, an overwhelming force of spatial energy surges forth. He has no time to react before being transported. Sister, let us fight together. Don't hit my face. Don't strike below. For petite fists rain down like a sudden storm, thudding against Feng Xuan's body with a flurry of sounds. A voice of feigned annoyance follows. I see you are truly hungry, daring to consume anything. Feng Xuan hurriedly protected his vital lower back, allowing them to vent their frustrations elsewhere. After all, the incident with the 9 tails had indeed left him momentarily dazed, his mind clouded. After a considerable time, the onslaught gradually subsided. Feng Xuan slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, realizing he found himself in the private garden of the Queen Mother of the West, currently sprawled amidst the flowers. He turned to his left and beheld the furious countenance of Enwa, her striking features tinged with ire. Her fiery red garments clung tightly to her graceful form, her slender waist barely graspable, while her ample bosom heaved dramatically in indignation. Upon noticing Feng Xuan's gaze, Enwa furrowed her brows and exclaimed, "What are you staring at? This is all you're doing." Feng Xuan smiled awkwardly. Sister Enwa, please do not be so fierce. After speaking, he turned his gaze to the right towards the West Queen Mother. There, in her clear eyes, one could perceive a tranquil spring flowing, and beneath the surface, a hint of longing shimmered. Yet, had her lips not momentarily curved upwards? It seemed she was quietly mocking him. Feng Xuan, filled with both anger and vexation, could not deny his own culpability. Very well, Sister Enwa, allow him to rise, he conceded, recognizing the merit in her words. After all, he had vowed not to err again. The Queen Mother of the West spoke softly, her tone gentle, as she extended her jade arm to assist Feng Xuan to his feet. Enwa, with an expression of resignation, remarked, "You simply indulge him." It was futile to elaborate further. With the tempest finally quelled, Feng Xuan hastened to address the matter at hand. "Madam, I seek the plain-colored cloud realm banner that you possess. I have gathered 4 of the 5 primordial directional banners, and only this last one remains." Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West gracefully waved her delicate hand, and the cloud realm banner appeared in her grasp, which she unhesitatingly offered to Feng Xuan. "Husband, here it is for you." "Thank you, my lady. However, I cannot allow you to bear this burden without recompense." Feng Xuan spoke as he rummaged through his numerous spiritual treasures, ultimately producing 24 stabilizing pearls. These 24 pearls are exquisite innate spiritual treasures. Should he manage to acquire the final 12, they could be elevated to supreme innate spiritual treasures, possessing 48 innate prohibitions, thus becoming a top-tier artifact of unparalleled might. Through their ability to evolve the laws of heaven and earth, They could manifest 36 celestial realms, rivaling a vast universe and wielding power comparable to that of a quasi-saint. My lady, I bestow this treasure upon you. Henceforth, I shall endeavor to procure the remaining 12. The Western Queen Mother accepted the gift with grace, for there was no reason to decline such a generous offering from her husband. Nuwa observed Feng Xuan's successful acquisition of the plain-colored Cloud Realm flag, her eyes gleaming with understanding. Do you intend to use this artifact against the Witch Clan? Only one who knows me would comprehend. The 5 Directions flag of innate origin can establish the grand formation of the 5 elements, and it would not be an easy task for a saint to breach it. I plan to use it to trap several ancestral witches, thwarting their attempts to deploy the 12 capital heavenly divine array. In doing so, we can also avert the suffering of countless beings in the primordial world. Feng Xuan wore a countenance of righteous determination. After all, the primordial world would eventually belong to him. To disrupt the very fabric of existence would be tantamount to destroying his own possessions. Thus it was imperative to maintain control over the extent of such actions. His husband truly harbored a compassionate heart. After spending a millennium in the company of the 2 women, Feng Xuan departed from this realm and returned to the little stone peak, where he began to contemplate the grand array of the 5 elements and the 5 directions. Eons have gracefully passed since then. Feng Xuan radiated a myriad of 5-colored glimmers, with various intricate auras intertwining and ultimately separating into the 5 cardinal directions. 5 small flags emanated a profound resonance of Tao, intricately linked, subtly aligning with the fundamental principles of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, thus establishing a breathtaking formation. This formation obstructed the existing spatial realm, creating a unique world of its own. In this realm, all laws were rendered null, leaving only the pure essence of the 5 elemental principles. For those unversed in the 5 elemental laws, this place was akin to a desolation. Even those who practiced 1, 2, or 3 of the elemental laws would find it nearly impossible to gain a foothold. This was due to Feng Xuan's ability to invert the elements and disrupt the very rules themselves. Should an adversary attempt to invoke the laws of wood, Feng Xuan could instantaneously reverse it into the laws of metal, thereby establishing a counterbalance that would throw the enemy's own laws into disarray, resulting in profound harm. Thus, should the Witch Clan dare to invade, I would face them without fear. Feng Xuan retracted the heavenly 5 Directions flag and stepped out of the meditation chamber. He cast his gaze over the peaks of Kunlun, a look of satisfaction blooming upon his face. Many of his junior disciples had already entered the critical stage of breaking through, with all poised to ascend to the realm of Great Luo Jingxian, a mere breath away. Yet, he realized the necessity of concocting some elixirs to bolster their strength, as they had only just embarked upon the Great Luo realm. Observing that there were still several millennia before the Wu clan's assault, Feng Xuan resolved to commence alchemical work. In an instant, the fragrant aroma of vegetation mingled with the charred scent of carbon wafted through the air atop the little stone peak. Countless gourds adorned the ground, each brimming with vividly colored elixirs of various forms. At long last, he had successfully refined the golden pill. Feng Xuan gazed at the 9 elixirs that soared from the final furnace, his eyes brimming with tears of joy. With his extraordinary talent and unparalleled comprehension, after countless attempts surpassing tens of thousands, he had finally succeeded in refining the golden elixir. The path of alchemy is indeed exceedingly arduous. By the way, what kind of elixir is this? Feng Xuan scratched his head, diligently recalling the alchemical process in accordance with the principles of the Taishang pill Tao. However, despite perusing all available records, he could not find any corresponding elixir. It appears there are no records. This is indeed a new variety of pill of my own invention. I am truly a genius. Feng Xuan delicately picked up a golden elixir, contemplating its effects. From the materials, it was evident that this elixir was a fusion of nearly all types of spiritual ingredients he had encountered, regardless of toxicity, compatibility, or opposition of attributes. They harmoniously coalesced into a singular entity. The results promised to be extraordinarily miraculous. Who could he find to test this potion? Feng Xuan pondered deeply, resolutely deciding that he could not be the first to venture forth, even with the elixir of the golden core. The clan of Xiaobai resides in Kunlun Mountain. He would bestow upon them the opportunity for the inaugural trial of this potion. No sooner had he spoken than his figure flickered and vanished from the small stone peak. In the ancestral grounds of the Baya clan, atop a mountain shrouded in ethereal mist, sat a youthful boy with long, white hair cascading down to his waist. The aura surrounding him bore a striking resemblance to that of Xiaobai. Ancestor, there is still no news of Xiaobai, reported a white crane that descended, transforming into a middle-aged man who bowed deeply before the boy. The boy slowly opened his eyes, his expression serene. Continue the search. Yes. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. Then continued. Recently, the territory of the Fox clan to the south of Kunlun has been expanding relentlessly. Should we not take measures to curb their growth? Foolish. The boy's rebuke echoed powerfully, a formidable pressure instantly pinning the man to the ground, causing the surrounding rocks to tremble and a fierce wind to rise. The might of a Tai golden immortal was terrifying beyond measure. The origins of the Fox clan are beyond my comprehension. They must have been relocated here by some great power. We can only seek to coexist peacefully with them. Such a simple truth, and yet you fail to grasp it. The middle-aged man, drenched in cold sweat from the scolding, kept his gaze lowered, unable to meet the eyes of his ancestor. No matter how he bowed, the boy's diminutive stature remained fully visible, barely reaching the height of his knee. Begone. Yes. The middle-aged man exhaled in relief and swiftly departed. The Baiha ancestor turned once more to sit cross-legged, muttering to himself, not a moment's peace. Who are you? Suddenly, the Baiha ancestor's face was filled with dread, for he realized that a young Taoist had appeared behind him without his notice, a being of such stature as a Tai golden immortal. And yet he had sensed nothing of the stranger's presence. This individual was undoubtedly extraordinary. Feng Xuan gazed in astonishment at the incredulous expression of the white crane ancestor. A profound silence enveloping his thoughts. The transformation into a youthful form was indeed unexpected. While he could comprehend Xiaobai's metamorphosis into a child, it seemed rather incongruous for the progenitor of a lineage. Truly, one must not gauge other clans by conventional standards. Esteemed immortal, may I inquire the purpose of your visit to our clan? The white crane ancestor asked cautiously, his diminutive frame trembling slightly. He had discerned that this individual was undoubtedly a formidable Deluo Jinxian. Although the aura of the visitor was subdued and unassuming, an extraordinary essence radiated from him, unmistakably distinct from the ordinary. Should he utter a misstep or act unwisely, the White Crane clan could find itself in grave peril. You are the White Crane ancestor? Feng Xuan inquired. Nay, in the presence of an esteemed immortal, how could I dare to claim the title of ancestor? Simply call me the White Crane youth. The ancestor replied softly. To refer to oneself as ancestor before a Deluo powerhouse was tantamount to courting death. Fear not. I harbor no intentions of causing harm to the White Crane clan. I have merely come to look after her lineage on behalf of Xiaobai. With a calm demeanor and an unwavering heart, he spoke. Little Bai? Where is Little Bai with the immortal? The venerable White Crane ancestor was instantly filled with excitement, his slightly chubby face trembling with anticipation. At last, his clan's prodigy had been located. Regaining his composure, the White Crane ancestor eagerly inquired. Might I ask how Little Bai is faring in the presence of the immortal? Could I possibly have the honor of seeing him? Are you certain you wish to meet? Feng Xuan gazed at the mid-stage Tai golden immortal, the elder White Crane, and recalled the sight of Xiaobai, who had reached the late stage of Tai golden immortal before departing. The image of Xiaobai overpowering the elder flickered in his mind. Is there something concerning Xiaobai? He inquired. No, it's nothing. I will bring Xiaobai back later. You should wait for now, came the response. I see. As long as Xiaobai is unharmed. That is all that matters. The elder White Crane felt a sense of relief. The immortal before him did not appear to be malevolent, and Xiaobai's association with him was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. A millennium hence, Kunlun is destined to undergo significant upheaval. Your clan should prepare accordingly, preferably by concealing themselves and awaiting the resolution of the turmoil. Feng Xuan spoke softly, gesturing with a grand wave of his hand. A multitude of innate spiritual fruits and divine plants materialized before the venerable ancestor of the White Crane. These shall be bestowed upon your clan. Cherish them to survive amidst the turmoil. Thank you, exalted immortal. Thank you, exalted immortal. The White Crane ancestor beheld the plethora of heavenly treasures before him, his heart swelling with elation. These were truly rare gems, capable of elevating the overall prowess of his clan to a new echelon. By the way, this golden elixir is a special gift for you. Consume it. Feng Xuan deftly produced one of the 9 golden pills and tossed it towards the White Crane ancestor. Upon receiving the elixir, the White Crane ancestor was filled with trepidation. This was a golden pill. What merit had he to be granted such a treasure? Just the fragrance of the pill made him feel as if he were transcending to another realm. Undoubtedly, it was a divine concoction. Could it truly be that the celestial being was bestowing this upon me? The White Crane ancestor gazed at Feng Xuan, his eyes brimming with reverence. Yes, do consume it quickly, Feng Xuan urged, anxious to witness the effects. Without hesitation, The venerable Baihe swallowed the golden elixir in one gulp, awaiting its potency. After a brief moment, a torrent of immense spiritual energy erupted from within him, engulfing the heavens and the earth. The venerable Baihe's cultivation level soared continuously, mid-Tai, late Tai, and finally reaching the pinnacle of Tai. He paused at the apex. Ah, I can feel an infinite power. Truly, it is a divine elixir. The venerable Baihe exclaimed with exhilaration. Attaining the pinnacle of Tai with just one pill, he had directly bypassed countless years of arduous cultivation. Thank you, immortal. Thank you, immortal. His voice abruptly ceased. The venerable Baihe could hardly believe the sensation of his own form, robust, supple, and imbued with a refreshing chill. What is happening to me? Feng Xuan gazed thoughtfully at the situation before him. The golden core, having fused with numerous spiritual materials, was remarkably perfect. It not only elevated the cultivation of the user, but also disrupted the balance of yin and yang. This caused the user's state of yin and yang to be inverted, leaving one to ponder whether this effect was permanent or transient. Indeed, it holds significant research value. I shall take note of it. Feng Xuan has integrated the formula and refining process of this golden elixir into the Tao of Taishang Dan. I shall further study it in the future. Now, remember to conceal it well. I will bring Xiaobai to see you later. Feng Xuan turned back towards the small stone peak, leaving the elder white crane in a state of disarray. The egg is gone, 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 gone. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, the Zhurong tribe has assembled. The Zhumang tribe has assembled. The Zhujiuyin tribe has assembled. The Dijiang tribe has assembled. Countless shaman soldiers and generals, along with thousands of great shamans, have gathered, their overwhelming malevolence forming a dark shroud that completely obscures the heavens, rendering the sun's brilliance unable to penetrate and illuminate the earth. Only the younger sister is reluctant to march against Kunlun Mountain. No matter, with the power of the blood pool at our disposal, our strength has ascended to unimaginable heights. Even without invoking the 12 divine spirits array, we need not fear anyone. We vow to slay Feng Xuan, annihilate the 3 pure ones, and flatten Kunlun Mountain. The surging blood energy shattered the firmament, and the colossal figure eclipsed the sun and moon, shaking the very foundations of the world. The 11 ancestral shamans simultaneously unveiled their true forms, exuding an imposing presence akin to a vibrant rainbow piercing the sun, shaking the heavens and the earth. Prepare to advance towards Kunlun Mountain. With a command from Dijiang, the vast shaman army set forth in a grand procession. Wherever they passed, any sentient beings were ruthlessly slaughtered, devoured entirely, leaving the land barren and devoid of life. The ancestral shamans have set forth. Kunlun shall surely suffer a grievous blow this time. Dijun stood atop the sun star, gazing down upon the primordial land, witnessing the shaman army's mobilization. His heart stirred with excitement. Finally, the long-awaited moment to see Feng Xuan face calamity has arrived, truly a rare sight. I have prepared myself to seize the primordial purple energy at the right moment, awaiting the 3 pure ones to be gravely wounded. In Tai Yi's eyes, the divine light of the sun flowed endlessly, his aura immensely powerful, having reached the late stage of quasi-saint. With the chaos spell in hand, he was confident that without the saints, he would be invincible in the world. No rush, let us observe a while longer. Upon returning to the little stone peak, Feng Xuan intensified the awakening of the Tao tree's essence, causing boundless emerald radiance to shine ever more brilliantly, manifesting the profound principles of the Tao in the world. His fellow disciples experienced a deeper comprehension of their cultivation, accelerating their breakthroughs, shortening the duration further still. Yet, this came at the cost of the Tao tree's vitality. Its once lush leaves withered, and new buds faded, revealing signs of aging. As time passed, a multitude of formidable auras surged within the core of Kunlun Mountain. Various grand paths manifested in the air, resplendent with colors, as the fabric of space and time trembled. Concurrently, ominous tribulation clouds gathered densely, casting a dark shroud over the area. A remarkable assembly of great Luo golden immortal tribulations descended, a sight rarely seen in the world. However, for beings of such caliber as Duo Bao and his companions, these mere great Luo tribulations were as simple as the daily acts of eating and drinking, passing through effortlessly. A resounding roar echoed, thunder reverberating while raindrops fell lightly. All present successfully navigated the great Luo tribulation, achieving the realm of great Luo golden immortal. In unison, they expressed their gratitude. Had it not been for Feng Xuan's assistance, they would have likely required several 100,000 years to penetrate the great Luo realm. No need for thanks, he replied, for Kunlun is on the brink of calamity. Prepare yourselves. Feng Xian's lips curled into a faint smile as his gaze traversed through the boundless expanse of time and space, catching sight of the approaching army of the Witch Clan. This marked the battle for the establishment of the Heavenly Court, where the blood of the Witch Clan would be shed to elevate the prestige of the celestial realm. They are coming. Feng Xian stood poised upon the void at the periphery of Mount Kunlun, his narrowed eyes gazing upon the 11 colossal silhouettes that loomed like deities and demons, even across the vast expanse of countless miles. The turbid miasma of the earth surged forth, shrouding the heavens and earth in gloom, casting a pall over all creation. From afar, through the boundless stretches of time and space, Dizhang's gaze locked with Feng Xian's divine pupils. In that instant, a murderous intent erupted within Dizhang's eyes, his baleful aura manifesting with palpable intensity. With a mighty swing of his obsidian fist, he seemed poised to rend the very fabric of space-time asunder. This single punch carried within it the boundless power of annihilation, cleaving through the endless void like a plummeting meteor aimed mercilessly at Feng Xian. The vast laws of space churned violently beneath its force, throwing the natural order into disarray. Towering mountain ranges crumbled like fragile glass, reduced to dust beneath the terrifying might of the strike. The aura of destruction emanating from the blow caused even the hidden celestial observers lurking in the shadows to gasp in awe, their tongues clicking in silent astonishment. Truly, the reputation of the ancestral witches was well-deserved. To wield such power across such distances, what unimaginable terror must they command in direct confrontation? To underestimate me so, how utterly presumptuous. Feng Xian casually raised a fair hand, forming a fist. With a single strike, the heavens illuminated, and the supreme law of power was unleashed, obliterating Dizhang's divine fist in an instant. The residual force tore through the firmament, creating a vast void spanning countless miles, showering the earth with the brilliance of innumerable stars. It was night. Brothers, I shall take the lead. Upon witnessing the obliteration of his attack, Dizhang's fighting spirit surged. He was no longer inclined to lead the rear guard of the Witch Clan army, calling upon the other ancestral witches. He stepped through the endless fabric of time and space, preparing to confront Feng Xian alone. How many strikes do you think Feng Xian can withstand from our elder brother? Asked the curious Zhu Meng as he raced forward. By the time we arrive, the battle will likely be over. Feng Xian will have been devoured whole by our elder brother, boasted Gong Gong with arrogance. Among the 12 ancestral witches, the strength of Ho-Tu, who usually refrained from conflict, remained unknown. Of the remaining 11, Dizhang stood as the most formidable, his spatial divine fist catching them off guard and defenseless. Furthermore, his unpredictable spatial techniques rendered them incapable of countering. Most critically, Dizhang was already on the verge of transcending their level of power. Indeed, the name of our elder brother is truly deserved. I must also catch up. I yearned to personally exact vengeance upon Feng Xian. Upon hearing Gong Gong's words, Zhu Rong felt a surge of urgency and sprinted towards Kunlun. It was as if a fire meteor, trailing flames, had appeared in the heavens. Feng Xian shall meet his demise at my hands. A chilling voice echoed, belonging to Zhu Jioyin, as the laws of time enveloped him, rendering him invisible in the vastness of the universe. The other ancestral witches exchanged glances, watching as these three charged ahead. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Someone shouted, and all the ancestral witches surged forth, fearing they might miss the fray. As for the Witch Clan army, they seemed content to follow, reassured by the presence of the great witches. Feng Xian, prepare to receive a fist from your ancestral witch. Dizhang, traversing countless miles of time and space, unleashed his assault upon seeing Feng Xian without hesitation. First, he would annihilate Feng Xian, then set foot upon Kunlun. As the colossal fist approached, Feng Xian raised a hand, a single gesture igniting a torrent of purple divine light, infused with an overwhelming killing intent. The primordial treasure, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, manifested. The purest force of destruction erupted, cleaving through the air in accordance with Feng Xian's will. The collision of the purple ruler and the spatial divine fist shattered the very essence of time and space, obliterating myriad laws. A droplet of crimson blood splattered forth, followed by a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens. Dizhang's divine fist was pierced, revealing stark, white bones beneath. The offensive power of the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler clung to the wound, preventing it from healing for an extended period. The winds of Xian remained silent, wielding a measuring ruler to strike with lethal intent. The flesh of the ancestral which is formidable, comparable to innate spiritual treasures. However, the primordial measuring ruler of the heavens is indeed a supreme treasure, the foremost weapon of postnatal creation. In terms of aggression, even Tai's chaotic bell pales in comparison to the primordial measuring ruler. Thus, Xian can effortlessly inflict harm upon the ancestral witch. How can you possess such profound prowess? Far exceeding those two trivial creatures. Emperor Zhang's eyes, vast as the stars, fixate upon Xian, a flicker of trepidation igniting within him. What he presumed to be a soft target has proven to be a formidable adversary. A supreme treasure combined with a powerful realm indeed poses a significant challenge for him. After merely a few assaults, several scars have appeared upon his ancestral witch form, even with his spatial laws constructing barriers. He cannot fend off the brilliance of the primordial measuring ruler. He finds such strength, coupled with a weapon of slaughter, exceedingly vexing. As the boundless space unfolds, the myriad divine realms manifest. Emperor Jiang realizes he cannot remain passive any longer. He channels his nearly perfected spatial laws to forge a universe, intending to ensnare Xian within. Within this realm, he reigns supreme, rendering all of Xian's movements and assaults futile. He can also harness the boundless power of the world to exert suppression. Now, he shall surely annihilate Xian. At this moment, Xian is subtly astonished, admiring Emperor Zhang's tactics. To construct a universe using one's own laws is not solely a brute's idea. At the very least, this stratagem transcends mere savagery. As he senses his own laws being constrained by the power of the world, a smirk graces Xian's lips. This compels him to engage in a direct confrontation. Thus, he proclaims, "Law of heaven, image of earth." With a light reprimand, Feng Xuan's voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the cosmos like a resounding bell. Subsequently, both his form and spirit began to expand, rapidly matching the stature of Dijiang. His shape was derived from the heavens, embodying their vastness, while his essence mirrored the earth, reflecting its boundless expanse. This harmonious synthesis of heaven and earth was a primordial divine art he had comprehended from the 9 transformations of mysterious arts, and today marked his inaugural application of it. What is this aura? Why do you possess the essence of the Father God? Dijiang was taken aback. This aura was of the same origin as theirs, indistinguishable and emanating from the divine blood of Pangu, the Father God. How could a mere ancestor which garner such favor from the Father God? The only response to his astonishment was a divine fist. How could one remain distracted in such a dire confrontation? Bang! Dijiang felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, propelling his body billions of miles away, shattering the very fabric of the cosmos. Countless stars erupted, and numerous nebulae dispersed. The laws of the universe trembled. You shall perish. Dijiang burst forth from the sea of stars, his fury palpable. In that moment, all thoughts dissipated, leaving only a singular desire to annihilate Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan had comprehended that his physical prowess was inferior in the preceding strike. Victory was assured for him. However, it was in the very instant of his impending assault. Feng Xuan leisurely summoned the primordial measuring ruler. At that moment, the ruler expanded, perfectly aligning with his current form. The ability to adjust its size is a characteristic inherent to all innate spiritual treasures. You scoundrel! Dijiang could not contain his fury, exclaiming that what was promised was a fair brawl, yet the use of a spiritual treasure was utterly unreasonable. Feng Xuan, with a serious demeanor, earnestly declared, "Who said I intend to engage in close combat with you? Do you take me for a fool?" As soon as he spoke, a violet divine radiance instantly enveloped the entire cosmos. With Feng Xuan's mastery at the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, he wielded this preeminent treasure of offense. Beneath the saints, he was invincible. The celestial radiance of measurement cleaved through the universe, obliterating the laws of existence as if they were mere thin paper. Subsequently, the entire cosmos was severed in twain under this terrifying force, shattering into fragments. In the face of this overwhelming killing intent, Dijiang, despite exerting every ounce of his strength and defense, found himself grievously wounded. As the cosmic realm collapsed with a thunderous roar, he was propelled like a cannonball, landing squarely upon the face of the hurriedly arriving Zhu Jiuyin. "Brother, what has happened to you? Are you all right?" Zhu Jiuyin exclaimed anxiously, gazing at the disheveled Dijiang. "Feng Xuan, for daring to harm my brother, I shall ensure your demise." Zhu Jiuyin turned to Feng Xuan, his murderous intent surging as his massive crimson dragon form writhed, striking towards Feng Xuan. The boundless laws of time resonated, rendering this assault seemingly non-existent in the realm of reality, as though it originated from a different dimension. Unfathomable, unyielding, and impossible to intercept. Ah, the formidable power of time. Is it? Alas, I possess it as well. The temporal compass materialized in Feng Xuan's grasp, its brilliance illuminating the surroundings, radiating billions of dazzling lights. A long river of ethereal shadows emerged from the fabric of existence, beginning from the unknown and flowing toward the unseen. The crystalline waters surged forth, carrying all things forward. The dreamlike sands of time refracted the river's reflection, unveiling countless fragments, moments of desolation, divine and demonic cataclysms, the genesis of heaven and earth. In the silence of all creation, the myriad realms trembled, even more so than when Taishang was previously vanquished. This marked the first appearance of the River of Time in the Primordial Chaos. Countless formidable beings strained their vision to comprehend this transcendent spectacle, hoping to glean supreme divine abilities and unveil hidden truths. Yet, all they discerned was a vague haze, revealing nothing. Only two individuals in the primordial realm could perceive it clearly. One was Hong Jun, and the other was Feng Xuan. Hong Jun was genuinely astonished upon witnessing this scene. He had originally believed that his disciple's spiritual treasure could merely connect with the river of time within the primordial realm, allowing it to wield authority over time. However, he had never anticipated that it would serve as a conduit to the mainstream of the river of time, predating the era of chaos. This artifact was no ordinary item. Fortunately, it was in the hands of his disciple, a member of his Xia men. Otherwise, this old body of his would require some movement. This must be the hour. It can only be the hour. At this moment, Feng Xuan was cursing inwardly as he beheld a youthful figure standing resolutely upstream of the river of time, traversing its currents in reverse. His gait was bent, evidently indicating he had sustained grave injuries. Just then, as fate would have it, their gazes locked in an unspoken exchange. Feng Xuan's hair stood on end in an instant. As a mere golden immortal of chaos, how could he contend with such a formidable presence? He couldn't help but cry out in his heart, "Master Ancestor, save me." Fortunately, the young man merely cast a glance before concealing the rivers of time before the creation of the heavens and the endless years that followed, rendering the current temporal wheel incapable of being manipulated or scrutinized. Phew, it is a relief that all is well. Feng Xuan took a deep breath, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. However, there were pressing matters at hand. After calming his emotions, he turned his serious gaze towards Zhu Jiuyin. At this moment, his attacks had long been neutralized by the temporal roulette. Moreover, all the power of his laws had been severely suppressed by the temporal roulette, leaving him with nothing but raw strength. "Do you wish to kill me? Then you shall accompany Emperor Jiang to his fate." Feng Xuan stepped through the fabric of time and space, wielding the chrono disc to strike at Zhu Jiuyin. It is well known that in the primordial chaos, regardless of the myriad forms of spiritual treasures, be it swords, seals, spears, or discs, they all share a singular method of assault: to smash. The chaos bell crushes foes. The exquisite Huang Ling Tower of heaven and earth descends with force. The celestial wheels of the sun, moon, and stars strike down, and the cane, too, delivers blows, as does the floating dust. What is so peculiar about Feng Xuan using the chrono disc today? Surprisingly, it proved quite effective, rendering Zhu Jiuyin unconscious in an instant. "Feng Xuan, what have you done?" The earth trembled as Zhu Rong arrived just in time. Witnessing the perilous state of his two brothers, rage surged within him, casting the heavens in hues of crimson. Old grievances combined with new ones. "Today, we shall settle the score." An endless torrent of the flames of law erupted, incinerating all in its vicinity. This was a fire capable of consuming all existence, and Feng Xuan could feel its searing heat. Yet, his thoughts wandered. Why did the ancestral witches come one by one to offer themselves? It was reminiscent of the tale of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather. "Fear not. I shall add another enemy to the list." In the face of the formidable Zhu Rong, Feng Xuan combined the chrono disc with the primordial measurement ruler, delivering two decisive blows that left Zhu Rong dazed, collapsing alongside Zhu Jiuyin and Taishang in a spectacular display. Feng Xuan gazed into the distance as the remaining ancestral witches approached, retreating to the summit of Kunlun Mountain to leisurely observe the unfolding situation. After a considerable time, the other ancestral witches, racing at full speed, arrived at the battlefield, instantly feeling as though the heavens had collapsed. "Why are my brothers all asleep? Feng Xuan, having harmed my kin, shall surely meet his demise today. Brothers, let us unite in our assault." The golden ancestral witch, Rousseau, surveyed the three already prostrate ancestral witches and understood that he could not engage alone. He summoned the other ancestral witches to join forces, confident that Feng Xuan could not withstand their combined might. In an instant, beams of varied radiance representing different laws surged towards Feng Xuan. The space shattered, and countless energies of annihilation erupted. The 8 ancestral witches launched a simultaneous offensive, truly shaking the heavens and the earth. However, Feng Xuan remained unfazed, a smile dancing between his sword-like brows. The ancestral witches were perplexed, mistaking his demeanor for folly, believing he had been rendered senseless by their overwhelming presence. At this moment, as the sun and moon continued their celestial dance, daylight illuminated the world. Yet, the moonlight outshone the sun, casting a more resplendent glow than the solar star. "Harm not my husband." Two melodic voices rang out, and a lunar barrier suddenly materialized before Feng Xuan, obstructing the assault of the 8 ancestral witches. Two exquisite celestial maidens stood resolutely before the ancestral witches, emanating an aura of peak quasi-saint power, unwavering against the overwhelming bloodlust emanating from their foes. The ancestral witches, however, showed no fear. What of peak quasi-saint power? They were 8 ancestral witches strong. Each unleashed their deadly techniques towards Shihi and Changshi. Shihi arched her beautiful brow, her mind attuned with Changshi's, as the lunar star unleashed a tremendous force of celestial bodies, causing an explosion of boundless moonlight that painted the earth in silvery hues. The 8 ancestral witches were instantly swept away, scattering in all directions. Shihi and Changshi soared towards opposite sides, each confronting 2 of the ancestral witches. As the remaining 2 ancestral witches regained their senses, they roared, intent on charging at the 2 maidens. Yet, a red embroidered ball and a divine mirror emerged from the void. The red embroidered ball wielded immense power, while the Kunlun mirror cast its divine light to block the 2 ancestral witches. The void rippled, revealing a stunning figure clad in red and another in white. "You shall contend with me." 2 melodic exclamations resonated, as Enhua and the Queen Mother of the West joined forces to face the 2 ancestral witches. As for the final 2 ancestral witches, they were ensnared by the 9-turn Yellow River formation laid by the 3 heavens, bolstered by Master San's remote control of the sword array of extermination. Confronted with such formidable arrays of destruction, even the ancestral witches felt a sense of despair. How on earth are we to fight this? As Feng Xuan observed the inevitable defeat of the ancestral witches, his gaze shifted into the distance. Duobao and his companions had already joined the ranks of the witch army alongside numerous female immortals from the realm of the Western Queen Mother. Although his junior disciples were fewer in number compared to the mighty witches, the forces of the Western Queen Mother were substantial enough to rival those of the great witches. Not to mention the presence of 3 quasi-saint female immortals. Coupled with his elixirs, they were more than equipped to confront the witch army. Curse it, annihilate them. Duobao, wielding the Duobao tower high in the sky, targeted the great witches and struck them down, seizing the opportunity to acquire their spiritual treasures. The witch clan, lacking spiritual consciousness, was unable to wield these treasures effectively. However, even without activation, the might of these artifacts surpassed that of ordinary weaponry. Some of the great witches were armed with inferior or medium-grade innate spiritual treasures. Duobao reveled in the destruction he wrought. What a fortune, the witches could not utilize them. They were all mine. Duobao's face beamed with joy as he fervently channeled his late-stage Deluo power to activate the Duobao tower, resembling a human-shaped bomber. Wherever he struck, devastation ensued. Suddenly, a sharp divine arrow whizzed by, inciting Duobao's ire. Who dared to interrupt his treasure collection? If I do not vanquish you today, I shall not call myself Duobao. His gaze fell upon a great witch wielding a divine bow, with eyes sharp as an eagle and an arrow technique that was formidable. At that moment, he nocked an arrow and aimed it at himself. Curse it, elixirs. Instantly, dozens of white jade gourds appeared around Duobao, each containing elixirs crafted by Feng Xuan. With Duobao's command, the gourd stoppers popped open, and the fiery red elixirs were propelled outward like a barrage of cannon fire through the compression of his spiritual power. Hui, puzzled, reached out to grasp one of the incoming red elixirs. The instant he made contact, boom, a tremendous explosion erupted, sending Hui flying alongside countless witch soldiers who perished in the blast. Brother, this is far more effective than any bow and arrow. Within the Jade Void Palace, the 3 pure ones stared in astonishment, their eyes fixed on Duobao's actions. They were filled with wonder. Could these elixirs truly be utilized in such a manner? Elder brother, do your elixirs possess such remarkable capabilities? Tongtian inquired curiously of Laozi. It was well known that Laozi was recognized as the supreme master of alchemy in the primordial realm, having inherited the most potent alchemical lineage, coupled with extraordinary innate talent, making him unparalleled in the art of alchemy. Given Tongtian's perspective, it was only natural to assume that his elder brother would wield these elixirs with effortless grace. At that moment, Laozi could not help but reflect deeply on his own alchemical prowess. He mentally revisited every elixir he had crafted since the beginning of his journey. And after a prolonged contemplation, he let out a long sigh, his expression a complex blend of melancholy and subtle joy, saying, "I fall short of my disciple." On Laozi's aged visage, a hint of loneliness mingled with an underlying delight. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi and Tongtian were both taken aback, casting incredulous glances at Laozi. They had never anticipated that their elder brother would feel such a sense of inadequacy. It appears that this disciple's talent is indeed extraordinarily remarkable. Let us recount the scene upon the battlefield of the Witch Clan, where Duobao was the first to utilize the elixirs bestowed by Feng Xuan. In an instant, the others also summoned their gourds and commenced a frenzied bombardment upon the Witch Clan's ranks. The cacophony of explosions echoed relentlessly, as if the very heavens and earth were on the verge of shattering. The celestial beings of Kunlun, riding upon auspicious clouds, resembled living, breathing aerial bombers, raining down elixirs like torrential raindrops. Countless witch soldiers were obliterated in an instant, their broken limbs and shattered bodies scattering across the battlefield, painting a scene of utter devastation. What an exhilarating spectacle! Tai shouted in delight, frantically launching elixirs towards the witch soldiers below while glancing at the numerous great witches pursuing him. A sly, malevolent grin crept onto his slightly plump visage. Suddenly, a colossal gourd manifested in the sky, brimming with millions of red elixirs and hundreds of thousands of green ones, casting a shadow that obscured the vision of the great witches. Some were perplexed, while others were filled with dread. "This is bad. Everyone, retreat." Finally, one of the great witches grasped the situation and shouted urgently. However, it was far too late. The giant gourd plummeted from the heavens like a shooting star, hurtling towards the throng of great witches. With a remarkable and terrifying reaction, it was as though a second sun emerged between heaven and earth, radiating blinding light and searing heat. A thunderous explosion resonated, shaking the very foundations of the earth with its formidable force. Millions of witch soldiers were utterly annihilated in this catastrophic detonation. Who dares pursue this humble Taoist? What audacity you possess! Tai's gaze pierced through the massive mushroom cloud, settling upon the epicenter of the explosion. He beheld the great witches who had once chased him, now battered and bruised, sprawled haphazardly on the ground, their breaths erratic and their bodies marred with countless lacerations. Yet, they still drew breath. The physical resilience of the Witch Clan was indeed astonishing. Tai spat in disdain, and a divine veil materialized in his hand. Having survived the explosion, there awaits you even greater discomfort, one that even senior brother Duobao could not withstand. As soon as the words left his lips, the remaining disciples of Kunlun and the female immortals of the West Queen Mother adorned their veils, soaring into the firmament, distancing themselves from the Witch Clan's close-quarters skirmishes, merely observing as the green mist gradually spread forth. They were all keenly aware of Duobao's previous plight and wished to avoid even the slightest contact with this ominous green mist. "By the heavens, Tai, you seek to bring about my demise." As the fierce battle raged on between Duobao, Hui, and Xingtian, Duobao felt a sudden tremor coursing through his body upon noticing the green mist advancing towards him. Unpleasant memories surged forth like a tidal wave. In an instant, the Duobao Tower radiated with an overwhelming brilliance, propelling Xingtian and Hui away with immense force. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Duobao channeled his magical energy with utmost intensity, neglecting the control of his auspicious clouds, and activated his spatial divine powers, vanishing in the blink of an eye to a distance of billions of miles. Swiftly escaping the battlefield, Hui stood there, bewildered, adorned with a multitude of question marks on his forehead. He simply could not comprehend why Duobao had fled so suddenly. Surely, it must have been the formidable presence of our witch clan that frightened him away. Who in this primordial world is unaware of our clan's might? Xingtian, meanwhile, burst into laughter, but in the midst of his mirth, inhaled a substantial amount of the green mist. How peculiar, he mused. Suddenly, his body began to convulse uncontrollably, as if a tempest were raging within, while an itch spread across his skin. "Xingtian, what is happening to you?" Hui inquired, his face etched with concern. For Xingtian's expression was exceedingly strange. "I can't hold it." Xingtian suddenly roared, and before he could finish his sentence, blood gushed from his nose like a fountain. This was soon followed by an eruption of resounding flatulence that echoed through the air. With the unbearable itch consuming him, Xingtian rolled on the ground in desperation. The mingling of blood and foul odors filled the air, catching the unsuspecting Hui in a cloud of stench. "Curse you, Xingtian." Hui began to curse furiously, only to realize that he too was succumbing to the same affliction. Like Tongtian, he curled up his body involuntarily, scratching furiously while uncontrollably erupting in a cacophony of sounds. Those observing from above felt their hearts race at the sight. They were once again filled with genuine admiration for their senior brother's extraordinary alchemical prowess. Thank goodness we are siblings. The consequences of being his adversary are simply unfathomable, Tai remarked, shuddering at the thought. Those around him nodded in agreement, understanding the gravity of the situation. At this moment, the battlefield had descended into chaos, enveloped in a noxious stench and a haze of blood. Both ordinary witch soldiers and powerful shamans were equally afflicted. Experiments conducted by the disciples of Kunlun revealed that any being with a Dao body could not withstand the peculiar effects of the green elixir. For those with beastly forms, the situation might have been slightly more bearable, as certain senses could remain less affected. However, the crux of the matter was that all members of the witch clan were either Dao bodies or akin to them, leaving them utterly unable to evade such consequences. This is disastrous. The stench is already wafting over. How can we possibly engage now? Do we even need to intervene? If they do not rant for 7 days and nights, it would be a disservice to the noble contributions of Brother Duobao, a master of the late Daluo stage. Indeed, it is sensible. Let us wait a while. This ambush against the Witch Clan's forces has already secured a decisive victory. The various realms of the primordial chaos, witnessing this battle, are left in utter astonishment at the prowess of Kunlun. Remarkably, without the 3 pure ones intervening, Kunlun has nearly annihilated the Witch Clan solely with its disciples and reinforcements. Thus, it appears that Kunlun rightfully claims the title of the foremost power in the primordial world. Brother, look at the formidable strength of Kunlun's disciples and their allies. It makes my heart yearn. On the western Shumi Mountain, Zhuan-Ti's eyes gleamed with desire as he fixated on Tai Yi and others in the heavens, even allowing drool of longing to escape his lips. Upon witnessing this, Jie struck Zhuan-Ti on the head with a staff, rousing him from his trance. He then pointed towards the vast sword energy canyon stretching for billions of miles and the intricately arranged deep pits. Upon seeing this scene, Zhuan-Ti promptly sealed his lips, as if he felt the earlier pain anew. The 3 pure ones had nearly submerged Shumi Mountain once. They dared not provoke them again. Otherwise, should a second confrontation arise, it would not be resolved merely with a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Damn it, why is Feng Xuan so powerful? Nuwa, the Queen Mother of the West, and Xia are all aiding him. Dijun seethed in rage within his palace, howling furiously. That was the Witch Clan, who had once nearly eradicated their demon court. Now, they were effortlessly thwarted by Kunlun, and in such a crushing manner. How could he possibly accept this? Feng Xuan not only failed to be trapped, but also brought ruin upon the demon court. The anticipated Hongmeng purple qi had also vanished without a trace. If only the world were rid of Feng Xuan. Tai Yi paid no heed to his elder brother's explosive fury, instead fixating his gaze on the battlefield of the ancestor witches. He privately lamented how deeply the powers of the primordial world concealed themselves, believing himself invincible. Today, as first-hand observations revealed to him the long journey ahead. One day, I shall stand proud between heaven and earth, conquering all within this realm. Tai Yi clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with martial spirit, his resolve on the path of the great Tao solidifying further. As the battle with the ancestor witches neared its conclusion, all 8 ancestor witches were wounded and nearly overwhelmed. Yet, the spirits of Shiha and others remained undiminished, their innate treasures radiating with brilliance, growing bolder as they fought on. Like goddesses of war, they displayed grace and valor. The boundless lunar radiance, creation, time, and space, and murderous intent erupted forth, sending the ancestor witches reeling, their breaths growing faint. They wished to continue taunting, but found themselves unable, succumbing to unconsciousness instead. Nuwa, Shiha, Changxi, and the Queen Mother of the West retreated behind Feng Xuan, awaiting his next move. Feng Xuan rose and made his way to the center of the battlefield. He gazed upon the unconscious 11 ancestral witches. He had no intention of slaying them. After all, the ancestral witches were, in their own right, pitiable beings. Born from the essence of Pangu, they were destined to enjoy the fortunes of the primordial world and attain the supreme Tao. Yet, they had become entangled with the foul energies of the earth, subsequently absorbing the malevolent essence of the chaotic demon gods. The bloodlust and brutality born from the 3 tribes' war rendered them utterly devoid of reason. Thus, he decreed that they should guard the underworld, to labor in the realm of the dead. Their formidable bodies would be wasted if not put to work. The paramount concern now was how to subdue them. After all, reasoning with a group of brutes was futile. Ding. The system detected the host's helplessness against the ancestral witches and prompted the following choices. 1. Subdue the ancestral witches by force. For being so obstinate and unreasonable, employing strength is the foremost option. If one beating does not suffice, then deliver several more. Reward: the 3 sounds of creation. 2. Persuade them with reason. The power of language is immeasurable. Go forth and use words to enlighten the ancestral witches. Reward: the ability to manifest spoken commands. The system's choices appeared before him. Feng Xuan gazed at the 2 options before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose one. Just as he had stated that reasoning could not sway him, the second option emerged. I shall not choose, he declared. In that case, Feng Xuan's gaze was resolute as he declared, initiate the primal 5 elements formation. As his words resonated, the primal 5 flags surged forth from within him, transforming into 5 radiant streaks of light that swiftly positioned themselves in the cardinal directions. The 5-colored brilliance soared skyward, illuminating the cosmos. As the purest essence of the 5 elements intertwined and flowed ceaselessly, in the blink of an eye, the majestic and formidable primal 5 elements formation had taken shape, enveloping both Feng Xuan and the 11 ancestral witches within, transporting them into a secluded realm governed by the 5 elements. This domain vastly surpassed the grand universe previously conjured by Taishang. The expanse of time and space was boundless and unfathomable. The laws governing it were as steadfast as rock, impervious to disruption. Even in this moment, Feng Xuan, exerting all his energy to wield the primordial measure of heaven, found it arduous to leave a significant mark within this realm. Observing the unconscious ancestral witches, Feng Xuan furrowed his brow, realizing that awakening them would entail considerable effort. Fortunately, he had surreptitiously acquired a substantial amount of 3 light divine water from the celestial court. Coupled with his current status as the supreme star monarch, the sunlight divine water, moonlight divine water, and starlight divine water were readily at his disposal, sufficient to sustain his lavish expenditures. A few drops of the 3 light divine water cascaded down, and the injuries of the ancestral which Xianming healed at an astonishing rate. He soon regained consciousness. Upon seeing Feng Xuan, a fierce wrath ignited in Xianming's eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his own power of law, launching a ferocious attack towards Feng Xuan. Alas, must it be thus? Upon witnessing this, Feng Xuan could not help but let out a deep sigh. In an instant, the overwhelming and vast power of the 5 elements surged from all directions, akin to a colossal mill, effortlessly obliterating Xianming's assault. Subsequently, the force of the laws descended with unyielding might, firmly suppressing Xianming and rendering him utterly immobile. Xianming, deep down you understand that you are no match for me. Furthermore, you surely would not wish to see your brethren perish in this manner. Feng Xuan hovered before Xianming, his tone dripping with mockery. You despicable scoundrel. Xianming's face was forcefully pressed against the earth of the 5 elements realm. His body immobilized and unable to move, he could only struggle to utter these words through gritted teeth. Despicable? It is you, the witch clan, who first invaded my Kunlun. Now that you find yourselves outmatched, you dare to label me as despicable? Feng Xuan wore an expression of helplessness, utterly speechless at such unreasonable logic. If one possesses true ability, one should engage in a fair battle with me. Relying on the assistance of NY and others is hardly commendable. Xianming roared in anger. Unaware of how Taishang and the others had succumbed into unconsciousness, mistakenly believing that the 3 pure ones had intervened. In her heart, she held nothing but defiance against Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan, with remarkable decisiveness, acquiesced to her demands, lifting the constraints imposed upon her by the 5 elements realm. Subsequently, Feng Xuan summoned his divine powers, elevating his form to match the towering stature of the primordial ancestor of Xianming. He extended his hand, making a provocative gesture. Although Xianming could not comprehend the significance of this gesture, it inexplicably ignited a fierce rage within her, compelling her to yearn to strike Feng Xuan with all her might. Die! Xianming bellowed, as the overwhelming laws of rain and ice swiftly coalesced into countless sharp blades, charging towards Feng Xuan alongside her formidable divine fist. The tumultuous energy surged within him, as he invoked the laws of strength, the principles of creation enveloping his form. He clashed with Xianming. An infinite resonance of energy vibrating through the air, the laws of the 5 elements momentarily disrupted before swiftly returning to their natural order. Xianming's eyes widened in astonishment. How could he possess such formidable power? To engage in battle yet remain unfazed, just like Taishang. The sound of the wind and the profound voice resonated as several divine fists were unleashed. Xianming, caught off guard, was sent flying a myriad of miles. Feng Xuan swiftly followed, binding Xianming's legs. Do you submit? I ask you, do you submit? One hand secured Xianming's avian form while the other raised to strike her posterior. Smack. Xianming's eyes widened in astonishment. He actually struck her rear. Ah, Feng Xuan. I shall surely kill you. How dare you say it was deserved? Wu, please, do not hit me. In the realm of the five elements. The sound of slaps echoed incessantly. Feng Xuan swung his colossal palm, akin to a mountain, relentlessly striking down upon Xianming's posterior with the ferocity of a tempest. With each resounding slap, vivid crimson imprints were etched upon Xianming's behind. Remarkably, the sensation was unexpectedly pleasurable. I concede, truly I do. Please, cease the assault. Xianming cried out, tears streaming down his face, hastily shedding his ancestral witch form and gazing mournfully at Feng Xuan. At this moment, Xianming donned a wild and flamboyant skirt made of animal hide, his physique robust and powerful, the sun-kissed skin shimmering with a unique luster under the light, resembling an alluring little wildling. Yet, this little wildling was desperately covering his rear, striking a posture that was both provocative and pitiable. Just then, a clear notification echoed in Feng Xuan's mind. The system confirmed the completion of Option 1, and the reward of the 3 sounds of creation had been dispatched. It turned out that the task of subduing the ancestral, which did not necessitate the domination of all, merely conquering one was sufficient to fulfill the requirement. As Feng Xuan received the 3 sounds of creation, an overwhelming torrent of information surged into his mind like a roaring tide. A mere trio of characters concealed the profound essence of the ultimate path, and the immense force struck Feng Xuan's head with such intensity that it felt as if it might burst. He dared to cautiously perceive the first sound of creation. Fearful that a moment's inattention might render him a fool, overwhelmed by the supreme truth of the Tao. Humph! A voice, resonant and soul-stirring, suddenly echoed, and in that instant, the entire 5 elements realm seemed to freeze in time, the very fabric of space solidifying. The pure laws of the 5 elements were directly suppressed by this sound, swiftly retreating like receding tides, creating an absolute void around Feng Xuan. Truly, it was a technique of unmatched power, reminiscent of Pangu's annihilation of the chaotic deities. In Pangu's hands, this sound would have sufficed to momentarily still the time and space of the chaotic world, rendering the deities immobile, helpless against his relentless onslaught. As the first sound of creation resonated, the bodies of the 10 ancestor witches trembled. The Tao body of Xianming became clear yet bewildered, instinctively yielding to Feng Xuan as presence. In the state of law manifesting in earthly form, combined with the essence of Pangu's blood and the 3 sounds of creation, Feng Xuan embodied the very essence of a young Pangu. It was only natural for Xianming to submit. How could this be? Xuanming's heart was engulfed in astonishment. It seemed as if their father god favored Feng Xuan even more than they did. How could this happen? Were they not the most cherished offspring of the father god? With a sweeping gesture, Feng Xuan summoned dozens of droplets of the divine Sangguang water, awakening the 5 ancestral witches. As Dijiang, Jumeng, Tianwu, Gonggong, and Zhu Jiuyin regained consciousness, they immediately swung their fists at Feng Xuan with ferocious intent. Sensing the impending onslaught, he braced himself. Feng Xuan once again emitted the primordial sound of creation. The sound waves, as tangible as substance, radiated outward, plunging the 5 elements world into a state of stillness once more. The 5 ancestral witches, whose lethal techniques were imbued with pure force, instantly dissipated like bubbles in the face of this sonic assault. The might of the sound remained undiminished, akin to an unstoppable deluge, propelling them back countless miles. Subsequently, the sound transformed into golden runes, swiftly slithering into their ears like ethereal serpents. This involuntarily compelled their bodies to submit, while a sense of bewilderment enveloped their minds. This technique? It belonged solely to the father deity. Who among them was truly the ancestral witch, and who was Feng Xuan? What Feng Xuan possessed, they lacked. And yet what they did not have, Feng Xuan also possessed. He must surely be the beloved son of the father deity. They were merely creations fashioned at his whim. Would you be inclined to cease hostilities and submit to me? Feng Xuan's voice resonated with a steady and powerful timbre, traversing countless miles of space and time to reach the ears of the 5 ancestral witches. Upon hearing his words, the ancestral witches were instantly engulfed in fury. Submit? Who, aside from the father god, could compel their submission? The ancestral witches roared in wrath, unleashing an overwhelming aura of malevolence, heedless of all else as they charged recklessly towards Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan shook his head upon witnessing the scene. Truly, one could not be more obstinate. He was left with no choice but to take action. With a mere gesture, he summoned an immense convergence of myriad multicolored divine lights, which transformed into a colossal arena, spanning the chasm between the two factions. Simultaneously, the 5 ancestral witches were securely bound by the radiant hues, rendered utterly immobile. I am a person who values reason above all. Let us engage in a one-on-one duel, and should you be defeated, you shall yield to me. Feng Xuan took a step forward, instantly traversing the boundless realms of time and space, arriving before the ancestral shaman. Di Jiang was about to speak when Gong Gong interjected, cutting him off. Strike if you must. Who fears whom? Feng Xuan smiled as he released Gong Gong. Di Jiang gazed at Gong Gong's retreating figure. His lips moved slightly, yet no words escaped them. Feng Xuan was acutely aware of the terror he instilled. Having personally experienced it, he knew that facing him alone was an impossible feat. Even a 2-on-1 scenario posed considerable difficulty. As for 3, 4, or 5 against 1, he could only speculate. Who could tell what hidden cards he had yet to reveal? The failure of this assault stemmed from the witch clan's underestimation of Feng Xuan. Otherwise, they would have summoned his little sister to immediately form the Grand 12 celestial formations. Alas, it seemed that they could hardly escape the label of submission this time. Di Jiang sighed, surveying the surrounding confines of the laws and the subtle gestures of his sister beside him. He had already foreseen the outcome. Now, it was best to let Feng Xuan temper Gong Gong's temperament, ideally by defeating several ancestral witches. Otherwise, if they were to be bested, it would be a matter of lost dignity. What would become of his elder brother's reputation? Upon the multicolored arena, Gong Gong glared fiercely at Feng Xuan, his massive fist thrashing through the air, causing tremors in the space around them and disrupting the fundamental laws. Hundreds of water dragons surged forth from his body like ripples, flowing with the essence of the great pathways. Each dragon was comparable to the mid-stage primordial golden immortals that Feng Xuan had once encountered in the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea. Their might was astonishing. Prepare to meet your demise. Gong Gong roared as he charged forward. Feng Xuan smiled faintly, summoning the 12th grade pure world white lotus. The ethereal shadows of its 12 petals instantaneously enveloped him, and even as countless water dragons crashed against it, the divine radiance of the pure world white lotus merely flickered momentarily. The petal's defense showed no sign of waning. Now it is my turn. The Hongmeng measuring ruler was invoked, and Feng Xuan, stepping upon the lotus, wielded the treasured weapon of slaughter, arriving before Gong Gong in an instant. The myriad shadows of the ruler surged forth, unleashing boundless lethality. In an instant, Gong Gong's massive form was marred by bloodstains, with ominous white bones easily visible. Gong Gong roared, attempting to resist. Yet, Feng Xuan would not grant him the opportunity. He sought to conclude this battle swiftly. The surging mana of a late-stage Hunyuan golden immortal surged forth, simultaneously invoking the laws of creation and the laws of power. The divine brilliance of the Hongmeng measuring ruler shone even more brilliantly, its lethality becoming ever more pure and piercing. Crack! The sound of the 5 elements law shattering echoed painfully in this realm. No! Di Jiang cried out in anguish. He could sense the cataclysmic aura of the strike. Gong Gong would truly perish. Feng Xuan remained unmoved, wielding the ruler with a single hand. Gong Gong closed his eyes, awaiting his own demise. Against this strike, he couldn't even muster the will to resist. It was utterly beyond his capacity to withstand. We surrender. We yield. Di Jiang cried out once more, pleading for mercy beneath Feng Xuan's descending ruler. Yet the blade had already fallen, leaving no room for reprieve. In an instant, boundless divine radiance erupted violently. The entire 5-colored arena, struck by this overwhelming force, shattered into dust, its fragments scattering into the void. Di Jiang's gaze dimmed with despair. Today, one of the 12 ancestral witches had fallen. He had failed the primordial god. Remember your words, you now bow to me. Feng Xuan spoke, dissipating the 5-colored divine radiance. Gong Gong remained unscathed. Feng Xuan's recent strike missed its mark. I swear, with the utmost reverence for the father deity, to henceforth submit to Feng Xuan. Although Gong Gong remains alive, the heart of Di Jiang, heavy with sorrow, has found a modicum of solace. In that moment, he resolved to proclaim this oath before the other ancestral shaman. Despite their profound reluctance, the remaining shamans, compelled by the prevailing circumstances, could do naught but follow suit in their pledges. It appears that the ancestral shamans are not devoid of understanding. They are acutely aware that this path is their only recourse. Feng Xuan pondered silently, contemplating that perhaps this was related to the difficulty of calamity energy infiltrating this realm. With such thoughts in mind, Feng Xuan promptly awakened the remaining 5 ancestral witches. Initially, these ancestral witches resisted submission. However, Di Jiang, Xian Ming, and others intervened, offering persuasion. Furthermore, Feng Xuan did not hesitate to unleash a brutal assault on Shibai, and under the weight of various pressures, they were ultimately compelled to swear allegiance. At this point, aside from Ho Tu, all the other ancestral witches had submitted to Feng Xuan. With a sweeping gesture, Feng Xuan dissolved the innate 5 directions and 5 elements grade formation. In an instant, 12 magnificent figures reappeared upon the primordial earth. Countless gazes from the vast expanse of the cosmos converged here, as everyone anticipated the ultimate resolution of this grand conflict. Di Jun's eyes fixated intently upon the ancestral witches, harboring a flicker of hope for a possible turnaround. However, this wish quickly shattered like a fragile bubble. Before him, the eldest ancestral witch, Di Jiang, led the others to retreat behind Feng Xuan, each displaying an utter lack of desire for battle. This scene instantly stirred a tempest across the primordial universe. The ancestral witches had chosen to submit. Was this truly the same group of fearless beings that had once struck terror into the hearts of all? How could they possibly yield to mortals? Meanwhile, another battlefield was also drawing to a close. Feng Xuan's figure flickered like a specter, appearing above the battlefield of the Wu tribe's vast army. Upon his arrival, he was nearly overwhelmed by an unbearable stench that wafted through the air. What on earth is this? What has the Wu tribe conjured up? Upon noticing Feng Xuan's presence, Tai Yi immediately approached with a sycophantic demeanor, eager to share his accomplishments. Senior brother, I have not failed in my duty. In this battle, none of our brotherhood sustained any injuries. I must admit, it is entirely thanks to your elixirs. Otherwise, we would have exerted ourselves tremendously. With great enthusiasm, Tai Yi recounted the miraculous effects of the red and green elixirs on the battlefield, detailing every aspect to Feng Xuan. Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan's expression shifted to one of profound peculiarity. That green elixir could barely be classified as a poison with special effects. But could the so-called explosive elixir truly be regarded as an elixir at all? Feng Xuan pondered for quite some time, ultimately deciding to cease his entanglement. After all, it remains the same sentiment. His responsibility lies solely in the crafting of elixirs. The ultimate efficacy of these potions is entirely dependent on fate. The ancestral shaman has already been subdued by me, thus liberating the witch clan from its persecution. Feng Xuan, with an air of indifference, issued his command before turning away. Unable to bear the chaotic scene below, Tai Yi was momentarily stunned. How can one even reverse this? He pondered. Is there a way to negate the effects of the elixir crafted by my senior brother? We lack the divine prowess to undo the concoction you created. Senior brother Duobao endured it with sheer resilience. As his words hung